Chapter 1351, Seizing the Opportunity. While transmitting information to the mandated punishers, Alger quickly came up with a plan in his mind. He was to immediately pray to the Lord of Storms, hoping to obtain the Lord's blessings or help. Then, he would immediately rush underground and use his Beander powers to forcefully suppress the 3 Grade 1 sealed artifacts inside Azure Gate. During this process, if the Lord of Storms responded to his prayers, or if the abnormality regarding the seals ended in time, there was naturally no need for him to consider any other response. However, if neither of the two outcomes occurred, and he began to find it difficult to handle the situation, then he would seek Mr. Fool's help. To Alger, once he had to do so, no matter what method he used or how he concealed it, it would be difficult for him to escape the fate of being suspected. After all, it was unbelievable for a single person to suppress 3 Grade 1 sealed artifacts single-handedly. When the time came, his only option was to immediately abandon his post after the abnormality ended or the seal began working again. His departure would waste all his years of diligence and hard work, causing him to lose his post as cardinal which he had painstakingly obtained. However, compared to his own life, this was a price he was willing to pay. As for the consequences resulting in him almost not having any chance of obtaining the Book of Calamity, Alger didn't care about it at the moment. He was still a great distance from considering such problems. Of course, as a demigod of the Church of Storms and a cardinal, he believed that he was definitely under the watch of the Lord of Storms. After abandoning his job and escaping, he needed the protection of other existences to survive. Otherwise, his outcome would be unimaginable. And regarding this matter, he could only rely on Mr. Fool. Taking a deep breath, Alger quickly chanted, "The king ruling over the skies, the emperor who controls the seas, the great god of storms, I pray for your watch and pray for your blessings." After chanting, Alger reached out with his hand, bringing with him a hurricane as he flew underground. About 10 seconds later, outside the Cathedral of Waves, there was a tidal wave that surged into the air. The blue sea water poured down, enveloping the cathedral in a thick barrier. Inside the barrier, silver bolts of lightning flashed as they drilled underground. The lightning struck down like torrential rain, illuminating all of Utopia, illuminating more than half of the Berserk Sea. At that moment, a pitch-black cathedral with many embedded skulls appeared in midair. It was situated above Zeratul, and drew all the surrounding lightning towards it, causing bolts of lightning to snake across the countless white skulls, causing the stained glass to reflect a bright light. In the places Adam's corpse cathedral couldn't shelter, Zeratul's marionettes, Abomination Sue's historical projection, as well as Klein's marionettes, were instantly obliterated by the tempestuous lightning. Then, they either vanished or were reduced to tiny marks. Even Russell Gustav's historical projection that had turned into a flux of information wasn't spared. A strong electromagnetic hurricane wreaked havoc in this city, destroying all information structures. Taking advantage of the moment the visionary was fending off the tyrant, Zeratul took a step forward and entered the void ahead. And this void was connected to another island, one he had previously set in the Berserk Sea, using his Beander powers of an attendant of mysteries. The distance between the two was reduced to 0. The black-robed, hooded Zeratul quickly vanished into the void illuminated by lightning. But in the next second, he didn't appear on the distant island, but above the Irises Hotel in Utopia. Just a moment ago, when Zeratul was stunned by the might of the storm, Klein, who was in Saphira Castle, took the opportunity to use the curtain that was draped over his body and used the power of the Saphira to forcefully graft the void in front of his target to the Irises Hotel. He had secretly changed Zeratul's key arrangement. This was the suppression effect of a king of angels against a sequence one angel of the same pathway. The ceaseless lightning smote down, enveloping Zeratul, who had long and white whiskers on his face. Zeratul's pitch-black eyes didn't show any change in expression. His body rapidly faded and disappeared in the bolts of lightning. He had only come in the form of a historical void projection. His true body was hiding in a particular fragment in the fog of history. Sitting in the fool's chair, Klein immediately cast his gaze at the grayish-white fog below him, as well as the countless spots of light in the fog. He was temporarily unable to find Zeratul because the latter definitely used a secret fragment of history that only he, or a very small number of existences knew. However, being unable to find him didn't mean that Klein could only watch and patiently wait until Zeratul reached his limits and was unable to stay in the fog of history. As the owner of Saphira Castle and an existence with the level of a king of angels, Klein's preliminary control of the Saphira was already enough to complete many things. In the next second, Klein opened the box and summoned the Fool card, accommodating it inside his body. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into the Fool, who wore colorful clothes and a gorgeous headdress. He exuded a deep, terrifying aura, as well as a somewhat ridiculous feeling. The entire Saphira castle began to shake gently. The Fool Klein held the end of the Staff of the Stars in his right hand and struck the edge of the long mottled table. In the real world, grayish-white fog appeared, one that had a faintly visible ancient palace situated high above. In the ancient and majestic palace, a strange light formed from countless spherical lights quickly outlined itself, emitting an invisible and terrifying suction force. The fog of history instantly boiled as Zeratl's figure quickly appeared in a spot where Klein hadn't lit up. He was hoisted up without being able to stop it. With the help of Saphira Castle, Klein projected the convergence power of Beander characteristics into the fog of history. At this moment, Zeratl's black-robed and hooded figure collapsed and became a pale paper figurine. His true body appeared on another island in the Berserk Sea. He quickly used the Attendant of Mysteries Beander powers to connect the convergence inclination effect to various paper figurines. Seizing the opportunity given to him by the paper figurines, Zeratl quickly made a wish. "I wish for my Beander characteristic to temporarily calm down." Just as he finished speaking and pressed his palms together, he had already caught sight of his fulfilled wish. This allowed him to escape the suction force from Saphira Castle, the Fool card, and the Attendant of Mysteries Beander characteristic collective. At the same time, he took a step back and accurately stepped on a milky white rock. The stone had long been connected to somewhere else by him, and had been solidified in some form. As Zeratl stepped down, his figure instantly vanished. It was unknown where he had gone, but the stone seemed to experience extreme weathering as it disintegrated. The Fool Klein cast his gaze down from an infinite height and scanned his surroundings, but he couldn't find Zeratl. This meant that the other party had left his line of sight. Without any hesitation, Klein immediately placed his focus on something else. He had already made all the gems on the Staff of the Stars light up as he simulated the Marauder Pathway's ability to deceive rules. He changed the location of his body's revival to a marionette that wasn't in Utopia. Previously, a few residents of Utopia had gone to other cities for various reasons. By going there, they would further deepen their relationship with the real world. Klein had chosen a travel enthusiast. He was now in a particular mountain range. As the second half of his resurrection was carried out, Klein took out the Fool card. He summoned the 9 unique spirit world specialties he had prepared previously and placed them together with the curtain. Right on the heels of that, he used the Staff of the Stars to activate the power of Saphira Castle and once again simulated the powers of the Marauder Pathway's ability to deceive the rules, allowing the 9 spirit world specialties in that curtain to become a part of his body. In the next second, countless fragments of light appeared around the marionette that was halfway up the mountain. And inside the marionette's body, a worm of spirit flew out. It kept fracturing and fused with the fragments of light. Soon, the fragments of light condensed into a ball of light as it solidified into Klein's figure. Just as Klein's figure finished outlining, he turned into transparent maggots that scattered in all directions, allowing the curtain and the 9 spirit world specialties to drop to the ground. Then, the worms of spirit completed the reassembly process, and part of them turned into a half-top hat, a shirt, a vest, a formal suit, and trousers. Klein didn't waste any time. He immediately grabbed the curtain and the specialties of the spirit world and began to carefully concoct the potion. To him, this was the best time to advance to Attendant of Mysteries. On the one hand, the effects of the ritual had been completed with the help of the genie. This wouldn't last long, and it would gradually disappear. On the other hand, Adam, who was most likely to destroy his ritual, was being suppressed by the Lord of Storms and had no time to interfere. If he were to consume the potion and advance to sequence 1 at any other time, Klein was really worried that visionary Adam would make use of the sea of collective subconscious to inject a negative emotion into him at a critical moment. That way, losing control was inevitable. The reason why he had called Leodoro wasn't to deal with Zeratl, but to hold back the true god, Adam. During the Attendant of Mysteries ritual, there was no way to use the power of Saphira Castle to produce a nascent form of a divine kingdom in advance, isolating Klein from the outside world. This would result in the ritual being unable to establish a connection with the corresponding region in the spirit world, resulting in failure. In less than 10 seconds, a potion that was as dark as the night sea appeared in Klein's palm. At the same time, the figure left in Saphira Castle snapped his fingers, granting the small number of wishes accumulated in the prayer lights and the crimson stars, allowing him to digest the last bit of his miracle invoker potion. The figure inside Saphira Castle immediately faded away, allowing Klein's body to become complete so that he could consume the potion in his best condition. As the lightning lit up the sea once again, Klein raised his right hand and brought the bottle that came from his marionette to his mouth. He gulped down the potion that was as light as air. Chapter 1352, Attendant of Mysteries. As the Attendant of Mysteries potion entered his body, Klein immediately felt a burgeoning feeling. In the blink of an eye, he lost his perception of his body and worms of spirit. He watched helplessly as they dissipated and fused into the spirit world that couldn't be described with ordinary words or common sense. It was as though he was about to disintegrate into abstract and random pieces of information. At that moment, Klein only barely maintained his consciousness and had self-awareness. Just like that, he floated in the spirit world filled with countless strange figures. After losing the ability to sense his body and beyond characteristics, he began to experience all kinds of thoughts, information, knowledge, symbols, and labels. He completely lost himself and was teetering on the border of fusing with the spirit world. If this continued, Klein would definitely be completely lost, but at this moment, there was a connection between the spirit world and his consciousness. That place corresponded to a town. The people inside lived ordinary lives. They had their own names, their stories, and their fates. They intertwined with each other, bringing about complete information in the spirit world, which was the concept of abstractness. This town was eventually destroyed by a calamity and buried in the dust of history. Klein dispersed like a mist, almost fusing into the spirit world's body. Under the guidance of fate, he fused with the spirit world projection of the different utopian marionettes, allowing him to become corporeal again. Biome, deep underground in the Cathedral of Waves, in a room that was no longer sealed, Alger extended his hands and pressed down on the door in front of him. The surface of the door was blue in color, with numerous mysterious and odd reliefs protruding out. It was ajar, and there was no light behind the door. It was unknown which world it was connected to. The darkness seemed to have a life of its own. At this moment, a stream of water silently surged out, eroding the surrounding area. Alger's feet exerted strength, causing the ground to crack and spew out scarlet, nearly white, lava. This was a calamity he had created. His goal was to prevent the darkness from advancing. However, after the surging lava entered the darkness, it disappeared without a trace. The darkness shrank back a little and paused for a second before continuing its corrosion. Alger continuously created hurricanes, torrential rain, and lightning calamities, blocking the darkness again and again. He held the azure gate firmly with both hands, not letting it open further. If he were to only face this grade 1 sealed artifact, Alger would have been completely fine. He would even have the capacity to attempt sealing it, but at that moment, he still had two similarly dangerous items around him. This forced him to sing loudly. He used the melody of death to influence his surroundings and disrupt the operations of the other sealed artifacts. Then, he built a wall formed from blue seawater beside him. However, the wall was slowly being dyed grayish-white, as if it had been petrified. Yet, the pandemonium didn't yield as it extended towards Alger's body. I can last for at most 30 seconds. The Lord of Storms hasn't responded the entire time. Thoughts raced through Alger's mind as he suppressed his unwillingness and reluctance. He quickly made a decision. Without any hesitation, he immediately accentuated a hexagonal crystalline snowflake on his palm. This was the mark left behind after he participated in the Tarot Club for the first time. It could substitute the reciting of an honorific name, and allow Mr. Fool to cast his gaze over Blue Mountain Island, within the primitive forest. At the door of flesh and blood, spherical lights collapsed and converged in an attempt to undergo a qualitative change. They seemed to form a body consisting of a series of doors. The body wore the blood-colored tidal wave as its robe as its body. Constantly warped and changed, reflecting different regions and planets. At this moment, a blinding ray of sunlight shone through the darkness. It descended from the astral world and melted everything it encountered along the way. Other than this ray of sunlight, an inscrutable darkness of the night surged over, attempting to devour Mr. Dor Bethel Abraham, who was seeking to advance to Sequence 0. The land where the altar was quaked violently, tearing open a huge hole in a bid to devour the door of flesh and blood, and Bethel Abraham to fall deep into the core and face the chaos sea that contained all possible colors and possibilities. Following that, a blurry light seeped out from the void and enveloped the forest, attempting to restore the basic structure of the trees, mud, and altar. And at the only gap in the light, a pair of brass-colored eyes emerged. They stared at the door of flesh and blood in Bethel Abraham, hoping to reflect them into their eyes. Mr. Door let out a low roar, causing his blood-colored robe to flare up. The robe connected to the evil tide that surged behind the door of flesh and blood, spreading out to the crimson moonlight. The moment it touched the moonlight, the inscrutable night that could not be seen gathered on its own. It stretched out its limbs and head, turning into a shadowy female human. It possessed its own life, and its consciousness was no longer controlled by its user. Without any exception, the blinding sunlight transformed into a young man wearing fiery armor. The shaking ground grew eyes and closed its mouth. The screen that was transformed from a faint light revealed terrifying facial features. Around the brass-colored eyes, eyelashes emerged, transforming into wings. These obstructions and interferences fell into chaos, giving Mr. Door a chance for a breather. Seizing this opportunity, he entered the final step of becoming a god. At that moment, the door of flesh and blood suddenly collapsed and covered Mr. Door's body, making him seem to turn into another person. Klein's body seemed to dissociate into countless people. They had their own preferences, their personalities, their determination, and their fates. They lived in a town known as Utopia. These people quickly lived their short lifespans, waking up under the heavy storm. They came to their senses and realized what their identity was in essence. It was Joe Mingrui, and also Klein Moretti. They were also Sherlock Moriarty, Gehrman Sparrow, Dwayne Dantes, and Merlin Hermes. One thing could have many names, but its nature wouldn't change. The people raised their heads and looked up into infinity from the illusory city in the spirit world. They saw the illusory and thin spirit body threads, and they saw a symbol made up of the pupil-less eye and the partially contorted lines. With the symbol as the core, Klein's figure outlined itself, his eyes tightly shut. Worms of spirit, bits of Beander characteristics, and bits of his self-awareness flew out from the spirit world corresponding to the Utopia area and towards Klein's slightly illusory body, allowing it to slowly become corporeal. At this point, there was no clear boundary between Klein's spirit body and his physical body. They were both one and separate, and also in a rather delicate state. In other words, a spirit body could be equivalent to a body of flesh and blood. His physical body could also fuse with his spirit body. As long as Klein was willing, he could switch between two states. Of course, he could also separate his physical body from his spirit body. All of them had their individual traits, and they could be decided based on a mere thought. 2 seconds later, the reassembly process was completed. Klein, who was floating in the depths of the spirit world, opened his eyes. His pupils were dark, without any light. He had already advanced to sequence 1 and became an attendant of mysteries. Without a sound, a grayish-white fog appeared behind him. Above the fog was an ancient palace. Inside the palace stood a door that was stained bluish-black, formed from countless spherical lights. The door of light appeared rather clearly in the spirit world. It separated out a rather blurry phantom and cast it at Klein's body. As the phantom turned into a complicated symbol, it imprinted itself between Klein's brows. The entire spirit world and the real world outside began to gently shake as though they had encountered an earthquake from afar. At that moment, Klein's surroundings turned dark as illusory stars appeared one after another. They surrounded the strange door of light as though they wanted to lump together. In these illusory stars, the largest 2 overlapped and corresponded to an area in the real world. The 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th stars were located somewhere else. Through these illusory stars, Klein saw Mr. Door and Aemon on a particular island. He saw Antigonus in the dilapidated palace inside the concealed world, and Zeratul who was hiding somewhere unknown. He saw Pallas Zoroast in Leonard's body and dark demonic wolf Kotar. With the help of the changes caused by further deepening his control over Saphira Castle, Klein found the angels and kings of angels corresponding to the 3 pathways of mysteries. Of course, such a vision only lasted for a few seconds. Once Aemon and Zeratul reacted and used the correct method to conceal themselves, Klein would no longer be able to lock onto their true bodies. Without any hesitation, Klein raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. The staff of the stars that was originally placed in Saphira Castle had appeared in his palm. He also split a portion of the worms of spirit to let them enter Saphira Castle to prevent any abnormalities and respond to his believers. After becoming an attendant of mysteries, Klein's control over Saphira Castle deepened, allowing him to take out items from inside at any time. In the next second, the various gems on the staff of the stars lit up as Klein's figure vanished from the spirit world. He instantly wandered to a swamp and arrived in front of Zeratul. Dressed in a hood and a black robe, the white-bearded Zeratul didn't panic. He used his attendant of mysteries Beander powers to make all kinds of connections as he extended his left hand and grabbed into the void ahead. Gradually, Alger's body turned grayish-white, almost about to petrify. Could it be that Mr. Fool doesn't favor me because of my failure to monitor Verdu? He frowned slightly, wanting to give up, but he stayed underground. At that moment, a grayish-white fog appeared in front of him. All the sealed artifacts fell silent. After Mr. Door Bethel Abraham was enveloped by the door of flesh and blood, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. You wish to bring the disaster back to the real world. Bethel Abraham's actions instantly slowed down. Give up, I have a way to deal with it. I'll let you sleep and let you get the peace you want. That familiar voice sounded again. Chapter 1353, Sacrificial Victim, Mr. Door's figure that had shrunk from the ball of light came to a halt as though he had fallen into an intense internal struggle. The layered doors in his body were just a little short of fully being reassembled. Amidst the illusory whooshing sounds, the crimson tide that barely squeezed through the gap in the door of flesh and blood became even more turbulent. The blood-colored robe landed heavily, about to envelop Bethel Abraham once again. However, as it descended, the brass-colored eyes, the young man in the fiery armor, the hazy barrier of light that accentuated terrifying facial features, the ground with opened eyes and closed mouth, and the shadowy woman vanished silently from the world. In that instant, a blazing sun appeared above the forest. Day replaced the night, causing all the shadows to rapidly disperse. This caused the blood-colored robe to rise once again, scattering even more crimson moonlight, causing all the disturbances to return to their mother's embrace. Seizing this opportunity, Mr. Door's illusory eyes closed as he lowered his head. All right, he painfully said the first word after his return to reality. His figure completely froze as he raised his right hand and pressed it to his face. The next second, Mr. Door lifted his head and wore a crystal monocle on his right eye. A beam of light erupted from the monocle, illuminating the entire world. At that moment, all the errors of the seals that had failed were fixed. Everything that seemed normal showed errors. All the clocks jumped several seconds forward. The Marauder Sequence Zero Errors ritual was to replace someone during their apotheosis ritual. In Mr. Door's return seemed to directly trigger his apotheosis ritual. The light converged immediately, and Mr. Door had turned into Aemon with his pointed hat and classic black robe. The blasphemer held a simple and unadorned key that seemed to be forged from pure starlight in his hand. Above him, the blood-colored robe descended, wanting to embrace him into its arms. Behind him, the crimson tide angrily squeezed through the remnants of the door of flesh and blood in a last bid to enter the world. In that short moment, the blood-colored moon glowed even brighter, blocking the sun, night, earth, blurry light, and the strange white tower outside. Faced with the corruption from an outer deity, Amon's lips curled up slightly. He extended his right hand and took out an abnormally ancient stone slab from an unknown location. Then, he used the stone slab formed from the Chaos Sea to block the remnant opening of the door of flesh and blood. Then, he used it as a substitute to receive the falling blood-colored robe. The first blasphemy slate turned illusory, as though it was connected to an infinite sea that contained all the possible colors. The sea surged and swallowed the blood-colored robe, blocking the crimson tide from the cosmos. The already collapsed door of flesh and blood rapidly shrank before quickly disappearing. An angry and terrifying roar resounded in the air from within. In the next second, the crimson moon appeared in the sky. The color quickly faded and turned pure. On it was a huge, distorted, crimson figure. Wearing a pointed hat and a classic black robe, Aemon adjusted the monocle on his right eye and waved his hand at the crimson figure and the bright moon that were staring at him. He then smiled and bowed slightly in all directions. In the corpse cathedral that had an erected gigantic cross where countless skulls were watching with their hollow eyes. Adam, who was dressed in a simple white robe, took a look at the ceaseless lightning outside the stained glass. He slowly got up and walked to the pool of blood that Klein had left behind. He bent down and picked up the ancient and mysterious mirror. Following that, he turned around and walked towards the second blasphemy slate. The first figure that Zeratul summoned out of the fog of history was still Russell Gustav, who wore a dark red coat embroidered with gold thread, and had chestnut-colored curly long hair. To this attendant of mysteries, there were quite a number of angels that he got to know in his long life. There were only a few that were stronger than a Sequence 1 Knowledge Emperor. For example, the Antigonus ancestor before he became the half-fool, Angel of Fate Ouroboros, or the Red of War Brass, who could indirectly obtain the strength of the Red Angel of Fate. But under such circumstances, Zeratul believed that summoning Russell Gustav's historical void projection first was safer. Before the Antigonus family's ancestor became the half-fool, he, too, was a Sequence 1 attendant of mysteries. Therefore, he would be suppressed by the enemy, who had deeper control of Saphira Castle in a level that surpassed most kings of angels. After all, his enemy was the closest to a true god. After Zeratul chose to cooperate with the Rose School of Thought and Adam, the success rate of summoning the Angel of Fate Ouroboros would undoubtedly drop. It wasn't suitable for him to attempt it at a critical moment. The Red of War Brass that could borrow the Red Angel's powers didn't possess the strength directly, so the actual effects produced weren't any stronger than that of Knowledge Emperor Russell Gustav. In comparison, Zeratul would definitely choose the historical projection that he was most familiar with and the easiest to successfully summon. His plan was to seize the opportunity that Gehrman Sparrow had directly wandered here without preparing any historical void projections in advance, to use Knowledge Emperor Russell Gustav, the Red of War Army Brass, and Abomination Sua to hold him back and leave him enough time to create a miracle for himself. As soon as Russell's figure appeared, he immediately condensed into complicated and illusory symbols in his eyes in a bid to infuse large amounts of miscellaneous and useless knowledge into his target's mind, causing his brain to explode. At the same time, Zeratul used the various connections he had set up in advance to move himself. This swamp was his home ground. As he made slippery and transparent tentacles penetrate the hooded black robe and stretch into the fog of history, he summoned the Red of War Brass. At that moment, Russell Gustav's historical projection suddenly turned his head and used a subtle connection to look towards Zeratul's true form. Zeratul's mind was instantly filled with information and useless knowledge. His brain nearly exploded as he was unable to process his thoughts for a short period of time. He froze on the spot, his gaze not even changing. The historical projection, Knowledge Emperor Russell Gustav, that he had summoned had betrayed him. Klein was both surprised and unsurprised by this outcome. It wasn't surprising because this was his own doing. The worms of spirit in Saphira Castle had already grafted Russell's present state to the concealed state that Klein had met. The surprising thing was that Adam had never reminded Zeratul to be careful of Russell Gustav. Klein had previously sensed the coincidences in certain matters. His preparations included using the Fool symbol's connection to Russell Gustav's seal. Through the corresponding prayer point of light, he could throw a worm of spirit that contained certain words or intent to his fellow earthling who was in deep sleep, and awaken him. Then, using a miracle, he could temporarily suppress the corruptive powers of the Mother Goddess of Depravity. Back then, the worst-case scenario that Klein took precautions against was if something happened to him that prevented him from contacting Saphira Castle. As such, the worms of spirit in Saphira Castle and the worms of spirit that were scattered in different places would end up losing control and be unable to save him. Once the worm of spirit he gave Russell mutated, Russell would know that there was something wrong. He could then use the powers of a Black Emperor to distort order to maintain the worm of spirit's lucidity for a certain period of time. As for what plan the worm of spirit and Russell would come up with to save himself, Klein didn't know either. This was the real reason why he could hide from Adam. With his experience in the Hall of Truth, Klein knew that he wouldn't have any secrets when facing the visionary. Any rescue plans, be it figured out from the past or on the spot, would be seen and heard clearly by Adam. At his level, the only way to avoid it was if even he himself didn't know how to save himself. Of course, visionary Adam knew without a doubt that Klein had a worm of spirit in Russell Gustav's Black Emperor Mausoleum. He knew that his backup plan definitely came from this, but he wasn't able to pry into the secrets of it because it was contaminated by the Mother Goddess of Depravity. It was a place that had been corrupted by the cosmos, and the thought of prying into Russell Gustav was like prying into an outer deity. This was the difference in level. It was precisely because of this that Klein could calmly ask all kinds of secrets and read the second blasphemy slate. On the one hand, knowledge was indeed tempting. And on the other hand, he was stalling for time, waiting for the other side to complete the task of rescuing him. At the same time, he didn't want to occupy his mind, otherwise, he couldn't help but think about how he could save himself. As a result, Klein began to suspect that other than the unknown reasons as to why Adam had shared so many secrets with him, was because he was also trying to lure him into thinking of the solutions he would use to save himself, so as to find clues and stop him in advance. Therefore, the question and answer session in the corpse cathedral was a clash of minds. Klein had to constantly control himself to prevent his thoughts from going astray. And under this premise, Adam clearly knew that there might be problems with Russell Gustav, but he didn't remind Zaratul. Regardless of the reason, Klein had no intention of letting the opportunity slip. He immediately raised the staff of the stars in his hand and skillfully simulated Amon's worm of time's powers. An ancient mottled stone clock phantom appeared. Its face was separated into 12 different segments by grayish-white and bluish-black colors. Each segment represented a different symbol of time. One of the 3 needles in the middle of the stone clock jumped, and Zaratul's body froze on the spot. Klein immediately transformed into a maggot vortex that extended countless slippery tentacles. In the middle of the vortex was a strange door of light. The door of light didn't move as the vortex swirled around it. A terrifying suction force forcefully pulled out the Beander characteristics within Zaratul's body. This was the method Pallas Zoroast had used to deal with Amon's avatar back then. He had relied on his position to forcibly gather characteristics. Bit by bit, the Beander characteristics flew out at an accelerating rate. By the time Zaratul escaped, his frozen state in the mental explosion, he was already unable to extricate himself. He could only watch helplessly as he was completely carried into the dark and gloomy maggot whirlpool. A few seconds later, the vortex outlined its body again, and Klein landed his feet on the ground. In the fog of history, Zaratul's figure appeared again and again, but it was impossible for him to retrieve his Beander characteristics. In the end, it could only fade away silently, making it difficult for him to completely revive. Klein used the ritual's remnant effects that hadn't completely dissipated and directly swallowed Zaratul's characteristic. He wanted to use this to lower the influence of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. As the corpse cathedral was still floating in the sea of lightning, Adam, who wore a simple white robe and had a faint blonde beard, suddenly appeared at the edge of the waters near the ruins of the Battle of Gods. The sea split apart, and a path appeared. It led straight to the spot which was stained with the ancient sun god's blood. It led straight to the giant king's court's projection, the forsaken land of the gods. In the depths of the forsaken land of the gods, at the top of a mountain peak, there was a huge cross erected, and there was an indistinct figure hanging upside down on it. End of the 7th volume, The Hanged Man. Chapter 1354. This night, late at night, the clanging sound of the door and windows opening woke Wendell up from his deep sleep. He warily rolled off the bed and surveyed his surroundings. What happened? Utopia encountered a super heavy storm. It wasn't easy for the recently insomniac Wendell to fall asleep, but he had no choice but to get out of bed. His mind was still lethargic, and he looked rather lost. He soon realized that there was no wind blowing in from the open window, nor did the rain enter. It was like he had opened it while sleepwalking to take in fresh air. Wendell suddenly thought of the supernatural events that he had experienced and learned from the dossier. He was reminded of the fear of the unknown that once ruled his heart. He didn't know what else would happen next, nor could he guess what he would encounter. He felt a chill run down his back as he shivered again. At this moment, he heard the commotion outside the door. All sorts of voices entered his ears. There were the loud sounds of running, the sounds of judgment, the declarations of orders to be changed, and unconcealed shouts. Something is wrong with the underground seal. Be on high alert. Underground seal. What kind of item is sealed beneath the Irises Hotel? Wendell was surprised and confused. He couldn't help but walk to the door and look around. He then saw an MI9 colleague, who he barely knew, and Colonel Zio Derecha, who was on duty tonight. Did MI9 find Utopia because of me? They're here to handle the abnormality. Wendell instinctively frowned just as the thought flashed through his mind. He discovered that the corridor outside was completely different from the Irises Hotel. Not only were there gas lamps on both sides, but there were also classical candle stands. The floor was very bright, and the ceiling was more than 3 meters high. This isn't the Irises Hotel. Wendell suddenly turned around and sized up the room he was in. He quickly recognized that this was his sleeping quarters at MI9 headquarters. His luggage was placed quietly in a corner without any signs of movement. Wendell clearly remembered that he had headed to Utopia through the washroom in his room. He wasn't too confident in the process, so he didn't bring his luggage and only held the subpoena from Utopia's courts. Tap. 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 He quickly ran to the window and looked outside. What greeted his eyes was the garden and lawn at MI9 headquarters. I'm back in Backland again. Or perhaps, I didn't return to Utopia at all. I was just too tired and ended up having a dream in my sleep. Wendell dazedly walked back to his bed and sat down. After about 10 seconds, he suddenly jumped up and picked up his coat from the ground. Then, he saw the Utopian subpoena in the inner pocket of the coat when it should be inside a drawer. Wendell fell silent, as though he had become a statue. Travel columnist, Monica, also woke up from the banging of the doors and windows. She sat up straight, pulled the blanket up, and placed it in front of her chest. The sleepy-eyed Monica's first reaction was that a robber had barged into the hotel. She was about to scream and call for the police. But in the next 10 to 20 seconds, Monica didn't hear any footsteps entering her room. However, there were more and more people gathered along the corridor. It doesn't seem like a hurricane. Was it a prank? Damn clown, if I knew who it was, I would definitely kick his ass hard. The voices of discussion were mixed with all kinds of curses. Monica didn't think much of it when she heard it. Instead, she thought of using the crowd's discussion to consider the reason underlying the paranormal activity and write it in her traveling column. But as she listened, she gradually realized something was amiss. How could Iris's hotel have so many guests? She remembered clearly that on this floor, there were at most 5 rooms with guests. This included her room. At that moment, Monica thought of the ghost stories she had heard. She immediately felt as if there were wraiths and shadows outside. She had originally stretched her feet towards the bedside, preparing to leave the room to participate in the discussion and grasp more details for her writing material. But now, she retracted her feet and curled into a ball, trembling. A few seconds later, she heard a man say, "I asked the hotel owner, and he said that he had no idea what happened. Perhaps there was a short storm just now. Return to your room and get some rest. Remember to lock the windows." Yawn. I have to get up early tomorrow to go to the Royal Museum. Royal Museum? Monica was stunned. As a travel columnist, as a traveler who had been in Utopia for a long time, she naturally knew that there was no Royal Museum. In the Lowen Kingdom, a museum with such a royal name would definitely be in Backland. To take a steam locomotive from Utopia to Backland required many hours. Even if he woke up early, he wouldn't be able to arrive before the Royal Museum closed. Monica was puzzled. She slowly lifted the blanket. She heard the sound of the door and windows closing continuously. She got off the bed carefully and walked towards the door. During this process, she gradually saw the room through the moonlight. Hiss! Monica almost screamed. This wasn't the guest room she had slept in previously. Regardless of the layout or arrangement, they were completely different. The ghost stories that she had thought of earlier surged into her mind again, causing her legs to give way, and she almost couldn't support herself. Just as Monica's teeth were chattering, she saw a hotel name card on the table. It was prepared for guests. If she brought it out, she would be able to get someone to guide her back when she was lost, even if she didn't know the language. Monica subconsciously approached it and used the moonlight to identify the words on the name card. Carlpensa Hotel, Backland West Borough, 19 Morning Street. Backland West Borough, Backland. Monica's eyes widened as she felt like space and time had gone topsy-turvy. Furs heard the door and windows open, but she didn't immediately wake up. This was because she had fallen into a strange nightmare and couldn't break free. She dreamed that her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham, had been influenced by the family's sealed artifact, dying in front of her with blood dripping. She dreamed that she had lost control and mutated, turning into a series of starlight insects that warped into the shape of doors. She couldn't help but fly towards a door of flesh and blood. She dreamed that the apocalypse had dawned, and the surging blood-colored tide had drowned the entire world, preventing Zio, Gehrman Sparrow, and company from escaping. Finally, Furs escaped the dream and sat up, panting heavily. As a demigod, one who was once an astrologer, she knew what such a dream meant. She hurriedly suppressed her emotions and looked up ahead. The glass on the oriel window in the bedroom all bore open at some point in time. Something must have happened. Furthermore, it has a certain relationship with the apocalypse, the Abraham family, and the apprentice pathway. Furs silently muttered to herself before standing up and wearing a cloak, preparing to teleport to her teacher to confirm his safety. Such a change made her feel a sense of urgency towards advancing to Sequence 3 or even Sequence 2. After learning about the apocalypse from Mr. Fool in the World Gehrman Sparrow, Furs had actually been working hard, but the secret sorcerer potion wasn't something that she could digest in a short period of time. Furthermore, without making any contributions, she couldn't bring herself to ask her teacher for the Wanderer's formula and ingredients. Of course, if she was willing, she could have obtained it from Mr. Door. However, how could she have been bewitched after receiving all kinds of reminders? Phasing away, Furs vanished from the room. A few seconds later, she appeared at Dorian Gray Abraham's residence and saw her teacher sitting there, pressing down on his heart as though he had been frightened. "Do you need medicine?" Furs asked carefully. She had purchased medicine from Mr. Moon to treat ailments of age. Dorian took a deep breath and shook his head. Furs immediately relaxed. "Teacher, I dreamed that you were affected by the negative effects of the sealed artifact. The windows and doors around me had undergone unnecessary changes, so I came over to take a look." Dorian looked up at the window open and said with a serious expression, "Your dream wasn't wrong. I nearly died just now, but at the most critical moment, the seal came into effect." Having said that, he suddenly stood up and said to Furs, "Quick! Bring me somewhere else. I'm worried that something might happen to the other family members." Without any hesitation, Furs immediately grabbed her teacher's arm and asked for the exact location. Their figures rapidly faded away and disappeared. After traveling through the spirit world that was covered in gray fog for several seconds, Furs and Dorian suddenly left their present environment and landed in a place that looked like a study. There were quite a few people standing there. They were members of the Abraham family who wielded different sealed artifacts and could travel. "Velos, why are all of you here?" Dorian blurted out. Velos and the others shook their heads at the same time, both confused and terrified. In the next second, countless dazzling stars appeared out of the void. The starlight quickly gathered together, turning into objects that fell to the ground one after another. There was a miniature door of starlight, a crystal ball formed from insects. There was a translucent, strange-looking key, a resplendent torch that burned slightly. For some reason, names after names appeared in Dorian and company's minds. Sequence 3 Wanderer Beander Characteristic, Sequence 4 Secret Sorcerer Beander Characteristic, Sequence 1 Key of Stars Beander Characteristic, Sequence 2 Planeswalker Beander Characteristic. Furthermore, there wasn't just one of each Beander characteristic. There were even 2 Sequence 1 Key of Stars Beander characteristics. In addition, there were 3 Planeswalker Beander characteristics, and even more of the rest. The key members of the Abraham family and Furs slowly turned agape, unable to close them for a long time. By the time all the Beander characteristics dropped to the ground, nothing abnormal happened again. There was silence. Chapter 1355. Wrapping up the matter. The nearly frozen silence lasted for nearly 10 seconds before the Abraham family members uniformly cast their gaze at Furs. After sensing the mixed emotions of wariness, guardedness, and fear, Furs took the initiative to take a few steps to the side and warned, "Be careful of the negative effects." Even if the Beander characteristics hadn't fused with the surroundings and formed sealed artifacts, they contained certain negative effects. However, most of the time, it would only have effects from direct contact. Of course, the Beander characteristics here were all high-sequence Beander characteristics. No one could be certain if they would actively expand their area of influence. Seeing that Furs didn't show any obvious greed, Dorian nodded and said, "When you finish digesting the secret sorcerer potion, you can consider advancing to Sequence 3 Wanderer. I'll give you the potion formula and prepare the corresponding ingredients for you." Of course, at this level, the higher the sequence, the greater the danger you face. This is an objective situation. It doesn't change because of your personal will and arrangements. When the time comes, you can decide whether you wish to advance or not. He said these words because he cared for his student, and on the other hand, he wanted to assure her that whatever the Abraham family possessed was equivalent to her possessing it. No one would treat her as an outsider and deliberately make things difficult for her on the matter of raising her sequence. This could effectively eliminate the heat brought by greed. And after obtaining so many high-sequence Beander characteristics, Velos and the other members of the Abraham family weren't unwilling to part with a Wanderer Beander characteristic. They even believed that using it to exchange for peace was absolutely worth it. After all, there was only one demigod here, Furs. Without the time to bring out their Grade 0 sealed artifacts, and because of the ineffectiveness of the seals, the Abraham family members didn't dare take out most of the Grade 1 sealed artifacts. Under such a situation, Furs had the ability to finish all of them off. Faced with her teacher's promise, Furs tersely acknowledged. Was the door to the concealed space opened? She thought that the high-sequence Beander characteristics in front of her were all from the Abraham family's treasure vault and had been thrown into the real world due to the recent abnormality. However, she did feel that there were too many of them. No, Dorian slowly shook his head, looking confused. The other Abraham family members remained silent, equally confused. No one would believe that treasure would fall from the skies unless it happened before their eyes. Should we pray to Mr. Fool? Furs tried giving a suggestion. Dorian, who had a vague guess, immediately looked at the other Abrahams. He saw the ones who had changed faiths to Mr. Fool nod in agreement. Those who hadn't changed faiths were clearly hesitant and eager to object. After some consideration, Dorian composed himself and said, "Gather the ones with negative area of effect traits while using the correct method. Prevent them from combining with the surroundings. All pray to Mr. Fool at the side." All right. The few members of the Abraham family hesitated for 2 seconds before agreeing. Following that, they seized the opportunity to identify the characteristics and attempt to gather them. After some of the members had obtained a certain amount, Dorian finally retreated to Furz's side and bowed his head to pray to Mr. Fool. Soon, a grayish-white fog and an ancient palace deep in the fog appeared in front of him. A high and solemn voice resounded in his ears. "These are the relics of Mr. Dor. Your bloodline curse has been completely removed." Relics of Mr. Dor. Relics. Dorian ruminated over the word and opened his eyes, casting his gaze at the high-sequence Beander characteristics. He looked on silently, his vision gradually blurring. Eastchester County, the Hall family manor. Alfred and the others, who had just figured out the source of the explosion and the enemy attack, saw the doors and windows opening at the same time as they crashed into the walls. During this process, several pieces of glass shattered. "There is indeed something abnormal." Alfred raised his hand with a solemn expression. He said to his adjutant, "Squire, personal guards, and bodyguards, retreat back to the main house to prevent any accidents that might happen next. At the same time, send a telegram to the Archbishop of Eastchester Diocese and request for assistance." He felt that the most important thing right now was not to investigate the anomaly, but to protect his father, mother, and sister. He had plenty of time to do the former after daybreak. But if anything happened to the latter, it would be impossible to make up for it. After returning to the manor's main house and arranging for strict patrols, Alfred walked into the living room and said to Earl Hall, there was indeed something abnormal, but the guard couldn't describe what he saw. He only felt extreme fear at that moment. Earl Hall nodded calmly and said, "We'll do further investigations after daybreak. Sit down and get some rest." Beside him, Audrey was holding her mother's arm as she quietly listened to her father and 2 brothers talking. Of course, this was only an image. She had been continuously releasing virtual personas in an attempt to find the reason for the sudden opening of doors and windows from the memories of eyewitnesses. After a few minutes, she ended the investigation, somewhat disappointed. For the time being, she temporarily attributed it to the influence left behind by the Mind Dragon, Arihog, and Mr. Wrath. At that moment, she realized that the Golden Retriever, Susie, had a strange look in her eyes. She quickly sent out a virtual persona and entered the Mind Island of the other party's soul to have a private conversation. "What did you discover?" Audrey asked directly. On Susie's Mind Island, a voice resounded. "I smell a thick scent of blood. At the edge of the manor. It happened sometime before the doors and windows opened." "Yes, it happened about 10 seconds after the explosion." After hearing that, Audrey pursed her lips and fell silent for a few seconds. "Go take a look." Susie immediately stood up and tiptoed out of the living room. She left the manor's main house from a side door on the first floor. During this process, there would be people looking at her from time to time, but they didn't mind her and didn't attempt to stop her. After all, she was just a dog who had mastered psychological invisibility. After walking the path to the furthest building from the manor's main house, Susie twitched her nose and chose an open window before jumping in. Then, she saw a bloody corpse on the bed. Its skin had shed. And what she saw was equivalent to Audrey seeing it through the virtual persona that she planted in her Mind Island. In the living room inside the main house of the manor, Audrey, who was holding her mother's arm, lowered her head. Then she lifted her head, and her eyes swept slowly and deeply across her family's faces, Earl Hall, Lady Caitlin, Hibbert, and Alfred. She maintained her silence, becoming increasingly silent. Byam, inside the Cathedral of Waves. Alger, who was wearing a robe embroidered with the storm symbol, walked out from the underground area one step at a time. He nodded at the mandated punishers and priests who were waiting by the sides. The seals were restored to normal in time. You can return the items under your watch. Yes, Your Eminence. The mandated punishers, priests, and bishops heaved a sigh of relief as they struck their left chest with their right fists. Alger didn't say anything else as he responded with the same salute. After returning to his room, he slowly looked around. He took a deep breath and found a seat to sit down. The fool that doesn't belong to this era, Alger silently prayed to Mr. Fool, expressing his thoughts of preparing to leave the Church of Storms. The explanation that the seal was restored to normal in time could only convince relatively low-level members of the church. It was impossible to hide from any cardinal or high-ranking deacon, much less the pontiff and the Lord of Storms, and if he didn't get Mr. Fool's approval and protection, Alger didn't dare leave the Church of Storms so casually. He would definitely suffer the wrath of a god. A few seconds later, he saw the familiar boundless gray fog and heard Mr. Fool's reply, "Go to the Church of the Sea God." Phew, Alger relaxed, stood up, and took off his storm robe. After changing into a linen shirt, brown jacket, and pantaloons, Alger looked at the cardinal robe on the table and fell silent for a while. Then, he reached out and folded the robe neatly. After carefully examining it for a few seconds, Alger retracted his gaze and flew out of the cathedral through the open board window by controlling a strong wind. He first flew to the bell tower and landed on the top. He looked down at the surrounding streets and down at Byam. During this process, Alger stepped on the edge of the roof and slowly circled it. Finally, he closed his eyes. A hurricane suddenly stirred as it swept Alger towards the Church of the Sea God. Klein silently sat on the high-backed chair belonging to the fool. His figure would occasionally turn incorporeal, as though he was wearing a mysterious and classical black robe. During such instances, he wore a hood that made his face indiscernible. At other times, he would return to normal. However, he was enveloped in a faint gray fog. The frequency of this change gradually slowed down, and every time Klein transformed into the black-robed, hooded figure, slippery tentacles with strange patterns growing would extend out from under his clothes. These nearly transparent tentacles flailed about, striking everywhere as if taking the palace for itself. After a while, Klein's figure finally stabilized. Out of habit, he raised his right hand and rubbed his temples as he muttered to himself, "The awakening of the celestial worthies will is faster and more intense than I expected. If I hadn't devoured Zerathul's Beander characteristic and used the remnant mental imprint to balance it and stalled for time, I wouldn't have been able to adjust my state and stop him from awakening." However, this made Klein's mental state rather unstable. And he didn't lose control because his miracle invoker potion had already been completely digested, and the new attendant of mysteries Beander characteristic he consumed was mostly digested shortly after consumption. The identity of the world was a blessed of the owner of Saphira Castle, making it directly equivalent to the attendant of mysteries. Therefore, Klein had already acted the role of attendant of mysteries for a very long time, and it had been quite successful. As for the second attendant of mysteries Beander characteristic, he still needed some time to digest it. Chapter 1356, Urgency. After stabilizing his anchors, the will of the celestial worthy, and the weak balance of his consciousness, Klein leaned back in his chair and observed the various powers brought about by the attendant of mysteries Beander characteristic. Among them, there were three most important ones. They were all grasped by Klein using Saphira Castle and the curtain ahead of time, but he just didn't know the exact names. The first was regenerate. If the materials that made up an item once had a spirit body, then the attendant of mysteries could use the powers of regenerate to summon the corresponding spirit body threads, making the item become his marionette. Then, he could establish a deep connection with the item and also naturally transform it into a marionette. To put it simply, an attendant of mysteries couldn't allow something that didn't have spirit body threads to produce spirit body threads, but he could allow some items to regenerate their spirit body threads that had long disappeared. The former represented metallic items, gold coins, gold pounds, and so on. The latter mainly consisted of beef, fish, and other food. Once humans ate food that were marionettes, they would also transform into marionettes, as though they had encountered intense corruption. The second was reassembly, which was also known as tampering. It could reassemble many physical objects or abstract concepts into something different, resulting in an unbelievable effect. It was like changing the definition, logic, orientation, or rules. The third was the realm of mysteries. This was an ability used to create an embryonic form of a divine kingdom. It could bring about a certain concealment effect. Reassembly represents the authority of change, while the realm of mysteries represents concealment. The two essential elements of the Fool symbol are in place, however, reassembly and tampering doesn't sound nice, and the meaning isn't clear enough. Grafting is still better. It's obvious at a glance, Klein mumbled inwardly before casting his gaze around. Now, he had deepened his control of Saphira Castle, he could directly borrow the powers nearing Sequence 0 of the Seer pathway. He could also use most of the Beyander powers below Sequence 0 of the Marauder and Apprentice pathways. It was quite similar to Dark Angel Sorcerer from back then. Of course, Dark Angel Sorcerer could only use the first Blasphemy Slate to indirectly use the powers of the Chaos Sea. As for Klein, he was the owner of Saphira Castle, one that hadn't fully gained control of the Saphira. Therefore, his level was higher than Dark Angel Sorcerer's. As for strength, in theory, he was stronger, but his strength was affected by too many factors. Having only become a Beyander after a few years, Klein couldn't guarantee that he would definitely be able to defeat Heaven's Deputy and the left hand of God. In short, he was now considered a king of the King of Angels, and he was very close to the level of a true god. After gaining a deeper grasp of Saphira Castle, the difference between me and Hiran in the outside world is almost gone. It wouldn't result in me being a king of angels outside but having the power of a true god in Saphira Castle. The greatest advantage here is it provides me a defensive barrier that even a true god can't break. Yes, whether the outer deities can do it remains to be seen. Klein slowly exhaled as he focused his attention on the current situation. There were two things he was most worried about at present. The first was the primordial moon, which was also the mother goddess of depravity. Although she failed to fully descend into the real world with Mr. Door's return, a little portion of her strength had invaded. Furthermore, she maintained it for a few seconds under the attacks of the 5 orthodox deities of Evernight, Steam, and company. Whether this would affect the surroundings, the corresponding pathways, and exert certain effects on some matters remained to be seen. Second, Angel of Time Aemon has already stolen Mr. Door's ritual and became Sequence 0 of the Marauder pathway. He would be Klein's most direct and most powerful enemy. I wonder if Aemon has taken the opportunity to accommodate Mr. Door's uniqueness and Sequence 1 Key of Stars. If he has completed this step, he will be the most powerful true god in the real world. I wonder how he compares to the Evernight goddess. No one knows how much of the death and god of combat uniquenesses the goddess has accommodated. Typically speaking, Aemon shouldn't have the time to accommodate the apprentice pathway's uniqueness. Although Mr. Door's return is equivalent to the ritual itself, the most important matter at that moment was to replace Mr. Door, allowing the 3 Sequence 1 Beyander characteristics and the uniqueness of the Marauder pathway to gather together, resulting in a qualitative change. There's no time to accommodate the uniqueness of the apprentice pathway. Also, this operation has a high chance of awakening the celestial worthy. Aemon wouldn't take such a risk. In other words, Amon's subsequent focus is to accommodate the uniqueness of the apprentice pathway and become a true god of 2 pathways. Otherwise, under the watch of the other true deities, it will be very difficult for him to finish off a king of angels like me. Furthermore, even if he does take the risk and succeeds, him having accommodated the apprentice pathway's uniqueness means that he has to slowly adapt and stabilize his condition, making it impossible to deal with me in a short period of time. I have to make use of the time to become the fool. Only by doing so can I use Saphira Castle and my own level to resist Aemon. I don't have much time left. Klein silently gave a self-deprecating comment. He leaned forward and gently tapped the edge of the long-modeled table. He was analyzing the possibility of him becoming the fool in a short period of time. The digestion of the Attendant of Mysteries potion was relatively simple. By the time Klein used his anchor and consciousness to suppress the awakening of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, and not lose control or become someone else, he could use Saphira Castle to create an avatar like Aemon. Then, he could use the power of Saphira Castle to steal the undigested Attendant of Mysteries Beyander characteristic he got from Zeratul. At this point, Klein would immediately turn the avatar into a marionette to prevent any unexpected developments. This way, Klein would drop to the level of an Attendant of Mysteries who had fully digested the potion, and he would have an Attendant of Mysteries marionette. This was one of the main ingredients of the potion, and the Attendant of Mysteries who had digested the potion was qualified to consume the Fool's Potion and become a Sequence 0 true god. These series of operations weren't too complicated, but it was prone to mistakes. Furthermore, An ordinary dual sequence 1 king of angels from the seer pathway couldn't do it unless they have a sequence 2 Trojan horse of destiny friend of the marauder pathway who's willing to sacrifice himself to provide help. Of course, a sequence 1 worm of time friend could do it. Therefore, to Klein, the most troublesome thing was the other two matters. First, how to deal with the half-fool of the Antigonus family, and secondly, how to complete the ritual of fooling time, history, or fate. With my current level and strength, it isn't impossible to deal with the Antigonus family's ancestor. Of course, the prerequisite is that I should first familiarize myself with the corresponding Viander powers and changes in Saphira Castle. Sigh, I don't have any idea on how to approach the fool's ritual at all. Klein raised his hand and pinched his forehead, casting his gaze at the grayish-white fog beneath Saphira Castle. Among time, history, and fate, he was undoubtedly more familiar with history. Now, he could use Saphira Castle to directly influence the fog of history, allowing the corresponding powers of the seer pathway to become stronger or weaker. This was the embodiment of authority. Fooling history, Klein tapped the edge of the long-modeled table again as various thoughts flashed through his mind, but he repeatedly wrote them off. In his opinion, all the possible solutions didn't satisfy the requirements of fooling history. This was because history objectively recorded what had happened. Whatever happened was definitely reasonable, and the solutions that could satisfy the requirements, such as returning to the past, consuming the potion, and becoming the fool that came from history, wasn't able to achieve it. At the very least, Klein had never seen the ability to reverse time. As his gaze moved deep into the fog of history, Klein suddenly had a feasible idea. The present reality of history was this: the Tarot Club members believed that they were following the fool that didn't belong to this era, an awakened ancient god or an existence that surpassed an ancient god. In fact, Mr. Fool was originally just an ordinary person hanging above the gray fog. He used all sorts of resources to package himself and improve himself. Klein's thoughts were inspired by Aemon. He could use Saphira Castle to create an avatar, and let the avatar use Saphira Castle to steal the fate, consciousness, anchors, and Zeratul sequence 1 attendant of mystery's Viander characteristic. Therefore, the main body's Viander characteristic was formed purely from the one inside the curtain, in which the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings was slowly awakening in. This way, the understanding of the Tarot Club members was correct. Mr. Fool was a great existence that was awakening. This went against the true history, but it was a fact grounded in reality. It could fulfill the requirements of the ritual. Of course, the premise was that the act of stealing an avatar needed to happen in Saphira Castle or other concealed areas. Otherwise, it would also be recorded in history, preventing it from achieving the effects of fooling. As for how he was to deal with the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings when he awakened, and how his avatar was to kill his true form and make him a potion, Klein was temporarily out of a solution. The result of this attempt is equivalent to suicide. Hey, before being killed by the celestial worthy, my avatar's attendant of mystery's Viander characteristic would have been digested by then. After all, I successfully revived the Lord of the Mysteries. Klein shook his head and threw the incomplete plan to the back of his mind. Under the circumstances where he couldn't think of a solution, he decided to seek advice from the existences that might know what to do. He had two targets. One was Snake of Fate Will Osepton, and the other was the Evernight Goddess. The former might have some thoughts about fooling fate, while the latter probably knew what kind of ritual the ancestor of the Antigonus family used to accommodate the fool's uniqueness. After stabilizing his mental state, Klein left Saphira Castle and directly teleported to Backland. Chapter 1357, Meeting. Deep in the forsaken land of the gods, on the peak of a mountain stood a gigantic cross that bordered the realm of reality and illusion. There was a blurry figure hanging there. Ancient wooden stakes dyed with fresh blood that didn't drip down passed through his body, nailing him to the cross. At the bottom of the cross was the angel of fate Ouroboros, who was wearing a simple linen robe and had silver hair that reached his waist. He sat there cross-legged with a gentle and pious expression as he closed his eyes and prayed. Adam, whose face was half covered by a pale blonde beard, walked over and stopped in front of the huge cross. He raised his head and silently looked at the hanging figure. He held a rhodes in one hand and held the second blasphemy slate in the other. His eyes were limpid and his expression was calm. After an unknown period of time, the image of the hanged man on the huge cross suddenly faded away, connecting to the sky and to the land below with a shadow curtain. Behind the curtain, There seemed to be a pair of cold eyes watching over the world. In the next second, a rift appeared in the shadow curtain. It was dark inside, faintly reverberating with an illusory tidal wave. Adam raised his left hand and let the ancient and mysterious magic mirror emit a faint glow. In the light, a sticky but illusory black liquid surged out. A boundless sea that seemed to contain all colors appeared. It looked like it was at arm's length but couldn't affect reality. Following that, Adam placed the second blasphemy slate into the illusory scene. The illusory sea seen in the distance ebbed gently as it circled the second blasphemy slate, forming a certain connection with it. The second blasphemy slate was a manifestation of the corpse of the ancient sun god, one which was extremely close to being a great old one, and almost equivalent to the owner of the Chaos Sea. Upon seeing this scene, Adam's left hand moved slightly, allowing Orodes to fly up and fall towards the angel of fate Ouroboros under the huge cross. The second blasphemy slate that he held underwent some subtle changes, and through the rift on the curtain, he walked inside. The shadow curtain closed and quickly faded away, leaving behind a huge empty cross. No one said a word throughout the entire process. Everything was carried out silently. Angel of Fate Ouroboros didn't even attempt to open his eyes. At the same time, Ammon became a god and used the first blasphemy slate to block the tunnel that the mother goddess of depravity was trying to enter through. The Lord of Storms finally smote apart the corpse cathedral that Adam had envisioned out of nothing, and one of Adam's identities. After a while, Tail Devourer Ouroboros opened his eyes and cast his gaze at Orodes, which had landed on his lap. On the surface of the mirror, silver words appeared in the swirling illusory water. You should know the feeling of piously believing and following a great existence, right? Ouroboros nodded indifferently. So, can you send me back to my lord? On the surface of the mirror, silver words squirmed and formed a new sentence. Once you answer, you can ask me 2 questions. Ouroboros silently looked at the ancient mirror in silence for a long time. Finally, Orodes couldn't help but produce a new question. Why aren't you answering? Ouroboros looked at himself in the mirror and replied calmly, I haven't thought through it yet. 3 questions. On the surface of the magic mirror, the silver light slowly outlined 2 words. In Backland, on a lawn that belonged to a bungalow, Wuxia, who was already over 2 years old, was happily chasing a fat golden cat with glistening fur. Beside him was a nanny and a maid. Ever since this snake of fate was born, Aaron Sirius's career had improved by the day. Now, he owned a private hospital that provided medical services to high society. As he ran, Wuxia stepped on a spot that was slippery. With a slip, his body involuntarily leaned back. He took a few steps back and stepped on another rock. This provided an impetus to stop Wuxia's fall, miraculously allowing him to maintain his balance. In regards to this encounter, alarms started ringing in this chubby toddler's head. This was because with his luck, it was impossible for him to step on a spot that could make people slip. A familiar figure quickly appeared in his eyes. It was Sherlock Moriarty wearing a half-top hat and a black double-breasted coat. Wuxia turned his head abruptly and looked at his nanny and maid. He discovered that they hadn't noticed the appearance of the stranger on the lawn. I have a nagging feeling you would say, go ahead and scream. No one will hear you, the 2-year-old toddler mumbled as he turned around. Without waiting for Klein's reply, he spread his hands and said, in short, I must congratulate you on becoming a king of angels. Bullying children doesn't suit your current status. Do you know how to fool fate? Wuxia raised his head and looked warily at Klein. Giving me fake ice cream isn't equivalent to fooling fate. With that said, he grumbled, why don't you squat down? At my age, it'll be bad for my next development if I have to keep raising my head like this. Klein didn't have the air of a newly advanced king of angels. He squatted down with a smile, allowing Wuxia to look him straight in the eye. Wuxia held his nanny's hand and said, unless I've advanced to sequence 0 and become a wheel of fortune, fooling me in any form doesn't count as fooling fate. Klein thought and asked, you haven't found the opportunity to accommodate the die of probability? No. Wuxia shook his head before adding, I have a premonition that it's coming soon. Klein carefully looked at the chubby 2-year-old toddler for a few seconds before suddenly smiling. If I were to give you and the die of probability to Ouroboros, would he quickly advance to sequence 0? Wuxia glared at Klein and said, he will also need to wait for an opportunity to accommodate it. Furthermore, the opportunity to become a wheel of fortune, and the requirement to accommodate the die of probability isn't the same. As he spoke, Wuxia curled his lips. If you wish to accommodate the fool's uniqueness, the corresponding ritual can be simplified. It won't be that difficult. In such a situation, by ingeniously using the abilities of a Trojan horse of destiny and making a sacrifice to a certain degree, there's a chance of fooling fate. However, when you attempt to advance to sequence 0, even if you accommodate the uniqueness and absorb 3 sequence 1 Beander characteristics on separate occasions, you will still have to hold a ritual, allowing the corresponding items to fuse and undergo a qualitative change. Is that so? In other words, choosing to first accommodate the uniqueness is just a trick, but in the end, I have to truly fool time, history, or fate? Klein nodded slightly and said, I roughly understand. He smiled and added, enjoy your childhood. I wonder how long it will last. With that said, Klein's figure turned transparent and vanished from the lawn, while Wuxia's other empty hand instinctively grabbed forward before retracting it weakly. He left just like that. He's so rude. He actually didn't prepare a present when he visited, the child couldn't help but mutter. Klein, who had transformed into Dwayne Dantes, walked into the prayer hall and found a corner to sit down. He looked at the Evernight sacred emblem on the altar, lowered his head, clasped his hands, and began to pray. The Evernight goddess who stands higher than the cosmos and more eternal than eternity. You are also the mother of concealment, the empress of misfortune and horror. As he prayed, Klein's body and mind gradually settled down as though he had entered a half-awake state. After an unknown period of time, a boundless darkness appeared in front of him. Beside his feet was a clump of night vanilla and slumber flowers. This place was so quiet that even breathing seemed to disturb those in slumber around him. Before Klein could survey his surroundings, a figure suddenly descended from the depths of the darkness. There was clearly no sky or land here, but the figure seemed to come from the crimson moon or the stars in the sky. She was wearing a long, layered black dress that didn't seem complicated at all. It was adorned with countless resplendent lights, as though the starry night sky had been draped upon it. Her head was indistinct and difficult to discern. He could only confirm that it was a female. Long time no see, the figure said gently before Klein spoke. Her voice was like a lullaby. Klein bowed in a gentlemanly manner and said, is this directed at the former Lord of the Mysteries, or me who was previously hung above Saphira Castle? Klein was very certain that this was a dream, but a dream didn't mean that it was fake. The Evernight goddess's projection said with a smile, I'm not sure where you were hanging above that door of light. After I left, I never went back again. Indeed, Klein sighed inwardly. From the details, he confirmed the origins of the Evernight goddess Ammonises. The 3 cocoons of light that tore open were side by side, he replied simply. The Evernight goddess's projection was silently floating in the darkness, giving off a surreal feeling. She said softly, the people there were all candidates meant for the Lord of the Mysteries' revival, but due to some unknown incident, he lost control of many things. If it wasn't for that, I would have died long ago, and lived with the identity of the Lord of the Mysteries. Then, you and Russell wouldn't have had the chance to return to reality. This means that the death of the celestial worthy is more thorough. He can only rely on the will left inside the Beander characteristic and the mechanical arrangements of Saphira Castle to revive. Klein sighed and smiled. I can already hear him whispering into my ears. Chapter 1358. Conversation. The Evernight goddess's projection calmly said, for him, or them, we are unable to defeat or stop them. All we can do is resist and suppress them. Perhaps, at certain times, a tiny oversight or relaxing even the slightest will turn us into him. On the path of being a Beander, danger is always accompanying us. No one knows when one will fall into the abyss. Klein silently added a few words for the Evernight goddess. He thought for a moment and asked, did you cause some sort of disturbance when I was born? Seemingly fused with the surroundings, the Evernight goddess nodded slightly. I used the uniqueness in Antigonus to indirectly affect Saphira Castle to tamper the Beander characteristic that accompanied your birth to the forsaken land of the gods. Indeed, Klein sighed and frowned. The uniqueness of Antigonus can indirectly influence Saphira Castle. The Evernight goddess's projection replied gently like a lullaby, he has already lost control. This also means that his self-awareness is no longer able to suppress the Lord of the Mysteries' will in him. The two psyches are stitched together, revealing the most primitive, most instinctual, and also most bloody and crazy side. and the Lord of the Mysteries is the former owner of Saphira Castle. The present Antigonus can indirectly influence Saphira Castle by using this identity very naturally. It's no wonder the Evernight goddess has a greater understanding of the strange door of light than Emperor Russell. On the one hand, she was born from Saphira Castle, and on the other hand, she had imprisoned the crazy Antigonus. Klein was enlightened as he continued asking, why didn't you have any Beander characteristics accompanying you and Russell when both of you were born? In that case, be it the Evernight goddess or Emperor Russell, they definitely would have chosen one of the seer, apprentice, or marauder pathways. The Evernight goddess's projection said indifferently, this is also why I said that something unknown had happened to the Lord of the Mysteries, causing many of the prior arrangements to be out of control. After 2 consecutive failures, Saphira Castle experienced a certain change. This is also a good thing for you. As the apocalypse arrives, the remnant will of the Lord of the Mysteries has dissipated. In the end, all that's left is a mental imprint that's attempting to awaken. If you were born in the 4th epoch, you would have become him the moment you became an attendant of mysteries. This was because Klein had used the curtain left behind by the celestial worthy during his advancement. As for the Beander characteristics in the bodies of Antigonus and Zeratul, they had undergone generations of Beyonders and Beander creatures, diluting and wearing off the will. Klein had a nagging feeling that the Evernight goddess had some guesses about what had happened to the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. However, since she deliberately didn't mention it, it wasn't appropriate for him to probe further. All he could do was say, how did Antigonus manage to accommodate the fool's uniqueness? The Evernight goddess's dream projection didn't hide anything as she replied gently, he sought the help of Adam and Amen. They were supporting Alista Tudor back then, using the abilities of the Trojan horse of destiny. Klein acutely grasped the core reason based on Will Osepton's explanation and his inference. The Evernight goddess's projection that was like the starry sky of the night quietly comforted her surroundings. They captured a demigod from the Solomon Empire and got Adam to do a deeper level hypnotism act and a transplant of the corresponding memory, making him believe that he was Antigonus. Then, with Amen working with Antigonus, he stole Antigonus's identity and fate while Antigonus used the tampering authority to combine the identity and fate with the experimental subject. That demigod from the Solomon Empire began living in the state of Antigonus, and after some time, he took the initiative to accommodate the fool's uniqueness. He undoubtedly lost control. At this moment, the real Antigonus removed the tampering, allowing his identity and fate to return into Amon's hands. Amen ended the theft and returned them to the original owner. Klein listened attentively and added thoughtfully, if that's the case, it's equivalent to Antigonus failing to accommodate the uniqueness and turning into a monster, and a perfectly well Antigonus with no problems at all. The two completely different fates existed in the real world at the same time. Therefore, fate has been fooled to a certain extent. Before he finished his sentence, Klein sensed some latent problems and hurriedly asked, aren't there problems with this? It's very risky, the Evernight goddess's dream projection calmly replied. Fate isn't easy to bear. If one can't retrieve the fate from the target in that short period of time while he's losing control, things will undoubtedly fail. Retrieving it a second earlier will not achieve the effect of the ritual. Retrieving it a second later will lead to Antigonus shouldering the fate of losing control and inevitably end up with the same outcome. That's right, one has to naturally bear the burden of the troubles brought about by fate. If not for that, Amen would have long stolen my fate and swaggered into Saphira Castle. Klein mumbled inwardly as he began to think about how he should imitate the ritual of the Antigonus family's ancestor. It was difficult to complete a normal ritual, and with the urgency of the matter, using a simplified ritual to accommodate the fool uniqueness was the best option. Once I become the half-fool, my control over Saphira Castle will improve. My level and strength will at least reach the level of a true god. This way, even if I face a dual pathway true god like Amen, I'll be able to protect myself and wait for reinforcements even if I'm not a match for him. As Klein thought about the strength matchup and development he hoped for, he began coming up with a preliminary ritual plan. He planned on using the Evernight goddess's help to suppress the Antigonus family's ancestor and use Saphira Castle to steal his identity, fate, and self-awareness. This way, his body would have his own consciousness, the will of the celestial worthy, Antigonus ancestors' self-awareness, as well as the anchors from the new City of Silver, New Moon City, and Rorstad Archipelago. He would also become Antigonus to a certain extent and accept his fate fate of losing control and going mad. The reason why Antigonus went crazy was that his self-awareness could no longer suppress the awakening celestial worthy. The two psyches were stitched together. When his self-awareness reached Klein's body, he would undoubtedly repeat the same process. This was because the celestial worthies will in Klein's body was no less than the one in his actual body. In other words, the fate of losing control and madness was unavoidable. Klein believed that there wouldn't be any additional burden when bearing it. At the same time, with him having more anchors than Antigonus, his own consciousness could remain center stage and in a harmonious state, maintaining a sliver of rationality. In such a state, he would use the identity of the Antigonus family's ancestor to accommodate the fool's uniqueness. And in the corresponding fate, this was something that he had long accommodated, so it wouldn't bring about any further repercussions. Hence, fate had been fooled. After the ritual ended, Klein would remove his theft and restore his original identity and fate, and no longer be affected by the madness, allowing him to become the half-fool. The main problem of this plan was in two places. First, it was to maintain his own state. Any slight accident could easily cause Klein to go crazy and be powerless to save himself. Second, no one knew for sure how much the celestial worthies will in the body of the Antigonus family's ancestor would awaken or bring about unsuppressed changes. He could only rely on the Evernight goddess to balance it out. At this moment, the Evernight goddess's projection seemed to have guessed his thoughts. If you wish to steal the fate of Antigonus, it's best to let him enter a temporary state of eternal slumber. I can try to help you, but I need a medium to have the necessary confidence. This is an angel that had accommodated the fool's uniqueness. What medium? Klein asked, seemingly in thought. The Evernight goddess's projection said with a smile, the river water of the river of eternal darkness. As expected, to Klein, this answer wasn't surprising at all. It was even within his expectations. This made him feel rooted to the ground. He deliberated for a moment and said, just the river water. The Evernight goddess's projection nodded slightly and said, you won't be able to take away the entire river of eternal darkness at the moment. You'll understand once you reach the depths of Calderon City. You can ask the questions when you're back. Without waiting for Klein to answer, she added, for you, there's an unusual danger there. You better wait until your mental state is stable before you go. All right. Although Klein didn't know what he would encounter in the depths of Calderon City, he knew that he wasn't in the right state to take risks, especially when it involved a Saphira. The Evernight goddess's projection continued, when you wake up, hold a bestowment ritual. I will give you an item that can be used to scoop up the river water of the river of eternal darkness. Klein nodded and said without a word, Adam is part of the ancient sun. God, one of his identities. The Evernight goddess's projection didn't show any obvious signs of emotion. She gently said, he has already gone to the forsaken land of the gods and met the true creator. That's fast. After feeling a little surprised, Klein felt that it was only right. The reason why Adam allowed the secret to be exposed was that the secret was no longer of value. The Evernight goddess's projection continued, no matter what happens next, it will take a long period of time. You don't have to pay attention to it for now. After Klein nodded, the figure in front of him quickly turned blurry. The night vanilla and slumber flowers under his feet flew up one after another, scattering throughout the darkness. He opened his eyes and saw the dark hall and the pure light shining through the holes in the wall. The latter were like stars embedded into a velvet night sky. Chapter 1359. Early morning. Klein watched as scarlet flames suddenly appeared and engulfed him. When the sparks scattered, his figure had already vanished from St. Samuel Cathedral. In an ordinary inn's empty room, Klein walked out of the sudden rising flames and began setting up a bestowment ritual. Soon, the mysterious door formed by candlelight opened. An ancient accessory flew out from the endless darkness and landed on the altar. This accessory seemed to be made out of gold. It looked like a slender bird, surrounded by a pair of wings formed by white flames. The bronze eyes shimmered with layers of light as though there were illusory doors hidden within. Klein sincerely thanked the Evernight goddess, ended the ritual, and picked up the golden bird-shaped accessory. This seems to be the image of the legendary phoenix ancestor Gregrace. Beyond this ancient death's own pathway, she had apparently grasped partial authority of the apprentice pathway. This is a preliminary conclusion from the city ruins in the forsaken land of the gods that believed in the phoenix. It's no wonder most ancient gods find it difficult to control their emotions. They were on the edge of madness. No, they were constantly teetering between madness and rationality. Before the first blasphemy slate appeared, none of the Beyonder creatures had the concept of a sequence pathway. They only had the concept of convergence, reproduction, and blind attempts. As Klein carefully examined the golden bird-shaped accessory, he sighed inwardly. As the owner of Saphira Castle, he could sense that there was a subtle connection between the accessory and the river of eternal darkness. So it can contain the river water of the river of eternal darkness. Yes, the river water of the river of eternal darkness is definitely not river water in the true sense of the phrase, but an abstract concept or symbol. Klein nodded in thought and threw the golden bird-shaped accessory into Saphira Castle, sealing it in the junk pile to prevent any unnecessary accidents. On a mountain peak outside Byam City, the Red Angel evil spirit watched as the edge of the sea gradually lit up as an orange sun slowly left the horizon. At some point in time, a young man wearing a pointed hat and a classic black robe appeared beside him. The man played with a crystal monocle and wore it on his right eye. It was Aemon, who had become Mr. Error. Sauron Einhorn Medici turned his head and glanced at Aemon. The sacrifice you provided was actually the original body. If it wasn't my true body, how could I have the time to steal the ritual and replace Bethel? Aemon replied with a smile. As a qualified conspirer, you shouldn't have not thought of this. The Red Angel evil spirit scoffed. How would I know that you weren't trying to trick me? Perhaps you'd predicted my prediction. Aemon smiled and didn't answer directly. Instead, he took out a strange crown covered in rust and blood. This is your reward. He threw the item to Sauron Einhorn Medici. After the Red Angel evil spirit caught the strange crown, he was somewhat surprised. Wow, you actually didn't try to go back on your word. Doing something that doesn't match your expectations is also a form of deception. Aemon pinched the monocle on his right eye and said with a smile, I'm looking forward to you becoming the Red Priest and devouring that demoness. When that happens, your image will definitely be extremely interesting. As Aemon said this, his smile carried an unconcealable sense of warped humor. Sauron Einhorn Medici fell silent for a moment before saying, I don't think it will be very different from how I am now. Two bloody mouths opened on both sides of his face before quickly closing. Aemon adjusted the monocle on his right eye and looked to the other side of the sea. The situation in the western continent seems interesting. With that said, the present Mr. Error, the former angel of time, turned into light and dissipated. The Red Angel evil spirit looked in the direction of where Aemon was looking at and tossed the strange crown in his hand. On both sides of his face, the bloody mouths appeared once again as they said, after absorbing this Beyonder characteristic, you'd better stay away from Bansi. If you wish to grow breasts and have your body swell up, you can continue staying there. Medici curled his lips and said, isn't this something you both wish for? Facing the altar filled with materials and artifacts, Klein raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. The table in front of him instantly became empty and clean. All the junk had been split up in categories and returned to their original location. This was a miracle that stemmed from one of Klein's accumulated wishes. Compared to the past miracle invokers and attendants of mysteries, the miracles I can create can be described as quite varied. It's very practical, including but not limited to building houses, interior design, garbage classification, and environment protection. Klein looked at the cleared and laughed self-deprecatingly. He then opened the door and left. He wanted to return to the real world and return to human society to strengthen his humanity and stabilize his mental state. His problem now was relatively problematic. If he directly sought Miss Justice's treatment before first suppressing the awakening will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, he would only contaminate her and allow his psychiatrist to suffer mental illnesses. Of course, if Miss Justice had reached Sequence 2, the effects wouldn't be too great. The current backland had been rebuilt, and the number of pedestrians coming and going had returned to their previous peak. Just as Klein pushed open the inn's door, he heard all sorts of voices. Wait, fresh fish from Pritz Harbor. It has plenty of meat and little bones. It's great for frying. Special ginger beer matched with muffins and potato wedges. Hot and fresh oyster soup. The freshest vegetables. Most of the noise came from the street vendors, and some came from a small number of passengers who were chasing the public carriage or pedestrians who were knocked down by people in a rush. The early morning rush painted such a noisy, sonorous, and chaotic scene. Klein listened to these unfamiliar yet familiar shouts and silently looked at the scene in front of him. He didn't move for a few minutes. Only when a thief came close did he put his hands into the black coat's pockets and walk towards the nearest coffee shop. A cup of good coffee, a set of mutton stewed with peas, and a piece of oatmeal bread, Klein said to the affordable coffee shop's owner. A total of 11 pence, the boss said after a mental calculation. Then he added, the price of everything is rising now. Klein didn't say anything. He took out a one-solly note from the junk pile in Saphira Castle and handed it to the boss. He then found a seat by the window which wasn't very greasy. He took out a few pieces of tissue to line the table. Following that, Klein placed a piece of letter paper on top of it and took out a dark red fountain pen. After watching the morning scenery and pedestrians, he finally wrote, I haven't written to you for another month, because I had no choice but to sleep for some time. This isn't because I'm hurt, but because the ritual requires it. When I woke up and walked into human society again, on the streets, it suddenly reminded me of the life I had when I was in Tingen. At that time, it was always very noisy in the morning. A large number of citizens would leave their homes, rushing to the factories or companies. The mobile peddlers gathered on the street and peddled their vegetables, food, and fruits of questionable quality. They were always cheap. I would always protect my wallet and carefully squeeze through them before heading to the station and wait for the public carriage with many people. I worked at the Blackthorn Security Company at 36 Zudaland Street, and had a group of good colleagues. Dunn Smith was the captain, the supervisor there. He was an experienced, kind, and responsible Beander. He had a mild personality and was experienced in his job. He also cared for all the members in the team, and his only flaw was his bad memory. For matters which weren't too important, he might forget about it the moment he turned around. He often said, hold on, there's still another thing. Of course, there was a reason why. He had lost too many companions. He hoped that they would all stay in his dreams, so he often became lost as to which matter was reality and which belonged to dreams. Old Neil was my first mysticism teacher. The most useful skill he taught me was expense claims. He always designed strange ritualistic magic, hoping to obtain help from the goddess. Some of it succeeded, while others produced ridiculous accidents. Until today, I can still recall them. He was a very kind person. Even when he was seeking to fulfill his everlasting dream, he didn't wish to harm others. Leonard is a poet with his own secrets. At first, I thought he was very mysterious, and a hidden expert that needed attention to be placed on. Later, I realized that he was a crude, simple, impulsive, rebellious, aloof, and rude young man. Furthermore, he really doesn't have any literary talent, so he could only rely on memorizing things to complete the acting requirement. Yes, he barely has some merits. He's considered rather brave, and he has sharp intuition and terrifying reasoning abilities in certain matters. However, this is limited to certain matters. Fry was a cold-looking Beander who no one dared to approach. But in fact, he has a sense of responsibility and a warm heart. He would always extend his hand when others needed help. Kenley was very short. He used to be a civilian staff member, and he then took the initiative to apply to become an official member. He was quite smart, but he would never decline a case. Every time he played cards, he would talk about his fiancée. Roseanne is the receptionist at the Blackthorn Security Company. She's lively and lazy, and she's loved by everyone. To us, she's like a younger sister. She also likes every single one of us, but she also hates all the official members because her father was once an official Beander who later died in the course of duty. Perhaps, in her heart, official members were equivalent to people who received a notice that they were infected with a critical illness. Mrs. Oriana is an accountant, a victim of a supernatural case. She's delicate and gentle, and she pursues an exquisite life. She usually doesn't speak much, but she takes good care of everyone and doesn't make things difficult for us regarding finances. For example, she rarely rejects old Neil's expense claims, no matter how ridiculous the reason was. She would only leave it to the captain to make a decision. Mam Sika Tron has rare natural white hair, and she's an unsuccessful author. She has an outstanding temperament and a quiet personality. She doesn't seem like a Beander who fights at night. She's also very brave and very firm. Even when facing death, she doesn't flinch. Mam Royale is very similar to Fry. They don't talk much but are very concerned about their colleagues. Yes, except at the card table. Brett is the best at writing reports among the clerks. He's a romantic gentleman. Even though he's been married for 15 years, he still loves his wife very much. I think he'll live a good life because he lives by the maxim that the less he knows, the longer he'll live. Cesare Francis is our carriage driver. Despite being a civilian staff member, he often encounters dangerous situations. Therefore, the captain handed over the matters regarding the purchase of goods and applications to him. He doesn't make his presence known, and perhaps this is the key to his survival. I occasionally think about it. If it weren't for the things that happened later, I would definitely still be living in Tingen. I would work on time every day. I'll be on duty to man the basement, and I would deal with the few cases that crop up while playing cards with my colleagues. I would occasionally accompany Melissa and Benson to watch a play or a circus show. If I can come home early one day, I'll study cooking. That's a huge hobby of mine. When the weekend comes, I might come to visit you and talk about the history of various fields. It's a pity that life is always pushing us forward and making us face changes. Chapter 1360, Choice. After Klein wrote down his impression of Tingen, he briefly mentioned that he had completed the ritual to become a Sequence 1 attendant of mysteries, as well as resolve one of his longtime traumas, the leader of the secret order, Zeratul. He didn't describe his predicament in detail, only seriously discussing the mental problems that Angel suffered. Putting away the fountain pen and folding the paper, Klein reached out to take out Azek's copper whistle from Saphira Castle and blew at it. Inside the cheap coffee shop, white bones spewed out like fountains, forming a huge messenger. The messenger then shrank his body, becoming only the height of a normal person. At the same time, it knelt down on one knee and stretched out its palm. "There's no need to be afraid of me." Upon seeing this, Klein laughed. "It's not like I would do anything to you." As he spoke, he picked up the letter and placed it in the skeleton messenger's hand. The messenger nodded heavily a few times. It was unknown what it was agreeing with. Then, its body disintegrated, turning into bones that drilled into the ground. At this moment, the boss brought coffee, oatmeal bread, and mutton stewed with peas. As Klein enjoyed breakfast that wasn't too delicious but was filled with a bourgeois style, he looked out the window and enjoyed the morning scenery without any reason. He admired the pedestrians, carriages, trees, mist, food, and machinery that made up the scene. If there was no apocalypse, it's best to be a Sequence 7 Beander to maintain the life in Tingen and live rather leisurely while being capable of handling most cases. When prepared, a magician, who has many tricks up his sleeve, won't appear too weak when facing Sequence 6 and Sequence 5 Beyonders. As for Faceless and Marionettist, one can easily get lost while acting. It's relatively easy to lose control when one advances, making it rather dangerous. Of course, if one has a sealed Creeping Hunger, it would be perfect, Klein casually thought as he recalled Creeping Hunger which had landed in Amon's hands. He didn't know how Amon would treat this sealed artifact, but he only felt that an item of this level was of no value to an Angel of Time. After playing for a while, he would probably throw it into a secret warehouse in the darkness. I wonder if there's a chance to retrieve it. Just as this thought flashed through Klein's mind, he suddenly felt a little guilty. This was because even if he could snatch Creeping Hunger back from Amon's hands, he would throw it into the junk pile, making it wait to be bestowed to the blessed or believers that needed it. This was no different from being in Amon's hands. Klein quickly diverted his attention. "I lost the mirror again. Adam shouldn't be interested in a mirror at the saint level. Perhaps I can get it back." No, Erode seems to have been spewed out from the Chaos Sea. In certain matters, it's possible that it can be a medium. Sigh, I only hope that Adam doesn't damage it, and that I have the time to retrieve it. After becoming an attendant of mysteries and gaining a deeper control of Saphira Castle, Klein already possessed a certain level of authority in the concealment domain. Whenever he was thinking about important matters, there would always be a thin shadow around him that no one else could see. This was equivalent to the embryonic form of a divine kingdom, the realm of mysteries. Therefore, he dared to directly think of Adam's name. After sighing, Klein suddenly recalled something and hurriedly got the worms of spirit on duty in Saphira Castle to graft a certain area in the spirit world. He fixed when he advanced over. Immediately after, he finished the leftover mutton and the last bit of oatmeal bread that he dipped into the soup. He finished the coffee beside him. After putting on his hat and standing up, Klein took a step forward and entered the spirit world that corresponded to Utopia. Then, he removed the grafting and returned to the ruins of Utopia. This was to use the abilities of grafting and his ability to freely enter the spirit world to indirectly achieve a teleportation effect. Of course, the prerequisite was that he could locate the corresponding region in the spirit world. On this point, as the owner of Saphira Castle, Klein had a unique advantage. As for Zeratul and the other attendants of mysteries, they could only rely on their preparations. As soon as he stepped into the ruins of Utopia, Klein surveyed the area and discovered that the collapsed houses and charred corpses were shimmering with different colors. They were the Beander characteristics inside the monster marionettes, the wealth accumulated by Klein back in the forsaken land of the gods. This might be useless to him, but he still had many believers and blessed that would gradually increase in numbers. As a deity, he had to stock up some Beander characteristics in order to bestow them. Thankfully, the Lord of Storms didn't take the opportunity to sweep them away. As Klein silently muttered to himself, he couldn't help but thank Leodoro. East Chester County, inside the Hall family manor. After the sun finally rose, the suffering people returned to their rooms one after another to make up for their lack of sleep. Only Alfred, Earl Hall's personal bodyguards, the deacons, and Nighthawks sent by the Church of Evernight to investigate the reason behind the incident last night remained. As Audrey used the golden retriever, Susie, to monitor the development of the situation, she opened her bedroom. Doran walked in. Through the curtains in the weak sunlight in the room, a figure sat quietly on a high stool like a large doll. It was a huge, snow-white rabbit. Audrey's brows twitched as she whispered, "Mr. Wrath." This was Mr. Wrath from the psychology alchemists that had pursued the mind dragon, Arihog. It was suspected to be one of Hermes's identities. As she spoke, Audrey reached out her hand and closed the door. And with this action, the back of her hand flashed with a star-like crimson tattoo. "I'm sorry, I made use of you." When the door closed, the giant white rabbit took the initiative to say, "However, I might have been used by someone else as well." Audrey thought of the opening of the doors and windows in the middle of the night and took 2 steps forward. She replied in thought, "There's no need to apologize. Just don't disturb me in the future." She was tactfully expressing that she wanted to leave the psychology alchemists, hoping that no one would come looking for her again. The huge white rabbit stared at her with its bright red eyes for a few seconds and said, "Your previous wish was to protect your parents and family, but don't you think that you've been embroiled in too much trouble? The danger that you've brought them is greater than the help you provide." Audrey fell silent. She didn't speak for a long time. Normally speaking, a saint can indeed allow the family to gain more safety, but the premise is that they do not involve themselves in the struggle between angels or deities. Or perhaps, they are part of a powerful organization that can be relied on in the true sense of the word. Upon saying this, the huge white rabbit slowly said, "I have 2 gifts to express my apology. You can choose one." "2?" Audrey asked in a low voice. The giant white rabbit nodded, its ears constantly wiggling. "One is to truly become Miss Pride of the psychology alchemists. We can ignore all your other secrets and tacitly allow your other operations, as long as you don't reveal our matters and bring danger to the psychology alchemists. Of course, there will be a certain disadvantage. You will shoulder the burden of certain matters and might be embroiled in quite a bit of trouble. The only difference is that you will receive a lot of help and be rescued in time." "What about the second one?" Audrey had no intention of getting compensation from the psychology alchemists. To not have the secret organization disturb her again was the best form of apology. Furthermore, she suspected that Mr. Wrath's true intention behind his apology was just another form of exploitation. The huge white rabbit answered calmly, "I can help you divide another identity for you so that she can stay by your family and provide them with some protection and emotional comfort. As for you, you will stay away from them and live on in this world with another identity. This way, your troubles will not affect the people you want to protect. In the supernatural world, under certain circumstances, distancing yourself is the best form of love and protection." Audrey fell silent once again as her green eyes seemed like a still lake. "You don't need to answer me at once. Or you can combine the 2 methods." The giant white rabbit got off the high stool and stood up. "You know how to get into the Garden of Eden." As it spoke, its figure gradually disappeared into the sea of collective subconscious. Biam, in a room in the Church of the Sea God. The Oracle, Danitz, dressed in a gorgeous robe, sat on a chair, silently looking at Alger Wilson. The sleepiness from waking up in the middle of the night was gone from the fright. The Cardinal of the Church of Storms actually wanted to defect to the Church of the Sea God. This was a huge matter in the field of religion, in the world of mysticism and international politics. Even though he only had a rough understanding of the Church of Storms, Danitz believed that with their style in handling matters, they definitely wouldn't let this matter go. Perhaps a calamity was already on its way to the entire Rorstad archipelago to destroy it. Furthermore, a cardinal is definitely highly valued by the Lord of Storms. Alger's betrayal might attract a god's punishment at any time. The more Danitz thought about it, the more he trembled, afraid that he would be affected. This made him recall a saying from his hometown. "Don't be near people abandoned by the gods." This was because those guys might get implicated when lightning smote down, if not for the fact that Gehrman Sparrow had sent me a message in the name of being Mr. Fool's attendant to help me settle Alger Wilson in, I would have already tied up this ticking bomb and sent him back to the Church of the Lord of Storms. The more afraid Danitz was, the more he couldn't help but mutter inwardly. Of course, he was just letting his thoughts run wild. He didn't even consider their difference in strength. After a while, someone knocked on his door. Danitz jumped up and quickly walked to the door, opening a crack. "Any results?" he asked in a low voice. The intel supervisor of the Church of the Sea God said simply, "Lord Oracle, the Church of Storms has switched cardinals." "What about the original one?" Danitz pressed in surprise. "It said that he was transferred back to their headquarters." The intel supervisor recounted what he learned from some of the servants at the Cathedral of Waves. Transferred back to their headquarters. As Danitz was confused, a grayish-white fog suddenly appeared in front of him. He heard Mr. Fool's words. "From this day forth, Alger shall wear a mask and become the pontiff of the Church of the Sea God." Chapter 1361. Joint Operation. Pontiff. Danitz jumped in fright, nearly unable to believe the revelation he had received. If it wasn't for the fact that this order directly came from Mr. Fool, he would have definitely cursed. Of course, if the person opposite him was Gehrman Sparrow, he would suck it up. "Lord Oracle, is there anything else?" The intel supervisor of the Church of the Sea God saw that Lord Danitz's expression was rather odd. This left him a little afraid. Danitz retracted his thoughts and forced a smile. "Pay close attention to the development at the Cathedral of Waves." "Yes, Lord Oracle." The intel supervisor heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly bowed to bid farewell. Danitz turned his head and looked at Alger Wilson as he said with a brilliant smile, "Mr. Fool has already issued a revelation." Alger didn't hesitate. He immediately stood up and pressed his right palm against his left chest. Danitz straightened his back and solemnly said, "God said that from this day forth, Alger shall wear a mask and become the pontiff of the Church of the Sea God. Mr. Fool's will is my will." Alger couldn't hide his smile as he bowed. Half of his smile was for Danitz to see, showing his humility, while the other half was from the bottom of his heart. This was because the revelation meant two things. Mr. Fool and the Lord of Storms had reached a certain agreement. With a tacit understanding, his betrayal would no longer be pursued. Of course, he had to wear masks and use a fake name to prevent humiliation to the Church of Storms. Becoming the pontiff of the Church of the Sea God was a critical step to reaching the throne of Sea God. From Alger's point of view, this meant that he had officially become Mr. Fool's subordinate. In the future, be it the exchange for the identity of Sea God or being the leader of the Church of the Fool, there would be plenty of opportunities. As for Mr. Fool, he was a great existence that was at the same level as a true god, or even higher. How could his proxy not be an angel? After the bow, Alger waited patiently for Oracle Danitz to bring him a silver-black mask. He received the mask and wore it solemnly. While wearing a red glove, Leonard strolled along the shores of Midseashire, enjoying the Rue 0026R earned from closing a supernatural case. As for the mysterious opening of doors and windows last night, he had already received the orders from the Holy Cathedral not to pursue it through investigations or learn more about the matter. Regarding this order, Leonard couldn't do anything about it because he had long learned the general truth from old man Pallas Zoroast. Mr. Dor had returned to the real world, and Angel of Time Aemon took the opportunity to steal his apotheosis ritual in advance to sequence zero error. Almost at the same time, Mr. Fool awakened further. Through Saphira Castle, he had briefly and weakly connected to Beyonders of the Seer, Apprentice, and Marauder pathways. As an angel of the Marauder pathway, Pallas Zoroast was undoubtedly able to sense the changes in Amon's corresponding authority and his apotheosis. He also discovered that Saphira Castle had established a connection with him. "Old man, Aemon has already advanced to sequence 0. You shouldn't be of much use to him now. Why do you still want to parasitize my body?" Leonard took in the fresh morning air as he suppressed his voice and asked with a hint of concern and confusion. In his mind, Pallas Zoroast scoffed. "Naive. Do you think that you don't need my guidance anymore after becoming a saint and having mastered a lot of mysticism knowledge? You can choose to teach me face to face," Leonard said after some deliberation. To him, having an angel parasitizing his body was both a boon and bane for him. The good thing was that even if he encountered a real mythical creature, he wouldn't be completely defenseless. As long as he softly shouted, "Old man," the problem might be resolved. In addition, History and various rare mysticism knowledge from the fourth epoch were also rather useful. The greatest disadvantage was that his life was in the hands of the parasite. If the other party had any evil intentions, he couldn't stop it. This question was once Leonard's greatest worry, but it wasn't too problematic now. This was because Mr. Fool's awakening was deepening, allowing him to completely suppress Pallas Zoroast. Furthermore, Leonard had also become a high-ranking deacon of the Church of Evernight. He would definitely be under the watch of the Evernight goddess, and he could even be specially marked by her. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for a deity with the concealment authority to not discover Pallas Zoroast. If Old Man had any nefarious thoughts, he would have been resolved long ago. What Leonard was most vexed about was that many things weren't too convenient as a result. Although he was already used to having an old man parasitizing his body, and he would even casually chat with him while on the toilet, he still preferred having that time to himself in such situations. Therefore, he felt that having Old Man leave his body, and letting him live in his house like an elder would be a better way of getting along with him. When he needed to deal with more dangerous matters, he could get Old Man to temporarily parasitize him. Upon hearing Leonard's suggestion, Pallas Zoroast scoffed. "Are you still thinking about removing the parasitizing when you return home, and parasitize when out? Do you think I'm your bodyguard?" Leonard laughed dryly before saying, "If you haven't fully recovered and wish to continue parasitizing, I have no objections." Pallas Zoroast fell silent for 2 seconds before his slightly aged voice resounded in Leonard's mind. Next up is actually the most dangerous period. For the position of the Lord of the Mysteries, the Fool and Aemon will definitely have a battle. When the time comes, under the influence of all kinds of Beander characteristics, angels of the same pathway might be affected. Hey, it's better to be kept under the protection of Evernight's gaze. When the Lord of the Mysteries is born, I won't even bother with you even if you were to beg me to be parasitized. Leonard was slightly taken aback as he subconsciously repeated the name, Lord of the Mysteries. This isn't something you can fully understand. Of course, with me around, there's no need to worry, Pallas Zoroast sighed and said with pride. Leonard was just about to take the opportunity to ask when he suddenly saw a Red Gloves team member running over with a telegram. "Reverend, a telegram from the Holy Cathedral," the team member said respectfully. Leonard nodded slightly and received the telegram. He quickly scanned it. Head to the southern continent and participate in the besieging of the Rose School of Thought. Southern continent, Rose School of Thought. Leonard narrowed down to 2 keywords. He quickly returned to the largest cathedral in this city and used large-scale ritualistic magic to establish a connection with the Holy Cathedral. In his dream, he met the Pope, Ma'am Ariana, and other high-ranking officials. After a simple exchange, Leonard roughly understood the essence of the mission. The various Orthodox churches would delegate 3 to 4 demigods to head to the southern continent to besiege the Rose School of Thought, which had become very active after the World War. This was a long-term mission. As the Rose School of Thought's demigods knew how to hide their tracks, they did things in a rather secretive manner. They weren't easy to locate or lock onto. It wasn't easy to deal with them either. According to what the Pope had said, it was already considered quite good to see enough results within 3 years. During this process, the Holy Cathedral would observe the situation and rotate demigods to ensure that the archbishops and high-ranking deacons were in a relatively stable mental state. After leaving the dream, Leonard looked around and suppressed his voice. "Old man, things are a little strange. Why would the various churches suddenly target the Rose School of Thought?" This wasn't an easy task. In the past few centuries, it wasn't as if the Orthodox churches hadn't made similar attempts, but they could only suppress and weaken them, without being capable of eradicating the Rose School of Thought. On the one hand, it was because there were cracks in their alliances. There was suspicion among each other and a lack of cooperation. On the other hand, due to the Rose School of Thought's demigods' indulgence, their mental states might be abnormal, but when faced with danger, they knew how to avoid, hide, and conceal. They wouldn't throw themselves into danger for no reason. In addition, with the blessings of the Chained God and the Mother Tree of Desire, it was difficult for the deities to provide precise guidance for their actions. Pallas Zoroast didn't immediately answer Leonard's question. After about 10 seconds, he sighed and said with a slightly aged voice, "This is to eliminate potential threats, and to prepare for the apocalypse." Prepare for the apocalypse? Leonard turned agape and wanted to say something, but he eventually fell silent. Emlyn White had just entered the hall, but before he could head to his room and change his clothes, he saw Father Utravsky stand up in the front pew, like a mountain rising from the ground. Earth Mother has instructed us to head to the southern continent and bury the evil doers. The Blessed spoke in a low voice. His voice reverberated in the hall, like a slow clap of thunder, causing the praying sanguine believers to open their eyes. So the dream last night was real. Emlyn was enlightened. Last night, he dreamed of the ancestor, and he dreamed that she wanted him to work with Father Yutravsky and the Rose School of Thought's Temperance faction to head to the southern continent to deal with the Rose School of Thought members who believed in the primordial moon. Of course, if there was a chance, the enemies who believed in the Mother Tree of Desire would not be spared. As he often had fake revelations, Emlyn didn't take this dream to heart. He planned on changing his clothes and completing his prayers before seeking confirmation with Father Yutravsky. He tersely acknowledged before replying to Father Yutravsky in a rather composed manner. There's no rush. I'll first contact the members of the Rose School of Thought's Temperance faction. Father Yutravsky nodded nonchalantly and said, select some volunteer sanguine too. In the Intis Republic, in the capital, Trier, a supervisor of an intelligence agency was assigning tasks to his subordinates. Suddenly, his vision blurred as he heard a distant voice ring in his ears. Orville, Dylan, Orville, Dylan. Chapter 1362, Witness. As a Beander who joined the Intis Public Security Bureau as a member of the Secret Order, it wasn't the first time that Antoine encountered something like that. In the past, whenever he advanced, he would hear, Hornassus, Flagray, Hornassus, Flagray. He nearly lost control of himself several times. Unlike before, the content of the whispers seemed to have changed. After the ravings died down, everything in front of him returned to normal. Antoine frowned and muttered to himself, my mental state has been very stable recently, and I haven't consumed the potion or attempted to advance. Why would I hear the whispers of a secret existence? This doesn't seem to be the same as before. What does Orville mean? I lack enough information. I can't understand it at all. Dylan, yes, the brass of the Order have mentioned that our mysterious and terrifying leader once hid an ancient castle called Dylan. Tisk, once I recall that existence, I can't help but shiver. Although he has returned to normal in the past 2 years, the terrifying legends and physical destruction that he left behind is enough to give people a lifetime of nightmares. Antoine calmed himself down and suppressed his puzzlement. He continued to assign missions to his subordinates. In front of a tombstone, Klein, who had just put down the white flowers, turned his head slightly, as though he was listening to something. Although he didn't hear anything, as a king of angels who wielded control over a portion of his pathway's authority, he could acutely sense that something was amiss. Some secret information was being transmitted to specific targets. Zeratul isn't completely dead yet. Klein retracted his gaze and muttered to himself. Back then, he had relied on his level, status, and authority to forcefully stop Zeratul's resurrection. He didn't sense anything abnormal, but after studying himself, he realized something problematic. The Beander characteristic he had absorbed from Zeratul was one that contained an entire set of sequence 9-to-1 Beander characteristics. That also meant that this only included a single miracle invoker Beander characteristic. And Snake of Fate Will Osepton had mentioned that Zeratul and the ancestor of the Antigonus family had both taken an additional miracle invoker Beander characteristic in them. Therefore, the reality of the situation was that there was no doubt that there was an additional miracle invoker Beander characteristic on Zeratul which had vanished. As for whether there were any additional Beander characteristics like Scholar of Yore and Bizarro Sorcerer, Klein had no way of guessing due to his lack of understanding of Zeratul. Based on this situation, Klein had long suspected that Zeratul wasn't completely dead. Of course, if the other party wanted to revive, it wouldn't be that simple. This was because using too simple a method would result in a lack of concealment. It would definitely be discovered by the higher sequence Beyonders of the same pathway, and thus, an effective prevention method would be set up. When Zeratul was able to separate a sequence 2 Beander characteristic from himself, he was undoubtedly a sequence 1 attendant of mysteries. There weren't many enemies that could restrain him, ones that had to be dealt with using the most cautious of attitudes. Therefore, Klein believed that he had used the portion of the Beander characteristics that he had dissociated from himself to seize an opportunity. However, it wasn't to directly use it to revive. Instead, it was a way to make plenty of preparations. He needed an opportunity or some mediums to make the preparations play out. From the looks of it, he hid that portion of the Beander characteristic that contained the miracle invoker Beander characteristic in a particular manner and concealed it carefully. Otherwise, when I advanced to attendant of mysteries, I should have been able to use Saphira Castle to directly see it. Yes, the next step should be to use some concealed method to guide or entice a specific target to revive him. Hey, he hasn't accommodated a uniqueness, so he can't broadcast on all channels. Besides, he has to be sure that the advanced me or Aemon doesn't hear the corresponding content and spoil his plans. Therefore, the number of targets he can entice is rather limited, all members of the secret order, or a portion of the members. Klein, who was genuflecting, nodded in thought. He exhaled and grumbled without hiding anything. Why are high-sequence beyonders of the seer pathway so difficult to kill? There were all sorts of preparations in trump cards. This made him truly understand why the goddess didn't directly kill the ancestor of the Antigonus family. For the half-fool, death might mean a new lease of life. However, an intricate and complicated setup often means that the ability to take risks is inferior. Who knows if Zerathul's resurrection plan will benefit some lucky secret order member? The possibility of this happening might even be higher than him returning from the fog of history. Also, there's a chance of being interfered, influenced, or exploited by the outer deities. Klein sneered inwardly as he slowly stood up. He temporarily didn't have any thoughts of finding the miracle invoker Beander characteristic. This was because, under the immense pressure brought by Aemon, he had no choice but to seize the opportunity to strengthen his humanity and stabilize his mental state. He had to head to Calderon City in the spirit world to retrieve the river water of the River of Eternal Darkness, so as to accommodate the fool's uniqueness. He had no time to waste on non-urgent matters. By the time he successfully advanced and restored a new balance for the situation he was in, he didn't mind heading to Intis and dealing with the members of the secret order in search of the hidden treasure vault that Zerathul had hidden. This would completely put the angel who had lived since the fourth epoch to eternal rest. He reined in his thoughts and lowered his head to look at the tombstone in front of him. Klein slowly retreated, inserted his hand into his pocket, and turned to the side to enter the spirit world. In recent times, he was like a tourist in mysticism. Occasionally, he would return to where he used to be, and occasionally, under the guidance of fate, he would casually travel around the spirit world, heading to different realities to witness different scenes. As a result, his self-awareness and self-consciousness gradually recovered and solidified. He was now able to use his anchors to suppress the awakening will of the celestial worthy to a certain extent. This made his mind a lot more stable than when he met the Evernight goddess. In the spirit world, the saturated layers that resembled an abstract oil painting. Klein wandered aimlessly as he walked a few steps in a direction that wasn't in the usual meaning of the word direction. Following the guidance of fate and spirituality, he left this place and returned to the real world. The first thing that appeared before him was a small square and a cathedral belonging to the Evernight goddess. At this moment, many people were entering the cathedral, looking delighted. I'm back in Backland. Klein looked up at the sun that penetrated the thin clouds and followed the crowd to the cathedral's door. The moment he passed the entrance, his gaze suddenly froze. He saw Benson Moretti. The black-haired, brown-eyed man's face looked somewhat similar to Klein's. However, the slightly older-looking man had his hair combed neatly backward, revealing his broad forehead. He stood beside the altar, wearing a well-ironed suit, looking a little nervous. Klein stared for 2 seconds before quickly looking away. Following that, he swept his gaze across the front queue and saw Melissa in a white, conservative dress. Compared to before, the young lady's face no longer had that adolescent look on it. There was more meat to her face, making her no longer look so skinny. She kept chatting with the people around her, skillfully handling all kinds of matters and socializing. She still dresses in such an old-fashioned manner. Thankfully, she didn't wear black. The corners of Klein's lips curled up as he mumbled. He walked to a corner of the cathedral and found a seat to sit down. About 10 minutes later, Melissa finished her work and sat in her seat. The joyous music started to play as it gradually turned solemn. A lady wearing a clean, white wedding gown held her father's arm in one hand and held her mother's arm with her other. She walked down the aisle towards the altar. Benson, who was standing near the altar, gulped a mouthful of saliva and couldn't help but smile. This was his wedding. Klein, who was in the corner, saw this scene and leaned back a little. He lowered his head slightly and muttered, "He smiles like a curly-haired baboon." After the bride was brought to the front of the altar by her parents, she bowed to Benson before facing the sacred emblem and the priest. Benson bowed and turned around. After the bride's parents sat down, the priest said, "Dear friends and family, we are gathered here today to witness and celebrate the union of this couple in marriage under the auspices of the benevolent goddess. Praise the lady." All the guests present raised their right hands as long as they were believers of the Evernight goddess before drawing 4 points in a clockwise fashion, drawing out a star. This included Klein. When everyone settled down, the priest turned his head and said to the bride, "Do you, Lucy Brooke, take Benson Moretti to be your lawfully wedded husband, promising to love and cherish, through joy and sorrow, sickness and health, and whatever challenges you may face, for as long as you both shall live?" The lady named Lucy looked at the Evernight goddess's sacred emblem and nodded solemnly. "I do." Benson's smile reappeared. The priest turned to look at him and said, "Do you, Benson Moretti, take Lucy Brooke to be your lawfully wedded wife, promising to love and cherish, through joy and sorrow, sickness and health, and whatever challenges you may face, for as long as you both shall live?" Benson immediately nodded and said, "I do." Upon seeing this and hearing him, Melissa's vision turned blurry. Her heart winced along with joy. After going through all sorts of ups and downs, their family was finally welcoming a new member. Suddenly, she turned her head subconsciously to the corner and saw an empty seat. There was no one there. Melissa immediately pursed her lips and shook her head slightly. After scanning the area for several seconds, she slowly retracted her gaze and looked back at the altar. It wasn't until the priest announced that Benson and Lucy were man and wife did Melissa smile again. In the Hall family manor in Eastchester County, Klein walked out of the void. He had stabilized his mind, and could now seek treatment from his psychiatrist. At the same time, he needed to solve a problem. Chapter 1363, Treatment Plan. On the veranda covered by the autumn sun, Audrey wore a refreshing vacation straw hat and sat on a lawn chair as she leisurely flipped through a fashion magazine. There were exquisite pastries and a cup of black tea made from tea leaves from her family's manor on the round table beside her. Suddenly, she looked up to the edge of the veranda and saw Gairman Sparrow walking over in a black trench coat and silk top hat. Audrey turned her head and glanced at her maid, Annie, and realized that she, like the servants around her, ignored the stranger who had appeared out of nowhere. At the same time, Audrey noticed that the surroundings seemed to darken a little. She stood up, lifting the corners of her skirt as she curtsied. During this process, she had originally planned on seriously discussing the matter between the psychology alchemists and Mr. Rath, but on second thought, she smiled again and said in that infectious and brisk tone, "Mr. World, are you here to seek psychological counseling, or to deal with Mr. Rath's problem?" If it was just the former, Audrey believed that the world Gairman Sparrow would let her meet him above the gray fog. That would be more convenient and faster. Therefore, this angel was definitely here under Mr. Fool's instructions to complete a mission in the real world. At the same time, she acutely sensed that Mr. World's emotions were rather mixed. He was satisfied and happy, yet depressed and sad. As Gairman Sparrow's main doctor, this situation wasn't rare. It often meant that he needed a certain degree of counseling or comfort. Both. Klein pulled a chair over and sat by the round table. "Do you want black tea or coffee?" Although Audrey hadn't taken the initiative to investigate Mr. World, she had met Dwayne Dantes many times before. They had attended meetings, banquets, and dances together, and under the keen observation of a spectator, many details weren't secrets. For example, Audrey knew that when Dwayne Dantes was Gairman Sparrow, he preferred food that was sweet with a little sourness. He liked to drink coffee with sugar without milk. For black tea, he loved having lemon slices. Out of all the pastries, his first choice was the cream pastries. He loved foie gras, roasted chicken skin, and loved rib-eye steaks more than beef tenderloin. His love for daisy pie far exceeded bread. In addition, Audrey was undoubtedly certain that the other party was a spice enthusiast. He had high expectations of condiments, and his preferences in this aspect were inclined towards that of Daisy County. Due to these details, Audrey believed that it would be very rude to not invite Mr. World to enjoy the pastries on the table, and the beverage of choice to match these snacks was undoubtedly either black tea or coffee. "Black tea," Klein answered after some thought. Miss Justice's relaxed and amiable attitude made him feel much more at ease. He felt that this state would be more beneficial for the subsequent placating. Since that was the case, it would definitely be better for him to enjoy the pastries while receiving psychological treatment. "Give me another cup of black tea and add a lemon slice," Audrey said to her maid, Annie. Annie wasn't surprised by the instructions, finding everything reasonable. She turned around and walked to the veranda's entrance, giving instructions to the servants standing there. Audrey wasn't in a rush to begin the psychological treatment process, nor did she ask Mr. World why he was in a complicated mood. She smiled as she carefully introduced the local products of the manor. She made a comparison with Dwayne Dantes's Magor Manor and naturally informed him of the present situation regarding his butler and servants. Some stayed in the manor and continued their previous work. With Magor Manor's production, it was perfectly fine sustaining them. There was even some surplus that could be converted to funds to repair the houses and be donated to charity organizations. Audrey only sent an accountant, an assistant butler, and a staff member from the foundation to do a check on them. Some felt that, without a true employer, they couldn't play their role to their fullest potential. They felt ashamed of the salary they received and chose to resign and look for work. Some of them developed an interest in charity work and found a new calling to life and joined one of the foundations under Audrey's name. Klein listened silently, occasionally raising a question, as though he was chatting with a friend. When the tea was served, he took a sip and nodded in satisfaction. After watching him eat a piece of cream cake, Audrey's green eyes darted around as she said with a smile, "Food doesn't seem to be necessary for an angel, right?" "Yes, it's just a hobby," Klein answered simply before adding, "It can be used to maintain one's humanity." Maintain one's humanity, Audrey ruminated over the sentence. This is to resist the godhood within you. Your mental problems come under such a category. She gently guided the topic to his psychological treatment. You should have experienced it. Every Beyander who has obtained godhood will definitely experience it in some way. The difference is in the quantity. Audrey seriously recalled and said, "I occasionally dream of a ball of light that illuminated the entire world. Occasionally, I would hear an indescribable sound, and I would see a blurry, strange, illusory ocean that seemed to contain many conflicting thoughts. I'm certain that it was an illusion, but it was also so real. Well, I occasionally dream of a huge cross. I heard someone praying softly but I couldn't tell the specifics no matter how I tried. The second is likely from the Sephira, Chaos Sea, and the indirect corruption from within. The third is visionary Adam beginning to exert influence on the Beyonders of the same pathway. The first one is the primordial one awakening in the ancient sun god's body, the ancient God Almighty." Klein thought for a moment before saying in a deep voice, "The original creator created all living things and also split into various Beyander characteristics. This is the source of being extraordinary. Therefore, every one of us has godhood in our bodies. They have the original creator's will. The more Beyander characteristics gathered, the more he will awaken and replace us." He used the most common and most ambiguous method to explain the root of the problem in a way that wouldn't lead to corruption. This had been discussed to a certain extent at the Tarot Club, so Audrey didn't find it difficult to understand. She said thoughtfully, "That's why one needs to use one's humanity to resist godhood. At the same time, anchors are needed. Yes, the light you dream of, the indescribable sounds you hear, and the illusory ocean that you see are all a type of corruption. And the gigantic cross and prayer sounds should be a result of the influence that visionary Adam has on the Beyonders of the same pathway." Klein explained the two different situations. Audrey subconsciously sat up straight and looked around. She appeared a little afraid. Gehrman Sparrow actually said the name of the he who must not be named. "Don't worry, he can't hear me with me by your side," Klein explained. Audrey retracted her gaze and didn't hide her surprise and astonishment. "You've already advanced to sequence 1. Isn't that too fast?" He had only become a sequence 2 angel slightly more than half a year ago. Klein answered frankly, "More like a king of angels." Audrey was silent for a few seconds. She pursed her lips and said with a vexed smile, "I nearly had a psychological problem just now." Klein chuckled as well. "To me, becoming a king of angels isn't necessarily a good thing. Yes, high-sequence Beyonders of the spectator pathway have to pay particular attention to their mental state. To other pathways, the enhancement of godhood and the worsening corruption is rather obvious. But this isn't the case for a spectator. You have to constantly inspect and check yourself. Any tiny changes to one's personality and their understanding of things should be traced back to the source. It must be confirmed that there are no problems and that the difference can be considered a normal change. Otherwise, you'll unknowingly become another person who can coldly kill those who you originally wanted to protect. It's not easy for Beyonders of the spectator pathway to go crazy, but it's also the easiest for them to go crazy." Audrey replied in shock, "I understand." She continued the topic and began asking, "Your mental state is unstable, and you have a psychological problem. Is it because you became a king of angels in such a short period of time that it exceeded your expectations?" "Yes." Klein drank a mouthful of black tea and said, "The will that doesn't belong to me within me has mostly awakened. I can only barely suppress it and maintain some basic level of mental stability. As Audrey listened to Gehrman Sparrow's description, she used her Beyander powers to observe and analyze him. After the other party finished speaking, she revealed a comforting smile and said, "I roughly understand your current situation. The initial treatment plan is divided into 2 steps. I'll first enter your mind world and awaken the memories related to your humanity. Oh, it doesn't include the kind that will make you so miserable that you wish to give up. Then, when your godhood reacts, I'll use placate, hypnotism, and other Beyander powers to reduce the corruption and the negative effects it brings, so as to help you better suppress it." Klein was silent for a moment before saying, "Okay." He decided to use his unique trait of maintaining lucidity in the dream and the mind world, and first gather up the memories related to the fool before grafting them to the worms of spirit above the gray fog. At that moment, Audrey got her maid, Annie, to bring over a white silk scarf. Then, she used the thin scarf to cover her eyes and ears. Klein watched this scene in puzzlement as he waited for Miss Justice to explain. After tying the scarf, Audrey smiled and said, "This is a hypnotism that allows me to seal my spirit body's perception. This way, even if I were to enter your mind world, I wouldn't be able to hear or see those awakened memories. Of course, I'll keep my spiritual intuition, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to find your island of consciousness, and I wouldn't be able to sense the changes in your godhood. I could have just hypnotized you, but you're already a king of angels. I'm worried that I'll be affected by your consciousness, so I'm using this symbolic ritual to achieve the state of being hypnotized and strengthen the effects." She calmly explained, calming Klein's mood without him realizing it. He nodded gently and said, "All right, let's begin." Chapter 1364. Proactive Klein. After opening the door to the body of heart and mind, Klein carefully extracted the memories related to the fool. He gathered them together and grafted them above the gray fog. Following that, he saw the blonde-haired Audrey, who had a light white silk scarf covering her eyes, appear on the ancient stone steps. Step by step, she landed onto his mind island via the sea of collective subconscious. After some hesitation, Klein no longer allowed his consciousness to stay high in the sky. He gave up the corresponding control and allowed them to return and fuse together. If he didn't do that, he would maintain absolute rationality in the subsequent treatment, making him unable to be moved by all kinds of memories and lose the possibility of strengthening his humanity. This meant that Audrey's treatment was destined to fail right from the start. After arriving at the mind island that resembled a dream world using her spiritual intuition, Audrey stopped and spread her arms slightly. She recalled her parents' love for her, the excitement she felt when she first became a Beyander, and the joy she felt after helping others to change her emotions and emit corresponding fluctuations. This was a method of awakening Gehrman Sparrow's memories related to his humanity. It was a Beyander manifestation of the effects of empathy. Scenes that were worth cherishing, or those hiding deep within, flashed across Audrey's mind one after another. Beneath her feet, from the surface of the island that represented Klein's mind, firefly-like light points seeped out of the soil and floated up. Every point of light presented a different scene. A kid taking a stride forward with his short legs, receiving an ice cream. A student secretly reading novels and comics under the cover of a textbook. A teenager sitting in front of his computer and playing games with full focus. Hearing the sound of a key suddenly being inserted into a keyhole, he jumped up and performed a forced shutdown on his computer. Rushing back to his room, happy that his actions weren't discovered, he had a bounce in his step. Going to the living room, he asked his mother for pocket money, before appearing beside his father to casually ask questions about his studies. A young adult and his companions pushing a bashful friend to the corridor, right up to the person he had a crush on. Then, turning around, he laughed loudly. A young adult with some hint of adolescence to him stealing a glance downstairs, watching a figure leave, but unable to open his mouth no matter what. An employee with a slightly protruding belly waving his hand impatiently when he returned home for the holidays. After telling his parents not to serve him food or set up blind dates for him, he sees his parents' white hair and loses himself in thought when he calmed down. A scholarly-looking man and his brother and sister moving out. When they saw the dirt and dust on each other's faces, they laughed. Klein sat at the round table at the veranda, one hand holding his top hat and the other hanging in midair, as though he wanted to cover his face. 2 transparent drops of water slowly slid past the 2 sides of his nose bridge and dripped into the void. Klein closed his eyes, his expression soft and pained. In his mind island, Audrey seemed to have transformed into a whirlpool of emotions as she pulled together similar memories. After the entire island was covered in firefly-like points of light, a faint gray fog emerged. In the fog, there was a door of light that was dyed bluish-black. It was formed from illusory and brilliant spherical light. The main body of each spherical light was composed of transparent, ringed, or starlight-like worms and insects. They embraced each other and intertwined like mythical creatures. The door of light looked a little odd at first glance, but if one looked closely, they would discover that its surroundings were dark. It was as though it was wearing a hooded black robe. Thus, on a whole, it looked like an unknown mysterious person hiding under a robe. In the next second, a slippery, illusory tentacle appeared under the deep black robe of the mysterious person. At that moment, although Audrey's consciousness couldn't see or hear anything, her spiritual intuition gave her a strong sense of danger. She had a feeling that a sea consisting of corruption was about to drown her. No, this isn't an illusion. She believed that if things continued to develop like this, she would get infected with a severe mental illness, or even lose control and go crazy on the spot. Audrey was just about to placate herself with all her might, weakening the corruption ahead of her when the firefly-like light dots floating above the island rapidly gathered. They illuminated the grayish-white fog, diluting the darkness around the strange door of light, making the tentacles covered in mysterious patterns shrink back. This was also the reason why Klein could receive psychological treatment only after barely suppressing the awakening celestial worthy's consciousness. This made Audrey sense the weakening of the danger, and she quickly did a psychoanalysis. Then, she immediately placated the corruption, performing a true act of hypnosis. After repeating it over and over again, Audrey took an unknown amount of time before she finally managed to obtain the initial results she expected. She then left Gehrman Sparrow's mind island and returned to her body. This treatment was very difficult, so she didn't use a virtual persona, and directly used her body of heart and mind. After sensing the end of the treatment, Klein raised his hand to wipe his face, allowing the fool's memories, grafted above the gray fog, to return to his true body. A few seconds later, Audrey removed the white silk scarf wrapped around her eyes and nose, snapping herself out of her self-hypnosis. She looked at Mr. World opposite her and muttered to herself poignantly, "Is this the mental problem brought by godhood?" Klein nodded slightly and said, "Yes, every angel has one. The only difference is whether it's serious or very serious. Saints have it too. Even low and mid-sequence beyonders who aren't demigods will have it too." Audrey added with Gehrman Sparrow's former explanation. To a low or mid-sequence beyander, the remnant mental imprint of the former owner of the characteristic is relatively more dangerous. Klein picked up the gold-lined cup and took a sip. "This is the cruel law of the mysterious world. This is because our beyander powers come from external objects, from the beyander characteristics." Audrey nodded before shaking her head gently. As she contemplated, she said, "I don't think it's that pessimistic, just like the source of every human life comes from something else. Air, bread, meat, water, etc. When we absorb them, we will also absorb their negative effects, accumulating all kinds of problems that eventually make us fall sick. However, this doesn't mean that we have to completely resist them and treat them as external objects. Once they're absorbed, there will always be some part of it that belongs to us. I didn't express it well, but I believe you should understand what I mean." Klein was taken aback for a moment before replying thoughtfully, "A beyonder's acquisition of a beyander characteristic is like humans having food. Then, one should have peace of mind and not have too many repulsive thoughts. It's about resisting it, but also working alongside it, and suppressing it, but also fusing together with it." Roughly like that. After Audrey said that, she laughed self-deprecatingly. "However, this also seems to imply a negative message. Humans will eventually die, but beyonders." She didn't finish her sentence, unwilling to agitate the patient opposite her. She switched topics and said, "Pay a visit another 2 times this week. I'll be able to stabilize you under normal conditions." "Yes, normal conditions. Also, you can reminisce about things when you're free, or go somewhere you yearn to go." Klein nodded and said, "What do you have in mind about Rath's suggestion?" The smile on Audrey's face slowly disappeared as her expression gradually turned serious. Klein put down his teacup and calmly said, "Strictly speaking, the danger you bring is divided into 2 categories. One is when you actively or passively involve yourself in certain matters, attracting powerful enemies to your side, implicating your family, relatives, friends, and the innocent. The other is that your very existence allows some factions to target the people you value the most, doing so to threaten you. For the latter, unless you're dead, there's no way for you to ever avoid them. Of course, most of these things are a result of the former. If you give up on all your current identities in the mysticism world, and only be Mr. Fool's believer and Miss Audrey Hall from now on, no longer taking the initiative to participate in matters related to Beander or other matters with unpredictable elements, you can avoid most of the risks of the former and drastically reduce the latter. Under such circumstances, with the Evernight goddess favoring the Hall family, and Mr. Fool's protection provided to you is enough to deal with the rare instances of dangers, ensuring your family's safety. That's why there's no need to split off another identity. Audrey fell silent for a while. She bit her lower lip indiscernibly and asked, "What if I do want to split off an identity?" "As long as you let that identity believe in Mr. Fool, it's not much different from what I said just now. The only difference is that, from this point forth, you'll have to stay away from your family and friends and live with another identity." Klein's voice sank slightly as he said in a serious tone, "Also, are you really fine with Hermes splitting off an identity for you?" Audrey's emotions were disrupted by this question. Her eyes flickered as she said, "However, splitting identities should be a Beander powers of a Sequence 3 Dreamweaver. She definitely wouldn't be able to accomplish it by herself." The corners of Klein's mouth curled up as he suddenly asked, "You're able to use that pride mask to enter the Garden of Eden directly?" As Audrey couldn't take the initiative to mention the psychology alchemists, he very directly pointed it out. Audrey nodded gently, surprised, puzzled, and guessed something. "I'm unable to pay the equivalent price, and..." Without waiting for her to finish, Klein said with a cold expression. "On the one hand, Adam has drifted from Mr. Fool and nearly killed me. On the other hand, with the apocalypse approaching, Mr. Fool has prophesied something. When the time comes, he might fall asleep again. As his blessed, I won't be able to escape a similar fate. The payment you need to pay is that, when such an anomaly happens, perform certain dangerous things according to Mr. Fool's instructions and try hard to awaken him." Without giving Miss Justice a chance to digest this sentence, Klein extended his right hand and grabbed a few times at the void ahead of him, pulling out a grayish-white, cold persona mask. Using his status and Audrey's trust in him, he forcefully summoned the projection of the pride mask from the historical void. "It's connected to my mind, so no one else can use it." Audrey subconsciously pointed out the problem when she saw this. "Give me a strand of hair," Klein said calmly. Audrey didn't think too much about it. She plucked out a strand of blonde hair and handed it to Gehrman Sparrow. Klein took the strand of hair and wrapped it in the eye holes in the persona mask. Then, he held his silk hat in one hand and the grayish-white mask in the other as he slowly stood up. During this process, he mobilized Saphira Castle and deceived the rules. Klein wore the pride mask without facing any resistance. Immediately, he saw human-clothed animals walking upright. He had entered the Garden of Eden directly. Looking at the black cathedral in the middle of the city, Klein curled his lips and took out the staff of the stars and wore the silk top hat over his head. Chapter 1365. Destruction. The moment they sensed the intrusion of a stranger, the animals wearing cloaks or exquisite long skirts stirred as they looked at Klein with the desire to attack. At that instant, Klein, who was wearing the pride mask, felt as though he was an enemy of the entire city. He wasn't unfamiliar with the situation in the Garden of Eden. He knew that the upright animals dressed as humans were in different aspects of bestial desires. They were more like conceptual and abstract entities instead of being physical. In other words, they didn't have spirit-body threads, so they wouldn't suffer any physical harm. Otherwise, Klein could have hoisted these animals up, allowing them to sway with the wind. In the next second, with the bear whose suit was about to rip apart taking the lead, the animals in the Garden of Eden either bared their fangs or let out low growls as they surged towards Klein from all directions. Once bitten or hugged by them, one would be corrupted by the corresponding bestial desire. One could only rely on their willpower or the various Beander powers of the spectator pathway to resist them. Faced with such a situation, Klein, who was wearing a half-top hat, tapped the staff of the stars. Without panicking in the slightest, he raised his left hand, spread his fingers, and suddenly closed them. The Garden of Eden, formed from Gothic-style architecture, was suddenly covered in a layer of gloom, as if a giant curtain had draped over it. Realm of the mysteries, the embryonic form of a divine kingdom. Klein sealed off the Garden of Eden to prevent the powerhouses inside from escaping. Following that, he walked forward one step at a time, like a gentleman taking an after-meal stroll. The animals who mimicked humans by wearing human clothes rushed to his side when they naturally changed directions and embraced each other. The python with its flicking tongue devoured a canine creature filled with the desire to mate. The strange person with a colorful spider as a face bound a huge, red-eyed rat up with a web. A violent werewolf bit the languid cat, the brown bear walking upright gave the fox with shiny fur a bear hug. These animals that represented bestial desire fused together as they cancelled each other out in pairs. Klein, who had grasped the authority of grafting, slowly walked through them, as though he was inspecting the concepts of humanity and bestial desires. Just like that, he walked to the 80-meter-tall cathedral and stopped. Then, he lifted his head and looked at the skulls embedded in the black pillar for 2 seconds. Klein's expression didn't change at all. He raised his left hand to press down his hat and walked up the stairs into the cathedral. He immediately saw a grand and spacious hall, with a huge cross and a grayish-white dragon statue wrapped around the cross. In front of the cross was a small long table with 5 seats on both sides of the long table. At this moment, at the end of the long table, there was a man in a black wheelchair. His face was abnormally pale, and his pale yellow eyebrows were long. His hair was neatly combed, and there were some wrinkles on his forehead. This was the leader of the psychology alchemists, Pauli Derlau. At the same time, he was also the famous hermit Eric Drake, and the king of the Black Throne Bauhaus Hopkins. Of course, whether he was the main body or one of his various identities, no one knew. Seeing Gehrman Sparrow, who was wearing a silk top hat and a black trench coat, walk over slowly and in an extremely oppressive manner, Pauli Derlau clasped the armrest of the wheelchair with both hands. When the other party entered the Garden of Eden, he didn't hesitate to leave this mind city, but he failed to do so. The eyes beneath the pride mask that seemed to move towards his forehead seemed to be mocking him. Phew, Pauli Derlau quickly placated. His emotions before his eyes lit up with a pure, illusory light. This light formed a pair of holy wings in front of him. Under the layers of wings, there was a pious person of light genuflecting in prayer. This was an angel. At the same time, an elder with white hair and ordinary looks appeared to the left of Pauli Derlau. To his right, a priest with a pale blonde beard covering his face stood up. Ancient angel, Hermes. Visionary Adam. Klein didn't stop walking forward as he muttered to himself, "I wish for all illusions to disappear." Just as he said that, he raised his left hand and snapped his fingers. The angel of light, Hermes, and visionary Adam, instantly dissipated and vanished, leaving behind a single Pauli Derlau sitting in the black wheelchair. He had just used the Beander powers of a dreamweaver to weave a few almost realistic images. Once the enemy believed that they were real, they would become real. Although the damage they caused didn't have any physical manifestations, it would make the target die for unknown reasons. Pauli Derlau has made countless targets die from fright in such nightmares. Unfortunately, he had encountered Klein, a king of angels who could maintain his lucidity in dreams and also possessed true vision. He used the wishes power of a miracle invoker to easily crack the illusion. Seeing this, Pauli Derlau's eyelids twitched. Without any hesitation, he pushed himself up from the black wheelchair. During this process, his body rapidly expanded as he transformed into a huge grayish-white dragon. Dragon transformation. An incomplete mythical creature form. Compared to a sequence form manipulator, the incomplete mythical creature form that Pauli Derlau exhibited was even larger. Furthermore, there was a certain change to his head, making it closer to a lizard and not a human. It had golden vertical pupils and scales that were intertwined with mysterious patterns, making it cold and warped. As the incomplete mythical creature form appeared, all kinds of thoughts, consciousness, desires, and wills swept out like a storm, attacking Klein's mind island in half illusory and half realistic ways. This was a combination of mind deprivation and mental plague, allowing every creature that was affected to experience corruption and go crazy on the spot. To an angel, such attacks were the most sinister. This was because all of them had certain problems with their mental states. They could lose control at any moment due to the tilting of the scales. Klein, who was wearing the grayish-white pride mask and half-top hat, didn't stop walking forward. He didn't attempt to avoid the plague storm at the mental level. He remained firm and stoic as he walked step by step towards Pauli Derlau. In the next second, transparent insects appeared on the back of his hand. His clothes expanded as though countless indescribable monsters were crawling underneath. Suddenly, Klein lost control and turned into a huge whirlpool formed by transparent maggots. The vortex extended out slippery tentacles with strange patterns. In the middle, there was a door of light that was dyed bluish-black. Upon seeing this scene, even in his incomplete mythical creature form, Pauli Derlau found it difficult to stop his thoughts from coming to a halt as he stood rooted to the ground. The massive grayish-white dragon seemed to have become a puppet. Its head was filled with mush and its joints were all rusted. He had stared straight at a great existence that he shouldn't look at. Above the gray fog, Klein, who was sitting at the fool's seat, immediately dispersed the out-of-control historical projection. After entering the Garden of Eden and pulling out the Staff of the Stars, he had switched places with the historical void projection that the worms of spirit inside Saphira Castle had summoned, and directly returned to his ancient palace. He clearly knew that visionary Adam had gone to the forsaken land of the gods and was attempting to fuse with the true creator, making it impossible for him to descend with his true body any time in the short foreseeable future. At most, he would send out one of his other identities, but it would be useless against a king of kings of angels. However, Klein still felt that he should be cautious, lest he fall into Adam's or Amon's trap. Following that, he summoned himself from the fog of history. He wore the pride mask and held the Staff of the Stars in his hand as he projected himself back into the cathedral of the Garden of Eden. Seeing that Palidurlau had lost most of his rationality and was unable to control his body, Klein didn't directly control his spirit body threads to turn the mind dragon into his marionette. He maintained his pace as he slowly approached the target. In Palidurlau's eyes, Gehrman Sparrow was like death incarnate. He approached him slowly with his own rhythm, but there was no chance of escape. At that moment, the grayish-white dragon statue on the huge cross behind him moved. Almost simultaneously, Klein raised his left hand and pulled downwards. The shadow curtain that enveloped the Garden of Eden instantly contracted, enveloping the huge cross, the grayish-white dragon statue, and Palidurlau within. In the next second, Klein raised the curtain. The incomplete mythical creature that Palidurlau had transformed into combined with the gigantic cross as though it was a knotted giant tree, and the grayish-white dragon statue connected the entirety of the Garden of Eden, turning the city outside the cathedral into an abnormally illusory sea that contained all colors. This wasn't the Chaos Sea, rather the loaning of its strength. It had been tampered by Klein and reassembled. At that moment, Gehrman Sparrow, who had been walking slowly forward, arrived beside the knotted giant tree. He raised his right hand, and under the vacant yet slightly fearful gaze of Palidurlau, he lashed out with the Staff of the Stars. This cane that was embedded with many gems hit the target heavily, separating it into two. Between the sounds of parts falling to the ground, Palidurlau's body that had been combined with the huge cross fell to the ground. The leader of the psychology alchemists died before he could even say his last words. While waiting for Palidurlau's Beander characteristic to appear, Klein looked around and chuckled inwardly. As expected, Hermes's true goal was to use the faction backing Misjustice to destroy the Garden of Eden and use it to escape from Adam. The Mind Dragon, Arihog's words made him steel his resolve. However, he should have still left a few sealed artifacts for me. There's no need to abscond with everything. Could it be that the rabbit should be wearing a greed mask instead of wrath? The psychology alchemists might appear again in the future, but the one controlling it in the shadows is no longer the Twilight Hermit Order, but Hermes himself. Chapter 1366. Set up. Retracting his gaze, Klein cast his gaze at the Beander characteristic that Palidurlau's body had produced. It was formed from thin mist, seemingly an unreal, grayish-white brain from a dream. He believed that the Garden of Eden was the safest place, so he placed his true body here. All activities in the outside world are just his many different identities. Who would have known that Hermes, who was supposed to be a defensive barrier, had abandoned this place? If a real angel were guarding the Garden of Eden and had fully utilized the uniqueness of this mind city, I wouldn't be able to so easily deceive the rules and successfully infiltrate it. As Klein thought to himself, he randomly made a wish to accelerate the Beander characteristics formation and condensation. He snapped his fingers and fulfilled his wish. Following that, he picked up the Dreamweaver Beander characteristic and something that could be used as the supplementary material. He took off the pride mask on his face and left the Garden of Eden. As he left, the remaining parts of the city collapsed and merged into the boundless sea of collective subconscious. From that point onward, the legend of the Garden of Eden would emerge in many dreams, eventually drawn out by some artists, or fabricated into widespread stories. And all of the stories would come to a consensus. The Garden of Eden was eventually destroyed. Returning to the Hall family manor's veranda, Klein looked at Miss Justice, who had already composed herself, and handed over the Dreamweaver Beander characteristics, the corresponding ingredients, and the potion formula he had seen from the second blasphemy slate. Before Audrey could say anything, he said in a deep voice, "You can go back on your word," before officially advancing. Audrey received Mr. World's gift and nodded silently, indicating that she would seriously consider it. Wearing the exquisite straw hat, she watched Gehrman Sparrow turn around and walk to the edge of the veranda, disappearing step by step. After removing his traces and concealing the clues, Klein cleverly used grafting and the uniqueness of Saphira Castle to return to Backland, appearing in front of Judgment Zio, who was on holiday. The Mi-9 colonel, who was munching on an apple, immediately put down the food in her hands. As she wiped her mouth with a tissue, she stood up. What's the matter? She cautiously didn't address him as Mr. World, nor did she call him Gehrman Sparrow. Klein nodded slightly and said, Mr. Fool got me to ask you if you wish to obtain the potion formula, Viander characteristic, and supplementary ingredients for sequence 4 imperative mage. Zio frowned slightly, not feeling any joy. She asked solemnly, then, what's the price? Klein nodded approvingly. The apocalypse is coming. Many changes are beginning to happen, and Mr. Fool has prophesied some matters. When the time comes, it's very likely that he will enter a period of slumber again. And as his blessed, his left-hand man, I'm unable to escape the same fate. The price you need to pay is that when such a situation really appears, follow the revelation left behind by Mr. Fool, doing something that might be dangerous or simple. It might be an attempt that will take a long while, or just a short moment, so as to awaken Mr. Fool. As a king of Angel Seer, the owner of Saphira Castle, Klein had long been able to make certain levels of prophecies. Recently, he had seen some blurry visions and inspiration. Therefore, without any solid plan, he consciously started putting in place various arrangements. Right now, I'm a real charlatan, he lampooned himself in thought. Before Zio could speak, he added, you can choose to decline. You are not the only person chosen. Zio believed that Mr. World wouldn't use sarcasm when it came to such matters. She didn't immediately answer as she seriously considered the matter. Without the pending apocalypse, she felt that she would have rejected the offer. Although a demigod was powerful and terrifying, being able to rule a battlefield and control the fates of others, and was a creature that truly possessed godhood, becoming a Sequence 4 wasn't a matter that was urgent for her. As a Sequence 5 disciplinary paladin, she was able to ensure that she completed most of the missions as a colonel of Mi-9, with her own capabilities. With her salary and additional income, she could maintain a very decent life for her family. Even if she were to encounter danger, she could obtain sufficient aid from the official factions. Furthermore, she could make preparations by getting Limano's travels in advance, and ask her friend, Furs, to protect her in secret. In addition, she had investigated the cause of her father's death and fulfilled her wish to restore his honor. Therefore, no matter what, she didn't have to pay the huge price to become a Sequence 4 Viander. Besides, it wasn't impossible for her to get an opportunity from Mi-9. Of course, Zio had no idea how much longer until this would happen in the future, be it Mr. Fool's warning, or the various prophecies I deliberately gathered using my job. It clearly or vaguely points out that the apocalypse is coming. There are only 16 years left. Zio subconsciously turned her body to look at the second floor. Under my present living conditions, Mom will definitely be able to live for another 16 years. At that time, she wouldn't be too old. Furthermore, Mr. Moon has provided all kinds of medicine to maintain her health. 16 years later, Rio will be a young man in his prime. At the peak of his career, Furs might already become a Sequence 3 Viander, and in order to deal with the apocalypse and seek hope, she would be busy running around, but I wouldn't be of much help. Zio slowly retracted her gaze as she fell silent. Then, she looked at the world Gehrman Sparrow and nodded solemnly. You can set up a ritual at any time and make a wish to Mr. Fool. He will fulfill your wish. Klein didn't waste any time and gave a simple explanation. His imperative mage Viander characteristic and potion formula were all obtained from the New Moon City's sacrifice. Of course, he had also bestowed his believers with the sealed artifact, General of the Pupil-less Eye, in exchange. After Zio made her decision, she stopped worrying about the matter and said, Wendell apparently went to Utopia, but strangely, he returned that very night and didn't go to court to testify. That makes him puzzled and worried. Tell him that there's no need to worry about this matter anymore. All the people of Utopia were buried in a natural disaster. With that said, Klein turned and walked into the spirit world. In the outskirts of Backland East Borough, in a cemetery, Klein silently looked at the niches filled with urns of ashes and didn't look away for a long time. After a while, he slowly walked under a tree's shade. He took out the historical projection of the adventurer's harmonica and blew it. With 4 blonde, red-eyed heads and dressed in a dark and complicated long dress, Reinette Tinekar immediately walked out of the void. Without waiting for Miss Messenger to speak, Klein asked. The various churches are preparing to besiege the Rose School of Thought and plan on joining forces with you. He had learned of the matter from Leonard and Emlyn. Reinette Tinaker's 4 blonde, red-eyed heads said, "There's nothing for now. Talk after locking on target." That is to say that, with the interference in divination and prophecies, and the protection from outer deities like the Mother Tree of Desire, Primordial Moon, as well as kings of angels like the Chained God, the Rose School of Thought demigods aren't that easy to find. They need a certain amount of time to employ various strategies. That's right, even Erodes wouldn't dare spy on them under such circumstances. Perhaps I can summon its historical void projection. Klein thought for a moment and said, if there are items directly related to them, using them as a medium I can lock onto the corresponding target. When the time came, he could use Saphira Castle's power to penetrate the shield. All right, Reinette Tinaker's 4 beautiful heads bobbed up and down at the same time. With nothing left to discuss, he planned on letting Miss Messenger return. He had originally intended to jokingly ask, "Do I need to pay for the summoning this time?" His spiritual perception suddenly stirred as he fell silent. A few seconds later, he took out a gold coin from Saphira Castle. This was one of the 5 gold coins that had been tainted by Saphira Castle's aura. The payment this time, Klein handed over the gold coin with a smile. No need. This time, after Reinette Tinaker's 2 blonde, red-eyed heads said that, the remaining 2 didn't say anything. She had powerful spiritual perception capabilities, and appeared as though she had sensed something. In the next second, one of the 2 blonde, red-eyed heads that didn't open its mouth rose up and bit the gold coin at Klein's fingertip. All right, Klein retracted his hand and said with a smile. Then, he casually asked, is Miss Sharon and Marich still in Backland? Yes, Miss Messenger informed Klein about her student's address. In a house, Marich sat at a long table and skillfully played cards with his zombies. Suddenly, Sherlock Moriarty appeared on an empty chair. He put down his hat and took the covered cards from a zombie without any hesitation. Marich looked up at him. His lips moved, but he didn't open them in the end. He let the zombie in charge of croupier duties continue to hand out the cards. Just like that, Klein joined them. He played a few rounds, winning and losing at times. In the corner, Sharon, who was wearing a black regal dress and a small and delicate bonnet, appeared at some point in time. She held her face with one hand and quietly watched the game. After playing for about 2 hours, Klein stood up and formally bowed to Miss Sharon and Marich. Then, he chuckled, put on his hat, walked towards the door, and disappeared. Deep in the spirit world, Klein, who had finished a course of 3 treatments, appeared outside Calderon City. Chapter 1367, Distributary. As he didn't know what state Eamon was in right now, Klein didn't dare delay. After his mental problems were resolved, he immediately came to Calderon City and prepared to obtain the river water of the River of Eternal Darkness. And because it involved a Saphira, he could only vaguely see some visions when using divination or making a prophecy. He couldn't accurately make a judgment. After surveying the area, Klein raised his hand to summon the historical void projection from a few minutes ago, allowing his true body to return to Saphira Castle. His consciousness then shifted to the projection, making it corporeal. Following that, Klein grabbed at the void again and pulled out the Staff of the Stars' historical projection. To be honest, after being able to use most of the Beander powers below Sequence 0 of the Apprentice pathway through Saphira Castle, Klein no longer needed a Grade 0 sealed artifact like the Staff of the Stars. He could basically replicate whatever mystical effects it had without the negative effects. However, he always felt that an angel still had to possess a close combat weapon because it was possible to fall into a region that nullified Beander powers at some point in time. In the mysterious world, this was definitely something that could happen. Be it the law restrictions from the Arbiter pathway, or the Beander effects of a particular outer deity, it was possible to achieve similar effects. Under such circumstances, if he picked up a hard staff that came with passive effects and directly smashed it in the enemy's head, it would prove to be rather effective. As a king of angels of the seer pathway, making preparations in all aspects was an instinct. After weighing the Staff of the Stars and pressing down on his top hat, Klein took out the golden bird-shaped accessory from Saphira Castle and placed it in his left breast pocket. Then, he took a step and entered Calderon City, the divine kingdom of ancient death, Phoenix ancestor Gregrace. The first thing that entered his vision was a huge bottomless pit. All sorts of strange buildings circled the deep pit and extended downwards in circles, forming a grand city that was beyond the understanding of ordinary people. Some of the buildings were standalone houses that stood atop pale white stone pillars, while others were huge rectangular coffins. There were no windows, and the doors were on the roofs. Some of them were just tombs with gravestones at the entrance, while others were constructed from all kinds of bones, making them seem rather messy. The closer to the bottom of the pit, the more intact the buildings were. The closer they got to the top, the more they collapsed, filled with the decay and ruin of time. With just a glance, Klein made a faint grayish-white fog appear around him. He directly used Saphira Castle's status to resist the laws of Calderon City, which turned all living beings into the dead. To him, becoming a dead person wasn't a negative effect, but he didn't like that cold and indifferent feeling. The grayish-white tide that rose previously has receded. Klein, who was wearing a top hat and trench coat while carrying the staff, nodded in thought. With one step, he stepped deep into Calderon City, which could be seen with the naked eye. This time, he used the Marauder Pathway's Beander powers to steal the distance of his perception so as to avoid being entangled with the various dangerous monsters that were active in this mysterious city. This wasn't something he was afraid of. The ones who should be afraid were the monsters. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't wish to waste time, he wouldn't have minded taking the opportunity to gather a batch of marionettes to make up for the losses caused by the destruction of Utopia. Apart from this reason, Klein was still cautious about something else. Calderon City was a city of the dead. It was very likely that in the deepest depths of the city flowed the river of eternal darkness. And in essence, marionettes were already dead, so once they approached anywhere close to the bottom, there was a possibility of a mutation. Venturing deeper one step at a time, Klein realized that he had thought too much. None of the monsters hidden in this strange city dared to appear. The aura of Saphira Castle allowed their instinctual desire to live to overcome their inclinations of madness and their habits of hunting. The deeper he went, the quieter his surroundings became. The strange buildings remained intact, but they seemed to be dead for years. Even their auras were cold, gloomy, and decadent. It's the same as looking at a black and white film. If I didn't hear my breathing and heartbeat, I would have suspected that I was deaf. Klein coughed lightly and used his grumbling to resist the silence of death. His intuition told him that once he got used to this environment, his body and mind would become still and silent. Then, he would truly die in the full meaning of the word. The closer he got to the ground, the stronger this feeling became. As he kept stealing the distance, Klein proceeded forward for a long time before finally seeing the bottom of the pit. No, this wasn't the true base of the pit. It was just a huge, black palace that stood in the way. The palace was propped up by columns. There were all kinds of bones and different corpse pieces embedded in them. Some parts of the palace were even covered in blood. They belonged to different races. Klein stared at it for a few seconds. Without any hesitation, he carried the staff of the stars and entered the palace through the open door. On both sides of the hall were different types of coffins in different colors. They sat there silently, as if they had already been weathered by death. As Klein entered, there was a sudden noise coming from inside the coffins. It sounded like a rusted joint opening. The grayish-white fog around Klein thickened again as all the coffins suddenly quietened down. Ignoring them, Klein walked to the depths of the hall. There was a grayish-white stone staircase descending with a huge stone monument erected at the entrance. At the top of the stone monument stood a long and slender statue that resembled a giant bird made of bronze. Its wings had all kinds of pale white symbols. Under the bronze bird-shaped statue, the surface of the stone monument was written in text that originated from the language of the dead. Their shapes were all different, looking like simplified birds or coiled snakes that looked different. They formed a few indistinct words. Even deities cannot escape imprisonment even in death. Is this a warning to all living beings who come to Calderon City to not go down the stairs? It directly leads to the river of eternal darkness. Klein's thoughts raced as he carefully read the words on the stone monument. From his point of view, this meant that, even if a sequence 0 true deity were to approach the river of eternal darkness, they would be trapped there and unable to escape. And even if they were to die, they would still be imprisoned by this abstract river, this Saphira. Although they wouldn't dissipate, they wouldn't be able to escape. From the looks of it, it's just like the Chaos Sea. Without any Sephiroth protection, merely approaching the river of eternal darkness will result in a terrifying mutation. Klein retracted his gaze and tidied up the golden bird-shaped accessory attached to his breast pocket. He walked past the bronze statue's stone monument and walked down the grayish-white staircase. He didn't steal the distance again, to prevent himself from slamming headfirst into danger. In the dark, silent, and cold environment, the golden bird-shaped accessory in front of Klein's chest released a pale white glow. illuminating a small area. It was like a tiny lifeboat struggling in the waves of death. After descending for an unknown period of time, the aura of Saphira Castle around him expanded out of reflex and became extremely thick, like a grayish-white cocoon. At the same time, Klein turned his head slightly and heard a faint, illusory whooshing sound. This seemed to indicate that a dark river was slowly flowing deep underground not far from him. In the next second, Klein looked down at his feet. At some point in time, there was a dark stream of incorporeal water surging out from somewhere. Even light couldn't exist on its surface. This is different from what I saw last time. Klein frowned slightly. Back when he came to Calderon City to hunt the spirit world plunderer, he had caused a certain change, causing large amounts of grayish-white illusory tidal water to surge up the bottom of the pit. The colors that he saw the 2 times were completely different. Just as Klein's thoughts raced, at the bottom of the stone staircase, where the dark tide surged over, a thin grayish-white fog spread up. Together with the illusory liquid, it expanded into a grayish-white liquid that was more mist-like. When the water reached Klein's feet, it silently shrank back as though it was constantly ebbing up and down at a particular frequency. This faint gray fog is a little familiar. Klein's expression turned solemn. After pausing for a few seconds, he continued down. This time, the rising illusory tide drowned him, causing his body to turn light, causing his emotions to quickly turn cold and his thoughts to gradually weaken. If not for the protection of Saphira Castle's aura around him, Klein suspected that he would passively fuse with the tide without being able to resist. Following that, the grayish-white cocoon rose and bobbed up and down in the water before slowly reaching the end of the staircase. At the end was a void. Amidst the emptiness flowed a straight, wide, illusory, colorless, dark river. This river was so blurry that it was difficult to see it clearly. This was because its surroundings were covered with a swath of grayish-white like a thin layer of fog. Indeed, Klein couldn't help but mutter when he saw this. He was no stranger to this kind of fog. He had seen it behind the door in Bansi's ruins before. He had seen it at the easternmost end of the Forsaken Land of the Gods before, as well as beneath Saphira Castle. And unlike other places, there was a portion of the water from the River of Eternal Darkness that penetrated the grayish-white fog and fused to some extent with the latter, changing colors between dark black and pale white. The river water here kept swirling up before falling down, like a stream that was running through the illusory darkness. On both sides of the distributary stood huge and pale white stone pillars. They seemed to be supporting something, preventing whatever it was from collapsing. At this moment, between the stone pillars, and on the banks of the distributary, countless blurry, translucent figures were pacing back and forth, slowly but unceasingly. Among them, the most eye-catching one was a seemingly lost figure that would occasionally enter into the depths of the distributary before turning around. Yet, it didn't seem like it could leave the river. It was huge, similar to the stone pillars around it. It had a heavy black robe draped over it, and from its side profile, it looked very old. Suddenly, it turned its head and looked at Klein. Its face had obvious southern continent characteristics, but it had already rotted while white feathers stained with pale yellow oil grew out. Klein knew him, and he was Mr. Azek's father, the death of the fourth epoch, Emperor of the Underworld Salinger. Chapter 1368, Death Imprint. Death Salinger, who was pacing around the River of Eternal Darkness, looked at Klein, who was enveloped in the grayish-white cocoon. His eyes that had pale white flames that were about to be extinguished instantly reflected the golden bird-shaped accessory on Klein's chest. In the next second, a deep roar came from his rotting mouth, reverberating above the river, causing the entirety of Calderon City to visibly shake. The distributary that occasionally rose up or plunged down, sometimes dark and sometimes pale white, reached the end of the stone staircase with the rising of tides, surging towards Klein. During this process, the illusory tide fused with the grayish-white fog, creating a similar color. The grayish-white torrent slammed into Klein's body repeatedly, but it failed to destroy the cocoon around him. Death Salinger's rotting body took steps to the edge of the distributary, but he couldn't escape no matter what. All he could do was stand there and roar wildly. Klein's gaze swept past him, as he looked at the blurry figures loitering around the banks. One of them had already been swept to the center of the distributary by the surging tide. They couldn't help but sink to the bottom of the river, melting like ice. The remaining ones didn't show any fear as they maintained their blank and lost state, moving back and forth endlessly. At a glance, Klein saw many familiar figures. They were the same person, Azek Eggers with his bronze skin and soft facial features. This death console seemed to have dissociated into multiple selves. They constantly paced between the pale white stone pillars on both sides of the river of eternal darkness. This, as Klein's heart stirred, his right leg suddenly turned cold. He subconsciously lowered his head and saw a pale white hand. The palm penetrated the grayish-white cocoon and grabbed his calf. And the owner of the palm floated in the surging torrent was like a water ghost as it attempted to pull Klein into the depths of the water. Its attack could actually ignore the aura of Saphira Castle. Sensing Klein's gaze, the pale white palm's owner raised his head to reveal his face. He had black hair and brown eyes. His facial features were ordinary and he had a scholarly air. Klein Moretti. The water ghost was Klein Moretti. In the next second, Klein's left leg, right shoulder, and left arm were grabbed by different pale white hands. This made him feel cold all over as his spirit body seemed to freeze. He couldn't even use all his Beander powers. It was impossible to resist. The three pale white hands belonged to different blurry figures, while the different blurry figures all had the same face, Klein Moretti's face. Under the pull of the four water ghosts, Klein's body gradually separated from the grayish-white cocoon and sank into the torrent. His body became colder and colder, and his thoughts gradually fell into silence. His vision gradually darkened, and eventually, there were only dark ebbing waves. Above the gray fog, in the ancient palace, Klein's consciousness returned to his original body. Then, without any hesitation, he extended his palm and used the power of Saphira Castle to steal an item from the latter through his connection with the historical projection. A golden beam of light flashed as Klein held the golden bird-shaped accessory. At the same time, he stopped maintaining the historical void projection. The drowning figure disappeared from the eternal night flood. It can ignore the aura of Saphira Castle, which means that those four figures truly are me, but why would I be trapped in the stream of the river of eternal darkness, pacing about endlessly? Four figures, Klein's expression was solemn as he gently tapped the edge of the long mottled table. He gained some inspiration amidst the tapping. The words, four, souls, and death, corresponded to the reality that he had died 4 times and had revived 4 times. Of course, after becoming an attendant of mysteries, the 4 resurrection opportunities had been reset again. Every time I die, regardless of whether I successfully revive or not, I will leave an imprint in the river of eternal darkness. I died 4 times, so there are 4 figures wandering the banks of the river of eternal darkness. Klein roughly grasped the crux of it before he sighed inwardly. The river of eternal darkness is indeed a Saphira. As expected of the symbol of death, repose, destination, endpoint, and darkness, this is what the goddess meant when she pointed out that I'll encounter a different kind of danger. When the historical projection was drowned, I suffered some mental damage. If my mental state was unstable, I might have suffered some terrible consequences by now. Based on this deduction, Klein had a brand new understanding of the many Azek figures and the wandering Death Salinger. They were the corresponding imprints of death. Mr. Azek has indeed died many times in the process of searching for his memories, but he comes back to life every time. According to the present situation, although an undying doesn't die, it leaves behind a lot of hidden dangers. Once the number of deaths reaches a certain level, their true bodies might be attracted to the river of eternal darkness one day, ending up as one of the figures that wander around there for an eternity. Only Salinger's figure is there. This means that, after accommodating the uniqueness, his death imprint also becomes unique. As Klein's thoughts raced through his mind, he became worried about Mr. Azek's state of survival. And there were 2 solutions to resolving this problem. One was to make Azek's soul whole and make him stop repeating his resurrection process. And second, to help the Evernight goddess become a great old one and gain control of the river of eternal darkness. Perhaps this is another binary choice. When the goddess becomes a great old one, there's no need for her to make use of half of Mr. Azek's soul again. Klein reined in his thoughts and focused his attention on his goal. He had entered the depths of Calderon City, not to resolve the death imprint of Death Salinger, and destroy any chances of him reviving. Instead, he was here to retrieve the river water from the river of eternal darkness. Clearly, the illusory tide's water that flows out of the river doesn't work. It's only an aura that flows out, not the river water itself. Also, water that has fused with the grayish-white fog won't do either. It's not pure enough, so it wouldn't be able to accomplish the desired effect. From the looks of it, only when the distributary turns back into its deep and dark state can I get the water. Hey, there's definitely no way to get it from the main river. That grayish-white fog is definitely a solid barrier. Klein quickly formulated a plan based on his analysis. That was to avoid going close to the river of eternal darkness, and not attract the attention of Death Salinger. He would wait for the distributary's water to recede and turn dark before he headed over, before allowing his 4 death imprints to drag his historical projection to the bottom of the river. During this process, the historical projection would seize the opportunity and use the golden, bird-shaped accessory to scoop the river water. Then, he would return his consciousness back to Saphira Castle. Using the powers of theft, as well as the close connection between the 2 items, he could take away the golden, bird-shaped accessory. After considering the finer details to the procedure, Klein returned to Calderon City and summoned his historical void projection. He repeated the previous process and soon returned to the stone tablet next to the giant bronze bird statue. He walked down the grayish-white stone steps, step by step. The aura of Saphira Castle around him gradually thickened, turning into a thin cocoon. It didn't take long before Klein arrived at the end of the staircase. He saw the river of eternal darkness flowing in the void, the pale white columns on both banks, and the countless blurry figures that lingered at the banks of the distributary. This time, he wasn't in a hurry to go forward. He left the staircase and waited patiently at the same spot for the distributary's water to recede. The grayish-white colors faded and the water darkened. Right now, Klein's figure flashed as he stole the distance and appeared in Death Salinger's blind spot. Without any surprise, as his body sank into the river of eternal darkness, the pale white hands immediately penetrated the aura of Saphira Castle and grabbed his limbs. His 4 death imprints appeared around him, eager to drag him to the bottom of the river. Klein's head submerged under the dark river water, making his body turn cold as his thoughts turned still. Before he completely lost his senses, transparent and distorted maggots crawled out from Klein's neck. They quickly crawled to the side of the golden, bird-shaped accessory, clustered around it, and lifted it up, preparing to scoop the water of the river of eternal darkness. At that moment, a massive shadow appeared in the swirling illusory river in front of Klein. It was a giant bird floating in the water, one that was completely submerged by the river of eternal darkness's distributary. The giant bird's surface was covered with white flames, and the feathers formed from mysterious patterns, but most of them had been melted away by the river of eternal darkness. The exposed parts were pitch black and rotten with pale yellow pus on the surface. The giant bird's eyes seemed to be made of bronze, and layers of illusory doors were hidden within. Phoenix ancestor Gregrace, the ancient death who had opened up the underworld. In front of Gregrace's eyes, a bronze beam burst out, enveloping the golden, bird-shaped accessory and Klein's historical projection in a bid to drag them over together. After weighing his current situation, Klein instantly made a decision and gave up the attempt of scooping the river water. His consciousness immediately returned to Saphira Castle, and he stole the golden, bird-shaped accessory. His historical projection dissipated. There's danger in the water too. The ancient god, Phoenix ancestor Gregrace, has completely sunk into the river of eternal darkness. If the goddess can truly accommodate the uniqueness of the death pathway, and if Salinger can't use that opportunity to revive in his body, he should also sink into the water like Gregrace. And the death imprint of Gregrace will melt further. Klein silently sighed as he modified the plan. Following that, he summoned the historical void projection and returned to the end of the stairs. After waiting for a while, when Death Salinger turned around and slowly walked towards the bank, Klein suddenly stole the distance and appeared in front of him. In the next second, Salinger let out a low growl, rapidly increasing the flow of the distributary. At the same time, Klein was grabbed by his death imprints and forcefully dragged to the bottom of the river. He sensed the Phoenix ancestor, Gregrace. Like before, Gregrace's bronze eyes lit up. However, what enveloped this light wasn't Klein and the golden, bird-shaped accessory, but Death Salinger. Grafting. Seizing this brief opportunity, the worms of spirit crawled out from Klein's historical projection and lifted the golden, bird-shaped accessory. The bronze eye of the accessory also released a beam of light, scooping up a tiny portion of the river water. In the next moment, Klein's consciousness returned to Saphira Castle. He raised his hand and retrieved the accessory. Phew, I'm finally done. Looking at the golden, bird-shaped accessory in his hand, he slowly exhaled. As the owner of Saphira Castle, this mission wasn't too difficult. As long as he didn't rashly enter with his main body, he could rely on repeated failures to accumulate experience and figure out the situation. And if it wasn't for the fact that there were 2 deaths in the distributary of the river of eternal darkness, one wandering and the other sinking, Klein wouldn't have failed twice. Chapter 1369, Palm. After weighing the bird-shaped, golden accessory in his hand, Klein quickly returned to the real world. He casually picked an empty plot of land and set up an altar to hold a sacrificial ritual. With regards to the other secrets hidden in Calderon City, as well as the loitering figures around the river of eternal darkness, he temporarily didn't have any thoughts of starting a deeper exploration of it. This was because he still had more important matters to prepare for. He also had a key question to ask the Evernight goddess. Soon, he held the ritual and allowed the candlelight and spirituality materials to fuse together, forming a door of sacrifice and bestowment. Without any hesitation, Klein placed the bird-shaped, golden accessory into the wind, allowing it to slowly pass through the mysterious door and vanish into the endless darkness. In the next second, he sharply noticed that he had been dragged into a dream. In the center of the dreamscape was a Gothic palace that seemed to blend with the darkness around it. Its details were exquisite, its color dim, but it was still gorgeous. Klein passed through bushes of night vanilla and slumber flowers before stepping into the palace. In the deepest part of the hall, the Evernight goddess was sitting on an ancient high-back chair. She was still wearing the layered black dress that didn't seem complicated. The sparkling spots on the dress reflected the dome and the walls, and the pillars of the palace created a quiet and dreamy starry sky. The Evernight goddess, whose face seemed to be covered in layers of fishnet veils, held the bird-shaped, golden accessory and slowly stood up. She walked down the stairs to Klein. Her voice sounding like a lullaby. "What do you have to ask?" Klein politely took off his top hat and bowed slightly. "I want to know if the grayish-white fog that envelops the river of eternal darkness has something to do with that Lord of the Mysteries. That was also the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings." Although he couldn't see the Evernight goddess's face clearly, Klein felt like she was smiling when he looked straight at her. Yes. Furthermore, not only is the river of eternal darkness enveloped by the grayish-white fog, but the city behind Bansi Harbor, and the entire western continent is enveloped by the same grayish-white fog. Klein hesitated for a moment before saying, "This is a kind of seal." The Evernight goddess's dream projection nodded. "That's right. Apart from Saphira Castle and the Chaos Sea, all the other Sephiroth were sealed in the western continent by that mysterious Lord of the Mysteries. River of eternal darkness, brood hive, city of calamity, tenebrous world, nation of disorder, knowledge more, and key of light have all been sealed in the western continent by the celestial worthy. Isn't this too much? What pomp? It's no wonder that the city behind Bansi Harbor's door is like the former Shanghai. This is the city of calamity affecting that city in the real world, as well as Bansi. Then, to a certain extent, it has caused certain changes." Klein was enlightened and amazed. Back when he saw the scene behind the door in Bansi, he had suspected that it had something to do with the western continent. Furthermore, according to the clue that Bansi was the headquarters of Red Angel Medici's family, he suspected that behind the door was the reflection of the Saphira, the city of calamity. After a moment of silence, Klein didn't conceal his feelings. He sighed and said, "The power of that Lord of the Mysteries far exceeds my imagination. How could such a great old one, who is known as one of the pillars of the universe, silently perish?" The Evernight goddess's dream projection shook her head. It wasn't silent. From the clues that were available, he died together with the God Almighty of ancient times. That God Almighty's corpse formed the first blasphemy slate in the Chaos Sea. And beside it was the uniqueness of the Marauder pathway. In other words, in the middle of the first epic, the Lord of the Mysteries and God Almighty had a battle that was abnormally intense but didn't cause much of a stir. In the end, both perished. This can explain why the ancient sun god had the uniqueness or grazed uniqueness of the Marauder pathway when he walked out of the Chaos Sea. It was ripped off by the ancient God Almighty from the Lord of the Mysteries. Amidst his thoughts, Klein asked in puzzlement, why would they want to kill each other? They are both pillars and aren't from similar pathways. There shouldn't be any life and death conflicts that cannot be resolved. The Evernight goddess's dream projection said gently, "Convergence is an instinct. The higher the level, the stronger the instinct." That Lord of the Mysteries and God Almighty of ancient times were unable to restrain themselves from converging together, becoming the embodiment of the entire universe, which is also the innate instinct of the original creator. The crazier one becomes, the stronger they become. And beyond cunning, powerful, terrifying, and filled with wisdom, there's such a side to the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. Klein thought for a moment and said, that Lord of the Mysteries and God Almighty of ancient times are, in essence, different sides of the original creator. The Evernight goddess's dream projection said in a comforting voice, using the same existence but different personas as an analogy will be more accurate. The original creator was the maker of the universe, and also its destroyer. It is both day and also night. It's the light of holiness, and also the decadent abyss. It is an amalgamation of all contradicting concepts and symbolism. That's why he naturally has a tendency to be dissociative in a way that cannot be controlled. Once he splits, there will be a strong trend towards convergence. In a time more ancient than the era we lived in our past lives, the original sleeping creator had naturally split into multiple personas. They were also in a state of slumber, but they began to use the authority and beander characteristics they controlled to influence the world, making many preparations for the true dissociation when the original creator awakened. Here, the most powerful and active ones were God Almighty and the Lord of the Mysteries. The latter had another honorific name in the Western continent. In the early mid-stages of the first epoch, they should have used different methods to grasp the additional Sephiroth. This made their inclination to converge more intense, making it impossible for them to control themselves, and began taking actions against each other. According to the ancient sun god's research, the pillar of support is the highest level of stability one can achieve. If a great old one exceeds this limit, just accommodating an additional Sephira will lead to being controlled by the convergence instinct in an irreversible manner. No one knows the exact situation of the battle. Even the seven lights of the spirit world do not know. We only know that, from that fateful moment onwards, the two great old ones known as the pillars vanished completely. As for the other Sephiroth other than the Chaos Sea and Sephira Castle, they were sealed by Sephira Castle's powers in the Western continent. That was once the territory ruled by the Lord of the Mysteries. This setup led to a problem. It was that, before the reappearance of the Lord of the Mysteries and God Almighty, and before removal and breaking of the Western continent's seal, no Sequence Zero in this world could become a great old one to resist the outer deities. As the apocalypse approaches, this problem will force all the true deities to nurture a Lord of the Mysteries or God Almighty. And the former Lord of the Mysteries and God Almighty are very likely to awaken in their bodies. This, therefore, the sealing of the other Sephiroths was done deliberately by the celestial worthy, preventing the later Sequence Zero true deities from deliberately avoiding this pathway, killing the chances of the birth of a new Lord of the Mysteries. And as long as a new Lord of the Mysteries is born, he has a high chance of being revived and completely awakening. Isn't this too sinister? From a certain point of view, there's no need to be afraid of others knowing this arrangement. The more entities that know of it, the more they will be inclined to quickly support the growth of a Lord of the Mysteries, so as to prevent them from only having a few years towards the end to gain control of their corresponding Sephiroth. The more Klein thought about it, the more terrifying the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings appeared. This made him sigh inwardly, as expected of a pillar that can make the genie fall into such a predicament to this day. Klein immediately asked, "Then why didn't you support the growth of a Lord of the Mysteries in the fourth epoch?" He actually knew the answer to this question. As time passed, as the original creator's different personas, the celestial worthy and God Almighty will have their wills constantly weaken. The closer they got to the apocalypse, the weaker the corresponding will became. This made those of the future be able to resist and suppress them, and avoid losing themselves. This could be proven by the fact that Adam had waited until recently to advance to visionary. The Evernight goddess's dream projection revealed a smile. Back then, Aemon and Bethel were unwilling. All of them wished to make all sorts of preparations, hoping to make the attempt when the apocalypse was approaching. As for Salinger, he planned to use the River of Eternal Darkness to fuse with the Red Priest's uniqueness to create a brand new Great Old One path. Then, he went mad. He wasn't able to resist the desire for converging the Twilight and Evernight pathway. Death was also forced into such circumstances. On the one hand, the apocalypse was only 1,000 years or so away, and on the other hand, the River of Eternal Darkness had been sealed by the celestial worthy, a pillar. This prevented him from attempting to control it. It's too sinister, too much. Klein couldn't help but inwardly criticize the celestial worthy. At this moment, the Evernight goddess's dream projection continued. The seal on the western continent is gradually weakening with time. The Sephiroth will instinctively or consciously use their symbolism to corrode the uniqueness and high-sequence Beander characteristics that land on them to influence the outside world. The first to seep out energy was the River of Eternal Darkness. In the second epoch, it formed a distributary through Grace. After that, in the fourth epoch, traces of more Sephiroth began to appear on the northern and southern continents and the islands over the 5 seas. This is an important factor hidden behind many of the anomalies in the fourth epoch. The Sephiroth had indirectly exacted their influence through the seal in the fourth epoch. It's no wonder Adam said that my understanding of the fourth epoch's history isn't deep enough. From the looks of it, Van Sea Harbor retained the elven customs not because it was an elven settlement, but also because of other factors. Klein thought for a few seconds before smiling. I roughly understand. Is that why you've been helping me all this while? Chapter 1370. Decisive. The Evernight Goddess's dream projection replied with a smile. If it's just to nurture a Lord of the Mysteries, I should be betting on Amen. At the very least, the chances of him succeeding is much higher than yours. Without waiting for Klein to ask any further, she continued with a voice as ethereal as a dream. The era that was buried in the past is a memory shared between us, and also the critical period in which our humanity was born, sprouted, and nourished. Even if I've had a long life, it still remains my fondest of memories. You have its imprint in you, so I'm more willing to help you. The love for the house extends even to the crows perching on its roof. Klein made a conclusion in the form of an idiom. At that moment, he recalled the words Emperor Russell had written in his diary. Home. In his wistful silence, the dream projection of the Evernight Goddess switched to saying, when you're ready, you can go to the main peak of the Hornassus mountain range anytime. Of course, it's your freedom to choose. No one will force you, and no one can force you either. You can choose to stop at a certain stage and not become a great old one, nor allow the Lord of the Mysteries to awaken in your body. Then, at the last moment of the apocalypse, you can bring the people and objects you want to protect and wander to other planets in other solar systems to avoid the attention of the outer deities, and create another civilization. Klein had long thought of this problem. After a moment of silence, he said, I'm not sure if Russell had said one thing, you can hide for a moment, but you can't hide forever. He was speaking in Jotun with the Evernight Goddess, so it was a little odd when translating the proverb. Escaping was just a temporary strategy. It couldn't be used as a long-term plan. After a pause, Klein continued, although the universe is vast and without an end, the outer deities are clearly more familiar with it than we are. They're also stronger, directly representing a certain aspect of the universe. It's very difficult to avoid their pursuit. Besides, even if we succeed, peace will only last for some time. The recreated civilization will be destroyed in less than 1,000 years. When that happens, we won't even have the chance to become great old ones, never capable of any form of self-redemption. This was because if one wanted to successfully escape during the invasion of the outer deities, they had to give up all the Sephiroth. Otherwise, they would definitely become the focus of their attention. Let alone wandering the cosmos, even withstanding the first wave of attacks was an unknown. The Evernight Goddess's dream projection spoke slowly. Apart from the items ripped from the outer deities, only taking away the uniquenesses and high-sequence meander characteristics of the other pathways might not necessarily garner the attention of the outer deities. They wouldn't spend too much time searching. You also said that it's not necessarily the case. The outer deities should still have a certain desire for the uniqueness and high-sequence meander characteristics of similar pathways. This can help them approach the level of a pillar, Klein replied calmly. We can't place our hopes on their feelings. They aren't benevolent. The Evernight Goddess's dream projection nodded and said, in this aspect, you're more aware than Russell. Of course, it's because he had learned of the great old ones in the outer deities a little too late. She continued, you have another choice. Use Paulez's method to personally lower your level and let Aemon steal Saphira Castle. This way, you can live well as a Sequence 1 angel. You don't have to constantly worry that the Lord of the Mysteries will awaken in you. It won't be that exhausting. In the Church of Evernight's Bible, there was the division of angels and archangels. Klein had always guessed that the latter referred to Sequence 1, and today, he had finally obtained confirmation. Of course, this was only the standard of one church, not necessarily the rest. After hearing the Evernight Goddess's words, Klein fell silent for a long time before asking, can Aemon be trusted? The Evernight Goddess's dream projection said frankly, I can't give you a definite answer. Klein asked again, if the Lord of the Mysteries awakens in Amon's body, will he take back all the high-sequence meander characteristics of the Seer, Marauder, and Apprentice pathways? I don't know, the Evernight Goddess's dream projection replied in the same tone. Klein fell silent again. After a while, he said, personally, I don't wish to become a great old one, but I can't let down and betray those existences who have placed their bets on me. They have more or less helped me. Once Aemon becomes the Lord of the Mysteries, he will definitely help the ancient sun god retrieve the uniqueness and sequence one Beander characteristic from the Lord of Storms and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, causing their deaths. Besides, Aemon is a reckless god. The Evernight goddess's dream projection nodded slightly and said, "Your humanity has been maintained well." After making up his mind, Klein freed himself from his low spirit state. He smiled and said, "If I hadn't maintained my humanity, and allowed the godhood to gain an advantage, I would have also made a similar choice. That's because a godhood's instinct is convergence upon oneself." The Evernight goddess's dream projection gently chuckled. "Make your preparations. Meet Antigonus as soon as possible." Klein nodded and suddenly recalled something. He hurriedly asked, "Has Aemon already used Mr. Door's ritual to accommodate the uniqueness of the apprentice pathway?" The Evernight goddess's dream projection slowly replied, "If it were another existence, then definitely not. But if it's Aemon, there's a 50% chance. He likes to take risks and seek thrills." Klein didn't say another word as he watched the Evernight goddess's projection vanish before him as the dream gently collapsed. The altar that he had yet to clear occupied his vision again. To him, heading to the main peak of the Hornassus mountain range to face the Antigonus family's ancestor didn't require much preparation from him. He would mainly rely on Saphira Castle to produce an avatar to steal the Attendant of Mysteries Beander characteristic, the one from Zeratul, that he hadn't digested yet, allowing his main body to be in a unique state that could accommodate the uniqueness. As his mental state stabilized, even without Zeratul's remnant mental imprint, Klein could still rely on his humanity, consciousness, and anchors to barely suppress the partial consciousness of the celestial worthy. However, before that, Klein's spiritual intuition told him that he needed to do something. After looking around, he tidied up the altar and dragged Dwayne Dantes out of the fog of history. Sitting at the table, Klein spread out a piece of paper and wrote a letter to Mr. Azek. As it hadn't been a while since he wrote the previous letter, there wasn't much content. He only mentioned the river of eternal darkness that was situated underground in Calderon City, as well as the death imprints on both banks of the distributary. He emphasized the numerous Azek eggers he had seen, and his guesses. After folding the letter, Klein took out Azek's copper whistle and blew at it. The skeleton messenger appeared at the size of a normal human. It knelt down on one knee and opened its palm. After Klein handed the letter to it, he took out a gold coin from Saphira Castle. "This is to thank you for all the work you've done. If you can't accept it, hand it to your master and let him decide." This gold coin was one of the transformed gold coins that had been tainted by the aura of Saphira Castle. He had already used one of them to pay Miss Messenger's fee, and he had lost one to Marich when they played cards. The skeleton messenger was stunned for nearly 5 seconds, but he didn't dare disobey Klein's words. He clasped the letter and the gold coin with his bony fingers. It disintegrated and fell to the ground like a waterfall before drilling into the ground. Following that, Klein took out another gold coin and placed it in his pocket. At the same time, he made the Worms of Spirit on duty in Saphira Castle to take a look at a certain crimson star. East Balam, in a cathedral belonging to the Evernight goddess. As the first batch of demigods participating in the besieging of the Rose School of Thought, Leonard Mitchell had already used a sealed artifact to reach the southern continent. However, he had no progress for the time being. This was because the Rose School of Thought demigods seemed to sense the danger in the air as they simultaneously hid themselves. This made Leonard have no choice but to wait patiently, ready to answer the call of any dispatches. While he had nothing to do, he wore his red glove and entered the cathedral's prayer hall. He did his daily prayer in a rather devout manner. In the dark and serene environment, he seemed to fall asleep. After an unknown period of time, Leonard opened his eyes and stood up. He walked down the aisle towards the door. At that moment, he saw a familiar figure. It was Klein Moretti, wearing a top hat and formal suit with black hair and brown eyes. Leonard's pupils dilated as his brows pricked up. Klein, who was also praying, lowered his hands and stood up. He walked past him and slowly approached the altar. During this process, neither of them spoke, as if the other party was just a stranger. After reaching the donation box near the altar, Klein took out a gold coin from his pocket and threw it in with a serious expression. Then, he changed direction and left the cathedral from another door. Leonard stood in the middle of the aisle and watched this scene with a puzzled look. He frowned slightly. At this moment, in his mind, Pallas Zorost's slightly aged voice echoed. "Find a chance to get that gold coin." Backland, in a particular house, Will Ossepton held a silver spoon and focused on digging at the pale green ice cream in front of him. Suddenly, He extended his left hand to block the side of the food. On the chair beside him, Dwayne Dantes' figure instantly appeared. "I seem to have missed your birthday twice," Klein said with a smile. "This is a belated present." As he spoke, he took out a gold coin and pushed it to Will. "This is a lucky gold coin for you." Will was stunned for 2 seconds before muttering, "The gift celebrating my birth was a lucky amulet. For a birthday gift, it's a lucky gold coin. You really don't have any creativity." As he spoke, he reached out his chubby hand and quickly took the gold coin. Klein smiled, stood up, and vanished. Chapter 1371. Who are allies and who are foes? Byam, inside the Church of the Sea God. After the Mass, Alger Wilson returned to his room and saw a figure appear by the window. It was Gehrman Sparrow in a top hat and trench coat. Without waiting for Alger to speak, Klein took 2 steps forward and solemnly said, "I have come under Mr. Fool's orders." He habitually acted as the attendant of mysteries. Alger immediately lowered his head and pressed his right hand to his left chest. "Praise Mr. Fool." Klein nodded slightly and took out an item from the junk pile of Saphira Castle. Alger's eyes immediately reflected a short scepter made of bones. The tip of the scepter was embedded with tiny blue gems. A small number of them were dyed black, and a small number was covered in the light of dawn. Around it were countless pure points of light, and the sounds of illusory prayers emitted from it, stacked and holy. Alger's eyes widened as he couldn't help but reveal a hint of greed. As a sequence 4 demigod of the Sailor Pathway, he was extremely certain that the white bone scepter before him was the symbol of the sea god's identity, level, and strength. As he endured the slight dizziness from the prayers, he cast his gaze at the world Gehrman Sparrow, waiting for the deity's attendant to speak. Klein raised the sea god's scepter with one hand and said with a solemn expression, "This is Mr. Fool's gift and a sign of trust, as well as a reward for protecting a large number of believers. No matter what happens in the future, you are to keep following Mr. Fool's instructions and do your best to complete the missions he gives." Alger acutely sensed the hidden meaning. He suspected that Mr. Fool would encounter something in the future, causing him to suffer injuries or enter a nadir state. At the thought that he had already left the Church of Storms and had no way out, Alger pressed his right hand to his left chest and replied loudly, "My faith lies only with Mr. Fool." Upon seeing this, Klein secretly nodded before repeating what he had said to Miss Justice and Miss Judgment. This made Alger heave a sigh of relief. After all, knowing what might happen in the future was better than not knowing anything. Without hesitation, he repeated his words in a serious tone. Klein handed the sea god scepter to him. "You should get used to this sealed artifact in the daily life as a sea god. Once you finish digesting the cataclysmic Intera potion, use it to concoct the potion. The prior acting will reduce the difficulty of advancing." In fact, Klein could now remove the grafting and transfer the concept of sea god, which was directed at him in Saphira Castle to Alger, allowing him to directly become half a sea god. It would allow him to better adapt to his identity and better act in advance. However, considering how he was about to accommodate the Fool's uniqueness, he needed sufficient anchors to balance the consciousness of the celestial worthy's awakening. He couldn't be missing the sea god's believers. Klein decided to wait until his condition had stabilized before completely transferring everything that was related to sea god. Currently, Alger was an attendant more suitable to wield the authority, helping the deity listen and respond to prayer without enjoying the corresponding anchors and identity. The sea god scepter's owner was still Klein, as everything still pointed at him. This was the miraculous use of grafting. Alger suppressed his excitement and joy as he answered Gehrman Sparrow sincerely and received the sea god scepter. Then, he deliberated and asked, "What negative effects does this sealed artifact have?" "Mr. Fool has already applied certain seals to it. The negative effects of the sea god scepter have been greatly reduced," Klein said simply. "It will only make the wielder more irritable and cause the spirit to be in a certain state of chaos. In addition, it will drain the blood of the surrounding creatures every month. You can fly to the sea or an uninhabited island ahead of time." "That's still manageable." Alger secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Before asking what beyonder powers the scepter had, after Klein briefly described it, he vanished. After finishing the additional preparations, Klein sat on the Fool's chair and conjured a piece of goatskin and a dark red fountain pen. He began analyzing the possible developments at the main peak of the Hornassus mountain range when he faced the Antigonus family's ancestor. "If everything goes smoothly, and I enter the final stage of accommodating the Fool's uniqueness, the goddess will definitely have to remove the concealment. This is because this is the only way to allow the region to interact with reality, allowing fate to connect, thus achieving the effect of fooling fate. From Mr. Door's apotheosis ritual, the commotion caused by accommodating a uniqueness is definitely not trivial. Once it's not concealed, this matter will definitely be detected by the other deities. Furthermore, those who are concerned about this matter must have been watching the main peak of the Hornassus mountain range recently. Once there are any changes there, they will immediately know. In such a situation, there's no doubt that there will be interference, destruction, assistance, and support. It's very important to find out who the foes and allies are. Otherwise, there's no way to make targeted preparations. The goddess is definitely on my side. If she were an enemy, I would have been concealed countless times. It's impossible for me to grow to this level. To put it simply, she had many opportunities to sell me out. Furthermore, she could sell it at a very good price previously. Furthermore, to her, it wouldn't affect her ability to support who becomes the Lord of the Mysteries. That's why she can make a decision based on her preferences. Adam is currently unable to bypass the seal and obtain the river of eternal darkness. The ones who do not wish for Amen to become the Lord of the Mysteries the most are the eternal blazing sun, the Lord of storms, and the God of knowledge and wisdom. Once someone attempts to destroy my ritual to accommodate the fool's uniqueness, they would definitely help me and directly provide help. Apart from these four true deities, the remaining sequence 0s are Visionary Adam and the true creator are Amon's father. The probability of helping him is definitely higher than them being on the sidelines. Earth Mother has placed a bet on me through Emlyn, but it's not necessarily the case that she would definitely help me at the critical moment. 2. Her waiting patiently for the outcome when there are no interests at play is the best choice. The primordial Demonesses condition is odd. It's possible for her to make any choice. The attitude of the god of steam and machinery is ambiguous. It's more likely for him to remain neutral or privately make a deal with Amen and Adam. I don't have any chips to move him. Other than these true deities, there are some uncommon sequence 0s or the consciousnesses in existence that are nearly at sequence 0. The Lord of the Abyss, also known as the dark side of the universe, is suspected to have been invaded by the Mother Tree of Desire. He would occasionally respond to the prayers of the Blood Sanctify sect. It has been a long time since he exerted any influence on the real world. Likewise, the chained god is in a similar situation. What they will do will only depend on the Mother Tree of Desire's thoughts. And to the outer deities, delaying the birth of a Lord of the Mysteries should be a consensus. Under such circumstances, stopping me from being able to accommodate the fool's uniqueness will only cause me to be at an absolute disadvantage in the competition with Amen, allowing the competition to quickly determine a winner. The most plausible strategy of the Mother Tree of Desire is tacit consent. She might even help me to accommodate the fool's uniqueness, preventing the scale between me and Amen from tilting. After that, she will repeatedly destroy our inclinations and attempts to converge, delaying the birth of the Lord of the Mysteries to the apocalypse. The Red Angel evil spirit definitely hasn't recovered to the level where he can be involved in such matters. The hidden sage is very mysterious, making it difficult to guess his thoughts, but he should know that I am hostile towards him. At this point in the analysis, Klein made a conclusion. Allies: the Evernight Goddess, Lord of Storms, Eternal Blazing Sun, and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Foes: Visionary Adam, True Creator, and Mr. Error Amen, neutral with tendencies to support me. Earth Mother, Dark Side of the Universe, and Chained God. Neutral with tendencies to support Amen, Hidden Sage. Neutral and ambiguous attitudes. Primordial Demoness, God of Steam and Machinery. Yes, I'll ignore how far Adam and the True Creator have fused. I'll consider the worst-case scenario. I'll treat them as the ancient sun god and treat them as a dual pathway sequence 0 true god. The goddess has the uniqueness of the Twilight Giant and Death. Although she hasn't accommodated them, she has some level of control of them using that bird-shaped, golden accessory as a medium. Even if she can't compare to the ancient sun god, she can definitely stall him. I'll also consider Amen as a dual pathways sequence 0 true god. At least two of the Lord of Storms trio have to be diverted to have a chance to fend him off. From the surface, I still hold a certain advantage. Klein looked at the content listed on the piece of paper as he thought silently. However, This advantage didn't consider the neutral factions. Klein tapped the edge of the long mottled table and considered the worst situation. The primordial demoness, hidden sage, and god of steam and machinery might all choose to help Aemon based on their own secret dealings or their morality. This way, even if Earth Mother participated in the battle, Klein's side would be at a disadvantage. The god of steam and machinery and the other god from the omnipotent and omniscient pathway would cancel out each other. The primordial demoness would hold back the Earth Mother, who had just taken back the uniqueness of the moon. The hidden sage would face the universe's dark side and the chained god which were controlled by the mother tree of desire. The powers that the outer deities could sneak into the world were extremely limited. This gave the hidden sage a likely advantage. Furthermore, this cancellation was a calculation based on ideal conditions. In reality, under the chaotic situation, Aemon, who was in charge of the authority, could play many tricks. It was possible that he would be able to find weaknesses in an instant and bypass the obstacles, causing Klein's ritual to fail and make him lose control on the spot. In addition, some deities who supported Klein on the surface might turn to help Aemon due to reasons he wasn't aware of. As for the sealed artifacts that could change the power balance between the deities, Klein didn't know much about them and wasn't able to make an analysis. Hey, I didn't expect that there would be a day when I fleeced the mother tree of desire. Yes, I have to make some preparations for the worst-case scenario to prevent things from developing in this direction. Klein dispersed the paper and fountain pen in front of him and cast his gaze at a particular prayer light. His figure vanished from Saphira Castle and appeared on Bernadette's Dawn. Chapter 1372, The Other Use of the Magic Wishing Lamp. Queen Mystic Bernadette seemed to have a sense of foreboding when she saw Gehrman Sparrow's arrival. Without any surprise, she put down the ancient scroll in her hand and cast her gaze at the visitor at the door. Klein didn't stand on ceremony and said directly, "I wish to borrow the magic wishing lamp for a day." Bernadette nodded gently and raised her hand to pick up the magic wishing lamp beside her. Her invisible servant immediately held the unique lamp and brought it to Klein. Klein took it and said in a deep voice, "Thank you." Bernadette didn't make any requests. It was as though she wasn't afraid that she would end up having accumulated an additional wish and dying a strange death. She believed that Mr. Fool would be able to resolve this problem because the existence had displayed this ability the last time. In the next second, Klein, who had transformed into Gehrman Sparrow, vanished from the dawn and returned to Saphira Castle. When he placed the magic wishing lamp on the table in front of him, he immediately saw the candlewick light up, emitting a sticky light that formed a distorted, blurry golden figure. "You haven't fulfilled your promise yet, so I won't fulfill your wishes according to your will again," Genie said with a majestic and dignified voice. "You should know that the current owner of this lamp is Rusel's daughter. The first wish you made was to place her accumulated wishes that could allow her to suffer a backlash at the level above the sequences on you. And this time, I won't permit you to transfer her wishes onto yourself." When Klein had used the magic wishing lamp to escape, he hadn't changed the ownership of this Grade 0 sealed artifact. It still belonged to Bernadette, and its wielder was still Queen Mystic. Therefore, his wish would simultaneously be accumulated on himself and Bernadette. At that time, his first wish was to transfer the two wishes that Bernadette had previously made under his name. This cleared Bernadette's accumulated wishes, and he was burdened with two wishes, but at the same time, this first wish was also accumulated. Therefore, after it was fulfilled, Bernadette's count became 1, and Klein's was 3. Following that, Klein made a second wish. It would undoubtedly be counted towards both Bernadette and him. Finally, Bernadette's wish count was 2 without exceeding the critical point, while Klein reached 4. Without any surprises, he encountered the backlash from the rules that were at the level of an outer deity. He died on the spot in Adam's Corpse Cathedral and successfully escaped. Under the premise that Klein made another wish, it would make Bernadette's wish count reach 3, causing her to unavoidably suffer something terrifying. Of course, he could also mimic the first wish he did previously, transferring Bernadette's wish count onto himself and spending one chance at revival. However, the genie had already made it clear that he would distort any similar wishes, allowing the wish to be realized in a way that Klein didn't wish to see. Sigh, it's also because I was in a rush the last time. And Rusel was affected by the primordial moon, so the wish we came up with was definitely flawed. At that time, I should have added a description to make the first wish only count under my name. Or perhaps, I should have added another wish between the first and second wish to transfer the ownership of the magic wishing lamp to me. After all, My death would result in the ownership being cleared, and the magic wishing lamp would return to its wielder. As Klein sighed inwardly, he smiled at Genie. You should be no stranger to tampering and reassembly. With your level and current state as this lamp, I can now rely on Saphira Castle to graft its ownership from Bernadette onto me. Or perhaps, we can use a different method and directly use theft. Genie's blurry, golden figure fell silent. After a few seconds, he said, although you aren't as cunning as him, you're just as shameless. However, this is of no use. After you accumulate your wishes and die, the ownership of this lamp will still return to Rassel's daughter. And I will distort the rules and place your wish count onto her. Also, I said earlier that before you fulfill your promise, I won't fulfill your wish normally again. Klein maintained his smile. I once heard a story regarding investors. When a company is in trouble, the ones who are more willing to provide aid will definitely be the original investors. Although they have already paid a lot, if they don't continue investing, they might not be able to recoup their investment and end up losing all their money. Of course, if they could use other means to retrieve their own share, or exchange their investment for greater benefits, it would be another story. Which type do you think you are? Genie stared at Klein, who was sitting in the fool's seat, and laughed. After you gain a deeper grasp of Saphira Castle, you also seem to have obtained the eloquence of a swindler. However, unless you help me remove the seal now, it will be difficult for me to affect matters at the level of Sequence 0. At most, you will encounter a backlash from above the sequence's laws and die again. However, this won't be of any help to what you wish to do now. Death means failure. Furthermore, you should know very well that losing control during your advancement will affect all your avatars. It's not something that can be avoided by cutting off all connections. Indeed, I haven't thought of a wish yet. I'm just making preparations. With that said, he looked at the magic wishing lamp. Actually, this lamp has another use that can affect matters at Sequence 0. I heard that a true god once attempted to destroy this lamp, but failed in the end. Indeed, how can a lamp that can seal an outer deity be so easily damaged? It definitely has the power of the Lord of the Mysteries or Saphira Castle. As he spoke, the smile on Klein's face gradually became obvious. It's such a waste not to use something as sturdy as this as a shield. Genie fell silent for a long time. After such a friendly exchange, Klein and Genie exchanged their views. The fact that both of them were connected by fate had allowed them to come up with a preliminary agreement. Then, Klein placed the magic wishing lamp into his pocket, prepared to use it at any time. After completing all of this, he cast his gaze at the fragments of light related to the Hornassus mountain range in the fog of history. He was almost done with his preparations. Next, he would create another avatar and steal the undigested attendant of mysteries Beander characteristic from himself. Then, he could face the ancestor of the Antigonus family, and this might very well trigger a divine battle. To be frank, Klein didn't wish for that to happen. This was because a war of deities would likely have a negative impact on the real world. Back when the Rose Redemption stopped the resurrection of the Primordial One, in the divine battle to assassinate the ancient sun god, which involved the help of Dark Angel Sosrir, it directly brought about a disaster that affected the entire eastern continent. This caused more than 99% of the living creatures there to die, making large swaths of the terrain to resemble the abyss. The War of the Four Emperors and the Pale Disaster had nearly destroyed the northern continent, causing countless people to die and mutate. This caused the mountains to turn into lakes, valleys into peaks, rivers changing paths, the land to collapse, and the ocean to go berserk. The battle between the Evernight goddess and the god of combat happened in the astral world. It happened in the Evernight goddess's divine kingdom, and it was relatively brief. Therefore, it had the least impact on the real world. However, before that, the world war that exceeded a year had drained the blood and tears of countless people. If it was possible, Klein was actually willing to give up on Saphira Castle and live on as a Sequence 1 or even a Sequence 2 angel. The matter would then develop in the most peaceful way. However, along the way, there were already too many existences who provided him with kindness, help, and faith. At this moment, if Klein were to give up, he would put them into danger. This wasn't being kind, but selfish. From time immemorial, which successful person didn't bear the fates of many people? If he gave up, what about the rest? The members of the Tarot Club, the fool believers of the City of Silver and Moon City, Azek Eggers, Rynette Tinekare, Will Osepton, various faces quickly flashed across Klein's mind. Finally, he let out a long sigh. If Eamon could be trusted, it wasn't that Klein couldn't hand over all of this to him. However, this god of deceit had always been reckless. Even his believers were all himself. If Klein were to give up just like that, notwithstanding his own safety, the people or demigods he had just thought of might be caught by his enemies or directly end up wearing a monocle on their right eye. Among them, Will-Osepton and the fool's believers were in the most danger. Believe in the might of deities, but do not trust their benevolence. This was Klein's decision. When facing the Evernight goddess, he had used the Lord of Storms and company as an example. This was telling her that he wouldn't let her down after all the help she had given. This was the existence that had bet the most on him. If Klein were to give up, the Evernight goddess might have to pay a greater price to obtain the river of eternal darkness. She might even not be able to obtain it forever. This was because after the appearance of the two pillars, Lord of the Mysteries and God Almighty, it meant that the threat from the outer deities would be reduced to its lowest level. There wouldn't be any need for additional great old ones to appear. Few, all later used Saphira Castle to graft the main peak of the Hornassus mountain range to the astral world. This can prevent the war of deities from bringing any harm to the real world to the greatest extent. It can also allow the deities who are guarding the cracking barrier to unleash their full strength. After all, most of my supporters are orthodox deities. Klein's mind raced as he came up with a solution. He then snapped his fingers and used Saphira Castle to create an avatar to stand beside him. Chapter 1373. Facing. The avatar Klein created was a blueprint of his present state, and not Dwayne Dante's, Sherlock Moriarty, or Merlin Hermes, so as to avoid any obstacles in his self-awareness. After experiencing the mutation brought by Adam, he became more careful in such aspects. Glancing at his avatar, Klein's thoughts made his face turn blank. The avatar extended its right hand and stirred Saphira Castle's strength to grab at the main body. Again and again, it failed more than 10 times. Finally, it managed to extract bits of dark light from the main body. Finally, Klein sighed and extinguished the thought of trying to execute this attempt during the actual battle. Despite not resisting at all, with his body and mind at ease, his avatar had still spent so much time failing while using Saphira Castle's level and strength. It was easy to imagine its value in actual combat. As more and more Beander characteristics left his body, Klein felt relaxed. He felt like he had finally abandoned a heavy burden after a long walk. Of course, there was a certain fluctuation in his mental state. After losing the lingering mental imprint from Zeratul, the awakening of the celestial worthy's consciousness began to invade his mind. This was within Klein's expectations, therefore, he wasn't flustered at all. With his self-awareness that had long stabilized, his tenacious willpower, and his ample anchors, he gradually resisted the corruption of the celestial worthy's will and found a new balance. At the same time, when the attendant of mysteries Beander characteristic that Klein hadn't fully digested entered his avatar's body, its blank face suddenly twisted, growing out dark, lusterless eyes, and an indistinct white long beard. At this moment, it greatly resembled Zeratul. However, it was unable to withstand the madness brought about by the attendant of mysteries Beander characteristic. Its body rapidly developed towards collapse as transparent, distorted maggots crawled out and slippery and sinister tentacles extended out. It lost control on the spot. Klein didn't stay idle. Without any hesitation, he moved his finger, making the avatar turn into his marionette. This terminated the process of losing control. At this point, he had already made all preparations. His main body had completely digested the potion, allowing him to be in a state to accommodate the fool's uniqueness. He also had a sequence 1 marionette. Following that, Klein leaned back into his chair and replayed what he was about to do in his mind to see if there were any fatal flaws. This is the most I can do for the battle of the deities. I can only do my best afterwards. Am I being too optimistic about the first stage because of the goddess's help and the supplementary river of eternal darkness's water? That's why I'm not worried that the Antigonus family's ancestor won't cause any accidents. After a round of scrutiny, Klein felt that he was still not cautious enough. There was a little arrogance and carelessness in the matter. After some thought, he created another avatar which still had a blank face. After completing this, Klein stood up, took out creeping hunger from the fog of history, and wore it on his left hand. This was a preparation for any possible small-scale battles. Under such a scene, blink was faster and more convenient than grafting. After adjusting his collar, Klein slowly surveyed the area and made his gaze fall on the strange door of light that was stained with bluish black. It landed on the humans who were hanging there, wrapped in transparent cocoons. As he scanned each and every one of them, his gaze landed on the 3 shattered transparent cocoons. In the next second, Klein's figure vanished and appeared in the grayish-white fog of history. He walked to the time before the first epoch, and he arrived at the stacked metropolis of old. He stood at the top of a dilapidated skyscraper that barely stood erect. He looked down at the pile of wreckage, the public transportation vehicles that had turned into metal pancakes, and numerous overlapping sedans. Amidst the silence, he swept his gaze across the remaining buildings. It seemed to pass through the barriers of history, allowing him to see the electric lamps lit up inside them. The light from the lamps spread out gently, illuminating the glass in skyscrapers, streets, and every corner of metropolis ruins. After staring at it for a long time, Klein retracted his gaze and took a step back to the real world. Right on the heels of that, he directly teleported to the summit of the Hornassus mountain range. He saw that ancient palace that was shrouded in fog, dilapidated, and overgrown with weeds. His marionette and avatar appeared in front of him, like 2 guards. Facing the ancient palace, Klein pressed his top hat, raised his right hand, and snapped his fingers. The peak of the Hornassus mountain range instantly turned dark. Illusory stars appeared around them. Klein had grafted this place to the astral world. Without any hesitation, he led his marionette and avatar to the main door of the ancient palace. The marionette that looked almost identical to him was 1 step ahead. It bent down, stretched out its hands, and slowly pushed the heavy stone door open. The door slowly creaked open, revealing the scene inside, and it was different from the last time Klein sent the Truncest brass book over. It was dark inside, making it impossible for anyone to see the numerous corpses hanging above the hall, nor could he see the cluster of transparent maggots that were sitting on the huge stone chair. Without needing to guess, Klein made use of the intuition of a seer at the King of Angels level to confirm that this was the change caused by the Evernight goddess using the river of eternal darkness's water to allow the ancestor of the Antigonus family to enter a state of eternal slumber. After the marionette and avatar entered, he slowly walked through the door and entered the palace. The darkness swayed and changed. Numerous buildings appeared in the surroundings as figures walked along the streets. Their voices spread out, causing the surroundings to become lively and noisy. The people ignored Klein and his marionette and avatar as they headed for their destinations while chatting with each other. They and the buildings were dark in color, almost close to black and white. They were like old photos that came from deep within history that had suddenly come to life. This made Klein think of black and white holographic projections, the scenes in the historical void, and those in real dreams. He strolled through this town and walked along the elevating streets, and the higher they went, the more magnificent the buildings became. The massive stone pillar supported an exaggerated dome. The people living in this black and white photo were generally tall. They seemed to be learning, working, and resting. The scenes here changed continuously, showing the birth of a baby, the growth of a child, the ignorance of youth, the worries of an adult, the pressure of a middle-aged man, and the sorrow of aging. Of course, they were all interlinked with each other. Only a portion would become the main theme at times. As Klein ventured deeper, he saw the residents of the towns die. Their loved ones weren't overly sad. They carried the dead back home, placed them on the bed with a pillow as if the corpses were still alive. When Klein was about to leave the town's borders, the dead got up from bed, left their family, and walked out of their homes, heading towards the highest point of the street. There was also a city there. It seemed to be the city of the dead, the eventual refuge of life, a kingdom of eternal repose. This was very close to where normal people lived. The latter was distributed by the mountainside to the peak, while the former was on the peak. Others might be surprised by such a state, but Klein instantly understood what this scenery meant. This was because he directly saw spirit body threads on the deceased. The moment they were about to die, their spirit body threads floated towards the peak, controlled by an unknown existence. That also meant that they had become marionettes. Therefore, the deceased could leave their own families and head to the peak after dying for some time. And this was completely in line with the details mentioned in the research of the Hornassus main peak's relics. The nation of the Evernight belonged to the Mother of the Sky from the Evernight pathway, but at the peak, there was a town used by the Antigonus family's ancestor. Therefore, the residents of the nation of the Evernight were respectful and afraid of Evernight. They believed in the Mother of the Sky. At the same time, they believed that death was not the end. They believed that their dead loved ones would bless them from Evernight. Indeed, death wasn't the end. The city of dead was just beside them, at the peak. They could reach it just by walking, and the dead would continue living their lives as marionettes. In the eyes of ordinary people, this was undoubtedly the same as still being alive. the nation of the living and the city of dead were like two ends of a road. The distance between life and death was so close that they were like neighbors. This also explained why the nation of the Evernight didn't have tombs, as the deceased didn't need to be buried. They turned into marionettes and headed for the peak. This should be the nation of the Evernight from back then. Klein nodded slightly and proceeded towards the peak in the dark environment. What entered his eyes was indeed a seemingly normal town, but everyone here was a marionette. After passing through the marionettes who dressed and looked different, Klein entered the magnificent palace that seemed to honor a deity. Deep in the palace, on the huge stone chair, a figure propped its elbow on the armrest, its head leaning back against the chair. His face was rather young, but his long hair was half white. Half of it was concealed, the other revealed. His appearance was that of a man, and his eyes were darker than Zaratul's, and they contained an indescribable sense of the vicissitudes of life. His facial features were pretty good, but his cheeks had a thick, black tuft of fur that resembled a wolf fur. He gave off a feeling of both old age and youthfulness, rationality and madness. This was the ancestor of the Antigonus family. This time, he didn't appear in the form of a mythical creature, and instead sat on a huge stone chair in his original appearance. At that moment, his eyes were tightly shut as though he was in a deep sleep. And inside the hall, there were corpses wearing simple or luxurious clothes hanging from the ceiling. They were like inverted forests that swayed gently in the wind. After entering a state of eternal slumber, the ancestor of the Antigonus family finally managed to temporarily free himself from the state of losing control and madness, and returned to how he was before. Klein stood in the middle of the hall, looking at his target as he sighed. The scene he saw of the nation of the Evernight and the city of dead earlier was the dream belonging to Antigonus, a dream that lasted for more than 1,000 years. Chapter 1374, Trojan Horse of Destiny. Looking at the half-fool on the huge stone chair, the scenes from before, as well as the relevant scenes of the nation of the Evernight flashed through Klein's mind. This evoked thoughts in him. He didn't know much about Antigonus. In fact, he had almost lost control because of the ravings of his Hornassus, Flagray. Therefore, he didn't feel any sympathy at the moment, at best some form of empathy. The lingering memories were undoubtedly one of the best memories of the past. Even though he was born extraordinary, Antigonus seemed to be deeply fond of the small, peaceful, and isolated nation. Klein slowly exhaled as he looked away from the man with the thick, black, sharp beard, and his gaze landed on the huge stone chair to the side. A book made of thin, yellow brass was quietly placed there. It kept having 3 mercury-colored lines of rules being superseded on it. 002, Truncest brass book, using powers similar to grafting, to complete the seal. Yes, it seems to have gone a step further. Not only is the beginning directly connected to the end, but the intelligence of the Truncest brass book has also been fooled, allowing it to ignore the middle parts that had been skipped, and not making attempts to change things. It just keeps repeating actions over and over again. Klein glanced at 002 and muttered to himself in thought. This made him have some guesses about the abilities of the fool. Without thinking further, Klein got the attendant of mysteries marionette to graft the starting point to the end point as he walked to the huge stone chair and picked up the Truncest brass book. On the one hand, this was to eliminate any possible interference, and on the other hand, he was trying to test out Antigonus's current condition. Seeing that the half-fool was still sleeping and unable to escape from his eternal slumber, Klein heaved a sigh of relief. He made his marionette take the Truncest brass book and retreat to the entrance of the palace to wait for him. The reason he didn't allow his avatar to retrieve the Grade 0 sealed artifact was that he was worried that the Truncest brass book, which had a certain connection with a Saphira, would be able to produce passive negative effects during the critical moment he was accommodating the fool's uniqueness. This might lead to the situation developing in a terrible direction. When it came to avoiding the negative effects of the sealed artifact, marionettes were definitely better than avatars. This was also why Klein didn't bring the Staff of the Stars. He couldn't place a time bomb beside him. Usually, it was fine. He could rely on his level, status, and abilities so as to forcefully suppress the Staff of the Stars, but in the process of accommodating the fool's uniqueness, he would be very weak. He couldn't interfere with the people or things around him. Any mistakes could cause him to lose control on the spot. To deal with the situation of Saphira Castle being sealed, thus causing him to be unable to use its powers, Klein had no choice but to bring a sealed artifact that could provide teleportation powers. Therefore, he chose Creeping Hunger. At that moment, Klein felt the glove on his left hand tremble while facing a king of angels that controlled a uniqueness. He then used his right hand to caress creeping hunger and whispered jokingly, "Don't worry. You're just a projection from the historical void." Using this method to ease his taut nerves, Klein surveyed the area and confirmed that there was nothing else he needed to do. Immediately after, he placed his hand on his chest and bowed deeply to Antigonus. When he straightened his body and lifted his head, a complicated, mysterious, illusory brand appeared on his forehead. This brand was like a strange door of light that was tainted with hints of bluish black. It constantly emitted a faint grayish-white fog. In the next second, Klein reached out his right hand. Although it wasn't too far away, not was it too close. He contained Antigonus's body within his fingers. His fingers quickly closed, and with a twist of his wrist, he completed the theft. He obtained nothing. This attempt failed. Klein wasn't depressed. He once again began stealing Antigonus's identity, fate, and self-awareness. Although he was already a king of angels, his powers in stealing came from Saphira Castle. At present, he was only at Sequence 1, while Antigonus had been corrupted by the Lord of the Mysteries, a king of angels that had accommodated the uniqueness. There was still an obvious difference between the two. Therefore, even if Antigonus had entered a temporary state of eternal slumber and was unable to resist, Klein suffered failure many times. He wasn't nervous or disappointed in such a situation. This was something he had expected previously. After all, as long as the theft wasn't completed, the Evernight goddess wouldn't dispel the concealment effect and let the fate here interact with the real world. There wouldn't be any external interference either. Klein had plenty of time and a stable environment to continue his attempts. After failing countless times, Klein suddenly had a flash of inspiration and predicted something. He reached out his right hand again, closed his fingers, and twisted them gently. Suddenly, he felt something invisible leave Antigonus's body and float towards him. At the same time, an indescribable river of light with countless distributaries appeared in front of him. The illusory river continued to flow forward, drowning one distributary after another, allowing them to become part of the main river. This was a symbol of fate. It also had many different images, such as a slowly rotating segmented wheel, or a giant serpent that had its head and tail connected. At that moment, when fate was swapped, Klein saw the river of light. In the next second, fragmented images and scenes appeared in Klein's mind. An 8-legged demonic wolf, who had just been born, was sprawled on the hill. Amidst the thick and black short fur on its body, transparent and distorted maggots crawled about. He was the youngest son of the ancient god, Phlegre, a natural mythical creature. At that moment, he was looking at his sister, brother, and a portion of his clansmen playing amongst corpses. He despised the crude methods they employed when dealing with their prey. He believed that prey should be hoisted up for slow, refined enjoyment to match their status. This demonic wolf that could be called a subsidiary god was most afraid of his father, the powerful, terrifying, crazy ancient god. Although Phlegre had already produced many children through instinctual mating, removing plenty of his Beander characteristics, it was uncontrollable with no way to guarantee progress. Therefore, he was still crazy, cruel, bloodthirsty, and filled with an instinct for destruction. He had even killed several descendants. This demonic wolf who could create miracles and fulfill all kinds of wishes chased after his prey, biting or killing them, thus enjoying a state of pure happiness. He didn't have a deep impression of the subsidiary gods of his father, Phlegre. He clearly remembered that he hated the god of wishes, Kotar. Even if he was also a demonic wolf. Also, he didn't like the god of death, Salinger. He found him gloomy, solitary, and that he exuded a rotting and disgusting aura. On the other hand, goddess of misfortune, Demonesses, met the beauty standards of both a demonic wolf and a human. She had a gentle personality and was very good at placating one's heart. She wasn't annoying, but this female subsidiary goddess rarely appeared. She was always like a shadow, hiding in a place that wasn't easily discovered. Of course, the demonic wolf remembered that a few of his older sisters and brothers were rather against Demonesses, hoping to seize her position. The demonic wolf witnessed his father's death, the death of a powerful ancient god, and saw the blood of the ancient god splattered all over the body of the goddess of misfortune, Demonesses. And in the chaos, the uniqueness in a Sequence 1 Beander characteristic were pulled into her hands. He and one of his sisters escaped the kingdom of the demonic wolves and hid everywhere. Without the protection of his father, the demonic wolf, and his sister realized that their former reckless life wasn't normal. Pain and danger were present in everything. Finally, they crossed the sea and came to the northern continent. They established a concealed kingdom in the uninhabited Hornassus mountain range. He and his sister didn't dare expose themselves. All they did was gather believers and amass a population. In this situation, he created the city of dead that existed alongside a living nation, making the dead believers become his marionettes to complete an advancement ritual. Although this period was filled with anxiety, it was the best time period in the memories of this demonic wolf. As he saw his sister having more and more believers, and how his marionette town was becoming more complete, he seemed to have forgotten the troubles and dangers of the outside world and achieved the first peaceful time period since his birth. Under the influence of the believers, he and his sister gradually gained some so-called humanity. After the cataclysm, he finally advanced to attendant of mysteries and turned himself into a human. With the last name of Antigonus, he left the Hornassus mountain range and returned to the real world outside the concealed kingdom. From this moment onwards, Antigonus's memories and knowledge became increasingly fragmented. Many times, he even found himself a little unfamiliar. After he accommodated the fool's uniqueness, the situation became worse. As the images flashed, Klein quickly came to a realization. I am Antigonus, I am the half-fool. With a loud boom, his body constantly changed. At times, he had black hair, brown eyes, and a scholarly air, a Klein Moretti who had fused with Joe Mingrui's appearance. Occasionally, he had long white hair and a thick black beard like Antigonus. Other times, he wore a dark black cloak that made it difficult to see his face, and this mysterious person constantly extended slippery tentacles to the side. At that moment, Klein's thoughts were extremely chaotic. His mental state was completely imbalanced. He was barely able to maintain his self-awareness. Under the impact of the two mental storms, he teetered. At the same time, he had received the fate of Antigonus's losing control and was on the verge of collapse. A series of prayers rang out in his ears. Each and every word of praise was mixed together, forming an illusory image that joined the chaotic battlefield. Rorstad Archipelago, Biam, the bell tower of the Church of the Fool. A young man wearing a pointed hat and monocle suddenly appeared here and stood behind the railing, looking down at the entire city. Mr. Error Amen. In the next second, he saw Biam and the distant new city of Silver and New Moon City disappear as though someone had wiped them off the map with an eraser. How boring. Upon seeing this scene, Amen shook his head with a smile. He wasn't disappointed either. He only wanted to test if Klein or the Evernight goddess had repaired the bug in this aspect. After striking the bell, he could be considered the fool's angel of time to a certain extent. He could use this loophole to directly steal a portion of his anchors. Such theft was of little value, but it was very useful at the critical moment of a ritual. The sudden decrease in anchors would definitely tip the balance, causing Klein to lose control on the spot. Amen then retracted his gaze and raised his hand to straighten the monocle on his right eye. It was as if the light from the stars suddenly lit up in the crystal monocle. Chapter 1375, beginning the accommodation. The doors of Backland, Trier, Lindbergh, and St. Millum opened and closed at the same time without a breeze. Inside a white tower in the headquarters of the god of knowledge and wisdom, Luca, who was on duty underground, sensed that something was amiss and stood up abruptly. As a prophet, he acutely sensed that something was happening. The elder in a brass-threaded, white robe immediately used a mystical technique and arrived at the entrance of the underground area. He pushed the door open. However, the door that wasn't considered heavy to a demigod didn't budge as though it was sealed by an invisible force. Luca Brewster didn't attempt to forcibly open it as he cast his gaze deep underground. There was silence. There was no sound. This isn't normal. Luca didn't need to rely on his Beander powers to determine the problem here. Usually, in the deepest part of the ground, there would always be sounds that made people's hair stand on end. But now, it was as if it had disappeared, as though it never existed. Others might not know, but as a high-ranking member of the Church of Knowledge, Luca knew that the voice came from an extremely terrifying sealed artifact that even he didn't know the exact details of, so it was impossible for it to be erased out of thin air. The current situation could only mean one thing. Either the sealed artifact had already escaped the restrictions and entered a more bizarre state, or it had been sealed further, preventing it from affecting the outside world. Regardless of the possibility, it meant that there was extreme danger lurking in the surroundings. This was because the sealed artifact's number was .001. At the top of Byam's remaining bell tower, the light on Amon's monocle gradually faded, returning to normal. Mr. Error hadn't held back from showcasing his new Beyonder powers, doing so to make a statement to all the existences watching him. He had already accommodated Door's uniqueness and obtained the corresponding authority. He had used this opportunity to shut off everything related to the concept of a door in the entire world, greatly strengthening the effects of any seals. This caused the Orthodox churches and secret organizations to be unable to use sealed items for a short period of time because no one could remove the seal. Even if a true deity descended from the astral world, it would still take them a certain amount of time before they could break the restrictions. Therefore, Amon eliminated most Grade 0 sealed artifacts in the subsequent Battle of Gods. He no longer needed to consider the corresponding interference. Of course, such authority wouldn't be able to influence the entire world for too long unless Mr. Error had put all his energy into this matter. It was precisely because of this that he didn't do it ahead of time. Only when he observed the disturbance in Klein's anchors did he suddenly act. The more powerful a Grade 0 sealed artifact was, the more terrifying the negative effects would be. It was even more so for those that could produce effects at the level of a deity. Even a Sequence 0 true deity might not be able to withstand it for too long. Therefore, true deities wouldn't unseal them unless it was necessary, otherwise, this would bring about an even greater disturbance to them, causing them to suffer a net loss. After doing this, Amon held up his palm and gently leapt up. Without the bearing of a true god, he sat on the railing at the top of the bell tower. As he gazed at the horizon out into the sea, he leisurely waited for the concealment to be removed. That was when Klein's ritual to accommodate the fool's uniqueness officially began. When that happened, he would strike the death knell for him. In the concealed world of the Evernight goddess, under the repeated impact of the awakening of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, and Antigonus's self-awareness and mental imprint, Klein's consciousness was like a sailboat in a storm. It would sometimes be thrown high while being struck down. At times, it would suffer corrosion, and at other times be slammed to the side. This made his thoughts turn extremely chaotic. He was about to split into two different personalities, known as Antigonus, and the Lord of the Mysteries. At the same time, his avatar also lost its rationality. It was in a state of being about to collapse into a whirlpool of maggots. Only the marionette remained standing, there in a daze due to the lack of any control. The prayers from the believers resounded in Klein's ears, forming a corresponding image of what he knew. This was like a dam that was resisting a surging flood. Klein wasn't too unfamiliar with such a situation. He had a similar experience after becoming an attendant of mysteries and swallowing Zeratl's Beyonder characteristic. Therefore, with the help of his anchors, he managed to survive the initial chaos. With great familiarity, he directed the self-awareness and mental imprint of Antigonus towards the awakening will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. This caused both parties to corrode each other and be occupied with each other. The mind storm weakened a lot, finally giving Klein's self-consciousness a breather. Before he could calm down, he immediately directed the image of him as a god formed by many anchors into the two mental corruptions struggle and tried to find a new balance. However, this didn't go smoothly. Compared to before, the essence of Antigonus's mental imprint, resilience, and madness were clearly stronger than Zeratl's. After all, this was a king of angels that had accommodated the uniqueness and was known as the half-fool. Furthermore, Klein had also stolen the other party's identity and fate. This brought about two other negative effects. His personality was constantly on the edge of dissociating. From time to time, he would think that he was Antigonus, attempting to fuse his mental imprint with his own mind. Having accepted the fate of Antigonus's loss of control, his entire body was collapsing uncontrollably. This brought about even more mental corruption. In addition, Antigonus's mental imprint and the awakened will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings wasn't completely incompatible. In some aspects of their battle, they showed signs of fusing together. It was as if they originated from the same existence. This gave Klein preliminary confirmation. As a natural mythical creature, Antigonus was born with some of the celestial worthy's will. When he advanced to attendant of mysteries, the problem suddenly became serious, causing him to undergo unexpected changes without him realizing it. By the time he managed to accommodate the fool's uniqueness, madness had apparently become another side of him. In other words, before completely losing control, Antigonus was already a mentally sutured monster to a certain level. His self-awareness and mental imprint were part of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, and this was something that couldn't be separated by using theft. Compared to him, Zerathul's mental imprint was much cleaner. There was only a small portion that belonged to the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. Most of it came from Zerathul's intense emotions at his deathbed. The reason why the two were different was that, apart from the fact that Antigonus had accommodated the fool's uniqueness, the former had become the attendant of mysteries at the beginning of the fourth epoch. At that time, the will of the celestial worthy hadn't weakened to the state it was in during the late fifth epoch. Without being able to form a new balance, the speed of Klein's breakdown became faster and faster. More than half of his body was formed from transparent and distorted maggots, and he extended slippery and sinister tentacles into his surroundings. Just as he was trying his best to maintain his consciousness and not give up searching for a new balance, his collapsed body, Antigonus's crazy mental state, and the consciousness of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings all fell into a deep sleep. This caused all the changes to stop abruptly and return to normal. As for Klein's self-consciousness, he used his trait of resisting dreams and the invasion of his mind to maintain his clarity of mind. That's right. The fate that I stole includes the fate of being in a state of eternal slumber outside the fate of going crazy and losing control. As for me, I can resist eternal slumber to a certain extent. Klein grabbed the sliver of clarity and gained a certain understanding of his present state. To him, this was an opportunity. It was only at this moment that he fully understood why the Evernight goddess needed the river water of the river of eternal darkness to use as a medium to attempt this. This wasn't only because it was difficult to put a king of angels who had accommodated the uniqueness and the awakening will of the Lord of the Mysteries in him to temporarily enter a state of eternal sleep, but it was beneficial to Klein for this state of eternal slumber. This could create an excellent environment of him being the only one with a sliver of consciousness while the other interference was all sleeping. At the same time, Klein also confirmed one thing. The reason why he was able to remain clear-headed in a dream and during the instances where his mind was intruded wasn't because of the special traits from Saphira Castle. This was because the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings in his body was also sleeping. Although the awakening of the Lord of the Mysteries was still greatly limited, his level and his connection with Saphira Castle were undoubtedly stronger than Klein's. If he couldn't completely resist a state of eternal slumber, why could Klein? Therefore, Klein believed that this trait was likely due to the blessings of the Evernight goddess, a gift he received when he came to life. The blessings given by a true goddess who wielded the power of the dream domain, and the aura, strength, and magical powers that Saphira Castle augmented him with had combined together to form such a special trait. It was as if a gentle song came from deep within the dream. Klein's consciousness became clearer. Without any hesitation, he immediately adjusted the sleeping imprint and corruption in his body and found a new balance. Following that, he extended slippery tentacles with strange patterns and used Saphira Castle's powers to steal the fool's uniqueness inside Antigonus's body. Perhaps it was because he was now Antigonus. The theft this time was successful after a small number of failures. A translucent mask with the symbol of the fool flew out from Antigonus's body. The man with the thick black beard was still sleeping, as though he would sleep forever. At the same time, the fog dissipated and illusory starlight shone into the hall. This ancient palace suddenly appeared in the dark and mysterious astral world, appearing at the peak of the Hornassus mountain range. The concealment had been removed, and fate began to be exchanged. At this moment in the forsaken land of the gods, on one of the mountain peaks, a shadow-like curtain appeared on the surface of a huge cross. It cracked open and a man walked out from it. He was Adam, dressed in a simple white robe with a thick blonde beard. Behind him was a thick shadow with 5 heads. This shadow had partially merged with him, but it hadn't completely become one. Adam raised his head and looked at the astral world which had been distorted from authority and symbolism. He smiled calmly and said to the shadow behind him, "They don't seem to be aware of the reason why I used visionary as the foundation this time. I've never told anyone about the results of this research." Just as he said that, he proclaimed in a solemn and deep voice, "I am one, and also infinity, the beginning and the end." His eyes suddenly turned illusory as an ocean that seemed to contain all possible colors that appeared around him. Adam then raised his hand and grabbed the silver cross pendant hanging in front of his chest. A burning but illusory sun suddenly appeared above his head. To his left, lightning, squalls, and waves formed a supercilious phantom. On his right, there was a white tower with numerous brass eyes. The authorities and symbols that Adam had envisioned entered his body one after another under the influence of the chaos sea. Finally, the shadow that clung tightly to Adam's back shrank into his body. Suddenly, the sea that contained all the colors began to rise. Adam expanded into a giant shadow that seemed capable of holding up the world. The shadow slowly walked on the water surface of the illusory, chaotic darkness. It pointed at the astral world and solemnly declared, "Let there be light." In a blink of an eye, the entire astral world lit up. There were no other secrets that could be concealed. Even portions of the astral world that connected to Earth, the entire astral world, and the invisible barrier that had been separated from the universe appeared. At that moment, giant, indescribable faces seemed to cling to the transparent, cracked barrier, silently watching the developments inside. Chapter 1376, Half a Great Old One. Inside the astral world, which was even more abstract than the spirit world, looking as though all the authorities and symbolism in the universe were included inside every object appeared. And the light that illuminated this area wasn't spread uniformly. It was mainly concentrated in a few places, stacking together, forming spots created by a prism. There were a total of 3 spots in such a state, each sealing the various illusory kingdoms. One of the kingdoms was covered in bright flowers in perpetual daylight. Another seemed to be formed from books that were opened or closed. Different figures shuttled between them as they read as a form of entertainment. One was covered in storms as lightning and thunder continued without end in the boundless ocean. In the next second, the 3 different kingdoms underwent a violent change. In the area with perpetual daylight, all the flowers emitted light, as if they had become burning, miniature suns. The countless miniature suns intertwined together and surged deep into the kingdom before rising into an abnormally blinding golden sun. It emitted a scorching light that could illuminate the entire world, an entire solar system. However, no matter how much energy was released by this almost real sun, or how many flares of super high temperature flames it created, it was unable to break through the prism-like spots of light. Every destroyed layer had a new layer produced at an equal speed. In another part of the astral world, on the surface of the mysterious country formed from all kinds of books, bits of brass points of light rapidly circulated on the spot of light, forming mysterious symbols that seemed to be searching for a critical point or effective method to destroy the barrier. During this process, the faint light formed a pair of illusory eyes that directly saw the weak spots and created eyes there. Meanwhile, inside the spot of light, there was also faint light swirling in it. It repeatedly took form, changing the critical points of the structure. This made it seem as though both sides were in a contest of their calculative abilities, with neither side clinching victory. In the boundless sea that was enveloped by lightning, wind, and rain, the spot of light suddenly lit up. It brought a portion of matter and approached the limit to speed, creating a violent wave that could destroy a planet. Such a wave, and the tiny bits of light constantly struck the prism-like spot of light, turning it into countless falling specks of light. At some point in time, the spot of light began to ripple like an illusory ocean that seemed to contain all colors. It seemed to solidify the surrounding environment, causing the light spots that carried the storm to slow down uncontrollably. Then, the points of light repeated a state of acceleration and deceleration. This kept repeating, but they refused to give up. With the chaos sea as a source, Adam used himself and the true creator as a pillar, envisioned 3 uniquenesses, and accommodated them into this system. Adam seemed to exceed the limitations of above the sequences and became half a great old one. He was able to forcefully suppress the eternal blazing sun, the Lord of Storms, and the God of knowledge and wisdom by himself, trapping the 3 sequence O true gods within their respective divine kingdoms. At that moment, he seemed to return to his peak condition, becoming that ancient sun god who slew one ancient god after another. He chose the 2 pathways of visionary and the hanged man as his foundation for his resurrection because, apart from them having the trait of resurrecting, this was also the result of his research. This had the highest chance of becoming God Almighty. After using either one of the 2 pathways of visionary and the hanged man to become a true god and gaining initial control over the chaos sea, he could take back the remaining uniquenesses and sequence 1 Beander characteristics. This was the easiest path to advance to the Lord of the astral world, and in this matter, there was something more special about Visionary than the Hanged Man. When the Visionary first gained control of the Chaos Sea and accommodated a second uniqueness and corresponding sequence 1 Beander characteristic to a certain extent, he could envision the remaining fake symbolism and authority, allowing him to briefly obtain strength that transcended the sequences, giving him half a great old one's strength. However, at the end of the third epoch, the ancient sun god's plan was, after being assassinated, he would immediately revive in the giant king's court where Sasrir was. He would first take back the Hanged Man's uniqueness in 3 sequence 1 Beander characteristics and became a sequence O true god. Then, with the first blasphemy slate placed beside him, he would gain preliminary control over the Chaos Sea. With this foundation, he would allow Angel of Imagination Adam to awaken and return to his main body to form a support. After building such a system, the ancient sun god would make use of the Hanged Man's grazing ability and a Visionary's virtual persona means to control the uniquenesses and sequence 1 Beander characteristics of the sun, reader, and sailor pathways to allow himself to become infinitely close to a great old one and to maintain a minimum level of stability. He didn't directly accommodate the Chaos Sea and the other 3 pathways' uniqueness and sequence 1 Beander characteristics, because he didn't want to advance to become a great old one, a pillar, in that era. That would inevitably lead to the resurrection of God Almighty, causing him to lose himself. He planned on controlling the situation and materials. When the apocalypse approached, he would finish the last few steps and become a pillar with self-consciousness. And back then, he didn't plan on using Visionary as a foundation because he hadn't obtained the quill of Alzuhad. He lacked the main ingredient. When the kings of angels betrayed him, and the plan failed miserably, he decided to take advantage of the disaster to take the best path when he was revived in Adam. At this moment, Adam, who had transformed into a giant shadow, stood on the water surface of the illusory, chaotic darkness, reflecting the astral world into his eyes, making it difficult for the 3 true gods to break through the restrictions. Surrounding him were beams of light that constantly fell from high above with blazing tails, illuminating the entire forsaken land of the gods, making both the northern and southern continents experience midday conditions simultaneously. In Biam's remaining bell tower, Aemon, who was sitting on the railing, nudged the crystal monocle. With both hands propped up, he suddenly leapt up and entered the astral world. During this process, his left hand had an ancient mottled stone slab appear at some point in time. Aemon had once used it to seal the gap caused by Mr. Door's returning ritual, to prevent the invasion of the mother goddess of depravity. After the return ritual ended, and the door of flesh and blood completely collapsed without a tunnel to maintain anymore, he retrieved the blasphemy slate. At that moment, Aemon casually threw the ancient, mottled stone slate down from the astral world and allowed it to land somewhere in the fog sea. It was a mountain that tore out of the boundless black fog. There was no end to its depth. Its surroundings appeared like a continent. After the first blasphemy slate landed, it accurately stabbed into the peak of the mountain, forming an illusory sea that contained all the colors. At the same time, Aemon entered the astral world and saw the main peak of the Hornassus mountain range that had been grafted here. He saw the ancient and dilapidated palace on the mountain peak. Wearing a pointed hat and a classic black robe, his body rapidly expanded, instantly reaching the scale of a mountain. He opened his mouth, as though he was about to swallow Antigonus's magnificent but dilapidated palace. Suddenly, he saw a blurry figure. This figure was wearing a long, layered black dress that was not complicated but had countless stars speckled on it. She was as big as the current Aemon. A pair of huge arms covered in dark black short hair grew out from both her torso and waist, but there was a beautiful and gentle face that was covered in thin black gauze. Her eyes seemed to compress the starry night sky. It made one feel at peace, but it also made one feel an uncontrollable fear. One of her 2 hands held a huge scythe, and another pair held a bird-shaped, golden accessory. The remaining pair held nothing, as though she was holding an invisible object, Evernight Goddess. In the next second, Aemon, who was wearing a monocle on his right eye, was quickly wiped away by an eraser like he was a sketch. The Evernight Goddess raised her 2 empty arms as she held up an almost invisible fog. On the surface of the fog, multiple doors of different shapes rapidly opened in different spots, but they were instantly blocked, preventing any loopholes from taking place. the Evernight goddess floated above the peak of the Hornassus mountain range in the astral world as she focused on controlling the fog world in her hand, preventing Amon's true body from escaping. As more and more doors appeared, the opening of doors became faster and faster. This goddess was unable to deal with it alone. All she could do was raise her other two arms and raise the huge scythe. The dark black scythe rapidly turned into a corporeal coffin made of black fog. The almost invisible fog world was stuffed into the coffin, and all the movements instantly ceased. It was as though death had occurred. However, this silence only lasted for a second. On the surface of the black fog-formed coffin, a series of doors took form and opened again. As the Evernight goddess sealed the doors, she raised her arm that held a bird-shaped, golden accessory. The orange glow of twilight fell, adding a sense of decay and extinction to the heavy black coffin. The formation and opening of the doors slowed down as both parties entered a tug-of-war. At that moment, at the foot of the Evernight goddess, the main peak of the Hornassus mountain range collapsed. It was like the apocalypse had arrived early. At the same time, python-like black tentacles extended out from somewhere in the astral world. There was an eye at the end of each tentacle, either opened or closed. Any object that was seen by them would instantly turn into grayish-white rock. And anything touched by the tentacles distorted as limbs and heads stretched out, turning into good-looking women of all sizes. As the grayish-white spread rapidly, the tentacles surged towards the ancient and dilapidated palace, rushing towards Klein, who was about to accommodate the fool's uniqueness. Primordial Demoness Cheek. Chapter 1377. Crazy Ravings. Countless demonesses of varying sizes brought with them the destruction of all matter, causing the scene of the entire Hornassus mountain range to develop in the direction of turning into a huge stone sphere. This made the dilapidated walls of the ancient palace collapse rapidly, exposing Klein, who was in the middle of the hall, along with his avatar and marionette out into the middle of the astral world. Just as the python-like black tentacles were about to rush into the palace, a crimson moon rose up like a scene from the apocalypse. In the perimeter of the hall that was bathed in moonlight, a cluster of wheat instantly grew out. There were flowers, mushrooms, and trees. They intertwined with each other, layer by layer, sealing the palace that belonged to Antigonus. At that moment, the hall where Klein was in seemed to be a ruin that had been sealed in history and a forest for thousands of years, as though it had been swallowed up by nature. The python-like black tentacles with eyes on their tips were blocked by plants growing wildly. They rose up as they constantly struck the screen that originated from nature, causing the latter to collapse or peel under layer after layer of petrification effects. However, no matter whether it was the wheat, flowers, mushrooms, trees, or newborns, they quickly returned to Earth Mother's embrace and grew again. Just like that, the barriers of nature were reborn and destroyed, layer by layer, as layer after layer was reborn. This showdown entered a stalemate. Earth Mother, who controlled the moon's uniqueness, fended off Primordial Demoness Cheek. At this moment, a light that couldn't be seen by most beyonders landed from high above and crashed into the barrier of nature that used plants as a foundation. The light didn't have a physical body, as though it was formed from a flux of massive and miscellaneous information. In its illusory form, it tore through the gaps between the plants, like a torrent, heading straight for Klein, who was about to retrieve the translucent mask, Hidden Sage. At this moment, a blurry light shot out from the void, revealing picture-like projections around Klein. Some of them recorded the helplessness and misery humans felt when facing supernatural beings. Some of them used an epic-like brush to reenact the scenes of humans using their own bodies as experiments to attempt fusing with Beyonder ingredients to obtain strength and save the race. Some described the unique cultures and traditions due to a black emperor, while others carried various viewpoints, books, and inventions. Some resembled the dawn of the present world, starting from the massive machinery that spewed steam, buildings that rose higher and higher, and clothes that made movement easier. The contents made the seemingly thin painting exude a heaviness. This was because they bore the inspiration and development of civilization, of human society at different stages. Back then, the god of craftsmanship didn't properly digest the Sequence 1 Civilization Enlightener potion before advancing to Sequence O due to various reasons. He maintained his rationality and lucidity. However, this made him have to focus more on resisting the madness and inclination towards losing control. Amongst the 7 orthodox gods, he was slightly weaker than the other existences. The reason why the Church of Steam was the weakest orthodox organization was that, apart from having the shortest history and the least heritage, its corresponding god was also not in the best of conditions. By the time Russell raised the Industrial Revolution as the son of Steam, a member of the church, and brought with him all sorts of ideas, the god of craftsmanship took the opportunity to change his name to the god of steam and machinery, sharing in the progress of the enlightenment of civilization, and digested the corresponding potion. As a true god in a neighboring pathway, he eventually chose to stand on the orthodox deity's side after the hidden sage chose to be Klein's enemy. The terrifying flood of information crashed into the illusory pictures and rapidly expanded, attempting to crack the cage. However, the tens of thousands of years of civilizations were thick and vast. The history left behind by generations of humans that numbered hundreds of millions was so vast and magnificent. It was enough to contain the information flux of the hidden sage. When the hidden sage tried breaking through the limitations of the god of steam and machinery, in the hall of the Antigonus Hall that was sealed by layers of plants, Klein extended his slippery and strange tentacles to grab the translucent mask that represented the fool's uniqueness before moving it towards his face. Just as the mask covered Klein's face, numerous figures appeared around him. Some of them were men wearing postman uniforms. Some were ordinary birds, while others were microbes that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. There were hundreds or thousands of them. The hall that only had corpses hanging in the air suddenly became crowded, and the commonality of these figures was that they wore crystal monocles, or had a circular emblem of different colors in the same position, the avatars of Mr. Amen. It was unknown if they had used the primordial Demonesses or the hidden sage's attacks to open a back door and use a loophole to secretly arrive near the target. Looking at Klein, who had just put on the translucent mask and was beginning to accommodate the fool's uniqueness, these omens revealed a smile. At the same time, they opened their mouths and said words that ordinary people wouldn't be capable of understanding. These words intertwined and formed terrifying and crazy ravings. You overlook the primordial demoness. For her, Medici, who has only recovered to sequence 1, is no threat at all. Her greatest wish right now is to immediately produce a Lord of the Mysteries and open the seal of the Western continent, allowing her to have a chance of finding the City of Calamity. It's obvious that, compared to you, I'm the better choice. You're too weak. Heh. Are you still waiting for the Mother Tree of Desire or the Mother Goddess of Depravity to provide you with help? It's useless. I placed the first blasphemy slate into the fog sea and placed it near the abyss's entrance, not far from that primitive island. Also, the enhanced seal brought about by the corresponding authority of doors, and half of the Lord of the Astral Worlds controlled towards the world barrier prevents any outer deity from being able to have their powers penetrate inside for a short period. And without the influence of the outer deities, the dark side of the universe and the chained god currently do not wish to interfere in the battle of gods. They would rather seize this opportunity to escape their restraints. They also wish that a Lord of the Mysteries would be born as soon as possible to help them escape from the predicament. If it wasn't for the fact that stirring them would also trigger the outer deity corruption in them, I can promise you that I would have already reached an agreement with them to deal with you together. Amen was deliberately using real information to fill up the ravings, using this to make Klein suffer the effects of a two-pronged approach. One was the mental corruption brought about by the ravings, and the other was the corresponding content that distracted him. In any case, it wasn't a waste of time to him. On the one hand, he had sufficient avatars. Each worm of time saying one word was enough for him to form many words. On the other hand, he forcefully fused the information together, making a single word represent many things. At that instant, the ravings of Amen echoed in Klein's mind like sharp blades that pierced through his psyche, tearing through his mind. Normally, Klein could use his own status to suppress the ravings that were at most at the level of a sequence 1. It wouldn't affect him, but at this moment, he was accommodating the fool's uniqueness. His mental state was in a weak and subtle balance. Under such a scene, a straw might crush the camel's back, much less so many of Amon's avatars. Furthermore, while Klein felt a sharp pain in his psyche and his self-awareness was in a mess, the sleeping mental imprint of Antigonus and the will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings showed signs of awakening. In a sense, eternal slumber was an extreme seal. The Amens, who had accommodated Door's uniqueness, could undoubtedly be able to weaken the seal or even make it lose its effectiveness. Also, the translucent mask that Klein had just worn on his face, the fool's uniqueness obtained an even stronger remnant will from the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. It was also gradually breaking free from the influence of eternal slumber, and it had a certain resonance effect with the same being in Klein's body. Without using any Beyonder powers, the Amens, who had simply created a few ravings, had thrown Klein into a state of imbalance, and he was on the brink of losing control. Furthermore, all of this seemed irreversible unless there was more river water from the river of eternal darkness that allowed Antigonus's mental imprint and the even more powerful will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings to continue sleeping. But at this moment, even if there was still the river water of the river of eternal darkness, the Evernight goddess wasn't able to divert her attention. This was because she was trying her best to suppress the dual pathway true God, Amen. From this point of view, the Amens were deliberately sacrificing their true body to stall the Evernight goddess, to create an opportunity for the avatars to destroy Klein's ritual. This was a little risky, but the result looked pretty good. At that moment, Klein's pocket lit up. The light was a pale golden color like sticky syrup. It instantly enveloped the surrounding area. Illuminated by this light included Klein and his avatar, as well as the book that was suddenly thrown over by the distant marionette. 002, Transmigrator brass book. The sealed artifact extended its body in midair. As it bathed in the pale golden light, a rule suddenly appeared on the blank page. It was completely different from the repeated laws from before. Speaking is prohibited here. Amon's avatars kept opening and closing their mouths, but they could no longer make a sound. A line appeared under the previous rule an instant later. Attacking each other is prohibited here. The Transmigrator brass book fell to the ground and spread open by Klein's feet. Under the illumination of the magic wishing lamp, it actually managed to break free from the repeated cycle from before, and it set up rules that were beneficial to Klein. With just a glance, the Amens made different responses. A portion of them adjusted their monocles, and together, they raised their right hands and gently clenched it, using the corresponding authority to strengthen the seal. On the Transmigrator brass book, a line of text before those rules gradually formed. All the following rules are ineffective. Another portion of Amens locked onto Klein, who was on the boundary of losing control. Not being able to attack him didn't mean that stealing and gifting were prohibited. Chapter 1378. Change of plans. On the different Amens' faces, the monocles in different forms emitted pure light. This was something they had stolen from the depths of the ruins of the Battle of Gods. It came from the ancient sun god's eternal daytime effect there. It could purify filthy and evil objects, and awaken sleeping creatures. They gifted this to Klein. This, combined with the ability to control the strength of seals obtained from the apprentice domain's authority, was enough to break the state of eternal slumber. In that instant, the mental imprint of Antigonus and the will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings in Klein's body awakened. The madness, the vastness, cruelty, bloodthirstiness, and coldness were like an invisible storm that wreaked havoc in Klein's mind. Almost at the same time, in the fool's uniqueness that he wore on his face without fully accommodating it, the powerful will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings seemed like a terrifying monster that had been sleeping in the darkness for thousands of years. It suddenly opened its eyes. The former chaos and loss of control swept over again at that instant, but Klein didn't panic. Following one of his contingency plans, he calmly used the grafting ability to guide the mental imprint of Antigonus to celestial worthies while in the fool's uniqueness, allowing the 2,000 years of entanglement between them to collide again. Meanwhile, Klein relied on his own consciousness and the anchors from the fool and the sea god believers to balance out the celestial worthies will contained within his Beander characteristic, just like when he separated out the attendant of mystery's marionette. If there weren't any accidents, and if this continued, there was a chance that Klein would be able to balance between the two sides and completely accommodate the fool's uniqueness. He would enter the final stage of the ritual, but how could there be no accidents when he was surrounded by Amens? Several Amens strengthened the seal of the Transmigrator brass book and the magic wishing lamp to resist the former's rule limitations. Some Amens gave the eternal daytime to Klein, and a small number of Amens locked onto Klein and attempted a theft. They were trying to steal his lucidity. One Amen failed after another, but in the end, there were still a few Amens who succeeded. They stole away Klein's self-awareness for the next 2 seconds. Klein's thoughts blurred. Without his guidance, the Antigonus's mental imprint, the two wills of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, as well as the anchors from his believers instantly lost their balance and began to madly invade, influence, and corrupt each other. Everything became extremely chaotic, and it was as if it was developing irreversibly. Klein's body collapsed inch by inch, turning into clusters of transparent and distorted maggots as he extended even more slippery and sinister tentacles. And at this moment, the rules on the Transmigrator brass book were wiped away and began writing. Soon after, A familiar text appeared before the two rules. After the seal was strengthened, the truncest brass book seemed to enter a new cycle. And the influence the genie exerted on it became rather limited. Klein's consciousness quickly regained lucidity, but the situation in his body was completely chaotic and out of control. This made him completely unable to deal with the different influences or have any hope of finding a new sense of balance. In other words, he would run down the path of losing control until he became a monster. Without any time to think, Klein initiated his final contingency plan using his instincts and experience. He instantly gave up on saving his body and no longer focused on this matter. Not only that, but Klein had also even allowed the attendant of Mystery's marionette to turn into a whirlpool of maggots and let it fuse with his body along with Zeratl's mental imprint. He wanted to mess things up. However, Amon's avatars wouldn't allow him to make any attempts. Apart from the Amons, who were fighting against the magic wishing lamp and the truncest brass book, the rest of them began to steal, once again, trying to throw Klein's thoughts into chaos again until he completely lost control. The Amon in the postman uniform succeeded, but what he stole wasn't Klein's lucidity, but a drop of fresh blood. This blood immediately seeped into Postman Amon's palm. Right on the heels of that, Postman Amon's eyes turned crimson as his stomach bulged at an unimaginable speed as it squirmed. He seemed to be pregnant with a child. He had stolen the blood blessed by the primordial moon, or in other words, the mother goddess of depravity. Klein no longer placed most of his consciousness on balancing the Antigonus's mental imprint, the awakening will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, and his anchors. There was no need for him to endure it passively like before. He could barely respond to Amon's theft. He used grafting to change the target that Amon had stolen to Saphira Castle and tampered it to the junk pile, replacing it with the blessed blood of the primordial moon. This was from Shaman King Klarman. There was no doubt that there was a certain connection between Amon's avatars. Furthermore, it was impossible for their levels to reach sequence 0. Therefore, when the postman Amon was contaminated by that drop of blood, the other Amons also showed levels of chaos. Some of their stomachs protruded as well. Some of their eyes were dyed crimson, while others had invisible babies in their arms as they walked in circles on the spot. This caused the other theft to inevitably fail. Klein seized this opportunity and used the brief moment of lucidity to stir the power of Saphira Castle to cast a shadow over the ancient palace. This place was once again concealed. Then, he ignored the mental imprint of Antigonus in his body, Zeratl's mental imprint, and the two wills of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings that was beginning to fuse together. He made the blank-faced avatar which stood nearby without having shown any breakdown to extend his hand towards his main body. Its 5 fingers quickly closed, and its wrist quickly twisted. As Klein's self-consciousness didn't resist and even took the initiative to cooperate, his avatar didn't suffer many failures before using the help from Saphira Castle to successfully steal his own consciousness, fate, anchors, and most of his identities. The only identity he left behind in his main body was his identity related to the Fool. At the same time, he had also stolen the identity, fate, and mental imprint of the Antigonus family's ancestor, the mark of fate and spirit. This could only succeed in a few tries thanks to his self-consciousness cooperating. As the stream of light with countless distributaries appeared, Klein's avatar's face contorted as it turned into Klein Moretti, who had fused with Gehrman Sparrow's traits. He had become the main body without any Beander characteristics. Of course, his self-consciousness and anchors were still resisting the mental imprint of the Antigonus family's ancestor, but compared to before, this was undoubtedly much easier to deal with. Having already adapted to the identity of Antigonus, he quickly found a new balance, delaying the fate of losing control. Although this remained unavoidable, it gave him a certain amount of time for his subsequent actions. On the other side, in the spot where Klein's original body was, there was only the Fool's uniqueness, all the Beander characteristics from the curtain, the Beander characteristics that originated from Zeratl, the tiny number of Beander characteristics which Klein had consumed and digested previously, as well as the awakening will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, the remnant mental imprint of Zeratl, as well as the Fool's identity, and without Klein's self-consciousness, Antigonus's mental imprint, and the large number of anchors involved, Zeratl's remnant mental imprint was quickly destroyed and corroded by the awakening will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. In the next second, Klein's main body suddenly fell silent. The collapse of his body stopped. He lowered his head and stopped extending the slippery and sinister tentacles around him. He was so quiet that he appeared to have lost his soul. In such a scene, the silence was even more terrifying than madness. That frozen body seemed to be giving birth to an extremely terrifying monster. Klein didn't care about what was happening. He quickly grafted the partial connection between himself and his main body above the gray fog. Then, he shifted his target and locked onto Antigonus, who was on the huge stone chair. Without receiving Amon's help, the former half-fool failed to escape from his state of eternal slumber. Klein once again reached out his right hand, stealing the remaining sequence 9 and 1 Beander characteristics of the other party. Although he was currently using the identity and fate of Antigonus, it was still difficult for him to complete the theft. Failure was inevitable. At that moment, outside the realm of mysteries created by Saphira Castle, Aemon regained his consciousness from the initial chaos. They raised their hands and adjusted their monocles, causing the redness in their eyes to vanish. Others looked down at their stomachs and reached out to stroke them. A second later, the bulging stomachs split open, and baby after baby with faint crimson colors appeared. These infants didn't cry, nor were they deformed. All of them took out crystal monocles from the void in smooth succession and wore them to their right eye. The number of almonds increased. He had converted the babies which were due, turning them into his avatars so as to prevent the corruption of the primordial moon from interfering with him. At this moment, Earth Mother and God of Steam and Machinery had achieved the upper hand to some extent on their respective battlefields. They could finally make use of this small advantage to interfere with the situation inside the palace. Instantly, a portion of almonds turned into plants as they bloomed or bore fruit, returning to the land. A portion of almonds became knowledge, information, and words, as they ended up imprinted into an illusory book. However, there were still some almonds who had used blink, relied on loopholes, or from using the deception of the rules to successfully avoid the influence of the two true deities. As they continued to strengthen the seal of the magic wishing lamp and the truncest brass book, they opened a door in Klein's realm of mysteries. At the same time, the angels also noticed the changes in the astral world, but their gazes were unable to penetrate the Earth Mother's natural barrier and the God of Steam and Machinery's civilization picture. They couldn't see the interior at all. This also meant that, even if they wanted to exert influence, there was nothing they could do. Inside the realm of mysteries created by Saphira Castle, Klein finally succeeded in stealing the Beander characteristics of Antigonus from sequence 9 to sequence 1, ones that had been digested. Due to the law of Beander characteristic convergence, the latter had attracted many Beyonders of the same pathway over a long span of history. While turning them into marionettes, he had also absorbed their Beander characteristics. Therefore, at that moment, there was still a large number of Seer pathway Beander characteristics left in Antigonus's body, including a miracle invoker Beander characteristic. The dark points of light quickly merged into Klein's body and fused with him. As he was now Antigonus, and as all the Beander characteristics had been digested by Antigonus, his fate of losing control didn't speed up as he maintained his previous progress. This way, Klein had once again become a sequence 1 attendant of mysteries, one who had already digested the potion, with a fate that pointed towards losing control. At this moment, his original, main body, raised his head, his eyes dark. However, from this glance, the present Klein's mind instantly slowed down as his body turned cold. He almost had no way of resisting it. The powerful will that he was very familiar with began to slowly rise, attempting to influence Saphira Castle. The Lord of the Mysteries had awakened to a certain threshold in Klein's main body. The Fool had become a truly great existence that was being awakened. It matched the guess of the Tarot Club and was in conflict with true history. Before Klein's thoughts slowed down, he took the initiative to cooperate with Aemon and dispelled the realm of mysteries, allowing the situation inside to interact with the outside world. He had already fooled history without any problems, just like the first plan he came up with. As for how to end it, he never had a good idea. According to the changes in the situation, the final plan he activated at this critical moment, to not leave himself any way out. He would go from accommodating the Fool's uniqueness to advancing to the true Fool. In any case, this wouldn't be worse than the previous situation. Chapter 1379, Combining Forces. The curtain that enveloped the Antigonus palace instantly vanished. An indescribable aura returned to reality, causing the entire astral world to shake. Outside the world barrier that was covered in cracks, the terrifying, indescribable faces suddenly changed. the invisible barrier began to tremble violently as if it would collapse at any moment. Every continent on the planet within experienced an earthquake. It wasn't a serious one, just rather obvious. Above the 5 seas, waves surged, as if they had encountered a sudden tidal force. Amid the noon sky, the crimson moon suddenly appeared. Its color became extremely saturated and expanded in an exaggerated manner. It was as if it had hung off the roofs of every house. Other than that, the brown planet, orange planet, scarlet planet, gold planet, and blue planet lit up at the same time, emitting light of different textures. If one looked down from the cosmos, the entire Earth appeared to be swept up by an invisible storm and trembled in place. This was a slight change brought about by the outer deity's attempt to break the barrier. The aura that floated inside the ancient palace in the astral world had made them collectively recall that terrifying existence. Agitated by this, either a result of rage or madness, all of them tried to stop his revival. Compared to them, who were blocked outside the real world, the first to react was the magic wishing lamp in the pocket of Klein's main body. The sticky pale golden light penetrated through the Amon's enhanced seal, turning into a blurry and distorted figure. It stretched out its arm and pulled the truncest brass book into its palm. The rules that were written previously had all disappeared, and a new article immediately formed. Resurrection of the deceased is prohibited here. A faint grayish-white fog flashed and a familiar text appeared in front of this rule. All the following rules are ineffective. Even though he hadn't really resurrected and had yet to absorb the Fool's uniqueness and 2 sequence 9 to sequence 1 seer pathway Beander characteristics, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings in Klein's main body could also control Saphira Castle and use its status to direct its powers. At this moment, his existence and the fog of history had completed their interactions. Fragments of light began to distort as they merged into one, sometimes breaking apart, unable to completely form a piece of history. A sense of self-conflict appeared in that piece of history. True history clearly involved the prehistoric human soul, Klein Moretti, disguising himself as the Fool and establishing the Tarot Club. He became stronger one sequence at a time, and eventually reached the level of the true Fool. However, the present history was that Mr. Fool was a great existence that was awakening, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings from ancient times. He had finally awakened. At that moment, although the rule restriction put in effect by the genie using the truncest brass book could only be effective for less than a second, it still significantly weakened the will of the Lord of the Mysteries inside Klein's main body, as though he had suffered a fatal blow. As for Earth Mother and God of Steam and Machinery, they had given up on interfering with Amon's avatars, as though they wanted this Mr. Error to have the time to deal with the awakening Lord of the Mysteries. However, they, who clearly had some power to spare, didn't attempt to affect Klein's main body, but continued suppressing the primordial demoness and the hidden sage. The subsequent attacks and interferences from the latter two were no longer intense, as if they were waiting for an outcome. To them, the resurrection of the Lord of the Mysteries was the achieving of their goals. Produce a pillar as quickly as possible, and prevent entities that had animosity towards them from becoming the Lord of the Mysteries. In addition, the pathways that they were in didn't belong to the 3 pathways that were controlled by the Lord of the Mysteries. Furthermore, they didn't have any feuds or conflicts of interest with the other party. Amon, who was no longer affected, immediately changed his target and focused most of his attention on Klein's main body. There was no need for any explanation. They clearly knew that this was their greatest threat. Without any hesitation, the Amons raised their right hands at the same time and gently squeezed it, seriously, stealing the effects of the eternal daytime from the target. However, the Amons didn't give up influencing Klein. With their numbers, they split off a small number of members and looked at Klein, who was currently a Sequence 1 attendant of mysteries. Furthermore, Klein also bore the identity of Antigonus. The monocles of these Amons suddenly lit up. Using the authority related to doors, they moved Klein out of the real world and into the cosmos. In the dark and vast universe, Klein's figure appeared. Then, it instantly became thin, turning into a paper figurine. The paper figurine first had its belly bloated before giving birth to a paper baby. Then, it rapidly rotted into dust. Klein had used grafting and paper figurine substitutes to block the attacks of the Amons. At the same time, the other Amons had succeeded in stealing the effects of the eternal daytime from Klein's main body. However, in the next second, the effects of the eternal daytime, were once again stolen back. This was the Lord of the Mysteries' control over powers from his pathway. Even though he had yet to fully revive, he had already begun this process. Amon's eyes flickered as he immediately gave up on Klein and focused on three matters. Most of them continued to steal the effects of the eternal daytime and resist the Lord of the Mysteries, while a small number of them locked onto Antigonus, who was sitting on the huge stone chair. They began to steal the other party's state of eternal slumber. In addition, all the Amons had dispelled the strengthening of seals, and even weakened them. Klein, who was no longer being attacked by Amon, similarly didn't counterattack. His attention was focused on his main body. The awakening of the Lord of the Mysteries was the biggest problem. At that instant, an illusory mark appeared on Klein's glabella. It was a strange door of light that was stained with hints of bluish-black. It constantly emanated a faint grayish-white fog. Klein began to snatch control over Saphira Castle from the Lord of the Mysteries, so that it wouldn't be so easy for him to make use of the level and power. And with the Lord of the Mysteries not fully resurrected and having yet to accommodate the Fool's uniqueness and the corresponding Viander characteristics, he could effectively reduce his strength, allowing his failure rate to increase significantly and for the effects to be inferior. With his addition, with his control over Saphira Castle, the fooling received by the Truncest Brass Book immediately weakened. The chances of Amon's theft also increased. In the forsaken land of the gods, at the foot of the giant shadow formed by the ancient sun god, on the surface of the sea that was covered in all colors, words written in the most ancient language quickly appeared. The revival of the Lord of the Mysteries failed due to many interferences. With this sentence forming, as Klein fought for control over Saphira Castle, the Amons once again stole the effects of the eternal daytime, effects that had augmented the Lord of the Mysteries. Elsewhere, they had also stolen Antigonus's state of eternal slumber. Without any hesitation, the Amons transferred the state of eternal slumber to Klein's main body and gifted it to the Lord of the Mysteries. The ancient existence's aura immediately fell silent, but it quickly rebounded. At this moment, the corresponding text appeared on the weakly sealed Truncest Brass Book. Suddenly, the terrifying will in Klein's main body rapidly weakened, producing a strong urge to fall asleep again. However, this will was so powerful that, even after a long period of time, it was unable to completely wear it down. Under these two restrictions, it was still tenacious and slowly recovering. It also attempted to use tampering and fooling to get out of the predicament. Klein sensed that the other party was using Saphira Castle's power, so he immediately focused and interfered. At the same time, the Evernight goddess, who was floating above the ancient palace, slightly relaxed her control over Amon's true body. She pulled back the bird-shaped, golden accessory and aimed its head downwards. Inside the bronze eye of the bird-shaped, golden accessory, illusory layers of doors surged out, allowing a drop of colorless water that had a strong aura of stillness to drop onto Klein's main body. In the ancient palace, this was a drop of river water from the river of eternal darkness. While the Evernight goddess was doing this, Amon's actual body's attempt to escape by opening doors also tacitly slowed down. The drop of water plummeted at an extremely fast speed. The natural barrier formed by Earth Mother, and the portrait formed by the god of steam and machinery simultaneously pulled back to give way for it. With a smack, the river water of the river of eternal darkness accurately dripped onto Klein's head and silently entered. The aura of the Lord of the Mysteries, which was slowly growing, immediately receded. It stopped its fluctuation and fell into a state of eternal slumber. However, this condition wasn't very stable, as if it could be broken at any moment. At this moment, the Evernight goddess's empty hand pulled out a gigantic sword from the void. The sword's surface was covered with orange-red light as it exuded the dawn of twilight, the aura of decay. This was the symbol of the Twilight Giant. The Evernight goddess's arm that was covered with short black fur extended, striking down with the exaggerated sword. She had always kept some energy as though prepared to deliver this moment. In the strange sound of the void shattering and decaying, the sword that was covered with the light of twilight slashed through the dome of the Antigonus Palace, causing the hanging corpses to drop to the ground. Right on the heels of that, it struck Klein's main body, which had yet to escape the state of eternal slumber. The portion of the awakening of the Lord of the Mysteries rapidly vanished, and the body began to wane uncontrollably. It broke down along with the Fool's uniqueness and the two sets of sequence 9 to 1 Viander characteristics in his body. They also collapsed and gathered together. Upon seeing this, Klein followed his plan without any thought. He used Saphira Castle to pull down a quarter of the fog of history and enveloped it. Amidst the grayish-white fog, the fool's uniqueness and the Beander characteristics fully converged. They frantically absorbed the fog of history around them, turning into a shapeless and dark liquid. This blob of liquid stretched out as though it was forming a strange, translucent hooded cloak or a person whose internal organs and flesh were emptied out. The fool's potion. The Amens reached out, their right hands at the same time in a bid to steal the potion. Chapter 1380, A Miracle. More than 1,000 Amens each committed theft. With his numbers, as long as he wasn't extremely unlucky, there would always be a few who would have succeeded. Furthermore, the fool's potion was ownerless, so it wasn't difficult to steal. While carrying out the theft, Eamon removed a particular seal on his body, allowing the apprentice and marauder Beander characteristics to release their powers of convergence. This was rather effective towards the fool's potion, allowing Eamon to increase his success rate to the greatest extent. However, all the Amens ultimately failed. This was because a new rule had appeared on the Truncest brass book. Acts of theft are prohibited here. In order to deal with the awakening Lord of the Mysteries, Eamon had weakened all the seals here and helped the Truncest brass book escape the fooling. It could now have a limited number of effective rules for a brief moment amidst its repeated cycles, but now, this had adversely affected them. Seizing this opportunity, the illusory brand between Klein's brows became more obvious. A faint grayish-white fog gathered around him, forming a thin cocoon. He activated Saphira Castle with all his might. Together with his attendant of mysteries Beander characteristic, he created an extremely powerful convergence effect on the fool's potion. The black liquid that didn't have a fixed form seemed to be a starving beast that saw food. It immediately pounced onto Klein. It kept extending and changing like a translucent skin, wrapping Klein inside. Klein's face appeared underneath this liquid. His facial features were sometimes distinct, sometimes blurred, sometimes distorted, and sometimes blank. In the forsaken land of the gods, under the giant shadow formed by the ancient sun god, words in the most ancient of languages rapidly took form on the illusory surface of the sea that contained all possible colors. Antigonus's efforts at advancing to the fool ultimately failed due to various reasons. The reason why this existence that once dominated the entire planet didn't use Klein Moretti's name was that he was now carrying the identity and fate of Antigonus. If the subject in the sentence had been the former name, then Klein could completely ignore it. What had Klein Moretti's failed advancement got to do with Antigonus becoming the fool? But when the subject became Antigonus, it was like a prophecy, as if it was an arrangement that had the outcome already be decided. Such a sentence could make the situation turn very grim. If Klein didn't give up on Antigonus's identity and fate, he would be restricted by those words. If he gave up Antigonus's identity and fate, then the sequence 9 and 1 Beander characteristic in his body would no longer belong to him in the true sense of the word. He had never digested them before. They were Beander characteristics that Antigonus once controlled. At present, it had nothing to do with Klein Moretti. All he did was forcefully devour them. Under such circumstances, even if there were no other factors, just the undigested Beander characteristics would likely cause Klein to lose control on the spot. And consuming the fool's potion in such a state and completing the advancement ritual was without a doubt impossible. As the ancient sun god wrote this sentence, the eternal blazing sun, the lord of storms, and the god of knowledge and wisdom, who were situated in the astral world, sensed something. Each of them launched the most intense of counterattacks in an attempt to interfere with the other party's actions. However, even though a large portion of his energy was spent restricting the three true deities, making it rather difficult, the ancient sun god quickly completed the sentence. However, his giant shadow embodiment dimmed, as though he was unable to maintain it for too long. In the astral world, within the floating ancient palace, in the battle that pit the Earth Mother and the god of steam and machinery against the primordial demoness and hidden sage, the situation became even more intense. However, the former two were still able to divert a certain amount of strength to affect Amon's avatar, preventing them from destroying Klein's advancement ritual. The Amens were forced to blink everywhere, but some of them still turned into plants, blooming and bearing fruit before returning to the land. Others collapsed into words as they were imprinted into illusory books. Apart from that, a large number of them were strengthening the seal, limiting the Truncest brass book, preventing the rules it enacted from being effective, or be effective for only an instant. Under the influence of these three factors, even with Amon's numbers, it appeared to be insufficient. but even so, a small number of them managed to seize the opportunity to make crystal monocles and similar circular symbols reflect Klein's figure. In the next second, the monocles and circular symbols emitted pure light. This wasn't theft, but the act of returning things. At this moment, Amon's decision was to return an item that he had formerly stolen from Klein. It was Klein's thoughts of suicide. Back when Klein was captured by Amon and brought to the forsaken land of the gods, he had tried on many occasions to commit suicide but failed to succeed. He had such thoughts, stolen by the other party. At the critical moment of his advancement, once he had the intention to commit suicide, the outcome could be imagined. At that moment, Klein, who was tightly enveloped by the fool's potion, felt his thoughts turn chaotic and wander. His hair spread out as he felt an extremely cold, sticky liquid slowly invade him. Then, he had the thought of committing suicide and giving up. This was a change that Klein had never expected. He had long forgotten how Amon had stolen his thoughts of committing suicide. Furthermore, he didn't expect that not only was the other party unwilling to abandon these thoughts, he had even kept them carefully. If it were any time in the past, this thought might have been strong, but Klein could still use his self-control to resist it forcefully, suppressing it until it dissipated on its own. It would be akin to dealing with nasty thoughts, but now, he was in the midst of an advancement ritual. He was being influenced by the potion, and his mind had lost its stability. He was unable to effectively suppress the thought of committing suicide. The Amons always had various strange but rather effective methods. Fortunately, Klein wasn't only Klein, but also Antigonus. What relation did Klein Moretti's thoughts of committing suicide have to do with Antigonus? With this level of knowledge from this additional identity, Klein didn't immediately give up and end his life. He pulled the Antigonus mental imprint in his body and mixed it with the idea of suicide, barely suppressing it. Under such a balance, Klein's mind and body were further corroded by the fool's potion. His thoughts were the same as when he advanced to Attendant of Mysteries, completely dispersed, but the difference was that he didn't fuse with the spirit world this time. Instead, he continued to extend, enveloping the entire planet, the entire spirit world, and part of the astral world like a gaseous body. At that moment, Klein felt that he was in the bodies of different believers, in every human's body, in every animal's body, in every living thing. Everything had godhood in them. At the same time, he was still scattered within the fog of history, scattered through fleeting time, and scattered inside the silent flow of a river of light with multiple distributaries. One was also infinity. At the level of godhood, an experience like this made Klein's thoughts wear away even further, as though all that was left was a coldness that looked down on everything. Even this coldness was dissipating slowly. It wouldn't be long before Klein completely lost himself and was led by the various mental seals in the fool's potion, becoming a true monster. This coincided with Antigonus's crazy fate, allowing the latter to accelerate. At this moment, he felt something off. It was unharmonious, unnatural, and abnormal. In the fog of history, there were a small number of light fragments twisting and distorting, unable to take form. It was as if there was a fundamental conflict between them. They gradually separated, breaking out into different branches to record the different content, allowing the twisting to achieve the initial state of recovering. Being imbued into everything, Klein's mind was thrown out due to this tiny disharmonious abnormality. He found some aspect of self-awareness again. With this self-awareness as the core, he quickly gathered his scattered mind and guided the fusion process between the fool's potion and his body. But at this moment, the fate of Antigonus losing control thanks to the ancient sun gods' prophecy erupted early. Klein's body collapsed once again, unable to withstand the fool's potion. Without any hesitation or having the luxury of time to hesitate, Klein immediately removed a portion of the theft effects and returned Antigonus his identity, fate, and self-awareness, allowing him sitting on the huge stone chair to slowly open his eyes. The dazed Antigonus gradually regained his clarity of mind. He didn't immediately lose control, because the main reason he lost control was that the Lord of the Mysteries' will had awakened to a large extent. And now, the fool's uniqueness and most of the Beander characteristics that contained a portion of the will was no longer in his body. Therefore, Antigonus could use his own will to resist the madness and try to stop the fate of losing control. The prophecy of the ancient sun god came true. Antigonus really failed to advance to sequence 0 the fool. And without his identity, the sequence 9 and sequence 1 Beander characteristic of the seer pathway in Klein's body turned into something that he hadn't digested. This threw him to the edge of losing control immediately. The fool's potion that wrapped around his body like a cloak instantly completed the act of seeping through. The will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings was awakened once again. Give up, leave everything to me. This time, I won't accommodate another Sephira. I won't help you protect the living creatures you wish to protect, but I won't harm them either. It's not that I won't keep my promises, but it's just that they're too weak and not worth my attention. This place is an area that is off limits to outer deities. The unfamiliar yet weirdly familiar ravings reverberated in Klein's heart, giving him the idea of giving up, and the thought of committing suicide that he had been suppressed by Antigonus's mental imprint previously, surfaced again after the balance created by it was lost. The outcome of failing an advancement attempt was about to occur. At this moment, the Evernight goddess, who was originally powerless to slash downwards with the Twilight Sword, suddenly gave up on controlling Amon's true body. As Amon's true body leapt out, and just as the avatars waited for Klein to fail the ritual, the goddess once again dragged the exaggerated sword that was covered in orange light. This time, the target was Klein. A thought flashed through Klein's mind as he took the initiative to be controlled by the thought of committing suicide, not making any attempts to resist. With a poof, he was slashed by the symbolic sword of Twilight, shattering into a rotten body of meat that seeped out Beander characteristics. Klein died. Before the Amens took any sort of measures against him, he was killed by the Evernight goddess before the ritual failed and before he completely lost control. In the next second, the Evernight goddess wore the bird-shaped, golden accessory on her head as her body expanded and enveloped the ancient palace. She instantly erased Amon's true body, avatars, Earth Mother, primordial demoness, god of steam and machinery, hidden sage, and Antigonus, as though they were erased by an eraser. Concealment. The ancient sun god seemed to understand what the Evernight goddess wanted to do, but having already made 2 prophecies, there was no way for him to write a third sentence. As for the 3 true gods, they continued throwing what they had at him, holding him back. In the next second, a miracle happened. Klein returned from the fog of history. The uniqueness of the fool that had already belonged to him and the 3 sequence 9 to sequence 1 Beander characteristics rapidly returned to his body. Afraid that he would be disturbed, the genie quickly made use of the Truncest brass book to add a rule. This place is suitable for the return of Beander characteristics. Suddenly, Klein returned to his previous state of him, drinking the fool potion. But the thing that was different from before was that, back then, his body's pillar of support belonged to the sequence 9 to sequence 1 Beander characteristics of Antigonus, ones he hadn't digested yet. And now, the first to return to him was undoubtedly the digested sequence 9 and 1 Beander characteristic that once belonged to him. This way, he would have a true pillar of support that could accommodate the fool's uniqueness in the remaining characteristics. Klein was in a state that was the same as when he first arrived at the main peak of the Hornassus mountain range, an attendant of mysteries who had finished digesting the potion and was capable of attempting to advance to sequence 0 the fool. By relying on his resurrection, Klein had completely overturned his state. This was the flash of inspiration he had obtained from Rassel's resurrection. Of course, the entire process was different from the resurrection of a Black Emperor. The character that Klein had arranged to kill him was the genie. He never expected that the Evernight goddess, who he hadn't discussed this with, would share such tacit understanding with him. In that instant, his body split apart, turning into a thin gray fog and dark liquid. The gray fog and black liquid blended together, and the countless maggots that resembled meat tendrils sprouted on the surface. Then, they intertwined into a translucent dark-colored cloak. There was no body under the cloak, just darkness. This process was very brief. In less than 2 seconds, the Evernight goddess's concealment of so many deities was clearly unable to last that long. In an instant, a door of light traveled across the surface of the concealed world at an extremely high speed. The door suddenly opened, and Amon, who was wearing a pointed hat and wearing a classic black robe, leapt out. At the same time, he saw an illusory mask with blank facial features appear under the translucent dark-colored cloak. The mask instantly outlined Klein, who had fused with Gehrman Sparrow's traits. Amon's thoughts turned chaotic as though he had his intelligence forcefully lowered. The fool was born. Chapter 1381, Authority. Inside the White Tower, the headquarters of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. After Luca Brewster, who was trapped underground, completed his prayer, he focused his attention back on the seal autonomously strengthening itself. He wanted to find out exactly what was going on, to see if he could decipher the secrets hidden within and use them to invent some mystical techniques. As he proceeded down each level, checking each and every sealed artifact, Luca was taken aback and stopped in his tracks. His expression became rather confused. He was lost on whether to take his next step with his left foot or right foot. This seemed to be a very profound, esoteric question to comprehend. In the southern continent, beside a cathedral belonging to the Evernight goddess, Leonard picked up the cup of coffee made from local ground beans and wanted to take a sip. During this process, his thoughts wandered to the closed windows and the bright sky, trying to figure out the anomaly. However, he was unable to leave the room and was sealed here. As for old man Pallas Zoroast, he had fallen into a strange state of silence without answering his questions. Thankfully, there wasn't any additional danger. Therefore, Leonard could still sit in peace, using thoughts to replace action. After an unknown period of time, he looked down at the cup of coffee that had been placed back on the table. He frowned slightly and muttered to himself in puzzlement, "What did I want to do just now?" The Rorstad archipelago, in the concealed biome city. Having not noticed the changes in the environment, Danitz carefully fiddled with the telegraph device in his room. The Golden Dream had recently come to the Sonia Sea and stopped at a port with a telegraph office. Danitz wanted to invite them over to Biome as guests to take in the grandeur of a Lord's Oracle. If possible, he wished that the Golden Dream could use Biome as its primary harbor. This way, he could return to the ship at any time to participate in adventures and seek out treasures. At the same time, he could choose to listen to the captain's lectures. As an all-rounder, Danitz had no doubt mastered all the knowledge and techniques needed to send a telegram. At that moment, he sat in front of the machine and quickly tapped his fingers, sending out the words he had constructed. At the very beginning, his thoughts were clear and his words were proper. This left him somewhat smug. Gradually, his eyes stared straight and his hands didn't stop moving, as if he was doing it on instinct. After the telegram was sent out, Danitz exhaled, picked up a cup, and gulped down a mouthful of beer. It was quicker than I expected. Even if I lose my job in the future, I can still go to the telegraph office to get a job with a good salary, Danitz thought proudly and worriedly. He casually picked up the telegram draft and recalled the process of how he sent it out. His expression gradually turned odd. What did I send in the end? Danitz couldn't help but whisper. Apparently, he had very likely mocked the first mate, second mate, iron skin, and barreled towards the latter half of the telegram. Then, he passionately confessed to the captain. I'm finished, why would I express what's hidden in my heart? Danitz's face turned pale as he suspected that he had been controlled by the potion. The content he had written didn't actually go through his head. He hurriedly sent a telegram to indicate that the content from before had nothing to do with him. It was all a result of Anderson deliberately causing trouble. At this moment, he realized that something was amiss outside. The sky was gray and there wasn't a single cloud. In the astral world, the existences and objects that had been concealed by the Evernight goddess broke through the restrictions and returned to reality one after another. They were like Amon's actual body, looking somewhat dazed without making any immediate reaction. In addition, the Evernight goddess also paused in midair in confusion, as though she hadn't thought about her subsequent actions. However, her first instinct was to protect herself. The Lord of Storms, the eternal blazing sun, and the god of knowledge and wisdom, who had been restricted by the thick prism-like spots of light in their own kingdoms, also experienced certain changes. The intensity of their counterattacks was clearly lower, giving people a sense of self-doubt, unsure if the entity before them was an enemy. The genie abandoned the Truncest brass book and directly returned to the magic wishing lamp. He seemed to have fought to his limits and had no choice but to retreat into the seal. He also seemed to recall something as he subconsciously evaded. Antigonus, who had just regained his self-awareness and lucidity, was once again confused. His face was filled with question marks. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? What is happening around me? In the forsaken land of the gods, the ancient sun god's giant shadow sighed and said, "Let there be light." The light in the astral world brightened as it stabbed into the eyes of Amon's true body, avatars, primordial demoness, hidden sage, and other existences. They immediately regained their senses and made use of the time to respond differently. The flood of information suddenly dispersed and fused with the various symbols around it, instantly disappearing. The black, python-like tentacles with an eyeball on their ends retracted rapidly. No one knew where they went. Amon's true body looked at Klein, who had just advanced, and gave up the chance to exert his influence while his condition was unstable. He raised his hand and adjusted the crystal monocle on his right eye. His figure split into multiple seemingly illusory and realistic doors. The doors opened and closed at the same time, preventing any existences like the Evernight goddess from knowing where Amon's true body had gone to. After Amon's true body left, his avatars faded and disappeared in a bizarre manner. This was using a loophole, turning the act of Amon's true body leaving to being equivalent to Amon's leaving. At the same time, the giant shadow that the ancient sun god had expanded only to shrink and transform back into Adam, who carried a thick shadow on his back. Beneath the feet of this visionary, the sea that contained all colors instantly dissipated as though it had returned underground. Looking up at the astral world, Adam returned to the back of that shadow screen through a crack. The fusion between him and the true creator had just begun, and it wasn't over yet. The attempt to raise himself to the level of half a great old one was actually rather difficult and risky. This would make their progress a lot slower in the future. In the astral world, as the war subsided, the natural barrier formed by plants and the portraits of civilization faded away, along with the illusory crimson moon. The Lord of Storms, eternal blazing sun, and the God of knowledge and wisdom first shattered the thick spots of light outside their divine kingdoms. Then, they calmed down and returned to continue blocking the world barrier's cracks. The Evernight goddess, who was floating above the ancient palace, put away the pitch-black coffin, the twilight sword, the bird-shaped, golden accessory, and her forearms. She cast her gaze downwards. After the translucent dark-colored cloak produced the mask, it transformed into Klein's body. Klein pressed one hand against the almost invisible mask on his face, and he placed the other at his abdomen. His back was slightly arched, as though he was suffering indescribable pain. Just as he raised his head and looked at the Evernight goddess's face that was covered with a thin black veil, a pitch-black cloak appeared outside his body. Slippery and sinister tentacles extended from beneath the cloak. After becoming the fool, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings in him had undoubtedly awakened further. The crazy ravings and roars continued to echo in Klein's ears, tearing through his mind, letting him know that this was going to be his future. There was no way to kill the Lord of the Mysteries. Even if his will was slowly worn down by time, his consciousness would remain forever. He could snatch Klein's body at any moment and completely revive. If it wasn't for the fact that he had just killed the Lord of the Mysteries as will, making the awakening him weaker than what Klein expected, Klein suspected that he might not be able to survive. All he could do was watch as his body collapsed and he became another existence. Of course, he could still seek the Evernight goddess's help to give him a drop of the river of eternal darkness's river water. However, this wasn't a long-term solution. He could only delay it for some time before ultimately facing it. Relying on his own consciousness and anchors, Klein stabilized the consciousness of the celestial worthy in him. At this moment, he was unable to speak. The Evernight goddess above nodded gently and said, "What you need now is stability." With that said, her figure was wiped inch by inches. She returned to the divine kingdom in the astral world. Klein turned his head to look at the slightly dazed Antigonus. With a thought, he returned to Saphira Castle. Sitting in the half-collapsed palace, Antigonus sat on a huge stone chair. He felt as though he had just been through a very, very long dream. Inside Saphira Castle, Klein sat at the fool's seat and focused on stabilizing his mental state. Just like before he achieved an initial level of stability, he had no way of seeking treatment from a psychiatrist. Unless he paid a visit to Adam, it was very likely that he would go even crazier. With some stability, Klein quickly checked the authorities he obtained. It was called fooling. Not only did it contain history, time, fate, change, and concealment, but it also included the mind domains of blind stupidity. The simplest application was to lower an enemy's intelligence. Just as Klein was about to research them further, his spiritual perception was triggered. Someone had invaded Saphira Castle. And only when the enemy successfully invaded did Klein obtain a notification. Klein suddenly looked up and saw that the grayish-white fog had formed a door at the other end of the long mottled table. A figure wearing a pointed hat, a classic black robe, and a monocle walked out. There was a tinge of darkness in Mr. Ayer's eyes as his smile appeared somewhat crazy. He leisurely looked around and nudged his monocle. He said with a smile, "Are you pleasantly surprised?" Klein wanted to use Saphira Castle to expel him, but he realized that at some point in time, Aemon had gained control over Saphira Castle. Aemon cast his gaze at him, pulled out a chair and sat down, chuckling. I released the suppression of the Lord of the Mysteries in my body. Him, being the owner of Saphira Castle makes me equivalent to being the owner of Saphira Castle. Of course, I can enter. This is very risky. Even in the past, I didn't dare to try it before, but since you've grown to this extent, I can only take the risk. This is very exciting. I'm quite pleased with the effects. As Aemon spoke, slippery and sinister tentacles appeared beneath his clothes. He took the initiative to revive part of the Lord of the Mysteries, allowing himself to enter a half-crazy state. Chapter 1382, Homeground Advantage. As Aemon spoke, Klein appeared to be listening, but he had actually attempted to leave Saphira Castle. This wasn't because he wanted to give up or surrender, nor was it because he was too timid and subconsciously considered fleeing first. Instead, he believed that this was the best solution for the current situation. If he stayed in Saphira Castle, Klein would face 3 difficult questions. Firstly, he had just advanced to the Fool and his condition was extremely unstable. He had to divert a large portion of his mental strength to suppress the awakening will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. Secondly, there was no way for him to obtain the help of his allies, he could only fight alone. Thirdly, under the situation that everyone could influence Saphira Castle, even if Klein had a deeper level of control over Saphira Castle, he wouldn't be able to express an overwhelming advantage. He might even be disrupted in his use of Saphira Castle because his opponent was good at making use of loopholes and creating bugs, making it difficult for him to reach the same level as him. This way, when a sequence 0 the Fool faced a half-crazed, dual pathway error and door, even if he wasn't in a scenario of facing a 100% failure rate, the chances of winning were extremely minute. And by taking the opportunity to escape Saphira Castle, Klein could immediately obtain the help of his allies to reverse the situation between the two. If Aemon were to chase after him, Klein would interfere with his return to Saphira Castle and make him face his allies. At that time, the primordial demoness would definitely not attack again. The ancient sun god might not be able to reproduce the power of half a great old one anytime soon. With the lead of the Evernight goddess, the 6 orthodox deities were enough to deal with Aemon. Even if Aemon, who was in control of all the authorities of the error and door domains, wasn't easily killed, the orthodox deities would definitely be able to weaken him and seal him. After Klein stabilized his mental state and deepened his control over Saphira Castle, he could then kill him in a targeted manner. This process was almost irreversible, even if the ancient sun god could still produce the level, status, and strength from before. His limit appeared to be suppressing 3 orthodox deities at the same time, and this didn't include the Evernight goddess. Of course, the outer deities were undoubtedly unwilling to see the birth of a new Lord of the Mysteries. Once such a situation happened, they would definitely try their best to interfere, preventing Aemon from dying. However, before the world barrier collapsed, the influence they could exert would be rather limited, and it might not be of much use. Just like before, Klein believed that the combined powers of the dark side of the universe and the chained god were inferior to the hidden sage. Even if the outer deities managed to affect the situation, Klein wouldn't suffer any losses. After all, those existences wouldn't allow Aemon to kill him either. He could find a place to hide and stabilize his mental state. Once he was prepared, he could make new plans again. The foggy town of the Evernight goddess was a very good choice, if Aemon didn't chase after him and remained inside Saphira Castle. Klein could use his identity as the owner of Saphira Castle to influence the control of all kinds of matters within at any moment, preventing Aemon from doing anything in Saphira Castle. Even if he wanted to use the Crimson Star to deal with the Tarot Club members, it would be impossible. In short, it would be extremely difficult for either of them to use Saphira Castle well, but destroying the other party's attempts was definitely simple. Under such a stalemate, Klein had time to stabilize his mental state, deepening his control over Saphira Castle, slowly turning the situation around. Towards the end, Aemon would either flee and hide, or he would let the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings completely revive, choosing to have an internecine outcome with Klein. Therefore, although he didn't have the time to analyze the pros and cons, Klein quickly came to a conclusion. Leaving Saphira Castle now was the best choice. However, just as his consciousness sank to the edge of Saphira Castle, he saw a crystal monocle. This item appeared in time, crushing Klein's hopes of escaping. Did you think I'd leave such an obvious loophole? Of course, you can stop me from leaving Saphira Castle at any time. Eamon curled his index finger and pressed it against the monocle as he smiled. Behind the chair that he was sitting on, the resplendent symbol rapidly changed. At times, it was formed from symbols corresponding to parasitizing, time, and fate. At times, it was a series of doors. These two different symbols appeared one after another, making it impossible to truly be fixed. Klein didn't hear what Eamon said. The moment he failed, he created a real realm of mysteries, a complete divine kingdom of the fool. Light and shadows instantly changed in front of Amon's eyes. It brought with it the disappearance of the grand palace, modeled table, and luxurious high-backed chair, bringing with it an ancient castle. Eamon wasn't sure what the ancient castle looked like. This was because he was standing in a corridor inside the castle. He could only sense the various changes in Saphira Castle and see with the limited vision he had. The corridor was unusually dark and gloomy. The corridor stretched endlessly. There were silver-colored elegant candle stands spaced widely apart, each producing a dim and yellow glow. There were dark red wooden doors on both sides of the corridor that seemed to connect to different rooms. There was no sound from the rooms, making it virtually impossible to know what was hidden inside. Eamon casually glanced at it and smiled with interest. As the most powerful cryptologist, he naturally knew that this was a divine kingdom, one that couldn't be broken through with brute force. This was because every door was reassembled with different items. If he forcefully broke through them, he would trigger unknown effects. Eamon didn't underestimate the abilities and intelligence of a Sequence Zero the Fool. He didn't plan on experiencing any more surprises or accidents. However, once the Divine Kingdom's rules were fixed, its owner would similarly be restricted to a certain extent. To put it simply, Klein was definitely in one of the rooms, not somewhere else. One had to bear the corresponding responsibility for the benefits obtained. You want to use this method to stall for time and stabilize your mental state. Eamon whispered as though he was talking to an invisible person. Then, wearing a pointed hat and a classic black robe, he walked to the nearest dark red wooden door. There were no holes on the wooden door, so he couldn't see the exact situation inside. In other words, it was very difficult for Eamon to know if Klein was here without opening the door. The corners of Amon's mouth curled up slightly. Eamon extended his right hand and drew a long rectangular shape on the dark red wooden door. Inside the rectangle, bits of starlight emerged and turned transparent, revealing the scene in the room. With the authority of door and the ability of bug, Eamon forcibly opened a window without triggering the effects. Following that, he cast his gaze into the room. There were no tables, chairs, carpets, and other furniture, but a blue sea. Indeed, this door has been connected with the sea outside, Eamon said without any surprise. Once he twisted the door, he would leave Saphira Castle and appear in the sea outside. And at that time, with Klein being wary, it was almost impossible for him to enter Saphira Castle again, just like how Klein was unable to leave Saphira Castle. This was the reason why Eamon didn't forcibly destroy the Fool's divine kingdom but opened one door at a time. Destruction led to similar effects. The repeated effects would affect Eamon again and again. Even if there were many loopholes that he could use, he wouldn't be completely immune to them. Retracting his gaze, Eamon walked to the opposite room and opened a window according to the method from before. However, this time, it was pitch black inside, and he couldn't see anything. Eamon raised his hand and pinched the edge of his monocle and coughed lightly. His figure instantly split into two. The split Eamon glanced at Eamon, who stood in the same spot and tsked. Why aren't you seeking the thrill yourself? As he spoke, this Eamon extended his right palm and grabbed the handle of the dark red wooden door. Just as he began twisting, his expression suddenly turned blank as he sat down, as though he had lost the ability to think. Fooling effect. The original Eamon nodded slightly. The retarded Eamon immediately collapsed and turned into a transparent worm with 12 segments. Tiny bits of Beander characteristics seeped out and returned to Amon's body. He relied on using the loophole to avoid the negative effects of his avatars from acting on his actual body. After all the Beander characteristics returned, Eamon released a flame that had been stolen and burned the corpse of the Worm of Time. After doing this leisurely, he looked up and adjusted the monocle on his right eye. On the crystal monocle, countless symbols, patterns, and labels appeared. They moved quickly, interweaving, reforming, or changing, as though they were making calculations. This was a combination of a cryptologist's power of decryption and the key of Star's authority on position. The two attempts Eamon made were mainly to gather intelligence, grasp the rules, and prepare for cracking the secrets of the Fool's divine kingdom. Soon, the symbols, patterns, and labels formed a scene on the monocle. Behind a dark red wooden door, a few slippery tentacles extended out from Klein's body. He sat on a high-backed chair and calmly watched the entrance, the corners of Amon's mouth curled up. With a flash, he appeared in the room. However, everything before his eyes suddenly collapsed. Klein with the Fool's aura quickly turned thin, turning into a card. On the card, Russell Gustav was wearing a gorgeous head accessory and colorful clothes, holding a stick with luggage hanging from it. His eyes were filled with longing. The Fool card from the cards of blasphemy. Klein knew that relying solely on paper figurine substitutes and adding the fooling effect and grafting his true aura onto it wouldn't be able to deceive a top-notch swindler like Eamon. Therefore, he used the Fool card, which had some convergence powers, as his paper figurine. Although Saphira Castle couldn't be used again, this was Klein's home ground after all. There was his junk pile, the various items he had gathered, and the newly obtained Truncest brass book and the borrowed magic wishing lamp. Chapter 1383, Stipulated Rules. With the Klein in front of Eamon turning into the Fool card, the room shrank and revealed its original appearance. It was an iron cigar case that had marks of being corroded slightly. It had fused with the aura of Saphira Castle. Klein's figure appeared out of nowhere as the entire divine kingdom of the Fool collapsed. As the magnificent palace reappeared, he grabbed the vessel that carried the Fool card and Amon's true body and suddenly closed it. He didn't have hopes of using this item to seal Eamon, who wielded the corresponding authority of the door pathway. All he wanted was to buy some time and find a chance to throw Eamon out of Saphira Castle and retrieve the initiative. But at that moment, Klein, who was wearing a black trench coat, paused. His other hand took out a crystal monocle from the void with his other hand and placed it in his right eye. Behind him, Eamon, who was wearing a pointed hat and a classic black robe, quickly outlined his figure. His eyes were dark and wild as he laughed. "What made you think that I didn't use an avatar?" Before he finished his sentence, Klein's figure that had been parasitized rapidly turned thin, turning into a crude paper figurine. Klein was cautious and hadn't used his true form either. He relied on a paper figurine substitute that had spirit body threads grafted. He knew very well that he would rather give up an opportunity than make mistakes when fighting Eamon. Once he made a mistake, under the suppression effect of a bug, it would be very difficult for him to turn the tables. With regards to the situation of the prey turning into a paper figurine, Eamon didn't seem to be surprised. All he did was raise his hand to touch the crystal monocle. At the other end of the Grand Palace, Klein, who was wearing a top hat and a trench coat, uncontrollably walked out of the Fool's automatic concealment. He raised his right hand and took out a crystal monocle from the void with great difficulty, slowly moving it towards his right eye. During this process, Klein's expression was filled with resistance and rather warped, as though he couldn't control his hand. The half-crazy Eamon smiled leisurely. "You can use paper figurines to replace you, but so can paper figurines replace you. It being parasitized is equivalent to you being parasitized. Everything is relative, and all of them have loopholes. No beyonder power is uncrackable. They can be used in any suitable situation." He made use of the relationship of the paper figurine substitute and the main body to create a bug. Although Eamon looked like he was unable to control his desire to speak due to his madness, it didn't stop him from corroding Klein with his full strength. He strengthened the parasitizing bit by bit, making Klein truly wear a monocle and become him. At that moment, Klein's body suddenly collapsed. He had taken the initiative to do so. He split into countless transparent maggots that swam in all directions. Among these worms of spirit, there were a few worms of time with 12 segments mixed in. Strictly speaking, Amon's worms of time could forcefully parasitize very tiny creatures like the worms of spirit. However, when Klein split up, he took the initiative to use his fooling authority to confuse the order of time. He fooled the few worms of time, making them split up only towards the end. Unable to find the cluster of worms of spirit, they lost their target for parasitizing. In the next second, the scene in Saphira Castle changed again. Klein once again used the realm of mysteries powers to create a new divine kingdom for the Fool. Eamon instantly entered a room. This place was covered with a thick yellow carpet with a crystal chandelier hanging from it. There was a door on each wall, and it was unknown where they led to. At the same time, there were oil paintings depicting various eyes hanging from the 4 walls. There was no need for any special scrutiny. With just a glance, Eamon knew that the 4 doors corresponded to different effects. The main purpose was to delay his actions and create enough time for Klein to make subsequent preparations. The corners of Mr. Error curled up slightly as he cast his gaze to the ground. He extended his right fist and stretched out his fingers. An illusory door appeared on the thick yellow carpet. The door quickly moved for a second before it became fixed in place and silently opened. However, with the opening of the illusory door, the doors around the room began to move strangely. The doors creaked and opened. Almost at the same time, in the pitch-black wilderness, in a dark tower that led to the sky, Klein was holding the magic wishing lamp and removing the effects of fooling on the truncest brass book. The candlewick of the magic wishing lamp lit up as it spewed out a sticky, pale gold glow. These rays of light transformed into a distorted, blurry figure. Klein didn't consider making a wish with the genie to transfer Bernadette's wishes onto him and change the ownership of the magic wishing lamp. This was because there would only be one outcome. He would die on the spot and return from the fog of history with the miracle invoker's powers. Normally, this was a good way to escape, especially since Klein could revive several times. However, the situation this time was completely different from before. Once Klein died, it would mean that he had temporarily given up on his identity as the owner of Saphira Castle, making this place a paradise for Eamon. He could use this Saphira without any obstruction. Under such circumstances, Eamon could completely fool history, interfere with fate, and suppress Klein's resurrection, making him truly die. The ones who were most effective against a Beyonder were definitely higher sequence Beyonders of the same pathway. Therefore, Klein's current plan was to use the status of the genie to better use the truncest brass book. If the genie didn't exert a certain influence, the rules set by the truncest brass book definitely wouldn't be biased towards Klein. It would only restrict all existences other than itself. As the genie's blurry, pale gold figure took form, the truncest brass book produced the sound of colliding metal and quickly flipped to the second half of the book that allowed writing. Without any gap in time, new text appeared on the brass page. Theft is prohibited here. If Klein had the choice, the most suitable rule would be, acts of theft are prohibited here, because the former clause was a law. It couldn't stop someone from committing theft ahead of time, and it could only deliver punishment after the act. Furthermore, punishment for first-time thieves was inevitably light, something the Amens could withstand. His idea restricted the possibility of such actions. There was no such thing as theft. However, there was no way for the truncest brass book to make such a rule right now. One had to wait until the provisions were watertight enough, and that it had awakened to a certain extent before that was possible. Previously, the genie had relied on his close connection with the truncest brass book, his high status, and all his strength before he could enforce similar rules. At this moment, he was already drained and unable to do such things. At present, all Klein could do was try his best to stall for time so that the truncest brass book could produce a sufficiently strict setup of laws to target Eamon so as to act in concert with his fooling authority. At this moment, in the room that trapped Eamon, as the illusory door on the ground opened, the 4 real doors shook and cracks appeared. This would bring about many unknown effects. Suddenly, the sound of a bell rang out from an endless distance away. At some point in time, Eamon had transformed into an ancient, mottled stone wall clock. On the wall clock, the second hand formed by the worm of time suddenly paused. As the bell reverberated, everything in the room froze strangely, including the 4 doors. The only exception was Eamon. He had transformed back to his pointy-hatted, classic black-robed look. With a smile, he calmly raised his left hand and tightened his 5 fingers. In the next second, the strange frozen state was broken. The 4 doors that were about to open had closed again with a bang, leaving no gaps behind. Amon's figure descended and burrowed into the illusory door that wasn't closed. Just as he used this method to leave the room, he discovered that he had arrived in a pitch-black wilderness. There was a dark tower that seemed to pierce the sky in the distance. Inside the tower, the truncest brass book in front of Klein had formed a second rule. Deception is prohibited here. Although Eamon couldn't see what was happening, it was as though he had sensed something. After all, a high-ranking person who used the rules of deception as entertainment was undoubtedly able to sense the changes in the rules. Otherwise, there was no way of accurately finding loopholes. He immediately raised his hand and adjusted the monocle stuck in his right eye. On the surface of the crystal monocle, a blinding, pure white light spewed out, illuminating the wilderness. There were no longer any concealed existences here. This was the eternal daytime that he had previously given to Klein and retrieved from Klein's main body. In such an environment, the dark tower melted inch by inch. Klein floated in midair with one hand holding the magic wishing lamp, and the other holding the staff of the stars. In front of him was the open truncest brass book. Eamon took the opportunity to stretch out his hand that was holding onto the monocle. From a distance, he gripped Klein's projection to his palm. Behind him, the shadow that had been dragged out by the eternal daytime seemed to become fainter as it twisted with vitality. Without a sound, Eamon began stealing Klein's various Beander powers. He didn't deliberately seek out the fooling authority. Instead, he chose to be random to increase the success rate. However, with a flash of light, what fell into his palm was only a simple paper figurine. The shadow behind Amon's back was lashed by an invisible whip, and he was completely unharmed. He created an error, letting his shadow replace him. Following that, Eamon laughed as his voice resounded in Klein's ears. "Genie, I can also promise to send you back to the cosmos. Look, I wasn't punished. This means that I'm not swindling you." Chapter 1384. Conceptualization. Upon hearing Amon's words, Klein's heart sank. Before this, he wasn't worried that Eamon would collude with Genie, because he was a top-notch swindler. No promises he made could be believed. As for Genie, he had encountered the former Lord of the Mysteries. He was considered a victim of such matters in a similar vein. Therefore, he would definitely use his most wary of approaches to deal with Mr. Error. This was the result of a lack of trust. Sometimes, lying, cheating, and swindling could indeed increase the profits in the short term, but in the long term, it was better to be honest. But now, the Truncest Brass Book had just formulated the rule of deception is prohibited here. And Eamon didn't receive any punishment after making the promise. At the same time, Klein and Genie didn't notice him using any loopholes. This proved how true and effective Amon's words were. It was from the bottom of his heart and wasn't a scam. Genie could even rely on his own level and traits to distort the sentence from "I can promise" to "I promise." It would make it impossible for Eamon to go back on his word. If he did, he would suffer damage at the level of a great old one. This made Klein not help but wonder if the rule that deception is prohibited here was secretly guided by Eamon or deliberately created by Genie, making any Lord of the Mysteries candidate to promise to return him to the cosmos. To Genie, he didn't suffer any losses in such a deal because Klein himself owed him a promise. If it were any other scene, Klein would still have the time to communicate with Genie and rebuild his trust. However, at this moment, Amon's threat was right before his eyes. He wouldn't give him the chance to resolve this problem. If he chose to continue to believe in Genie, Klein would be putting his life in the hands of this outer deity and be under his control. In the subsequent battle, as long as Genie was able to formulate a few rules that appeared to be fine but were biased towards Eamon through the Truncest Brass Book, Klein, who was already at a great disadvantage, would rapidly lose with no way to reverse the situation. As his thoughts raced, Klein made the choice of this gamble. A translucent dark-colored cloak instantly appeared around him. His face was covered with a strange and distorted mask. The fool. Invisible rings rippled from his body and instantly enveloped Genie, the Truncest Brass Book, and the entire wilderness, as well as Eamon. Blind stupidity, authority. Amon's monocle temporarily lost its luster, as though he had lost his vision. His gaze also turned dull. The speed of text being written on the Truncest Brass Book clearly slowed down, as though it would take 15 minutes or even hours to think up the next rule. Genie's blurry and distorted golden figure shook as it suddenly shrank back into the golden magic lamp that looked like a water flask. It was unknown if it was escaping or if it was purely an instinctual reaction. Seizing this opportunity, Klein attempted to escape Saphira Castle as he prepared to graft something to himself. Just as his consciousness sank, the crystal monocle appeared at the edge of Saphira Castle, blocking his path. Even though his intelligence had been reduced briefly, Eamon still seemed to remember to stop Klein from leaving Saphira Castle. His eyes quickly regained clarity as they were still dyed black. His mouth slowly opened as he laughed uncontrollably. I've written this matter into my instinct. This is a good way to resist the effects of blind stupidity. Clearly, he had cheated the rules and lied to himself, making his instincts believe that this was what he wanted. Klein wasn't depressed. He immediately completed the grafting he had prepared long ago. In the cosmos, a giant star that emitted light and heat suddenly dimmed. In the wilderness, with the effects of eternal daylight, an orange sun with a destructive aura and a heavy feeling descended from the sky. The entire wilderness collapsed and curled up as though it was going to charge straight into the star. At the same time, everything here was ignited, including Aemon. In the next second, the surrounding void began to shrink as they revolved around the real sun. Everything in the world either disintegrated or vaporized. All that was left was the magic wishing lamp and the truncest brass book, which were still struggling to withstand the flames, barely suffering any damage. Klein, who was floating in midair, had long disappeared. He had grafted himself to that star. Of course, his grafting was only with the concept of a star, not a physical entity. Otherwise, with the fool's obviously lower defense than most sequence OS, he would be directly swallowed by a real star and die on the spot thanks to his relatively weak body. The fool was a very extreme deity. He had the ability to destroy a star, but he was unable to face it directly. His strengths and weaknesses were equally obvious. In addition, conceptualized objects couldn't directly affect the surrounding environment and harm the enemy. It wasn't enough to write the words, immense mass, gravity, high temperatures, high heat, and fusion, to create similar effects, but as Mr. Fool, Klein held the authority of fooling. He made his surroundings change according to the concept of a star. This was an intense change, and also a type of fooling. Aemon, who was wearing a pointed hat and a classic black robe, was completely ignited under the illumination of the star. He began to vaporize. At this moment, his figure distorted as he was instantly dyed with resplendent starlight. He turned extremely illusory, as though he had transformed into an astral door. At that moment, Aemon no longer resembled a physical creature. He was closer to a collective body of the symbols like wandering, astral world tunnel, key, and door. This was the ability of a planeswalker to use the astral world to head to different planets and worlds. They were able to transform themselves into symbols, allowing them to effectively use the astral world. At Sequence O Door's stage, the qualitative change in such powers became conceptualized. Aemon transformed himself into a concept creature and avoided the damage brought by the star. A figure suddenly appeared behind him. It was Klein, who was wearing a trench coat and a top hat. Almost at the same time, Amon's thoughts slowed down a little. His spirit body threads were grabbed by Klein. Using the chaos brought by the star, Klein dispelled the combination he had with the corresponding concepts, and he secretly grafted the location of both parties and arrived behind Aemon. Originally, without the concept of reassembly, the star's influence on the surroundings would immediately stop. However, Klein had fooled time, allowing the effects of the first 2 seconds to linger until now, allowing him to fool Aemon. If possible, what Klein wished to do now was to deepen the control of Amon's spirit body threads and turn him into his marionette. However, he knew very well that in the present situation, the probability of success was very low. On the one hand, Aemon could withstand damage and steal the spirit body threads back. On the other hand, he might be able to use the connection established between the two of them via the spirit body threads to use a bug and influence Klein and parasitize him. Before he had absolute confidence, Klein didn't want his actions to appear rash. The main goal of capturing Amon's spirit body threads was to give the other party a certain sense of sluggishness. This was a performance of the fooling authority during the stage of transforming into a marionette. And with Klein's present state, he was naturally more willing to choose such a low-level but effective method. This would be less of a burden on him, and it wouldn't seriously affect his mental stability like when he used the authority of fooling. At this moment, apart from Aemon, his enemy also included the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings in his body. Of course, Aemon was the same. If he didn't suppress the celestial worthy's madness, the latter would have already revived in his body. After creating a brief pause in Amon's thoughts, Klein had 3 choices. The first was to take this opportunity to escape Saphira Castle, but he wasn't sure if Amon's instincts were still working and would still attempt to stop him from escaping. Second, it was to summon the projections of the historical void, but it wasn't of much use. The effects of an angel-level existence could do little in this battle of gods. It was possible that they couldn't withstand Amon's gaze, much less their historical projections. Even if Klein wanted to use it to transmit information, it lacked sufficient value. The other deities couldn't enter Saphira Castle and provide help. Third, he could use this opportunity to exert a certain amount of influence on Amon's true body. Without any hesitation, Klein chose the third plan. He wanted to take the opportunity to graft Amon, Saphira Castle, and the door of light that was stained with bluish-black together. Klein felt that Amon's half-crazy state wasn't bad enough. He just appeared rather talkative, with him occasionally not grasping an opportunity. He wanted to make him go crazier. When Amon and Saphira Castle completed the reassembly, the celestial worthies will in his body would clearly strengthen, and the chaos in his mind would intensify. That way, Amon would lack the rationality to restrain himself, making his actions more instinctive than being the result of a contemplative thinking process. To Mr. Error, who was an expert at deceit, this would be fatal. Of course, Klein could only maintain this kind of grafting for a second. Exceeding this limit might mean that he would no longer be facing Amon, but the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. When the time came, the other party would definitely gladly accept the gift of Saphira Castle. He could then fight Sequence O the Fool with a Saphira, 2 uniquenesses, and the corresponding Sequence 1 Beander characteristics. Originally, Klein could have relied on his fooling authority to reduce Amon's intelligence, but firstly, he wasn't able to use power at this level for a long time in his current state. Secondly, as a dual-pathway true god, and a wielder of many authorities, the duration of the blind stupidity effect on him was rather limited. Therefore, Klein had no choice but to take the risk of grafting things in such a way, and madness would accompany Amon, doing so until he found a new balance or met the best psychiatrist. In the blink of an eye, the translucent, cold mask appeared on Klein's face once again. A strange door of light that was stained with a hint of bluish-black suffused from Amon's body. Saphira Castle. Chapter 1385, Madness. Amon and the strange door of light were grafted together. His face grimaced as the darkness in his eyes intensified. At the same time, more slippery tentacles appeared under his classic black robe, fully showcasing the crazy feeling was completely displayed. Just as Klein was preparing to sever the connection between Amon and Saphira Castle and make him maintain his madness, the corners of Amon's mouth curled up. It was as if he was saying, "Congratulations, you have fallen into a trap." His face was immediately covered with a translucent mask that was similar to the fool's uniqueness, but one that was even more illusory. Klein's mind tensed up, and without a second thought, he immediately used the authority of fooling, without any regard for the consequences. But before he could react, his thoughts slowed down. He was in a dazed state that he didn't know what to do. Fooling. Amon actually used the temporary reassembly between him and Saphira Castle to escape Klein's interference and activate the power of the fool's domain. Such an action completely exceeded his instincts and was more like a meticulous trap. Amon didn't seem to be crazy enough. This true god of the error and door pathways immediately removed the grafting of himself to Saphira Castle, allowing the mysterious door that was tainted with hints of bluish-black to quickly fade away to prevent him from being tainted further. After dealing with this latent danger, Amon raised both hands, his thumbs and index fingers touching each other to form an oval. In the oval, starlight lit up, perfectly embracing Klein's figure. Right on the heels of that, Amon's hands suddenly parted to the side as though they were tearing something apart. This seemed to be a heavy task. With the tearing sounds of paper, the area where Klein's body was in seemed to turn into glass. Under the intense impact, countless cracks appeared as they shattered bit by bit. This was a form of regression in the destruction of space. Unable to withstand it at all, Klein's body could only turn into paper fragments that flew in the air as the surrounding void collapsed and shattered. These bits of paper were instantly swallowed up by the darkness. By the time the space collapsed, Klein's paper figurines were almost exhausted. Of course, he also relied on the level and traits of the fool to forcefully escape the effects of blind stupidity. And at this moment, Amon had already split into countless figures. Some of them were purely avatars, some were replicas on the level of symbolism, while others were left behind from constantly blinking. At that moment, the sky above Klein's head and the surrounding wilderness were occupied by almonds. They wore pointed hats and monocles, blocking every single loophole. Some of these almonds transformed into old, mottled, bluish-black wall clocks. Some of them turned into pure starlight, as though they were trying to create a cage. Some extended their hands, doing different levels of theft. Some of the monocles glowed as they used various items that they had stolen from the past. Some simulated various abilities, either exerting limitations, interference, or attacks. In the Marauder pathway, theft was a core skill, one of its main symbols. The difference between it and a seer's control of spirit body threads was that, as one advanced through the sequences, not only did its effects and success rate increase, it also obtained a deeper level of conceptualization. At sequence 9 to sequence 7, theft happened on items. At sequence 6, theft happened on Beander powers. After advancing to sequence 5, theft happened on thoughts and ideas. At sequence 4 and sequence 3, theft became life, including parasitic theft at the physical level. And at sequence 2 level, the range of theft broadened to fate, identity, self-awareness, and Beander characteristics. As for sequence 1, theft could temporarily happen on time, anchors, and authorities. Therefore, when an error faced a true deity, he could also use theft that had reached the level of authority. With a gong, the ancient wall clocks paused in unison. This caused the surrounding environment to freeze, causing the destroyed wilderness from the sun's blast to become extremely quiet. Even the destruction was frozen. At that moment, Klein seemed to lose his body. All that was left was a translucent dark-colored cloak and a bizarre ice-cold mask. Under the cloak and mask was rich darkness. Nothing could be seen other than the slippery and sinister tentacles that extended out. In such a state, Klein seemed to escape the limitations of time. In a frozen environment, he moved like a fish. Through various cracks in reality or concept, he emerged from the encirclement of the almonds. He once again used his fooling authority. This time, he fooled time. The ancient wall clocks vanished, and in the desolate wilderness that had almost completely collapsed, time returned to its normal flow. The almonds stopped their attempts, suddenly merged into one, and blinked behind Klein, preventing him from having a breather. His left palm reached out, and as he retracted it, he clenched his fingers. Around Klein, the space suddenly became shrouded in shadows, making it look like a thin fishnet veil. The fishnet veil began to twist and reassemble, as though they formed a sufficiently strong cage that trapped Klein inside. An illusory door appeared above the cage as it moved quickly without being fixed in place. However, Klein's figure suddenly appeared outside the cell, as though he had never been sealed by Amon's door authority. He had fooled history and had split his previous and future self. Hence, the one imprisoned in the cell became his historical projection. This was the scholar of yours powers deepening under the fooling authority. As he had relied on an advancement ritual based on fooling history, Klein's the fool powers in such a domain were stronger than when he fooled time and fate. As soon as he escaped the spatial cell, Klein immediately used the realm of mysteries to create a new divine kingdom of the fool. This was to stall for time and find a chance to stabilize his mental state. He had used the fooling authority multiple times, and the weak balance in his body was on the verge of collapsing. If he didn't stabilize his mental state as soon as possible, the will of the celestial worthy would awaken. Further, this was also a serious problem. At this moment, a huge crystal monocle appeared in front of him. On this monocle, layers of sparkling light surged out and flooded him instantly. Klein's mental state suddenly stabilized, but the price was to lose all his emotions and desires. He didn't even want to resist. All he wanted was to stand there quietly and wait for the impending destruction. This was like an ordinary person being injected with a huge dose of anesthetic. At the same time, an illusory book appeared in the layers of light. The book opened, revealing a sentence. Tormented by the Lord of the Mysteries' mental corruption, Klein Moretti had always been in great pain and a state of extreme exhaustion. After the intense battle, he has finally reached his limits due to the influence of his mind. He had decided to give up and stop resisting. Behind the huge crystal monocle, Amon, who was wearing a pointed hat and classic black robe, quickly outlined himself like a mountain. He looked at Klein, who had given up resisting, and his dark eyes turned lighter as the corners of his lips curled up. "I stole it, how is it?" Klein raised his head to look at Mr. Error, and he tried hard to open his mouth. He said weakly, "You were pulling off a deception from the beginning." Aemon raised his hands and said with a smile, "Unfortunately, you realized it too late." He made his thumbs and index fingers touch each other, forming an oval. In the oval, starlight lit up, illuminating Klein's figure. Right on the heels of that, Aemon solemnly separated his hands, tearing apart the void where Klein and the surrounding environment relied on to live. The void was like glass, shattering into pieces like the collapse of a skyscraper. However, all the collapsing and destruction circled Klein's body without directly affecting him. He was like a small fishing boat that calmly cruised through a storm. It appeared out of place and disharmonious, as though it didn't seem to belong here. Aemon raised his hand and adjusted his monocle on his right eye, the smile on his face somewhat faded. A translucent cloak kept popping up and disappearing over the surface of Klein's body. He looked at the mountain like Aemon, his eyes turning darker. "From the moment you entered Saphira Castle and said the first word, you began your deceit." At that time, Aemon said that he had taken the risk to release the suppression of the Lord of the Mysteries in his body, in exchange for the identity of Saphira Castle's owner. At that moment, Aemon didn't take the opportunity to continue attacking Klein. He floated in midair and looked down at Mr. Fool. Klein didn't make any attempts either. His tone was strangely calm, as though he was preparing something. "If simply releasing the suppression of the Lord of the Mysteries will allows you to enter Saphira Castle at the cost of being half crazy, Antigonus could have done so back then. The Annihilation demonic wolf, Phlegre, from even earlier could have done it as well. You and Mr. Door previously had countless opportunities. Clearly, it's impossible to invade Saphira Castle by just making the Lord of the Mysteries awaken to a certain extent, and using half-craziness in concert with error. There's no way you can find a usable bug in this matter unless you directly get him to replace you. Only when you possessed the door authority to go anywhere did you see hope. By creating a back door and using bugs, you could make Saphira Castle treat you as the Lord of the Mysteries and give you the corresponding authority. Of course, this will definitely require the awakening of the Lord of the Mysteries to a rather dangerous state. Without this hidden identity, you won't be able to deceive Saphira Castle without any reason. After absorbing Door's uniqueness, you didn't immediately infiltrate Saphira Castle to deal with me, who was even weaker back then. It was because at that time, you were unable to completely withstand the awakening of the Lord of the Mysteries' will, with you having just advanced. I believe you've already found a relatively safer solution. If I hadn't advanced to the Fool so quickly, you would have been able to enter Saphira Castle in the best state to resolve everything sometime later. And now, you have no choice but to bring this plan forward. There's definitely a very serious problem with you. You took the initiative to throw out the price of becoming half-crazy to, on the one hand, make me think of countermeasures in this direction so as to lay a deadly trap in key areas, and on the other hand, you also wanted to divert attention and use this opportunity to conceal other problems. You're not half mad at all." Aemon quietly listened to Klein's words. Rather abnormally, he didn't interrupt him, nor did he attempt to attack. Only when Klein was done did he say with an odd expression, "You're crazy." Chapter 1386. Narrow Path. Upon hearing Amon's, "You're crazy," Klein raised his head and laughed out loud. "I just gave up according to your arrangements. It's just that it's more complete than you think." As he spoke, an illusory brand appeared on the forehead of the ice-cold and bizarre mask he was wearing. It was a strange door of light that was tainted with bluish blackness. As for Klein, he was also enveloped in something similar. Under the translucent dark-colored cloak, more and more slippery and sinister tentacles appeared. They were densely packed and extended until they occupied the nearby sky. As his dark eyes flashed, Klein looked at Aemon and said with a smile, "For me, instead of you becoming the Lord of the Mysteries, wouldn't it be better if we let the past him revive?" After his mental state stabilized and he figured out the key to Amon's surprise attack, Klein's thoughts of giving up removed his resistance towards the Lord of the Mysteries' will in his body, allowing him to further revive. It was precisely because of this that he was able to control Saphira Castle at critical moments and borrow the power of error to avoid the collapse of the space created by Aemon. Without waiting for Amon's response, the corners of Klein's lips curled up as he said with a smile, "After you were corrupted by Saphira Castle and showed signs of madness, you immediately recovered and could use Saphira Castle to create the effects of blind stupidity. After releasing the suppression of the Lord of the Mysteries' will in you, You didn't enter a half-crazy state, as there are external powers helping you. You should have an extremely key important avatar. It might even be like Paul's choice to lower his level. It's sleeping at Adam's place, and it allows a visionary like him to personally protect your mental state. As long as the awakening of the Lord of the Mysteries doesn't exceed the limits of what Adam can withstand, you won't go crazy here if you don't lose control there. Therefore, your most serious problem is that you have to maintain a normal connection with that body. Once it's interfered with, your condition will be in trouble, and this connection is actually very weak under Saphira Castle's isolation effect. You deliberately showed a half-crazed state for 2 reasons. Other than luring me to find an opportunity in this direction and stepping on the trap you set up, you were also hiding this fact so that I won't be able to target this aspect while engaging in a battle with you. Of course, there are plenty of problems outside these ones. After all, you aren't fully prepared. If I had discovered these problems earlier, even if I was a king of angels with the uniqueness, there's no way for me to defeat you. Aemon listened quietly and raised his hand to adjust the crystal monocle in his right eye. The corners of his lips curled up as he let out a sigh with a smile. Upon seeing this, Klein smiled and shook his head. You truly are powerful, cunning, and terrifying, truly worthy of the title of God of Deceit. If it wasn't for the fact that I had long considered what I would do when forced into a corner by you and had no other choice, I definitely would have hesitated just now. And if I hesitated slightly, I would have already died. In that case, Aemon would completely control Saphira Castle, preventing Klein from returning from the fog of history for a resurrection. Aemon stared at the increasing number of sinister tentacles extending out from under Klein's dark-colored cloak. He slowly took a deep breath and said with a smile, "The Lord of the Mysteries in you is about to truly awaken." Klein's smile had a nerve-wracking feeling to it. You can also compete with me on this point. Our next battle is very simple. It's a competition of who awakens the Lord of the Mysteries to a greater extent, a competition of whose control over Saphira Castle is deeper. 50%, 70%, 90%, until we reach 100%. Then, with a bang, we explode and he returns. What do you think? Are you going to take the bet? Let's see who can't hold on any longer first. It's very thrilling, very interesting, and very suited to your preferences. It's like the roulette that's popular in Faceac. 2 people, each having a revolver and a bullet inside. They take turns pulling the trigger at their temples. Whoever gives up first results in his opponent winning. And if no one gives up and persists until the end, there won't be a winner. He will be the winner. Amon's brows pricked up as he smiled without saying a word. Klein looked at him and said with a smile, "Although you've always been pursuing thrills and are known to be a risk-taker, you achieve your goals most of the time. Not only do you not lose much, you often gain a lot. And in the few failures that you do experience, you only lose some of your avatars and some items. You've never suffered any serious injuries or been placed in a desperate situation. Your every action is a product of meticulous planning. Even if you fail, you will have a way out. Does this mean that you value your life more than I imagined? You do like thrills and seek it for pleasure, but to do so regardless of the price is just an image you portray. How can a real god of deceit wager a bet with himself at stake? Of course, this is just my own guess. Perhaps it's wrong. Anyway, do you want to take the bet?" Aemon stroked the crystal monocle and made a tisk like Medici. "You're really crazy," Klein replied with a smile. "In the eyes of others, this is indeed insane. But to me, it's just a choice. Compared to you, I'm more willing to believe in the former Lord of the Mysteries. He is a true great old one, looking down on the universe from high above and treating most of the living beings as insects. This would make him distance himself from reality. Besides, I should still have time to get the genie to be my witness. I'll get the Lord of the Mysteries to promise me certain things. To him, it's very simple and worthless." Having said that, the corners of Klein's mouth curled up as he said, "I won't lose too much, just myself. There are always some things that are more important than others." Aemon maintained his smile but didn't say a word. Klein then surveyed the area and found the magic wishing lamp and truncest brass book among the floating fragments of the wilderness. He immediately laughed out loud. "Look, I didn't get punished. This means that I'm not lying, I'm telling the truth. In fact, the laws set up by the truncest brass book had long been abolished since the divine kingdom was destroyed during the star's descent. Later on, the Amens dared to attempt to use, steal, but Klein's main goal wasn't to prove anything, but to show his determination, firmness, or perhaps madness. Of course, what he said was the truth. He was indeed willing to put them into practice. Otherwise, there was no way he could hide it from Eamon or exert enough pressure on him. Eamon smiled and said without a hint of panic, "Sounds interesting." "Isn't it? Let's begin," Klein replied without hesitation as his eyes turned darker. Amon's smile froze as his palms suddenly gathered together. Beneath his classical black robe, there were also slippery and sinister tentacles. His aura changed a little as his body seemed to have a dark cloak on it. At that moment, Eamon became more like the Lord of the Mysteries. However, he wasn't competing with Klein in the progression of the awakening of the Lord of the Mysteries. Instead, he was using this to deceive Saphira Castle to create a corresponding bug, and creating a chance to escape. If the authority of the error were to take effect at the same level, it would often have different preconditions. First, the medium and target had to be similar enough. Second, there was a certain connection between the two. Third, there were certain logical contradictions between certain matters or objects. Fourth, some of the rules were indeed incomplete. Fifth, while not directly affecting the target, construct an erroneous environment as a divine kingdom. In this aspect, the restrictions of fooling were even fewer, but once an error satisfied the conditions, it would be difficult to defend against or terminate it. Eamon now wanted to take the initiative to disguise himself and satisfy the first category. This was similar to the invasion of a virus. First, it had to make the other party believe that they were on the same side to avoid detection and then paralyze any defenses to achieve their respective goals. When a fruit looked like a strawberry, smelled like a strawberry, tasted like a strawberry, then it would basically be considered as a strawberry. But in reality, there might be an exception. At this moment, Amon's appearance resembled that of the Lord of the Mysteries. His aura was like the Lord of the Mysteries, and his powers were like the Lord of the Mysteries. His mental imprint was also similar to the Lord of the Mysteries. With the authority of an error, it would naturally make Saphira Castle believe that he was the Lord of the Mysteries. Suddenly, Klein's damage the Fool Divine Kingdom completely collapsed. The grand and ancient palace and the modeled table inside appeared. The grayish-white fog beneath Saphira Castle rose and enveloped the space. The grayish-white fog split into two waves. They clashed fiercely in a particular spot, producing vortexes one after another. They tore open a gap that led to reality. The power of Saphira Castle was at odds with itself in this second. It was as though it didn't know which Lord of the Mysteries to obey. Amon's figure immediately vanished, using Dor's authority to rush out of Saphira Castle. Just as he touched the edge, his body paused before being sent flying backward. At the Fool's seat, the corners of Klein's lips curled up as he sat there. His glabella and the strange door of light around him became more obvious, as though they were corporeal. This released an immense convergence force that reached an unimaginable level. It was like an invisible hand that pulled Eamon back. Amon's body suddenly split apart, transforming into countless selves. And in front of every Eamon, an illusory astral door appeared. Silently, the astral doors opened at the same time, but in the endless darkness behind the doors, slippery and sinister tentacles appeared, blocking Amon's escape. At the tip of the tentacles, resplendent starlight lit up as they instantly enveloped the Amens. The Amens couldn't help but gather together, turning into a conceptual cluster. These concepts included but weren't limited to pointed hats, classical black robes, monocles, fate, time, keys, doors, bugs, and Trojan horses. Klein slowly stood up and smiled at the conceptualized Eamon, who was now in a passive state. You can also awaken the Lord of the Mysteries as well further, but this is different from death. It'll definitely affect the body at Adam's side. A conceptualized Eamon rapidly gained a physical form. He relied on the door authority to escape from his current state. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile, but he didn't respond to Klein. He seized this opportunity to use the error authority to deceive, using an avatar outside that he had prepared ahead of time. It could be used to replace him and swap places with him. This was similar to the swapping of marionettes in the seer domain, but at this level, the principles were different. It wouldn't be affected in most situations. However, Eamon still failed. He realized that his error authority had been forcefully suppressed. As Klein slowly got up, more slippery and sinister tentacles appeared around him. The smile on his face became more exaggerated. Right on the heels of that, Amon's eyes glazed over and the smile on his face froze as the crystal monocle lost its luster. At the same time, the cold, bizarre mask on Klein's face squirmed. The blind stupidity effect. In the next second, he grafted himself to a certain concept in the cosmos, and he used his authority to influence the corresponding environment. The surrounding slippery tentacles aimed at Amon, like revolvers. In Amon's eyes that were still glazed over, a supernova exploded. An unimaginable sea of scorching light surged out, shattering his monocle and drowning his body. Chapter 1387. Method. Behind the endless curtain of darkness, in the darkness with aqueous light ebbing gently, a young man with black hair, black eyes, a broad forehead, and a thin face suddenly sat up as though he had experienced a nightmare. Dressed in a classic black robe, he stretched out his right hand, attempting to take out a crystal monocle from the void and wear it over his right eye. But this time, he didn't obtain anything. His right hand paused in midair for 2 seconds before he retracted it and pinched the right eye rim. At this moment, he heard a gentle but emotionless voice. To him, there's something more important than life. To you, apart from yourself, there's nothing worth caring about. When the matter develops to a point where one's life is put on the line, it would imply your loss. The corners of Amon's mouth curled up as though he wanted to smile in reply, but he ultimately didn't say anything. The voice continued. Born as a mythical creature, your lack of normal anchors is also a problem. This makes you know what courage and sacrifice are, but it's hard for you to understand. Amon's expression changed as he stood up from the slightly glistening darkness. He looked at the human-skinned glove that was thrown to the side before but seemed to be very happy. He retracted his gaze and curled the corners of his lips. This seems very interesting. I plan to leave this place and enter the cosmos. That place is much more exciting than the real world. Perhaps I'll understand the 2 things you mentioned as a result of this. That's very dangerous. Once you enter the cosmos, and before I succeed, I won't be able to provide any help. However, this will let you avoid him, at least, the calm and indifferent voice replied without any emotion. Amon didn't say another word. He raised his hand and pinched his right eye rim and vanished from the endless shadow screen. As Amon was completely obliterated under the power of a supernova, Klein couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. If he had a choice, he naturally didn't want to sacrifice himself to revive the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. He hoped to personally protect this world and seek out the meaning of life again. Of course, if he didn't have a choice, he wouldn't hesitate to awaken the celestial worthy. He was certain that he could do this, and Amon was also aware of this. Therefore, he didn't force him, and only attempted to escape. In the battle just now, it had developed into a battle of courage towards the end. The one who wasn't afraid of true death would yield the absolute advantage. Clearly, Amon wasn't prepared to sacrifice himself for this matter. After heaving a sigh of relief, Klein's face under the cold and bizarre mask suddenly grimaced. Under his translucent dark-colored cloak, the slippery and sinister tentacles that extended out were either hitting the ground or rising up high. It was completely out of his control. He could feel that the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings in his body was rapidly waking up, and it seemed like he couldn't stop it. Even if Klein directly died with his will and relied on the powers of a miracle invoker to revive, he wouldn't be able to escape, as the Lord of the Mysteries also wielded the authority of miracles. At that moment, Klein recalled the words of Dark Angel Sasrir, which was also from the ancient sun god. In the next second, at the spot where Amon's body had shattered, beams of light were pulled by a vague invisible form of gravity as they charged towards Klein. Some were worms of time with 12 rings, some were insects made of resplendent starlight, while some were just large numbers of light dots. Klein wanted to stop the Beander characteristics from fusing with him, but the increasingly powerful celestial worthies will prevented him from succeeding. His body swelled into a balloon, and then suddenly became thin as paper. This repeated itself in an endless loop. The mask on his face became brighter and more bizarre. The slippery and evil tentacles that extended out from under his cloak increased and became more uncontrollable. One worm of time Beander characteristic, one key of star Beander characteristic, and one. Klein's mind felt like he was being devoured by an invisible monster, producing excruciating pain. Finally, a pair of eyes, which seemed to be formed from pure starlight, formed from layers of illusory doors and crystal monocles, rushed towards Klein's face, straight for the mosque's eye sockets. Almost at the same time, the strange door of light that was tainted with bluish blackness appeared on Klein's body again. At that moment, Klein, Saphira Castle, Door's uniqueness, and Air's uniqueness, all had a strong inclination to congregate. Once they fused together, the Lord of the Mysteries would completely awaken and complete his resurrection process. Klein suddenly used his right hand to cover half of his face. His entire body bent down as if he was fighting with another self. With the anchoring and image disruption from his anchors, Klein finally slowed down the awakening of the Lord of the Mysteries as will, reducing the power of convergence by a little. The starlight eyes and the crystal monocle stopped in front of Klein's face, floating only a few centimeters in the air like planets revolving around the sun. Klein believed that he couldn't maintain this extreme imbalance for too long. Perhaps a few minutes or even dozens of seconds later, the convergence would continue without restraint, bringing about an unbearable change. Haha, this can be considered a form of fusion. Klein laughed in an unstable manner. Then, he fooled the truncest brass book, allowing it to enter a sealed state and fly into the junk pile. Right on the heels of that, Klein left Saphira Castle and arrived in the astral world formed from symbolism and authority. This place seemed similar to the cosmos. It was dark and vast, but in fact, there were many unique aspects to it. For example, even though there was a sun-like star hanging in the distance, emitting normal light and heat, if one tried to get close to it, without getting injured, one would realize that the astral world there was like a black curtain. The sun was directly painted with pastel colors, and there were a bunch of concepts and symbols surrounding it. Furthermore, the drawing of the sun wasn't that nice, like a child without any foundation in art casually scrawled about. It was both comical and frightening. From another perspective, this might be a manifestation of the chaos and madness that underlay everything. As soon as Klein entered, he immediately sensed invisible gazes. Some of them came from areas protected by the world barrier, while others came from broader areas with obvious malice. The corners of Klein's mouth couldn't help but curl up. He suddenly turned his head and looked outside the world barrier, raising his slippery and sinister tentacles. This pair of eyes that seemed forged from starlight and the crystal monocle also moved. All of a sudden, all the attention from the cosmos shrank back. Only the hand-drawn crimson moon was left hanging there as it flashed with light. Ha ha! Klein laughed as he came to a dark kingdom filled with night vanilla and slumber flowers. At the same time, the Evernight goddess appeared at the borders of the divine kingdom in a layered, star-speckled dress. Her face was covered in a translucent black veil. She didn't transform into her giant form as she looked at him at eye level before raising her right hand and revealing the bird-shaped, golden accessory. At the head of the bird-shaped, golden accessory, a series of illusory doors appeared in the bronze-like eyes, allowing a drop of colorless water that had a strong aura of eternal stillness to land on Klein's cold and bizarre mask. The will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings entered a state of eternal slumber. Likewise for a majority of Klein's consciousness. All he had was a tiny bit of lucidity. Under such circumstances, he made the mask retract, and he transformed the cloak into a black windbreaker. Then, he made the crystal monocle turn into a pair of black gloves, making the eyes forged from starlight to turn into a cane inlaid with star speckles. This was only a change in appearance, but it didn't change anything in reality. Once the two items were separated from Klein, they would return to their original state. Of course, if Klein stabilized himself, he could accommodate them and change their corresponding concepts and symbols over and over again, allowing them to change their forms forever. This can't be sustained for too long. It just delays the matter for a while. The Evernight goddess gently reminded him. If the river of eternal darkness's water is used repeatedly, the Lord of the Mysteries will awaken even faster. This is because he will trigger some unknown changes and adjust his condition. Similarly, the specialness of Saphira Castle and my blessing will gradually be erased, allowing you to enter a state of eternal slumber. It was as though Klein wasn't discussing his own matters. He smiled and nodded. The Evernight goddess said in a tone that seemed to be comforting Klein's psyche. Regarding this matter, the method Aemon used, and the actions he did had exceeded my expectations. He is indeed the true god of deceit. It's not that you have no chance at all in what comes next. You can first try to completely control Saphira Castle and pull the will of the Lord of the Mysteries to enter a state of eternal slumber. In the dream, you can resist and fuse with him. I can bless you, but the most important thing is still left to you. Becoming a great old one doesn't have any rituals involved. No ritual can change the awakening of the primordial one's will, but the ancient sun god believes that the order to accommodate them can increase one's self-awareness to a certain extent, increasing the success rate of the matter. First become a sequence 0 of a pathway, then control and fuse with the Sephira. Only then do you accommodate the other uniquenesses. That's the best order. Become a dual pathway true God and then controlling and fusing with a Sephira is an order that isn't good or bad. Only fusing with the Sephira at the final step will be the worst choice. Klein smiled and said, "That's a good idea. As long as one wakes up, a Lord of the Mysteries will be born. This might be him, or me. Yes, after completely controlling Sephira Castle and entering a state of eternal slumber, I should be able to weaken the seal of the Western continent, creating a weak spot that allows one to enter and exit." The Evernight goddess didn't say a word when she heard Klein's words. Klein continued smiling. "This is my choice. I had anticipated this day a long time ago. I will finally face him." Chapter 1388. A sudden gathering. The Evernight goddess nodded and didn't say anything else. She reached out her palm and grabbed a corner of the void and tugged lightly. A thin layer of a night curtain gently floated down, covering Klein's body as it silently seeped in. Klein silently took in the blessings from the dream for 2 seconds. He pressed his hand to his chest and bowed. He took 2 steps back and left the astral world. The Evernight goddess stood at the borders of the divine kingdom as she watched him leave. In the next second, Klein landed in the projection of the giant king's court in the ruins of the Battle of Gods. Then, like Aemon, he walked to the edge of the grayish-blue door and raised his hand to create a blue illusory door. Through the door, Klein entered the forsaken land of the gods. Following the guidance of fate, he wandered straight to the peak of a mountain range. There was a huge crucifix erected there, one covered with a faint shadow. Klein stared at the shadow for a few seconds before sighing slightly. He bent down and picked up an ancient silver mirror that was placed near the huge cross. Then, he turned around and vanished from the forsaken land of the gods. At the same time, the Worms of Spirit, who didn't need to be on duty in Sephira Castle, informed him of Queen Mystic's current location. Klein raised his hand and took out the magic wishing lamp from the junk pile. Using the ownership connection between it and Bernadette, he used another, wandering, to appear on a rather hidden island where Emerald City was. Bernadette was flipping through the latest album catalog from Intis. Just as she sensed something, she saw a Gehrman sparrow hand her the magic wishing lamp. "Thank you," Klein said in a very normal voice. Bernadette pursed her lips as though she wanted to say something, but at that moment, her eyes flashed as though she had seen something and prophesied something. Hence, she silently reached out and took the magic wishing lamp. Klein then took out a metal cigar case that had signs of corrosion on its surface. "This is your payment." Even without the eye of mystery prying, Bernadette could sense that the iron cigar case was extraordinary. She could roughly guess what kind of corrosion had happened to it. However, she didn't choose to accept it because of that reason, but she suddenly felt that she had no reason to reject it. She hesitated for a moment before taking the iron cigar case. If he was still in a rather crazy state like before, Klein definitely would have smiled and said in an exaggerated manner the moment Bernadette hesitated, "This is a gift from Uncle. Take it." But now, he was only left with that last bit of lucidity. He had to put in a lot of effort to prevent himself from falling asleep and not having the impulse to act like a clown. After leaving Bernadette's Emerald City, Klein seized the opportunity to wander to Backland, to Dr. Aaron Sirius's home. Will Osepton, who was sitting in a pile of toys, raised his head and looked at Dwayne Dantes in front of him. His tears suddenly streamed down as he choked. "I finally feel the opportunity." He was referring to the opportunity for accommodating the Fate Pathway's uniqueness. Klein squatted down and said without any expression, "I am here to help you accommodate it. I'll steal your childhood and youth and allow you to instantly grow up. Then, by relying on a level of above the sequences but below that of a great old one, I'll forcefully help you to accommodate the die of probability. Of course, that alone won't be enough. It will require an additional fooling and use of a bug." The tears that Will Osepton dripped down suddenly stopped. He muttered in astonishment, "So the two choices are actually the same." Typically speaking, the accommodation of a pathway's uniqueness required one to be naturally born with it, seek an existence at the level of a great old one to help, or rely on a simplified advancement ritual to complete it. There was no other possibility. The Snake of Fate, Will Osepton, clearly wasn't born with the uniqueness, and only had the two options left to consider. His focus had been on holding a simplified ritual, which was to wait for the opportunity of fate. Who knew that this opportunity was actually when Klein was approaching the level of a great old one? In essence, It was the second method. With this in mind, the chubby child, Will cried even harder. He felt as though he had been deceived by fate. Let the life school of thought's demigod send over the die of probability. Normally, with your luck, the die of probability should be by your side. Klein ignored Will's crying. Let's begin as soon as possible. I don't have much time left. Will stopped and looked at Klein for a moment before he said, slightly choking, forget it, let's wait for the next opportunity. Given your current state, it would be a huge burden for you to forcibly help me accommodate it. Perhaps you would lose control on the spot. I don't want to face the Lord of the Mysteries. Okay, next time. I have a premonition. With that said, Will looked into Klein's eyes and said, I have a feeling that the next opportunity will be better. Klein maintained his reverie-like expression as he said in a low voice, is this a prophecy? Will's tears flowed again. No, it's a blessing. Klein nodded slightly, stood up, and took a step back. During this process, his figure gradually faded away and soon disappeared. He returned to Saphira Castle and sat on the high-back chair, allowing the grayish-white fog to envelop him. After surveying the area and confirming the states of the crimson stars, Klein leaned back in his chair in exhaustion and slightly raised his right hand. This time, he didn't create the fake world again. On the two sides of the long mottled table, crimson beams of light shot out at the same time, freezing into the members of the Tarot Club, the Hanged Man, the Sun, the Hermit, the Magician, and the rest. This sudden gathering was clearly beyond Audrey's and company's expectations. It left them surprised and alarmed. Before that, although they had come to Mr. Fool's Divine Kingdom on occasions that weren't a Monday afternoon, it was all planned. They knew in advance that they would be dragged here. They would have either applied for a mini-gathering in advance, avoid the full moon ravings, or treat Mr. World with psychological problems. It could be said that, apart from the first time, this was the second time they were summoned by Mr. Fool without any warning. This made even the slowest members of the club catch the hint of uneasiness and feel the air freeze, thinking back to the world Gehrman Sparrow's visit and the words of Mr. Fool's blessed. Audrey, Alger, and Zio simultaneously had similar thoughts. Is it finally here? Audrey subconsciously turned her head and looked down at the bottom end of the long mottled table. There was no one there. Although she was already mentally prepared, Audrey couldn't help but be stunned as emotions of uncontrollable sadness surged within her. In her heart, the world Gehrman Sparrow's image had long since turned from a crazy adventurer and an extremely dangerous Beander to a person who wore a cold and tough facade but was a gentle, powerful, loving, mysterious, and lonely man who was burdened with many friends on his back. She believed that amongst the Tarot Club members, she knew the world the best apart from Mr. Star. And now, this friend seemed to have encountered some misfortune, leaving behind only an empty seat. The Tarot Club lost its first official member. Where did Klein go? Leonard suddenly felt a little flustered. In this world, he was the only one he could befriend. Previously, when Klein suddenly appeared in the southern continent and threw the gold coin into the cathedral's donation box, Leonard had already had a strange premonition. He had the feeling that Klein was about to receive the judgment of fate and was bidding farewell to the past. This was the same as the time back in Tingen when they decided to step out together and face Megos. Old man's recent silence has been a little bizarre. Could something really have happened to Klein? With Mr. Fool's level and status, as long as there's a chance, he should be able to be saved. Leonard's heart tightened as he suddenly turned his body and cast his gaze at Mr. Fool at the top end of the long mottled table. This mighty existence was still enveloped by the grayish-white fog, preventing others from seeing his condition. At this moment, Emlyn, Catalia, and Derek also discovered Mr. World's absence. Coupled with the suddenness of this gathering, they were both shocked and puzzled. They didn't know what had happened, but their instincts told them that it wasn't a good thing. As a clairvoyant who had recently advanced, Catalia even felt that there was a certain problem with Mr. Fool. Mr. World isn't here. Zio had previously mentioned that Mr. Fool and his few blessed were about to face a major challenge, and it's very likely that they would suffer a bad fate. Furs was also somewhat alarmed, inevitably having a strong fear due to some unknown change. She had once thought that she would sigh in relief because of Mr. World's disappearance, but from the looks of it, it wasn't like that. Instead, she found her heart heavy and a little horrified. Only then did she realize that at some point in time, the world had become the pillar of support for the Tarot Club outside of Mr. Fool. It made everyone feel at ease when they saw him. Of course, some fear was unavoidable. As Justice Audrey and company turned around and looked at the top end of the long-modeled table, Klein, who was already the real fool, said in a low voice, "This is a last-minute gathering. Mr. Fool is very exhausted." Audrey, who sensed this, felt her heart tighten. She looked around and stood up as usual. After the members of the Tarot Club stood up one after another, Audrey lifted the ends of her skirt with a heavy heart and curtsied at the end of the long-modeled table. Chapter 1389. The Fool's Commission. The other members of the Tarot Club appeared rather solemn as they followed Miss Justice's usual greeting. After they sat down again, the Fool Klein surveyed the area and slowly said, "I will be entering a state of slumber." Upon hearing this, Alger, Audrey, Zio, and Furs felt like their speculations had finally been confirmed. Leonard, Emlyn, Derek, and the other Tarot Club members felt their hearts sink as they became increasingly flustered and filled with puzzlement. Of course, they weren't that surprised. The abnormal last-minute gathering and the abnormality of the world's absence seemed to indicate that something important had happened today. Klein maintained his last bit of clarity and said in his previous tone, "This involves a war that's at the level of, above the sequences. It has something to do with the apocalypse to a certain extent." Indeed, Alger acutely caught the words, "above the sequences." He had long suspected that there was another level above sequence 0, the one occupied by the ancient sun god when he had 8 kings of angels. Now, Mr. Fool had finally confirmed his guess and resolved many of his doubts. Catalia and company also noticed the hidden message in Mr. Fool's words. Those who had similar guesses like the hanged man felt enlightened, while the ones who had never had such guesses were inevitably surprised and confused when they heard it. However, they quickly combined what they had learned from the past and came to a realization. The Fool Klein continued, "Only after you become an angel do you have the right to know the exact situation. Otherwise, just understanding it will bring corruption." This made the Tarot Club members think of the words, underground, and cosmos. They were momentarily unable to contain their thoughts. Klein looked at the end of the long-modeled table and said, "My blessed, the world, has entered a deep slumber. It's unknown when he will wake up. Then what should be done?" Leonard nearly blurted out, but he could clearly sense that Mr. Fool hadn't finished his sentence. Therefore, he forcefully held back his urge. The Fool Klein swept his gaze across him. "Next is a long-term commission for all members. Spread my name more widely, but don't clash with the Orthodox churches. When necessary, you can choose to use a more concealed method to proselytize. This will aid in my awakening. Also, spread the news of the world being my blessed, and record it in the Church's Holy Bible. Of course, do not include information that involves his personal information. Remember one sentence. The awakening of the world spells the Fool's return." Klein wanted to increase his number of anchors. This might be useful in the battle with the Lord of the Mysteries in his dream. At the same time, he wanted to mold the world into a saint of the Church of the Fool, an angel beside the divine throne, so that this image could also greatly share an image with the believers and obtain his own anchors. To put it simply, Klein planned on having a believer contribute 2 sets of anchors. After all, to him, be it the Fool or the world, all of them were just an identity of his. Furthermore, the image created by anchors wouldn't be uniform. They were different and wouldn't affect him. At the level of the Fool, the Church would spread the name of the deity, the Fool's sacred emblem, and all kinds of religious teachings without any concrete images. As for the world, he had quite a number of identities, such as Gehrman Sparrow, Dwayne Dantes, and Merlin Hermes. It wouldn't fixate on a single image. The reward is the convenience you have enjoyed in the past, the responses you received, and the corresponding help given to your future prayers, the Fool Klein said without a change in tone. "After I begin my slumber, I can still respond to my prayers in a certain way, but not every time. If there's something very important that needs help, pray a few more times." He could tell from Antigonus's state of eternal slumber, that dreams could be projected outside. As long as the correct method was used, a sleeping deity could make use of the dream to a certain extent to respond to prayers. Regarding this situation, the members of the Tarot Club weren't stumped by it at all. On the one hand, most of them were either openly or secretly spreading the faith of the Fool. On the other hand, it was very common to pray to deities without receiving a response. Mr. Fool's responses from before were considered extremely rare. They had almost never heard of anything like this happening elsewhere. To be able to receive a response through repeated prayers on important matters was better than most of the clergymen of the Orthodox churches. "Yes, Mr. Fool, The Tarot Club members didn't hesitate at all as they accepted the long-term commission. Among them, Leonard was the one that answered from the bottom of his heart. He was most eager and impatient. To him, spreading the faith and biblical canon of Mr. Fool was to awaken Klein. This made him instantly find the motivation to do something else other than his usual work. At this moment, the fool Klein nodded slightly and cast his gaze at Catalia. The previous commission, to gather all the information regarding the hidden sage suddenly coming to life, is still effective. If you wish to take the risk, then go further and investigate the present state of the hidden sage. This will be very dangerous. You can reject it, and the reward is a wish. Catalia thought for a moment and said, Honorable Mr. Fool, is this related to awakening you? Is it related to surviving the apocalypse? Perhaps, perhaps not. I can't give you a definite answer right now. I just see some visions. This time, Klein didn't deliberately create a high-level persona of the fool, because he was already the fool. Also, watch over all your subordinates that are beyonders of the Earth and Moon pathway. Catalia fell silent for a moment before slowly saying, I'll accept this commission. The fool Klein cast his gaze to the other side and said to Derek, Your mission is to protect the new city of Silver and New Moon City and protect the Rorstad archipelago. The more believers I have and the safer they are, the higher the chances of me waking up. On this foundation, think about how to expand the church and spread the faith. Your payment is to become my blessed. Derek's eyes suddenly burned as he recalled the encouraging gaze he had received from the chief when he pushed open the final door of the giant king's court. He took a deep breath and said in a firm tone, Yes, Mr. Fool. Klein nodded and looked at Furs. You need to protect the Abraham family well to prevent them from suffering the temptation of the cosmos. Also, gather more information regarding the fourth epoch and figure out Mr. Door's condition at that time. Uncover some of the latent problems of the Abraham family. That's something I wish to do. Furs hesitated for a moment, but she still expressed that she would do such things even if she wasn't given the commission. The fool Klein didn't give his approval or disapproval. Instead, he said, If you're willing, you can write down biographies and stories of the world's different identities using different aliases. The reward for above is that when you have a chance of becoming a planeswalker and have to head to the cosmos, you will receive my blessings. Although Klein knew that he could use a dream to give a response to a certain extent in his sleep, he wasn't sure if he was the one who had the upper hand or the Lord of the Mysteries. Therefore, he wished to use verbal contracts of providing a reward after the completion of a mission on more important matters. When the time came, even if he was at a disadvantage, he would be able to make use of this sort of invisible promise to give an ingenious response. Planeswalker. Furs was taken aback. To be frank, she had never considered this problem before. What she was worried about was the digestion of the secret sorcerer potion and the wanderer ritual. Soon, she composed herself and said, Yes, Mr. Fool. Klein then cast his gaze at Emlyn. The besiegement of the Rose School of Thought involves preparations for the apocalypse. It's rather dangerous. Even if an angel is participating in it, you have to pay attention to your own safety. Your commission is to try your best to gather blessings, auras, and items given by the primordial moon to her, believers in the Rose School of Thought. These might be more dangerous than a Grade 1 sealed artifact. At that moment, although Klein still maintained the fool's tone, there were hints that resembled a friend's warning. This made Audrey, who had stabilized her initial mental state, sense something different. Recalling what Mr. Fool had said to the other members, she sighed inwardly, Mr. Fool's humanity seems to have become richer just as he is about to enter a deep sleep. While Emlyn was slightly surprised and puzzled, Klein continued, Apart from participating in the besieging of the Rose School of Thought's mission, I hope that you can form a pharmaceutical company and perform research on how to mass-produce the medicine with magical effects. If it's mass-produced, there's no way the products can be equipped with a magical effect, Emlyn replied instinctively. The fool Klein nodded. Seek out a compromise. Your main goal is to spread my name through this pharmaceutical company. The reward will also be a wish. This isn't a matter of danger, but whether it's possible, the simplest solution is to give me 1,000 apothecary potions. I can form an apothecary factory for mass production, Emlyn mumbled inwardly before replying seriously, Yes, Mr. Fool. Klein looked to the other side and said to Zio, The apocalypse is approaching. Be it the Red Priest or the Demoness pathways, they will become active. Your mission is to rely on the official factions to investigate the whereabouts of the 3 Sequence 1 Beander characteristics and the uniqueness of the Red Priest pathway. If there's a chance, find a clue to confirm the primordial demoness's present condition. It's very dangerous. Klein didn't mention the payment, because he had already paid for it. Zio had her wish fulfilled by holding a ritual and becoming a Sequence 4 imperative mage. As for the 3 Sequence 1 Conqueror Beander characteristics of the Red Priest pathway, Klein had previously learned that one was in the hands of the Sauron family, the former Intis royal family, the other in the hands of the Faceax Einhorn royal family, and the other was in the hands of the Loans Augustus royal family. Later, as a reward, it was given to the Demoness sect. Of course, this was only a preliminary answer. The corresponding situation could very well have changed. The Sauron family had already been in decline since Rasel's era. It might not necessarily be able to keep the Conqueror's Beander characteristic or corresponding sealed artifact under its control. Klein even suspected that it might have been obtained by the Iron and Blood Cross Order. The failure of the war had significantly damaged the Einhorn family. Klein didn't rule out the possibility of the death of a high-level angel or the loss of a Grade 0 sealed artifact. The location of the Conqueror Beander characteristic that the Augustus family gave to the Demoness sect was currently the clearest. However, Klein knew that the Red Angel evil spirit, Sauron Einhorn Medici, had been eyeing it all this time. Perhaps he had succeeded, or perhaps he was carrying out whatever plans he had. There were no clues to the corresponding Red Priest uniqueness at the moment. The last time the mysterious world knew of it was at the end of the 4th epic, during the Pale Disaster. Chapter 1390, Questions and Answers. Zio had always been looking forward and uneasy as to what her mission was. She looked forward to it because she had already chosen to accept Mr. Fool's gift, so she definitely had to pay the corresponding price. Knowing the mission earlier allowed her to prevent unnecessary second-guessing due to the unknown, guesses that only led to greater fear. She was uneasy because she knew that the remuneration she received was too generous. She believed that the final mission wouldn't be simple and would definitely be filled with danger. At that moment, after hearing Mr. Fool's words, her heart finally settled. At the same time, she secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Investigating the 3 Sequence 1 Beander characteristics and the uniqueness of the Red Priest pathway and their locations, and even confirming the present state of the primordial demoness was indeed very dangerous. It was a mission that would result in a terrifying corruption if she wasn't careful, but it was at least better than snatching the uniqueness and Sequence 1 Beander characteristics or directly facing the primordial demoness. If it were the latter, even with the official factions supporting her, Zio didn't think that she could accomplish it. All she could do was write a will, ready to sacrifice herself at any moment. And if it was just the former, she could use a more roundabout method to obtain the information. She didn't need to encounter powerful existences with high statuses. As a Sequence 4 demigod, Zio was confident. Without any hesitation, she immediately replied, "Yes, Mr. Fool." The Fool Klein had planned on looking to the other side. After some consideration, he added, "Be careful of Bansi." Without waiting for the Tarot Club members to start making connections, Klein said to Leonard, "Your mission is similar to the Moon's. During the besiegement of the Rose School of Thought, gather blessings, auras, and items from the Mother Tree of Desire from their members. It's equally dangerous." He only gave a single warning, without saying as much as he did like when he gave Emlyn the mission. This was because Leonard had a senior angel from the Marauder pathway, parasitizing him. He knew many secrets and knew how dangerous the outer deities were. He wouldn't allow Leonard to act recklessly. Seeing that Leonard was about to nod, the Fool Klein maintained his tone and continued, "You don't have to do too much in promoting my name. You can even choose not to do it. As one of the 22 high-ranking members of the Church of Evernight, as one of the few high-ranking deacons of the Nighthawks, it was very easy for something to happen if Leonard spread the faith of the Fool in private. He would be misunderstood by his colleagues and cause unnecessary conflicts. Miraculously, to Klein, the Moon Emlyn's actions didn't seem to be misunderstood in the same way. To the people and sanguine around him, anything he did wasn't too strange. That's right, Leonard had already recovered from his previous eagerness and realized the cruelty of reality. However, he still wanted to do something. At this moment, the Fool Klein added, "You can share the stories of the world with songs and poetry." Songs and poetry? Leonard instinctively frowned. He didn't immediately respond to Mr. Fool. Klein then said, "Other than that, try your best to raise your own level to prepare for the apocalypse. The reward for all the missions is a wish." Although many Beander characteristics had fallen into the real world when the god of combat died, bringing with them a batch of Beander creatures, mutated monsters, and abnormal lands. Klein didn't know how many Sequence 1 Beander characteristics the Evernight goddess had obtained from the warrior pathway other than the uniqueness, but at the very least, a number of the Sequence 2 angels of the Church of Evernight had the possibility of becoming a Sequence 1 angel. At the same time, if they had obtained additional Beander characteristics, they could still switch to the corresponding sequence of the death pathway. This would open a path for the saints to advance, not limiting them to just one pathway. Of course, not every Sequence 3 saint wished to become an angel, but Leonard was currently only a Sequence 4 Nightwatcher. Furthermore, if the corresponding Sequence 3 Horror Bishop position was limited, he could consider Silver Knight and Ferryman. Klein had one set of the former. Leonard fell silent for 2 seconds before he slowly exhaled. The fool Klein immediately cast his gaze at Miss Justice, who had been waiting. Apart from promoting my name, you have 2 missions. One is to assist judgment and investigate the whereabouts of the Red Priest pathway's uniqueness and Sequence 1 Beander characteristics, confirming the present state of the primordial demoness. The other is to work hard to raise your level. One of the missions is to increase my sequence. Audrey was somewhat puzzled about this mission. In her opinion, this seemed to be telling an ordinary person, your mission is to earn even more money. Furthermore, this isn't of any value to Mr. Fool. Could it be that he wants me to treat Mr. World? Just as this thought flashed across Audrey's mind, the fool Klein added, the higher your sequence, the more opportunities you have to awaken the world. In this aspect, you can make use of external forces to help. The psychology alchemists that Hermes rebuilds will be one of the choices, but you need to be careful and take precautions. You have to pay a certain price for this. You can give up the reward you received before. This depends on your will and thoughts. Audrey no longer had any doubts. After a moment of silence, she nodded solemnly. Klein's gaze landed on Alger. You will know what your mission is in time to come. Klein had already foreseen the corresponding scene. Without waiting for Alger to speak, he continued, you can bring the Sea God scepter, but during this period of time, all the prayers of the Sea God believers will be transferred to the sun, directly pointing at me. Although Alger still couldn't accurately guess what his mission was, he already had a vague premonition. After a moment of thought, he replied in an upright manner, yes, Mr. Fool. Klein retracted his gaze and looked around before slowly saying, after this, on the first Monday afternoon of every month, you can still gather here, but there will be no convener. If you need to do a private, mini discussion, pray in advance and wait for a response. At this point, the fool Klein closed his eyes and said, let us end today's gathering here. The Tarot Club members couldn't help but feel a baffling sense of sorrow. It was as though a grand ball was coming to an end. They stood up at the same time and solemnly bowed towards the end of the long, mottled table. Your will is our will. Klein waited until they finished speaking before he dispelled his control of them. He watched as the crimson starlight scattered and quickly fell. After staring at the scene for a few seconds, he conjured a yellowish parchment and a dark red fountain pen. After some thought, Klein simply wrote, due to some complicated reasons, I might be sleeping for a long time. I'm sorry, but I might not be able to write a letter to you for a long time. With just that sentence, Klein stopped and made the pen disappear. Although he had conjured that piece of paper, with his current status, level, and strength, he could sustain it for more than 100 years, even if it was brought to the outside world. He closed his eyes again, summoned Azek's copper whistle, and blew it. At the same time, he released some of the restrictions that came from Saphira Castle. The skeleton messenger appeared, and every bone in its body trembled intensely as if it would collapse at any moment. If not for the letter that Klein had handed over, it might have prostrated itself. After the skeleton messenger received the letter and left Saphira Castle in a hurry, Klein rubbed his temples. This wasn't because the will of the celestial worthy had already escaped from his state of eternal slumber, nor was it because of the pain from maintaining his lucidity, it was just a habit. Klein slowly leaned back into his chair and sighed. On both sides of the long, mottled table, Justice Audrey, the hanged man Alger, the son Derek, the magician Furs, the moon Emlyn, the hermit Catalia, the star Leonard, and Judgment Zio appeared in the order they joined the Tarot Club. But this time, they weren't real. They were only projections. They no longer appeared blurry, revealing their images from Klein's memory. Soon after, more figures appeared. They were a mature man with a receding hairline with deep eyes, a beautiful witch with blue eyeshadow and red blush, a middle-aged man with black hair mixed with silver hair, his voice unusually loud and sonorous, a woman in her late 40s with ear-length short hair, a youth that gamed on his phone while eating delicacies, a happy young lady who kept giggling, a civil servant who looked old than his age with a high hairline, a young girl dressed in an old-fashioned skirt who focused on machinery, a doll-like lady with a pale face, a teacher with soft facial features and bronze skin, a child licking on ice cream, a madam holding 4 heads, and an elder looking all serious at a bill. They either sat or stood, gathering beside the people they knew. In the flickering candlelight on the long table, they discussed different things, followed the music, and danced. Klein silently watched the lively scene as his expression gradually softened. After an unknown period of time, he stood up, passed through them, and walked into the depths of this space. Behind him, the figures, the candlelight, and the music faded away and disappeared. When he saw the strange door of light above the grayish-white cloud, Klein beckoned for the magic mirror, or roads. At that moment, the transparent or opaque worms and insects that clustered together to form spherical lights in the strange door of light turned bluish-black. It was like a thick layer of fog that made one unable to see what was behind the door. After Klein arrived, he didn't immediately enter. He felt as though there was an extremely terrifying monster behind the door, waiting to devour him. He raised his head and looked at the transparent cocoons hanging above the door of light. He looked at the modern humans with different skin colors inside the cocoons. Closing his eyes to sense them, Klein raised his right hand and closed his 5 fingers. The cocoons cracked open as the people inside transformed into specks of light. They flew out of Saphira Castle and landed in the real world, into the bodies of those who had just died. After doing this, Klein lowered his head and looked at the magic mirror in his hand. "Are you scared?" The aqueous light on the surface of the ancient silver mirror swirled and the pale words outlined itself. In the next second, Orodes raised his own question according to the rules. "Great Master, are you afraid?" With that said, he took a step forward with the magic mirror in hand and walked towards the bluish-black fog in the middle of the strange door of light. Passing through it, his figure disappeared behind the door that had the unknown hidden behind. The cracked cocoons were still gently swaying. Chapter 1391. Facing eye in the dark blue waves that seemed to never stop in the berserk sea, the future was like a leaf, being thrown high up at times and smacking down at other times. In these waters, there were still some pirate ships that were cruising. They were used to such situations and felt that it was as natural as the sun rising. After Catalia returned to the real world, she pondered for a moment before spreading open a piece of paper and writing. She wanted to ask the Queen what happened recently. In fact, before Mr. Fool announced that he would enter deep sleep, Catalia had already sensed the impending monumental change. Whether it was the sudden closing of the doors or the meteor shower streaking across the sky to illuminate the world, it gave her some inspiration as a clairvoyant, allowing her to see some blurry visions. Of course, she was limited by her own level, position, and status. She didn't have enough knowledge of what had happened, and she was unable to grasp what exactly had caused Mr. Fool to choose to sleep. All she could do was ask Queen Mystic Bernadette, who had long advanced to the level of an angel and led a mysterious organization while being in control of many powerful sealed artifacts. Just as Catalia summoned the messenger and took out the letters she had written, she was taken aback. At that moment, a purple light was accentuated in her eyes. It became extremely saturated and slowly flowed like a river. She felt that Mr. Fool had entered a deep sleep. Unconcealable hesitation, confusion, and sadness arose in the Admiral of Star's heart. For some reason, she felt an inexplicable palpitation, and 2 drops of tears unknowingly slid down her face. She seemed to understand something, yet nothing. She only knew that it was unknown how much time it would take for Mr. Fool to wake up from his slumber. Taking off the heavy glasses on her nose bridge, Catalia wiped the corners of her eyes, allowing her emotions to return to normal. She walked to the window and looked at the deck. Frankly warmly invited the crew to taste his newly brewed beer, but none of the pirates dared to try it. Thankfully, I sent Sea-Elf to the Queen ahead of time. Now, all I need to do is watch over Frank. Without Mr. Fool's watch, I have to be more careful and pay more attention to him. Yes, I have to find something for Frank to do other than research. He's a first mate, so he can't always be working on something else, Catalia thought with a heavy expression. After considering how to deal with Frank, as well as how to reorganize the small number of pirates from the Earth and Moon pathway onto other ships, and not frequently interact with Frank, Catalia focused her focus on the Hidden Sage. Although she was already one of the 10 pillars of the Moses ascetic order, due to her background and the influence of the Hidden Sage, she had never received the trust of the president and the other higher-ups. She could only be an ostracized person who teetered on the periphery of the organization, who had her own circle and respective faction. From a certain perspective, her relationship with the Moses ascetic order was closer to that of a partner. On the one hand, she needed a faction and a powerhouse to project her will over the 5 Cs. On the other hand, she yearned to obtain corresponding knowledge and materials, and to obtain the information regarding the hidden sage that represented a deity suddenly coming to life and confirming his current state would necessarily require her to become a core member of the Moses ascetic order. With my present identity, there's no problem with me participating in the internal decisions of the Moses ascetic order. Only by truly participating in these will I be able to come into contact with more information and elevate my own status. However, this will be rather dangerous. Even if the hidden sage's condition isn't right, and doesn't interfere with the Moses ascetic order's operations, the other higher-ups will also be subjected to the infringement of interests and be in constant suspicion. They will counterattack to a certain degree. There are at least 2 of the 10 pillars that I can't see through, making me instinctively feel danger. And confirming the state of the hidden sage will be even more dangerous. If anything goes wrong, I'll immediately be corrupted and eroded by him. The more Catalia thought about it, the more she felt that the mission given by Mr. Fool was difficult. She had always been teetering at the periphery of the Moses ascetic order with her identity as a pirate. In fact, she had her worries about this matter. She was afraid that if she went too deep into the organization's internal affairs, it would expose the fact that she was still in contact with Queen Mystic. She was afraid that the other 10 pillars would one day suddenly point her out as a spy and eliminate her on the spot. At that moment, Catalia even wanted to abandon Mr. Fool's mission and identity as one of the 10 pillars of the Moses ascetic order. She wished to return to the dawn and return to the Queen's side. That way, she wouldn't need to worry about this matter anymore. If there were any problems, the Queen would be able to stop them. Ever since she left the dawn, she had to shoulder everything by herself. Catalia had always felt exhausted as her shoulders remained heavy. However, this thought was quickly given up by Catalia. She sighed softly. She understood that she would never be able to return to the time when she was a little girl without worries. She wasn't only responsible for her own life, but also the fate of Frank, Heath, Nina, and the other crew members. Furthermore, she had predicted the arrival of the apocalypse. She hoped that she could become the Queen's most powerful helper and do something for this world. Catalia closed her eyes and muttered to herself, then face it. To truly integrate into the Moses ascetic order and gather the relevant information. After making this decision, Catalia no longer concealed her strength. She raised her hands and used a fairy tale magic. In the eyes of the surrounding pirate ship crew, the future and its fleet became illusory at the same time, turning into countless bubbles. The bubbles reflected a dreamy color under the light's illumination. Then, they slowly melted into the sea. Just like that, the future and its fleet disappeared from everyone's eyes. Many knowledgeable pirates were first shocked and stunned. Then, they had a thought. A new queen over the seas has been born. Queen of Stars. Zio, who had yet to sort out her thoughts after returning to the real world, saw Furza's figure appear in front of her as she shouted, "That mission of yours is too dangerous." Zio was taken aback as she instinctively pointed out a problem. "You didn't knock." This was the worst part of living together with a demigod of the apprentice pathway. Furz first reflected on herself for a second before confidently saying, "You didn't close the door." She pointed at the ajar bedroom door. "I actually didn't close the door." "That's right. This was a last-minute gathering. I wasn't prepared for it before the matter." Zio opened her mouth, but she couldn't say a word. Both of them looked at each other speechlessly for a long time, but none of them broke the silence. Finally, Furz decided to forget the accusation and focused on the mission itself. A mission that involves Sequence 1 and a uniqueness is too dangerous. With that said, she recalled that Zio had already accepted Mr. Fool's gift. Her eyes reddened uncontrollably as she couldn't help but mumble, "Remember to get my help. At the very least, I can help you escape." To them, the things they experienced before had involved very few matters at the Sequence 1 level. Apart from Mr. Fool and the world Gehrman Sparrow, at most it was them being watched by he who must not be named. At other times, they would at most do trivial matters at the periphery of corresponding matters. They had never faced an enemy that could be addressed as him. Therefore, when she thought of how her friend's mission involved Sequence 1 Beander characteristic, or even a uniqueness and true deity, Furz couldn't help but feel nervous and worried. Zio smiled and said, "I'm just seeking clues and investigating the truth. It's not like I need to face them, directly. She paused for a second and said, "The apocalypse is approaching. We have to do something. Look, even Mr. Fool has fallen into a deep sleep. What's more, trivial figures like us. If I didn't quickly become a demigod, perhaps there's nothing I can do. Now, there's at least some hope. At the very least, I can try to awaken Mr. Fool." Furs had experienced many things and had long understood this principle. She had only been venting her emotions, but now, she had calmed down. She thought for a moment and said, "What are you going to do next?" "Just relying on myself to investigate it will definitely be very difficult. I'll definitely need to use Mi-9's intelligence network. I plan on finding a suitable opportunity to let them know that I'm a Sequence 4 demigod. In order to not be suspected, I might need Miss Justice to give me some hints and make some arrangements," Zio answered seriously. Furz's thoughts raced. "I'll come up with a script for you. I'll act as an antagonist and simulate a lunatic who attempted to advance to Sequence 4 Imperative Mage, and then be defeated by you." As she spoke, a story took form. She immediately sat beside Zio's desk, took out a pen and paper, and started writing. "After I write up the story, I'll get Miss Justice to make some amendments and make it appear reasonable," Furz said as she wrote. As a secret sorcerer, there was no doubt that she could prevent their conversation from leaking out. Zio thought for a moment and said, "Isn't your most important task now to write the biographies and stories?" "Ha, that's simple. I've already thought of plenty of scenes, and there's a lot of material on my mind." "No, nothing of that sort." After muttering a few words, Furz placed all her focus on writing a script for Zio so as to gain Mi-9's approval. Seeing her good friend focused on her matter, a smile gradually appeared on Zio's face. She then cast her gaze to the ajar door and heard her brother, Dio Derecha, seemingly reciting the ancient Fasak words. This was a requirement for studying law to become a lawyer. Their mother was instructing 2 servants to clean up the living room. Their voices reached Zio's ears, and her expression gradually became firm, although she had no idea what would happen when she faced the Mi-9 brass, and even though she would encounter unknown dangers when completing Mr. Fool's mission, as well as the unknown future during the dawn of the apocalypse, Zio knew that if she didn't do anything or take on certain risks and just enjoyed the pleasant times with her family just like that, she would ultimately be drowned by the floods like most people who were unprepared. And now, there was at least a path filled with brambles, one that had a glimmer of light at the end of it. It needed the realization of sacrifice, and to grasp it with courage. Chapter 1392, Yesterday No More. 1392 Yesterday No More. In a room beside the Evernight Cathedral in the southern continent, East Balam, Leonard's consciousness returned to the real world. After a few seconds of silence, he picked up the cup of coffee that had turned cold and took a sip. The bitter taste filled his mouth, gradually waking his mind up. "Old man, what happened today?" Finally, Leonard couldn't help but ask. After a moment of silence, Pallas Zoroast replied wistfully, "Error has perished." Error? Leonard almost didn't realize which existence old man was referring to. In the next second, he couldn't hide his astonishment as he nearly forgot to whisper, "Amen." This was a standard true god. Yes, Pallas Zoroast's voice sounded like he had aged considerably. To be precise, Amon's main body perished. Leonard wasn't in the mood to distinguish the subtle meaning behind old man's words. He asked in disbelief, why was there no sign of it? He had witnessed the phenomena before and after the god of combat died. He knew that it was a change that would affect the entire world and bring about many terrifying monsters and dangerous regions, and just now, the only 2 abnormalities were the doors and windows suddenly closing, and him seemingly forgetting something. In reality, the latter wasn't strange at all. Most people would encounter something similar during their daily lives. Pallas Zoroast's tone sank. He should have perished in Saphira Castle. Saphira Castle? Leonard was shocked. The venue of the gathering he had just attended was inside Saphira Castle. A war between gods has just erupted there. Aemon actually infiltrated Saphira Castle. Amidst Leonard's thoughts, his expression gradually turned solemn. Old man, Mr. Fool was injured because of this and had no choice but to enter a state of slumber. Is he about to enter a state of slumber? Pallas Zoroast asked in return. He didn't seem to be too surprised about this. Leonard tersely acknowledged. The reason he summoned us today was because of this matter. Pallas Zoroast fell silent for a few seconds before saying, his choice to enter a state of slumber is indeed related to the previous battle of gods and Amon's infiltration, but it's not because of injuries, but because of corruption. Corruption, Leonard blurted out in surprise. Even at Mr. Fool's level, irreversible corruption can still be encountered by him. Pallas Zoroast regained his previous poignant tone. Everything has godhood. By relying on godhood to become a powerhouse, one can never escape the shackles of godhood. On this point, it's the same for you and me. Likewise for the fool. Hey, perhaps he shouldn't be called the fool anymore. He is equivalent to half a Lord of the Mysteries. Lord of the Mysteries. Regarding the problem of the mental imprint in a Beander characteristic, Leonard indeed had a deeper understanding of it than demigods at his level. However, he still had several holes in the knowledge on this matter. Even though he had heard Old Man mention the term, Lord of the Mysteries, he didn't understand what it meant. However, at present, he could confirm that Mr. Fool's level had transcended sequence 0. According to Mr. Fool's words during the gathering, and what Old Man had just said, his strength was enough to kill a true god. Leonard cleverly didn't probe further. He changed the topic in a deep voice. Old Man, why is Klein sleeping as well? Are you able to wake him up as soon as possible? Pallas Zoroast's tone was somewhat odd. How could an old and weak angel like me know about matters at the level of gods? As for the awakening, even the fool has no better solution, much less me. Leonard remained silent for a moment. He picked up his coffee cup and took another sip. After a while, he asked hesitantly, Old Man, do you have any way of stealing the artistic flair of others? The definition of artistic flair is vague with no clear categorization. There's no way to steal it. However, if you change it to natural talent, there's a way. Forget it. Leonard ultimately couldn't do anything about stealing the natural talent of others to help him resolve his problem. Pallas Zoroast added with a smile, if you can't accept this method, then you can find a natural talent that you want of someone who's very poor. Make a deal with him and give him the money he wants to exchange for the corresponding natural talent. It's a little like a deal with the devil, Leonard commented objectively. Pallas Zoroast chuckled and said, there's another simple solution. That is to spend money to hire naturally talented people to help you resolve the corresponding problems. Old Man, why didn't you say so earlier? Leonard instantly saw hope. You didn't manage to think of something that simple. I thought you had eliminated this option before consulting me. Leonard ignored Old Man's mockery. After some serious thought, he felt that this idea was indeed feasible. However, he soon felt a little guilty and uneasy, as if he was avoiding his responsibility. Regarding this matter, I still have to do something personally. Apart from inviting someone to write songs and poems, I have to write a little. With this in mind, Leonard suddenly stood up and walked to the door. Where are you going? Pallas Zoroast asked in surprise. Leonard frowned slightly as he said firmly, I'm going to the nearby bookstore to buy some poem anthologies. Ever since he advanced to Nightmare, he had given up the collection of poems he had bought in the past, making most of them nothing but decorations. When he became a spirit warlock, he began to collect poem anthologies that were suitable for some spirits to read, allowing him to chant the appropriate parts in a battle to create Beander effects that worked in concert with him. Therefore, when he came to the southern continent, he didn't bring a single poem anthology book. He only remembered a few of those that he often used in the past. I never expected that, after becoming a high-ranking deacon, I would need to read poem anthologies again. Leonard sighed inwardly as his steps became firmer. Pallas Zoroast had never imagined that Leonard's next step would be to buy poem anthologies. After a while, he probed, is this an order from the fool? Yes, for promoting the corresponding legendary stories, Leonard answered simply as he opened the door and walked out. Pallas Zoroast fell silent once again before saying, apart from writing poems, you have to pay more attention to the besiegement of the Rose School of Thought. Leonard walked down the stairs and entered the streets. He looked at the pedestrians and nodded gently. At that moment, as he walked towards the bookstore, he felt as though he had returned to Tingen, back to the time when he was still a midnight poet. At that time, he had also walked along the bustling streets, preparing to buy a copy of Classical Poems Anthology of the Lowen Kingdom, and Selected Poems of Roussel. After Emlyn White regained his senses, he found himself standing in front of a window. The sun was already dim outside, and the flowers were flourishing. His feelings towards Mr. Fool's slumber were slightly different from the other Tarot Club members. Other than heaviness, poignancy, sadness, and confusion, there was also the confidence that things would end well. Internally within the Sanguine, some of the marquises and earls were rather old. Even though they lived longer than most demigods at the same level, they were still in advanced stages of their lives. At this time, they often chose to sleep and use similar methods to extend their lifespans. The effects were pretty good. Therefore, Emlyn had long been accustomed to matters regarding slumbers. He knew that it wasn't equivalent to passing away, nor was it equivalent to perishing. He believed that if the correct solution was found, Mr. Fool would have a high chance of waking up. He looked out the window and muttered to himself, Mr. Fool has entered a state of slumber, and the ancestor's revelation is often interfered with. It's obvious that she can't provide help frequently. After a brief silence, Emlyn sighed silently. Indeed. In the end, I have to face it myself and bear it. This is the destiny of the Messiah. At the mention of the word, Messiah, Emlyn clearly smiled with a self-deprecating hint. He then repeated inwardly, I can only rely on myself. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Father Yutravsky's voice sounded behind Emlyn. Time to set off. Emlyn turned his head and saw a huge sword on the back of the priest dressed in brown priest robes. The sword's length exceeded Emlyn's height, and its width was close to his waist. Together with Father Yutravsky's hill-like body, the terrifying pressure felt corporeal. As a sanguine earl, Emlyn recovered from his stifled feeling and nodded gently. Today, they would head to the southern continent to participate in the besiegement of the Rose School of Thought. Just as he replied, Emlyn suddenly recalled something and hurriedly said, wait for half a day. He wanted to gather most of the sanguine in Backlund to discuss the pharmaceutical company. Bishop Yutravsky didn't ask anything and nodded. Come find me when you're ready. After watching Father Yutravsky enter the depths of the cathedral, Emlyn turned his head to the sanguine that were following him to the southern continent. Inform all the sanguine in Backlund to come over. There's something we need to discuss. Yes, Lord Earl, the sanguine replied respectfully. After they split up, Emlyn turned his head to look at the altar and the sacred emblem of life in front of the cathedral. It was a simply drawn infant that was surrounded by symbols like wheat, flowers, spring water, and other symbols. This made Emlyn's thoughts suddenly turn adrift. He had forgotten when he started spending less time in his bedroom, spending less time with his dolls. Even his hobby of studying history became more targeted and efficient. This change didn't take form in an instant. Instead, it was slowly formed over time. It was something that made it difficult for others to notice. By the time Emlyn discovered it, he had already adapted to this new life. Emlyn retracted his gaze, raised his chin slightly, and shook his head with a smile. This is the destiny of the Messiah. Chapter 1393. Where the Dream Begin. After returning to the real world, Alger patiently waited for the mission Mr. Fool had mentioned. On this day, he, wearing the pontiff's clothes and the silver-black mask, was discussing the internal affairs of the Church of the Sea God with Oracle Danitz when he suddenly saw a bishop enter. Your Holiness, the Church of Storms has sent 2 gifts to congratulate you on becoming a proxy of God. The bishop held a tin box and bowed respectfully. Danitz, who had been secretly rejoicing over the malfunction of Byam's telegram, blurted out in surprise, where's that messenger? He left after leaving the present. The bishop at the door answered helplessly. Although the members of the Church of Storms often had impulsive moments, such behavior was still quite rare. Alger nodded slightly and said, if they don't view us as enemies, sending a messenger to deliver a gift is enough. With that said, he raised his right hand and gently made the tin box in the bishop's hand fly over. After catching the small box, Alger's action suddenly slowed down as though he found it heavy. He slowly opened the container and saw a book made of yellowish-brown goatskin. On the surface of the book, there was a line of words written in Elven. Book of Calamity. Book of Calamity. After seeing the words clearly, Alger felt a little dazed as though he was dreaming. But very quickly, he understood what the mission Mr. Fool was talking about was. Alger sighed silently and looked at the bishop at the door. What's the second gift? It's a ghost ship called the Blue Avenger. It has already moored at the harbor, the bishop answered without any abnormalities. The Blue Avenger. When Danitz heard the name, he instinctively cast his gaze at the pontiff, Alger. He remembered very clearly that this was the ship Alger used back when he was a pirate. This meant that the Church of the Lord of Storms knew that the Pontiff Church of the Sea God was once their cardinal. Is this a congratulation gift, or a challenge to war? As Danitz's heart tightened, he realized that he was rather familiar with the other gift. It was the extremely sinister Book of Calamity he had seen when he followed Gehrman Sparrow. Help me return a letter to the Church of Storms, and thank them for their gifts, Alger composed himself as he calmly instructed. After the bishop left the room, he turned to Danitz and said, Oracle, I've received Mr. Fool's revelation. I'll have to complete a mission in the time to come. It will perhaps take me a few years before I return. A revelation, Danitz blurted out in surprise. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. Why don't I know about this? Mr. Fool is about to enter a deep slumber. However, this will not affect responses to your prayers. Danitz was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Alger continued, Gehrman Sparrow has also entered a state of slumber. After I leave, the church's matters will be handed over to Elder Derek Berg of the new City of Silver. You need to cooperate with him and write into the Bible that the sea god is Mr. Fool and get all believers to accept it. Our faith is key to Mr. Fool's awakening. You are his oracle, and you have to make an example in this aspect. Of course, he will give you a new revelation at any time and give you other missions. Danitz was a little dizzy and confused when he heard that, but he still understood the seriousness of the matter. He hesitated for a moment before nodding heavily. After settling the matter, Alger stood up and returned to his room with the Book of Calamity. He looked at himself in the mirror and laughed. He slowly removed the papal tiara from his head and removed the silver-black mask on his face. A few days later, at the crowded Byam harbor, Alger raised his head and looked at Derek, who was taller than him, and said with a smile, You've been doing very well recently. The Church of the Sea God has been running smoothly. Derek subconsciously wanted to raise his hand to scratch the back of his head, but he ultimately held back. He said with some melancholy and reluctance, Mr. Hanged, Your Holiness Wilson, when will you return? Alger shook his head and said, Everything ahead is still uncertain. No one can tell. Without waiting for Derek Berg to respond, he said, You're already mature and reliable. I don't have any advice for you. Having said that, Alger paused before saying, If the Rorstad archipelago encounters a disaster you cannot stop, don't sacrifice yourself in order to protect it. Ah, Derek was stunned. This was the most important place of worship for Mr. Fool. It was the new home of the City of Silver, so how could he give up just like that? Alger had already expected Derek's reaction and explained with a serious expression, to Mr. Fool, the most important thing is the believers here, not these islands. To the City of Silver, the most important thing is the people, not the city. As long as you can protect Mr. Fool's believers and protect the citizens of the City of Silver, migrating them away in time. Even if we lose Byam, the new City of Silver, and the Rorstad archipelago, we can rebuild a new city elsewhere and rebuild a new home. Remember, don't lose sight of the forest for the trees. Derek was deeply moved when he heard that. He grasped the crux of the problem. He replied sincerely, I understand. Thank you, Mr. Hanged, Your Holiness Wilson. I will protect Mr. Fool's believers and the citizens well. Alger didn't say a word as he turned around and walked towards the Blue Avenger that was moored at the dock. The ghost ship was a three-masted sailboat that was still behind the present era, no different from before. Alger looked at it and looked at the crew members on the deck. He suddenly felt something and looked down at himself. He was wearing a linen shirt, brown jacket, and trendy pantaloons. He had a custom-made belt around his waist. Attached to it were a dagger and a scepter made of bone. The corners of Alger's lips curled up as he took a step forward and landed on the deck of the Blue Avenger. He then turned his head to look at the boundless blue sea, raised his right hand and said in a deep voice, Set sail. Audrey sat on a comfortable sofa and watched her father, Earl Hall, her brothers, Hibbert and Alfred, discuss the recent developments of the kingdom. She watched as her mother Lady Caitlin constantly convened the butler and footman to make final preparations for the ball. She didn't say a word. She wore a faint smile as she quietly observed this common scene in her daily life. After some time, Earl Hall smiled and looked over. What is our little princess thinking about? Audrey pursed her lips and replied with a faint smile, Yes. I'm guessing you're thinking about which dress you'll be wearing today, and what kind of hair and makeup you'll be matching it with, Hibbert said casually on behalf of his father. Audrey smiled and said, Correct, but there are no rewards. She slowly stood up and said to her parents and brothers, I'm going upstairs to change into my gown. Earl Hall smiled and nodded. There's no hurry. Everyone believes that you're worth the wait. Audrey bit her lower lip and maintained her smile as she walked towards the door. When she was about to leave the room, she paused and looked back. Her parents and her two brothers continued with their discussion or arrangements. Audrey's gaze froze as she slowly retracted her gaze. She walked out of the room and went upstairs to the bedroom. Susie was already waiting there. Audrey inhaled indiscernibly and raised her right hand. She used her index finger to draw lines of faint light. they seemed to come from the deepest part of a dreamscape. A few seconds later, the faint glow turned into a blonde, green-eyed, abnormally beautiful girl, Audrey Hall. But unlike Audrey, this girl still carried a little childishness and a slight romantic bearing. "Good evening, Miss Justice," the girl greeted her cheerfully. Audrey smiled and replied, "Good evening, Miss Audrey." After the last-minute tarot gathering, she finally made up her mind to advance to Dreamweaver and prepare to split an identity to accompany her family. She would stay away from them and not let the various dangerous matters she had attracted affect them. After staring at her for 2 seconds, she turned to look at the golden retriever beside her and said, "Susie, are you sure you want to follow me?" "Yes, we are friends forever," Susie replied seriously. Audrey didn't say another word. She split off a virtual person and entered Susie's body of heart and mind, which she opened up for Audrey. Then, she raised her hand again and outlined another Susie in midair. The moment Susie formed, she opened her mouth and let out a woof. Audrey retracted her gaze and looked at herself. After a moment of silence, although she knew that their thoughts and ideas were synced, she couldn't help but say to the blonde girl in front of her, "I'll leave it to you in the future. Remember to wheedle to father often and get him to not be so busy. He's not young anymore, so he needs to be mindful of his health. He can hand over many things to Hibbert, and Alfred are the butlers. Also, slowly counsel mother and tell her that she doesn't have to pay too much attention to the opinions of others. She doesn't have to maintain a perfect image at social events. It would be very tiring. Yes, don't forget about Hibbert. Cheer him up often and don't let him be so gloomy. He shouldn't complicate matters too much from overthinking things. Alfred won't threaten his position. Alfred, he needs a good wife to stop him from taking any more risks. Oh, why are you crying? We've already grown up. We can't be little girls anymore." Audrey lowered her eyes slightly and smiled at her crying self. I know. After Audrey said that, she pursed her lips tightly and nodded heavily with a sad expression. Audrey retracted her gaze, picked up her cloak, and draped it over her. Then, she led Susie out of the bedroom and into the corridor. The hall below was lit with lights, and the guests came one after another to attend the ball. Lord Hall, Lady Caitlin, Hibbert, and Alfred were already at the door. Audrey stood behind the railing and watched silently for a while. She then lifted the ends of her skirt and slowly and solemnly bowed to her parents and brother from a distance away. After maintaining such a posture for 2 seconds, she straightened her body and raised the hood from her dark blue cloak to cover her face. To her side, behind her, there were bright lights and a bustling din. In front of her, many dark lights formed a sea of collective subconscious. "Let's go," Audrey said hoarsely to Susie. With that said, she walked into the dark illusory sea. Audrey rushed out from the bedroom and cried out with a sobbing tone, "You must come back." Audrey didn't turn back. She raised her right hand and waved it, indicating that she understood. The figure wearing a blue cloak gradually disappeared into the distance amidst the deep, silent darkness. Chapter 1394. A New Journey. In a room of an abandoned castle, sunlight shone through the gaps in the thick curtains, illuminating a pitch-black coffin. Suddenly, the lid of the coffin creaked and slowly moved to the side. With a thud, it fell to the ground. A few seconds later, Isaac Eggers sat up, looking rather lost. At that moment, he was wearing loose pajamas that had been popular in Lowen years ago. He resembled a noble who had woken up in his manor. After a while, Isaac narrowed his eyes slightly. He looked around in confusion as though he didn't know who he was. He then saw the brilliant sunlight that penetrated through the cracks and saw the dust dancing in the sunlight. He saw letters scattered on the table, ground, and coffin lid around him. They were like giant snowflakes that blanketed half the area. Isaac got out of the coffin. With a puzzled expression, he bent down to pick up a letter and began reading. As he read, the confusion on his face disappeared a little, as if he had remembered many things from the past. Isaac immediately found a chair and sat down, allowing all the letters to fly in front of him to stack up like a mountain. He opened the letters one by one, reading them one after another. There would be pauses in between as he fell deep in thought, as if he was seriously recalling something. The sunlight that passed through the gap in the curtains gradually dimmed. After a long time, it shone inside again. At that moment, Isaac finally finished reading all the letters and completed the long contemplations that resembled cogitation. He looked at the letters that had been stacked on the table and slowly let out a long sigh. Following that, he took out a piece of paper, a fountain pen, and some ink that he could still use. He wrote with a warm expression, "I've already woken up and received all your letters. They made me recall who I am and who you are. I also remember many memories of the past. Your experiences, no matter how complicated and exciting, have exceeded my imagination. It also makes me understand some of the problems that previously plagued me. I can feel your joy, your exhaustion, your faith in life, and the heavy responsibility that you have borne from your letters. I can roughly guess why you ultimately made that choice. If it were me, I might not even be able to make such a decision. From the beginning, you've been a guardian. You mimicked others until you were mimicked by others. Next, I will begin a journey to pursue the past and witness the changes in this world. You seem to still be asleep, but it doesn't matter. I'll write to tell you about the interesting things that I've encountered, the interesting traditions, and interesting people. I think I should be able to send these letters to you via sacrifice. The tip of the golden pen reflected the sunlight as it rustled on the white piece of paper, continuously penning down more content. Backland, in a solarium of a terrace house, Melissa walked in with a girl who was clearly less than 10 years old. "Aunt Melissa, why here?" the little girl asked, puzzled. All the stories I heard had mysterious rituals held in the basement. With her hair tied up, the bespectacled Melissa smiled and said, "Those are unconventional mysticism rituals." She pointed at the altar that had been set up and the unlit candles and said, "You may begin." "Really?" The little girl tilted her head to look at the bright sunshine outside the window. "Do we need to draw the curtains?" "There's no need. It's pretty good this way." After Melissa answered, she smiled at the little girl while she awkwardly mimicked her usual method of holding rituals in a clumsy and unfamiliar manner. During this process, she would instruct her from time to time and even personally help her to complete the pre-ritual preparations. "All right, repeat after me." Melissa took a deep breath as her expression gradually turned staid. "Yes, yes." The little girl tried her best to appear stern. Melissa looked at the candle flames on the altar for a few seconds before slowly reciting in ancient Hermes, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. Da pool that done belong to dis ella." The little girl had never learned ancient Hermes before. Although she tried her best to imitate her aunt, she still didn't know what she was saying. "The mysterious ruler above the gray fog," Melissa continued reciting. "Da mesterwes lower a pova the gwe pog," the little girl recited in all seriousness. "The king of yellow and black who wields good luck." After Melissa finished reciting, the candle at the end didn't wait for the little girl to imitate her. It immediately burgeoned to the size of a human head. In the large flame, a slippery tentacle with a somewhat sinister pattern extended out in an indiscernible manner. It was extremely slow. The little girl was stunned. She retreated and hid behind her aunt. Melissa pursed her lips and said with a gentle smile, "Don't be afraid, go greet him." The little girl timidly poked her head out from behind her aunt and saw the terrifying, slimy tentacle gently swaying in the brilliant sunlight that shone through the windows. It seemed to be attempting to swat away the dust or was waving at her. "Go, don't be afraid," Melissa repeated. The little girl finally mustered her courage and stood in front of the altar. She recited the incantations she had just invented before revealing a sincere smile and raised her palm. The slippery tentacle whose patterns had disappeared paused for a few seconds. It seemed hesitant and somewhat out of practice. Then, it raised its head and curled up slightly, lowering itself inch by inch. Amidst the sunlight, it high-fived the tiny palm. The end. Chapter 1395. An Ordinary Person's Daily Life 1/8. "You have a chance to meet His Holiness." Barton heard a man in a dark blue bishop robe say to him. No matter how hard he tried, the other man's face was indiscernible. It felt like his face was covered with a gray, blurry gas. Of course, this wasn't an important matter. As a devout believer of the Lord, it was definitely the greatest honor for Barton to meet a proxy of him. This made him so excited that he couldn't say a word. His body trembled as he followed the bishop to the back, entering the hall one step at a time. Barton couldn't describe the hall in detail either. He only knew that it was very grand and magnificent, one that exuded an immense pressure. He could only bow his head obediently. Finally, he arrived in front of the steps. At that moment, he seemed to receive permission as he subconsciously raised his head. Then, he saw a golden retriever. This dog wore a deep blue, gorgeous robe that resembled a curtain. It wore a papal tiara with many gems embedded in it. It sat on a huge throne and watched him quietly. Barton was stunned. This is the pontiff." Barton was shocked and panicked, a strong sense of fear rising in his heart. He opened his eyes abruptly and saw the morning light illuminating the ceiling. Phew, Barton sat up, panting slightly, trying to extricate himself from the influences of the dream as quickly as possible. What happened? His wife sensed something amiss and got up. Barton shook his head. a nightmare. He didn't tell his wife the truth. He dreamed that the pontiff was a golden retriever. He could bet that his wife would say in horror, "How can you have such sacrilegious thoughts?" If that were to happen, he could only shrug his shoulders and say, "Just kidding. I can't bring my troubles into my family life. This is a paradise for humans, meant for relaxing." Moreover, women can hardly understand more profound questions. They have traits in being perceptive to thoughts and love. Barden didn't dwell on the contents of his dream anymore. He got out of bed and went to the bathroom to brush his teeth. After breakfast, he kissed his wife and children before leaving his residence and taking a trackless public carriage to the working district at the edge of the city. He was under the employment of the Lowen Relic Search and Preservation Foundation with a sizable salary. In places like the capital of East Chester County, Stowen City, he was considered to be upper middle class. On the way, Barden studied the streets outside out of boredom. Due to not being directly affected by the war, Stowen City still retained its former prosperity. Carriages, bicycles, pedestrians, and wild dogs came and went. It was lively and noisy. Barden was already used to such a scene. He didn't have much of an impression of it, but the dream from last night made him uncomfortable every time he saw a dog on the street. It was as if it was the incarnation of the pontiff, one that he needed to bow to and greet. "Holy Lord of Storms, please forgive your penitent servant." Barden raised his right hand, clenched his fist, and gently struck his left chest. After a while, he arrived at the Lowen Relic Search and Preservation Foundation. As he greeted his colleagues, he walked into his office. After hanging up his hat and coat, Barden relaxed and leisurely prepared some special black tea for himself. He was almost middle-aged, and his energy was dropping. He always hoped to use a simpler method to supplement his body without suffering any hardship. After preparing the black tea, Barden picked up a few newspapers on the desk and wanted to prep himself before starting work. The economic situation in Backland last season has greatly improved. Another pirate at the level of king has appeared in the Sonia Sea and the Berserk Sea, Queen of Stars. Daisy Bay Fruits Trade Fair. After reading the newspaper slowly, Barden took a sip of black tea and started his work. A letter from Vernal. Barden found a letter from an old friend as he examined the documents on his table. He was an archaeologist who had a close relationship with the Lowen Relic Search and Preservation Foundation. Barden immediately took out a letter cutter, took out the letter, and read it seriously. "My dear friend, my students and I found some interesting ruins in the mountains of Civilos County. Perhaps they originated from refugees from the Fourth Epoch. In that period of history that we don't know much about, they left the city for reasons unbeknown to us. They entered the forests, and stopped interacting with the outside world again. They existed in the form of a tribe. They might still be guarding something, but it has long been drowned out by time, leaving behind only ruins and corpses. My students and I will excavate this place while employing conservation practices. We hope to find something more useful that can help us restore the history of the Fourth Epoch. I wonder if your foundation is interested in this. Here, I solemnly invite you to send a team over to confirm if our work is real and effective." Going into the mountains, the first thing that surfaced in Barden's mind was not the relics or the history, but the buzzing mosquitoes, the humid, dark environment, and the camp that became a temptation to the wild beasts. He shook his head and picked up a pen and paper. He prepared to file this letter and send it to his superiors. Chapter 1396, An Ordinary Person's Daily Life, 2/8. After drafting the document's header, Barden was preparing to add some details into the document when he realized that Vernal hadn't submitted any supporting information. Does he think that he can apply for funding with just a letter by simply relying on his relationship with the foundation? Barden looked around the table and muttered to himself in puzzlement. In his opinion, Vernal wasn't an arrogant archaeologist. Apart from being feisty and impatient, he was considered a typical Lowen gentleman in all other aspects. Under normal circumstances, when one requested funding from the Lowen Relic Search and Preservation Foundation, they had to provide a lot of information, such as photos, ancient supplementary documents, and other related information other than a cover letter that described the project. Otherwise, the foundation wouldn't be able to do a review and make a decision, much less spend large amounts of gold pounds to send a team to the project location for inspection. Or rather, could it be that Vernal Fener was just too careless and forgot to send the information out as well? Of course, with the relationship between Vernal and the foundation, it's entirely possible the upper management will send a person or two to arrange a meeting to verify the information when they see it. Yes, as a friend, I should still help him. Barden shook his head and didn't think further. He stood up and walked to the bookshelf. He then stretched out his right palm and used his fingers to stroke the back of a book's spine, selecting the information he needed. Finally, he took out a few books and journals, and combined his various viewpoints to give a detailed description of the history of the Civilas mountain range in the document he was about to submit. In the scientific community, there's a common viewpoint. In a period that's unknown to be long or short, the Solomon Empire and the Tudor dynasty coexisted in the northern continent, and their border could very likely be situated where the Hornassus mountain range and the Fainapotter highlands are today. There's a high chance that the Hornassus mountain range's extension in Civilas County was a contested ground between both parties. Barden didn't endorse Vernal. He only provided references to show that there were indeed possible ruins of the fourth epoch in the mountains of Civilas County. This way, if it was proven that Vernal was lying, no one would hold him responsible, because all of the descriptions came from famous historians. Barden had only extracted snippets in a selective fashion. At the end of the document, he listed out his references. Private Historical Research of Civilas County, Isaac Eggers, Koya University's Department of History lecturer. After completing this document, Barden read through it from top to bottom and modified his choice of words and certain sentences. Then, he took the draft and entered the clerk's room next door. He asked them to type up a formal document with mechanical typewriters. The Lowen Relic Search and Preservation Foundation had always hired plenty of female employees. From the lowest level of ordinary clerks to the deputy director of the upper echelons, at least half of them were female. Barden actually had some things to say about this, but he didn't, nor did he dare to object. He could only choose to accept the state of things. Of course, he had to admit that when he needed to wait, it was quite nice watching these young female clerks busying themselves. At least it enriches the colors here. As Barden listened to the tapping sounds, he mumbled silently. Once the documents were done, he signed and submitted them. Then, just like before, he continued with his work as usual. This included but wasn't limited to the trial projects, providing professional opinions and gathering research materials for the Foundation's papers and commentary. A day quickly passed, and Barden left the company at 6 in the evening. He took a public carriage and returned home after an hour. This was a common occurrence in all the major cities in Lowen. That was why high tea became a trend. After lunchtime from 12 to 1, it would be 7:30 or 8 in the evening before people reached home. If not for high tea sessions, most people would definitely be abnormally hungry. Of course, this was only limited to the middle class and above. Many poor people might only eat 2 meals a day. Moreover, couples with the conditions to work would both be working. They would have to prepare dinner after returning home at around 8 in the evening. And the food wasn't for their enjoyment. Vernal came to visit you in the afternoon, Barden's wife said casually as she helped him take off his coat and hat. Vernal, Barden, was taken aback momentarily. The archaeologist who discovered a fourth epoch ruins in Civilas County had returned to Eastchester County. As soon as he said that, Barden frowned and muttered to himself, he really did forget to send the information, so he came back personally. No, there's no need to go through so much trouble. The Royal Mail is rather reliable. Besides, he should know that I'll definitely be at the Foundation if it's not a weekend. Yes, I might have been sent elsewhere for an inspection review. With this in mind, Barden asked, where is he? He only waited in your study for 15 minutes before he left, Barden's wife said. Barden pressed, did he say which hotel he's living in? When will he come again? The archaeologist, Vernal, was from Eastchester County, but he wasn't a Stowen resident. He didn't have a place here. He didn't say. He seemed to be in a hurry. Barden's wife paused for a moment before continuing. He looked very impatient. Barden touched his receding hairline and nodded gently. I'll be in the study. His study was on the second floor, and there were many bookshelves and some porcelain placed there. He wasn't too passionate about porcelain, but he actively searched for unique items. After some searching, Barden didn't find any note or letter left behind by Vernal. He quickly threw the matter to the back of his mind. This was his usual rule. He tried not to be troubled by work once he got home. After dinner, he shared a beautiful time with his wife and children, then quickly washed up and went to bed. In the dead of night, he suddenly woke up and opened his eyes. Ever since the danger he encountered during an archaeological excavation 10 years ago, Barden had gained a sense of awareness, spiritual perception, that exceeded what ordinary people had. He could always sense some movements that others couldn't detect. For example, others might realize that someone was looking for them when visitors arrived at the door, but Barden could sense whether the other party was related to him once they walked down the corridor. Someone sneaked in. Barden suddenly sat up, his eyes wide open. he looked at his wife who was sleeping soundly beside him and didn't wake her up. With very slight movements, he flipped out of bed and removed the double-barreled hunting rifle hanging on the wall. After grabbing the rifle, he gently opened the door and looked down the corridor. This place was shrouded in the darkness of the night, and a faint crimson glow outlined certain objects. Barton didn't hesitate. He entered the corridor and scanned the area. However, he didn't find the burglar. Was I mistaken? Barton turned around, feeling a lack of confidence. There was no sign of any of the rooms on the second floor being opened. After thinking for a while, Barton came to the door of the study, grabbed the handle, and gently twisted it. The door opened silently. Everything inside was immersed in the darkness, resembling all kinds of monsters. After drawing the curtains, Barton carefully examined the interior with the aid of the moonlight, and he confirmed that the interior was exactly the same as he remembered. I really am too sensitive, an aftereffect of the nightmare yesterday. Barton exhaled and left the study quickly. Behind him, the curtains that were drawn lightly swayed, as if a gust of wind was blowing. The next day, Barton continued his daily routine. He kissed his wife and children, took a rental carriage, read newspapers, brewed black tea, read letters. There's another letter from Vernal. Barton felt relieved and opened the letter. However, there was nothing in the letter. The sender seemed to have forgotten to stuff the letter into the envelope. Has Vernal been suffering from absent-mindedness recently? Barton glanced at the envelope in his hand and suddenly realized that the pattern on it was a little strange. This was an envelope with a commemorative sense. According to what Barton knew, many high-end hotels in Backland and Stowen City would provide special envelopes and paper to their guests. It was equivalent to a tourist souvenir. Which hotel is this? Barton put the envelope to his nose and prepared to smell the fragrance on it. It was also unique and recognizable. In the next second, he smelled a faint scent of blood. Chapter 1397, An Ordinary Person's Daily Life, 3/8. Instantly, Barton's hair stood on end. Although he couldn't be sure that he smelled blood, his spiritual perception told him that this was the smell of blood. Vernal encountered some misfortune. Just like the archaeological team that I was in back then. No, there's no blood on the envelope. How can it emit the smell of blood? After a brief, extreme fright, Barton stood up immediately. As an ordinary person, he had only one reaction when facing such a situation. That was to call the police. As Barton took the envelope and left his seat, he suddenly remembered something. There were clear rules of how to deal with such situations within the Lowen Relic Search and Preservation Foundation. If a project were to produce a phenomenon that was terrifying or incomprehensible, employees were to immediately halt everything and report to the compliance department. They would be responsible for the follow-up. Barton didn't understand why he needed to go to the compliance department. From what he knew, this was a department that handled provisions and audit projections for any violations of the rules. It had nothing to do with handling unknown dangers. However, the founder of the foundation, Miss Audrey Hall, didn't make many changes during the internal auditing of the departments. She only added this one clause. Therefore, the higher-ups didn't wish to argue with her over this. And obviously I'd prefer to meet the head of security, Barton muttered as he walked out of his office, heading straight for the compliance department at the end of the corridor. Knock. Knock, knock. He tried his best to compose himself and knocked on the door 3 times in a gentlemanly manner. Come on in. A voice without any uniqueness came from inside. To be frank, Barton didn't know much about his colleagues at the compliance department. He only knew that they were cold and heartless. They acted quickly and easily caught any parasites within the foundation who tried to cheat the foundation for funding. Taking a deep breath, Barton turned the doorknob and pushed open the door. In his mind, the compliance department likely worked in an abnormally dark environment. Everyone maintained their silence and exchanged a few words from time to time, deciding the fate of a project and its principal investigator. However, the first thing that entered his eyes was bright sunlight, colorful decorations, and an open and bright setting. What's the matter? A black-haired, brown-eyed employee with no special features from the compliance department greeted him. He was wearing a thick black coat, which didn't seem to be able to withstand the cold winter weather in East Chester. In addition, Barton sensed that the voice of this compliance department employee had a Backland accent to it. Either he was born there, or he had stayed there for quite some time. He isn't cold, mechanical, and difficult to get along with. He even feels friendly. As such thoughts flashed through Barton's mind, he said hurriedly, "A partner of ours seems to have encountered a situation." The letter he sent only consisted of an envelope. There's no content inside, and there's the smell of blood coming from it. The employee from the compliance department didn't show any change in expression. He nodded and said, "Show me the envelope." Barton passed archaeologist Vernal's letter. Only then did he realize that he was being rude. He hurriedly asked, "I'm sorry, how should I address you?" The employee from the compliance department raised the envelope and carefully looked at it against the sunlight. He then casually replied, "Pacheco Duane, Deputy Director of the Compliance Department, an experienced solicitor. Just call me Pacheco." Without waiting for Barton's reply, Pacheco lowered his arm and said with a serious expression, "Indeed, there are some abnormalities. A preliminary conclusion is that this letter is from the Clough Hotel in the city. I once lived there for some time, and I know that they like to emboss Lavender Castle on their envelopes and paper. Do we need to call the police?" Barton blurted out. Pacheco shook his head. "Not for now. Let's go to the venue to confirm the situation. This requires your assistance. I don't know that partner." "All right, I'll go with you." Barton hesitated. After exiting the Lowen Relic Search and Preservation Foundation and boarding a rental carriage, Barton found the silence rather awkward. He took the initiative to ask, "Pacheco, you're from Backland?" "No." Pacheco shook his head. "I'm from Midseashire. I just happen to have lived in Backland for nearly 15 years. Why did you leave Backland?" "I heard that it's the city most suitable for lawyers to develop their career," Barton said casually. Pacheco smiled and said, "But it's also a place full of competition." "All right, I was just joking. I was once a personal lawyer and partner of Framus Cage, a steam car mogul. Later, he invested in the Backland Bike Company, and I began to work as the company's legal advisor." Barton was suddenly enlightened. "Miss Audrey has a large number of shares in that company. Did you get to know her because of that?" "That's right." Pacheco sighed. "In the war, Framus unfortunately passed away. His estate fell into dispute. As his friend, I helped his widow and children obtain quite a large share. As a result, I offended some people. This made my situation in Backland become difficult. Fortunately, Miss Audrey extended an olive branch to me and invited me to Eastchester County to work at the foundation as Deputy Director of the Compliance Department." With Pacheco telling him such matters, Barton felt a closer bond with him. He was slightly puzzled and asked, "Why did they target you? You were just carrying out your duty as a friend and a lawyer. Those people should aim at the widow and children of Framus Cage." Pacheco laughed self-deprecatingly and said, "I used some inappropriate methods. Also, Framus has other friends to take care of his widow and children." As they chatted, the rental carriage arrived at the Clough Hotel in Stowen City. The location of the hotel was rather good. The street was beautiful and quiet, and they only needed to walk for 10 minutes to reach the most bustling streets in the city. After entering the hotel and finding the boss, Pacheco asked directly, "We've come to find a friend named Vernal." Through their casual conversation, he had already grasped the general situation of the target. The boss frowned in puzzlement. "If I remember correctly, there shouldn't be any customer here named Vernal." Barton quickly added, "He's a little taller than me, and he looks very well built. His nose is always very red, and his body often reeks of alcohol." He described the characteristics of Vernal in detail. The boss recalled and looked at the attendant beside him. "There's a guest like that," the attendant replied immediately. "He lives in room 309. Under the attendant's lead, Barton and Pacheco arrived outside the room and knocked on the door. The knocking echoed, but there was no movement inside. Just as Barton was about to suggest calling the police again, Pacheco suddenly bent down and picked up a white, soft tuft of hair from the crack at the bottom of the door. No, it wasn't hair. It resembled the condensation of fog. With Pacheco's fingers touching it, it spread out and merged into the air. At the same time, Barton, whose spiritual perception was slightly different from ordinary people, vaguely heard a faint male voice. Tamara. Chapter 1398. An Ordinary Person's Daily Life, 4/8. Tamara. Barton ruminated over the name and wondered what it meant. He was no longer the same person who realized that he could hear sounds that others couldn't. He didn't look around in panic, hoping to find someone who was hiding and speaking in a dark corner. There were no signs of him constantly being prepared to grab a wooden pole and rushing over to strike the person. He stood on the spot calmly, observing the reaction of the deputy director of the compliance department, Pacheco. Pacheco glanced at him and said, "Have you done any research in the history of the fourth epoch?" "A little," Barton replied modestly. At this moment, he didn't pretend that he didn't know anything about the history of the fourth epoch. Firstly, his character didn't allow for that. Secondly, his position was a direct result of his academic background in history. If he had any major flaws in this field, he might be fired by the Foundation tomorrow. Pacheco looked at the door and said, "Have you heard of the name Tamara before?" "I've heard of it." Barden instinctively turned his head to glance at Pacheco. In the little-known history of the Fourth Epoch, the name, Tamara, has appeared several times, and its frequency is only second to Tudor, Solomon, and Truncest. From this, it can be determined that this represents a great noble of some empire in the Fourth Epoch. After saying this, Barden paused and said, "Vernal recently discovered some ruins from the Fourth Epoch." As the hotel waiter was by his side, he didn't directly mention that the name, Tamara, might have something to do with the current abnormality Vernal was facing. Pacheco didn't respond. He turned to the hotel attendant and said, "I'm a police officer in charge of a criminal investigation. I suspect that the tenant in this room has encountered some misfortune. Please open the door immediately." As he spoke, he took out an identification document and showed it to the other party. The hotel attendant was shocked and looked at the identification carefully. Okay, I'll get the keys." As he spoke, he turned around and ran towards the staircase. "You're a policeman?" Barden, who was watching from the sidelines, blurted out in shock. Pacheco looked down at the identification in his hand and chuckled. "This document is 100% real. It was obtained through legal channels." "Why do you need to make it sound so complicated?" Barden habitually replied, "I don't care about its authenticity. I just want to know if you're a police officer." Pacheco laughed. "That depends on how you view it." This answer left Barden rather irritated, but as a typical Loan gentleman, he knew that the other party was unwilling to give him an answer directly, so he politely shut his mouth. Of course, one of the reasons included the other party being one of the deputy directors of the compliance department. The two of them remained silent as the hotel owner and the attendant returned to the third floor. After carefully inspecting the identification document in Pacheco's hands and matching it to the face, the hotel owner took out his keys and opened the door. He grumbled, "How did something happen?" Nothing was heard. If a high-end hotel was involved in a murder case, it would definitely affect their image and reputation. They might even go bankrupt. "Don't worry too much. Perhaps it's just a small problem." Pacheco gave him some friendly consolation. "I hope so. May the goddess bless me." The hotel owner retracted his hand and tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion, outlining the stars. Then, he gently pushed the door open. At that moment, the interior of the room seemed to connect to the outside world. A faint smell of blood filled the air. "Oh!" The hotel owner noticed this and could only use an exclamation to express his disappointment and fear. Only an environment like this can make the envelope not stained with blood have the smell of blood. This thought flashed through Barden's mind immediately. It was only then that he noticed that the furniture was neatly arranged in the room, and there were no obvious wrinkles on the carpet. It stood in contrast with the smell of blood. It didn't seem like there was a fight, a fatal shot. Barden's hobbies included reading popular novels, especially those that mixed murder and love. Therefore, he had a rather rich experience in such situations. And among all the best-selling authors, the one he loved the most was undoubtedly Furs Wall. In the beginning, the one who bought Furs Wall's few novels was his wife. Barden had once read through one of them and ended up being engrossed in it. Of course, he wouldn't reveal this in front of his wife. He would always use an authoritative tone, saying, "These kinds of novels are shallow and worthless. They're only suitable for killing time." Amidst Barden's thoughts, Pacheco put on a pair of white gloves and walked into the room. After surveying the area, this experienced solicitor walked to the desk and picked up the stack of letters with the lavender castle pattern embossed on it. He said to the hotel owner and waiter, "Do you know how many pieces there were originally? We don't replenish them every day." The attendant looked at his boss and stuttered. What he was trying to say was that after having the guests living in this room rotate out a few times, he had no idea how many letters were left when Vernal moved in. Pacheco scoffed and shook his head. He said to Barden, who was standing beside him, "That's why this world needs order and rules. If they used a set of strict rules, replenishing the number of letters to a set number every time a customer checks out, we could have used this to find some clues." "I don't understand what you mean," Barden answered truthfully. Pacheco smiled and said, "Simply put, only light can cause shadows. Of course, enough chaos also means an opportunity." Barden nodded and said, "Yes, Emperor Russell once said that chaos is a staircase that leads one up. No one knows if he's the one who said that. There are too many people in this world who don't dare to directly express their views, so they can only rely on the names of others." Pacheco casually replied. Then, he picked up the blank piece of paper at the top and held it against the sunlight that passed through the glass windows. I love dealing with people who are careless. Pacheco suddenly laughed. After saying this, he put the letter back in its original position. The next second, he took out a sharpened pencil from his pocket and lightly scribbled it over the letter paper. Before long, the traces of Lona's text appeared one after another, forming several scattered sentences. I've been targeted. The ruins have traces of some religious rituals. I took away the items on the altar. It saw me. No, it's always been by my side. When he wrote these few sentences, the archaeologist, Vernal, seemed to be undergoing upheavals in his mood, so he had used plenty of force, leaving the most obvious of traces with his pen. Chapter 1399, An Ordinary Person's Daily Life 5/8. After seeing the marks on the paper, Pacheco turned his head and said to Barton, "What happens next will be quite complicated. I will seek the police's help, and you can return to the Foundation and wait for further questioning." Barton, who was staring at the paper, wasn't disappointed. Instead, he felt relieved, and he hurriedly nodded. After reading the traces left behind by Vernal, Barton's intuition told him that the matter was very dangerous. As an ordinary person, avoiding danger was an instinctive choice. Of course, this was also because Vernal could only be considered one of his ordinary friends. It wasn't worth taking a huge risk and getting involved in this matter. After answering, Barton turned around immediately and walked past the hotel owner and attendant and arrived at the street. This time, he didn't choose to take public transport and instead boarded a rental carriage. Barton's trip outside was considered as a special matter. It was rather urgent, and with the deputy director of the compliance department to testify for him, he could make a claim for the expenses incurred. The difference between spending the Foundation's money and using one's own salary was two completely different feelings. On the way, Barton looked at the scenery outside the window and couldn't help but think about Vernal's current situation. Is he still alive? The room was filled with a strong stench of blood. I hope he's still alive. May the Lord bless him. If he's still alive, where will he be now? Where could it be? There. As his thoughts raced, Barton suddenly thought of a possibility. He quickly instructed the coach driver to change routes and head home. Not long after, he returned home. What happened? Barton's wife approached him with a surprised look. It was still quite some time before lunch, let alone getting off work. Barton didn't take off his hat or jacket. Without answering her question, he directly asked, "Was Vernal here?" "He came to visit you 15 minutes ago. I told him to wait in the study room and send Wells to the Foundation to look for you," Barton's wife replied honestly. Wells was their family's valet. And clearly, 15 minutes wasn't enough for him to reach the Lowen Relic Search and Preservation Foundation. This was what puzzled Barton's wife the most. Right. Barton nodded heavily. He hurriedly passed through the living room, went up to the second floor, and entered the study. In the study room, the windows were wide open and the curtains were slightly rolled. There was no one there. "Vernal," Barton shouted, but there was no answer. He jumped out of the window and left. Barton frowned. He looked around seriously and discovered that the books on the bookshelf were in a mess. It was a set of historical books that were split into three-parter volumes. Barton's habit was to arrange them from right to left, and now it was going from left to right. He took a deep breath and quickly walked over to retrieve the three books. After a thorough examination, Barton found that a page in the middle had been folded. He quickly flipped to that page and opened a corner. Scribbled there simply with a pencil were the words, "The refugees of the fourth epoch worshipped an evil god." Man, Barton panicked and turned horrified. He stuffed the book back. Without much thought, he ran out of the study and towards the stairs, preparing to find the deputy director of the compliance department, Pacheco. He wanted to tell him about his discovery and get him to request the police to protect his family. After exiting the house, Barton slowed down and considered an important question. Where do I go to find Pacheco? The Clough Hotel, the Stowen Police Headquarters, or the Foundation? After a brief moment of thought, Barton decided to return to the Foundation and look for other employees of the compliance department. At that moment, a rental carriage stopped outside his door as Pacheco Duane alighted. "We discovered that Vernal came to your house again," the deputy director of the compliance department explained quickly. Barton heaved a sigh of relief and replied without hesitation, "Yes, but he has already left. However, he left some clues behind." After saying this, Barton led Pacheco into his own house, went to his study, and handed him the book. Pacheco looked at it for a while, then gently slid his finger across the surface of the text. Right on the heels of that, He took out the pencil he had used previously and wrote beside Vernal's comment. After doing all of this, Pacheco stuffed the book back to its original position. However, he didn't push the book in completely. This way, the entire row of books had one book bulging out. Alright, let's return to the Foundation and have lunch. We'll wait for the good news from the police. Pacheco clapped his hands. Barton didn't understand the reason behind this senior lawyer's actions, but he didn't ask why. He really didn't want to get involved in this matter. He felt that he couldn't bear it at all. Barton then fabricated a few reasons to his wife before returning to the Foundation with Pacheco to begin his daily work. When it was tea time, he had just finished an ancient book's appraisal when he heard someone knocking on the door. "We've got some clues. We need to go to your place," said Pacheco, who was wrapped in a gray scarf and standing by the door. "Clues?" Barton rose in surprise. Pacheco didn't give a direct answer. He spread out his hands and made an inviting gesture. Barton couldn't refuse and went home with the other party. Vernal came again. His wife clearly sensed that something was amiss and went to the door in horror. "It's fine. Just some minor problems." Barton maintained his image as a man and consoled his wife. When he arrived at the study, he and Pacheco discovered that, yet again, Vernal had escaped. "Damn it, can't he just wait for a while?" Barton couldn't help but grumble. "It's all right." Pacheco walked up to the bookshelf and pulled out the book. Clearly, Vernal had read his suggestion, as the book was completely stuffed into the bookshelf. "I guess I know where Vernal is." Pacheco closed his eyes, smiling. Barton was stunned. "How do you know?" Pacheco opened his eyes and replied with a smile. "He accepted my bribe, no, a gift." "But that isn't right either. The most accurate description should be a suggestion. Of course, he might not accept it." With that said, the deputy director of the compliance department walked past Barton and out of the study. Barton followed behind him subconsciously, leaving his own burrow and turning into a nearby street. At the end of the street, there was a house that had collapsed due to a fire. "They actually haven't started reconstruction efforts," Barton whispered. Pacheco put on a pair of white gloves again, and his expression became a little stern. Through the rather intact main door, he entered the half-collapsed hall. Black pieces of wood were strewn across the ground, blocking the lower half of a person's body. The figure was wearing a brown jacket with a red nose. He looked very stocky and was none other than the archaeologist, Vernal. Barton secretly exhaled and asked anxiously, "Why didn't you call the police?" "They're monitoring the police station," Vernal replied without a change in expression. Barton blurted out, "Why didn't you leave Stowen and go to other cities to report to the police?" "They're monitoring the steam locomotive station," Vernal replied in the same tone. Barton thought for a moment and frowned. "You have many ways to leave Stowen. They can't seal off a city." Upon hearing this question, Vernal's expression gradually changed as he said with a slightly ethereal tone, "I sense the will of that great existence." Chapter 1400. An Ordinary Person's Daily Life 6/8. Great existence. As soon as Barton heard Vernal, certain memories hidden deep within his heart surged out. This made it difficult for him to contain his fear. His feet unconsciously took a few steps back. In that the archaeological expedition many years ago, all the nightmares had started with similar descriptions. Just as Barton's body trembled and was about to turn around and run away, the deputy director of the compliance department, Pacheco Duane, brought up a question. "Since you've already sensed the will of that great existence, why didn't you reconcile with the fourth epic refugees who are pursuing you?" Vernal's breathing suddenly became heavier, as if a faint white fog had spewed out. His voice also became louder. Their faith wasn't accepted with their whole body and mind. They still had some reservations. As Vernal spoke, a faint white fog spread out from the half-collapsed house, emitting a strong smell of blood. Barton seemed to come to a realization, but he wasn't in the mood to think. He only wanted to leave this place and escape the danger that was about to erupt. However, Pacheco was rather calm. He looked at Vernal and asked warmly, "You've been visiting Mr. Barton all this while, and writing letters to the Foundation. What kind of help do you want us to provide?" Upon hearing this, Barton was taken aback. If it were another occasion, he would definitely imagine that Pacheco was asking what kind of legal advice Vernal needed. At a time like this, didn't he only have two options? He could either escape and report this to the police, or take out his weapon and fire a bullet at Vernal or smack him in the head with a pole. Barton was full of doubts about Pacheco's way of handling things. With faint white fog lingering at the tip of his nose, and with his eyes that were glowing with gray light, Vernal didn't show any resistance to this kind of exchange. His expression became solemn as he replied in a dignified tone, 2 things. First, bring this item to the suburbs and return in the evening. While speaking, Vernal threw a glass bottle with a slender neck. The glass bottle seemed to be very sturdy. Even when it fell to the ground, it didn't seem damaged at all despite hitting a rock. Its interior was filled with pale white, thin, almost illusory fog. At that moment, Barton acutely sensed that the body of this deputy director of the compliance department had stiffened a little, as though he had sensed something unusual. Vernal didn't observe their reactions and continued, secondly, when you are searching for ancient artifacts, help me find similar items. As he spoke, he took out a piece of paper and spread it open. There was a strange-looking lamp on the paper. It was like a tiny water flask that had a candlewick extend out of its mouth. No problem. After 2 seconds of silence, Pacheco replied in a low voice, one different from his previous tone. That's good, haha, don't you think that our encounter was a coincidence? Then Vernal tossed the piece of paper aside and leapt up high onto the half-collapsed building. He was like a baboon as he nimbly climbed up and jumped, quickly disappearing from Barton's and Pacheco's sights. What are we going to do next? Barton turned to look at the deputy director of the compliance department. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly stopped. He realized that Pacheco was still standing there, breathing heavily. In addition to that, Pacheco's body was covered with thick black fur. His muscles swelled up, causing the black coat to tighten. Monster, monster, Barton's eyes widened as if he wanted to see clearly Pacheco's current appearance. In the blink of an eye, the abnormality on Pacheco vanished. He let out a long breath and said, "We'll wait here. Do you need to pick them up?" Barton pointed at the bottle and paper on the ground. The corners of Pacheco's mouth twitched as he said, "You can pick it up. But you have to keep a distance from me later." Barton blurted out, "Will the fog in that glass bottle affect you? There are things that even if you can't be certain about, it's best to not rashly attempt them." Pacheco still didn't give a direct answer. It's really tiring to communicate with him. After pondering for a while, Barton took a few steps forward and stopped in front of the bottle and paper. Just as he bent down to grab the 2 items, his eyes suddenly lit up with a weak light. Immediately after, a pair of boots appeared before his eyes. The front of one of the boots was curled up high. The other was similar to the rounded top boots that were popular nowadays, as though they belonged to 2 different people. Barton's heart tightened. He suddenly straightened his body and looked forward. There was a lady standing opposite him. This lady was wearing clothes that could be considered as 2 dresses. One side was complex, and the other was simple. One side was colorful, and the other side pure black. This asymmetrical attire made Barton flare up instinctively. He wanted to tear off her clothes and give her a normal dress and a pair of normal boots. This impulsiveness didn't contain any trace of a male's desire to harm women. It was purely because of his disgust and repugnant feeling towards such a sense of aesthetics. After enduring the discomfort, Barton cast his gaze at the lady's head. She had a pretty face, a high nose bridge, full lips, and a pair of dark gray eyes that were rarely seen. She looked to be in her 20s. Barton didn't feel any amazement. Instead, he felt that the lady's appearance was rather strange. After a few seconds, he finally understood the reason. The lady's face was devoid of expression, unlike a real person. It was closer to a wax statue. Vernal has already left. The deputy director of the compliance department, Pacheco, seemed to have completely recovered and took the initiative to speak. The lady's gaze swept across the bottle and paper in Barton's hand. "What does he want you to do?" "Bring this bottle to the suburbs and return only in the evening. Also, we are to help him find the item drawn on the paper," Pacheco answered frankly, putting on an attitude as though he was unwilling to be the lady's enemy. The lady nodded and said, "Give me the bottle." As soon as she finished speaking, Barton seemed to have heard an order that couldn't be disobeyed. He instinctively threw the thin-necked bottle in his hand at the other party. Pacheco seized this opportunity and asked, "You're a member of the Tamara family?" The lady caught the bottle and looked down. "I didn't expect anyone to remember us," Pacheco replied with a smile. "In truth, from the end of the 4th epoch until now, there have always been active members of the Tamara family, but there are very few of them. Have you heard of the Theosophy Order? They are them. We are us," the lady answered simply before her body rapidly faded away and vanished. Chapter 1401, An Ordinary Person's Daily Life 7/8. After seeing the lady disappear for a few seconds, Pacheco turned his head and said to Barton, "Let's go back to the Foundation." "Aren't we going to the suburbs?" Barton asked subconsciously. Pacheco said with a smile, didn't you already give the bottle away? We no longer have a reason to go to the suburbs. Perhaps his true aim was for us to hand the bottle to the lady of the Tamara family. What he said before were all lies. Of course, this has nothing to do with us. Next, there is no innocent party among them, so it doesn't matter who dies. All we need to do is perform a certain amount of surveillance to prevent their battle from affecting ordinary people. This will be handled by the police, not by the Foundation or the compliance department. Vernal doesn't look like he's capable of this kind of devious plot, Barton mumbled. He didn't ask further and turned to walk out the door. Frankly speaking, returning to the Foundation was the answer he wanted to hear the most. It was just a spur of the moment when he asked if they were heading to the suburbs. It was an old habit he hadn't overcome for many years. After returning to the Foundation, Barton spent the rest of the day feeling rather uneasy. He went through the menial, repetitive routine until evening came. I originally felt that life was too boring, but I now realize that a monotonous life is so precious. Sigh, I only hope that nothing unexpected happens like in the afternoon. May the Lord bless me. Barton stopped at his doorstep, stretched out his right hand, clenched his fist, and gently struck his left chest. After finishing his prayer, he opened the door and entered. He took off his hat, coat, and handed them over to his wife who had come forward. What happened to Vernal? His wife asked carefully. Barton replied calmly in both tone and expression, he offended some people and was being followed. The police have taken over this matter. In the future, if Vernal visits again, don't let him in. Remember to send someone to inform the police. Barton's wife heaved a sigh of relief when she heard that the police had intervened. After dinner, Barton played with his children for a while before finding an excuse to go to his study and sit near the window. He needed a private space to completely calm his emotions and walk out of the panic brought about by the incident with Vernal. As such, Barton took out a cigarette from his drawer and put it to his mouth. He wasn't addicted to smoking, but he had to socialize sometimes, so he prepared a pack of cigarettes at home and on his body. He lit the matchstick, lit the cigarette, and took a deep suck. He then leaned back in his chair and watched the smoke coming out from his mouth and nose. The white gas quickly spread out in all directions, making Barton suddenly think of the fog coming out of Vernal's mouth and nose. He vaguely smelled the faint scent of blood. To Barton, this wasn't a very strange discovery. After all, Vernal had stayed in his study before, so he definitely left some traces behind. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to detect him. Barton didn't smell it before, but because he was too nervous and flustered, his attention had been focused on the whereabouts of Vernal and the words he had left behind. Of course, the smell of blood in the study room was very faint. It was also one of the reasons why it couldn't compare with the hotel room and the burnt ruins at all. As the smoke from the cigarette spread, Barton suddenly narrowed his eyes. He had an ominous feeling. In an instant, the pale white gas shrank in a certain direction with the smell of blood, forming a figure. The figure's upper body was normal with an iconic red nose. It was none other than the archaeologist, Vernal. The lower half of his body was completely shrouded in air, like a monster drawn out by smoke. "V. Vernal," Barton shouted, almost suffocating. His voice reverberated in the study, unable to penetrate the wall. "Haha, I've already acquired an immortal body. As long as there's still some fog left, I'll be able to come back to life." Vernal burst into laughter. Compared to before, his expression became more and more crazed, and his eyes seemed to be slightly palish white. He was already dead just now. This thought subconsciously flashed across Barton's mind. Then, he forced himself to remain calm and said, "What's the matter?" As he spoke, Barton wanted to stand up on impulse, but sadly he discovered that his body was covered by a cold and thin fog, and he had lost most of his senses. Vernal stopped laughing and looked into Barton's eyes. He said word by word, "You didn't bring that bottle to the suburbs." Although Barton had a rash personality, he knew that he couldn't answer this question directly. He quickly thought of a solution. A few seconds later, he changed the topic before he spoke again. "Why did you convert to believing in that entity? Aren't you a loyal believer of the Lord?" Vernal fell silent for a moment before his expression gradually became fervent. "I've seen an even larger world, a much more vast world. Compared to that, the planet we are currently living on is like a grain of sand in the desert. There are innumerable civilizations, ancient ruins left behind from hundreds of thousands of years, millions of years, or even tens of millions of years ago. This is what the universe looks like." Seeing that his question only made things worse, Barton fell silent. He thought about whether there were any non-sensitive topics that would garner Vernal's interest. He slowly took a deep breath and said, "Other than the altar, what else did you discover at the fourth epic ruin? How much do you know of the Tamara family?" Vernal's eyes lit up. The Tamara family had its coat of arms replaced once. This means that they had encountered something rather major. As he spoke, the archaeologist, who was just an upper half of a body, had extended his right hand. Using the smoke, he drew out two symbols in midair. The first symbol was formed from a layer of brambles, a shield wall, and a longsword that was vertically inserted into them from above. The main part of the second symbol was a pair of double doors that swung open, and the gap in the middle was taken up by the vertical longsword. As a barely famous historian, Barton immediately thought of the words of the Tamara family member. "They are them, we are us. Did the Tamara family fracture?" Barton blurted out. "I thought so," said Vernal, smiling with gratification. Then he leaned close to Barton, his face burning with zeal. "Your brain is more tempting than I imagined, and it's the best supplement for me. Relax a little, your mind will merge with mine, and we can witness those great civilizations together." He looked very weak and eager to recover. Barton's heart thumped wildly, and he tried his best to avoid the other party. But no matter how hard he struggled, his body seemed to freeze. He was unable to move at all. Just as he was about to close his eyes, Barton suddenly felt a sharp pain in his right hand, and he immediately regained consciousness. The pale white fog in front of him and the monster-like Vernal disappeared as if they had never appeared. Barton lowered his head numbly and saw that the cigarette in his right hand had reached its limit, burning his fingers. It was a dream. But I found it so realistic. Barton threw away the cigarette in his hand and instinctively stood up using his spirituality and walked to the window. He looked out at the streets and saw that under the street lamps, many pedestrians were passing by in the darkness, wanting to rush home as soon as possible. Among them, an ordinary golden retriever was taking a casual stroll. Chapter 1402, An Ordinary Person's Daily Life 8/8. The scene in front of him was so ordinary that Barton didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. Although he vaguely felt that there was something familiar about it, he didn't think that it was worth puzzling over it. How could a daily scene not be familiar? His gaze shifted as he looked up into the sky. He saw the crimson moon quietly hanging in the sky, shining with light, causing his mood to settle down involuntarily. At that moment, Barton seemed to have let go of an invisible burden. His body and mind were unusually relaxed. He no longer had the same fear, anxiety, and frustration from before. His spiritual intuition told him that Vernal's matter had come to an end, and it would no longer affect his life. "Holy Lord of Storms, Lord, thank you for your blessings." Barton immediately struck his left chest with his right fist and muttered to himself. Without anxiety and tension, he felt exhaustion overwhelm him like a flood. It surged from the depths of his soul, drowning his brain, limbs, and every cell in his body. Barton couldn't help but use the back of his hand to cover his mouth. He yawned, but a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He didn't stay in the study any longer and turned around to leave. He returned to the bedroom and took a pleasant bath, enjoying himself as he drank a small glass of red wine. That night, Barton didn't dream anymore and slept exceptionally soundly. When he woke up in the morning, his mind was relaxed and his spirits were rising. It was as if he had obtained a new life. Looking at his wife who was still sleeping beside him, Barton carefully got up, changed his clothes, and walked around the neighborhood. He had never realized how wonderful his district was. The air was fresh, the environment was peaceful, and the scenery was pleasant. Even the pedestrians were cultured. This made Barton's mood even better. Once again, he deeply understood that the matter with Vernal had come to an end, and he had returned to his normal, peaceful life. He maintained his mood and went home to enjoy breakfast with his wife and children. During this process, he even told his wife about a joke he read in the newspapers and fulfilled his children's tiny requests. Seeing the smiles on his wife and children's faces, Barton felt satisfied. Then, he put on his coat, hat, and cane before heading out to take a trackless public carriage. He walked all the way to the Lowen Relic Search and Preservation Foundation at the periphery of the city. After entering his office, Barton found his usual daily pace. He didn't get right down to work but prepared the special herbal black tea he had prepared himself. With the black tea, he leisurely read the newspapers that he didn't subscribe to at home. Then, he picked up the letters and documents he had received and read them. Such a process and pace made him feel exceptionally comfortable. The only difference was that Barton was still a little worried about receiving yet another letter from Vernal. However, this concern didn't turn into a reality. About 15 minutes later, someone knocked on his office door. "Please come in." Barton picked up his cup and took a sip of his black tea. The person who entered was the ordinary-looking deputy director of the compliance department, Pacheco Duane, who didn't have any characteristics that stood out but still managed to give off a warm and friendly vibe. "Did you sleep well last night?" asked Pacheco as he stood at the door. "Excellent." Baton didn't hide anything. Pacheco nodded and smiled. "Seems like you've really gotten rid of the effects from this matter." Barton didn't mention the nightmare he had had. Instead, he asked, "What about you?" "I also slept very well," Pacheco replied with a smile. "The police have already taken over this matter. It's said that they found Vernal last night. Unfortunately, he apparently encountered some misfortune. Poor soul, I hope he can rest in peace." Barton didn't pray that the Lord would protect him, because Vernal had already abandoned his faith in the Lord of Storms. If there were really any blessings to be bestowed, then it would definitely be lightning blasts and storms. With that said, he thought of the help that Pacheco had provided and his friendly attitude. He said, "Shall we have lunch together later?" "Are you treating?" asked Pacheco with a smile. "Of course, it's a pleasure to meet a friend like you." Barton stood up and bowed gentlemanly. Pacheco nodded slightly and said, "Then I'll wait at the compliance department for your invitation." Before 12, no problem. Apart from being grateful to him, Barton also felt that knowing the deputy director of the compliance department would be a great help to his future work. Furthermore, he believed that Pacheco was just like him. In some aspects, he was stronger than the average person. After seeing Pacheco leave his office, Barton sat down again, silently and slowly exhaling. As an ordinary person with a normal IQ, he could tell that the matters regarding Vernal were very strange. It involved the problems of mysticism and religion. In addition, he was actually very interested in the details of the Tamara family's fracturing and the secret history of the Fourth Epoch, and the details to which Vernal had encountered. However, he knew that he couldn't probe further. It was thanks to the great luck of an ordinary person for him to be able to see the tip of the iceberg without dying. If he wanted to figure out the situation beneath the water surface, he would definitely drown to death. The past archaeological expedition made Barton not dare to take the risk, nor did he want to take any risks. To him, curiosity was probably the most worthless thing. After pondering for a while, Barton continued his work. When it was almost noon, he tidied the items on the table and picked up the coat and top hat hanging on the clothes rack. He left the office and walked to the door of the compliance department. Knock. Knock, knock. Barton knocked on the wooden door in front of him. Soon, Pacheco opened the door and glanced at Barton. "Give me another 5 minutes. I still have some matters to settle." "No problem." Barton didn't mind at all. "Come on in and wait," Pacheco said casually. Barton didn't stand on ceremony. He walked into the compliance department and found a chair to sit down. As his gaze moved, he realized that there were about 6 to 7 members in the compliance department. Just then, he heard someone knocking on the door. Without waiting for the employees of the compliance department to get up, the door creaked open. The first to enter was the vice president of the Lowen Relic Search and Preservation Foundation. He was a lively old man. He looked around and paused for a second before saying, "Seems like everyone is here. Let me introduce you to a new colleague." As he spoke, the vice president took a few steps forward, revealing the new employee of the compliance department behind him. She was a woman in her 20s. She had a high nose bridge and a pair of moist, full lips. Her eyes were dark gray and her face was pretty. She wore a common blue dress. However, there was no expression on her face. She didn't look like a real person. She looked more like a wax statue. The gazes of Barton and Pacheco froze. The vice president continued smiling and said, "She will be like Pacheco, taking on the role of the deputy director of the compliance department. Her name is Alicia Tamara. The end to an ordinary person's daily life." Author's note: there's no way to go in depth in the end to an ordinary person's daily life. This is just a showcase of the tip of the iceberg without going deep. Yes, it's also an experimental form of narrating the story. If the ending is meant to have the effect of horror without any consideration of values, then it will be written as such. At that moment, the lady's lips curled up as she said with a radiant smile, "Hello everyone, I'm Alicia Tamara." Chapter 1403. In modern day 1. I'm an ordinary company employee. My greatest joy every day is that I can clock off on time. This isn't something that can be realized often, because it's only from working overtime that I can receive a higher salary. Only from doing so can I gain a little sense of security. In this aspect, my boss isn't that bad. At the very least, he'll pay for overtime, unlike the company next door who only knows how to shout slogans. All they do is pump up the employees without sparing a single penny. Based on my observations, they aren't far from closing down, because their boss is already trying to sell off second-hand computers on his WeChat Moments. This isn't something I discovered. I'm not friends with their boss on WeChat. This comes from the mouths of the employees. In this world, it's sexist to say that there's gossip where there are women present. Instead, there's gossip wherever there are people. Of course, I don't have absolute confidence in those words. There was once a time when a dog and a cat made me feel that they were watching as humans with amusement and gossiping. Just like now, the golden retriever that always appears near my office building is sitting at the entrance. Seriously, looking at the grooming of its fur, it doesn't look like it doesn't have a master. How can someone walk a dog without a leash? This kind of person shouldn't be rearing pets. They have no morals at all. There's a necklace around its neck, a rope, and the end of the rope is in its mouth. As I mumble, I recall of an emoticon that has been trending online. It has strong self-control. I snort and cast my eyes beyond the glass doors. The sky is so dark, and large beads of raindrops pummel through the stuffy humid environment and crash into the ground. Fuck, it rained so quickly. At this moment, I want to question God. It hadn't been easy for me to get off work on time today. To think that I would encounter a storm. Furthermore, I didn't bring an umbrella with me. Back when I was in the office, I noticed that it was dark and gloomy outside and knew that a storm was coming, but I thought I had enough time to get to the bus stop. By the time my bus arrives close to my rented apartment, the rain should have stopped or be reduced to a drizzle. After all, it's summer and the rain comes and goes quickly. I can't help but raise my middle finger at God. Helpless, I turn my head to look at the golden retriever by the door and casually say, "You didn't bring an umbrella as well." That was just a self-deprecating comment of mine, but the next moment I'm shocked. The big golden retriever rolls its eyes at me. It rolled its eyes at me. Its eyes. I knew it. This dog has some humanity in it. I look away and mutter. I examine the storm outside again, wondering if I should just run to the bus stop. I sniff and, considering how I haven't recovered fully from my cold, I hold back the urge. Sigh, as a grown man, isn't it normal to only bring a phone, a transportation card, and a key access card? Who would carry a bag and have an umbrella inside for no reason? These days, I don't even keep change on me. Forget it. I'll just go back to the office and kill time. I'll browse through websites and wait until the rain becomes a drizzle before I leave. If it really doesn't pan out as I expect, then I'll order takeout. I sigh and turn to walk to the elevator. Suddenly, I notice an additional vending machine in one corner of the building lobby. Some coffee. I suddenly feel like drinking something. I did as I thought. With the financial freedom to buy beverages below 10 yuan, I confidently walk over to the vending machine and take a gander at the beverages on sale. Mazone, Nongfu Spring, Master Kong Iced Tea, and Jasmine Tea. I notice something strange when I look through the beverages on display. It's a box, placed in the corner of the topmost row of beverages. What the hell? I glance at the screen and read the scrolling images and text. Soon, I understand what the box is. It's the recently popular real-life loot box. There are loot boxes even with beverages these days. It really is a tax on one's intelligence. Gambling is indeed exciting, I mutter as I scan what possible contents might be in the loot box. Damn, this is interesting. This loot box is actually related to a new beverage product. It has never appeared on the market before, the bottle has a unique design, and the names are very stylish. Seer, Apprentice, Bard, Warrior, Sleepless, I like that. There's also Lawyer, Assassin, Hunter. I glance at the price of the loot box and realize that it only costs 5 yuan. It's cheaper than I expected, so I decide to give it a try. Life is short, so why not give it a try? As a slave of society, the daily working hours go from 9 to 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, excluding work time, eating, sleeping, and commuting. There's very little free time for leisure. Even the monotonous life would get to robots with this happening day after day. It's just so boring. The property prices are even more depressing. They make you lose the motivation to work hard. One becomes dejected or just takes on a mantra of letting things come as they may. To be able to find a new thrill in cheap forms of entertainment other than novels, comics, videos, and games can be considered a surprise. Taking my phone out, I start scanning the QR code. At the same time, I mutter a few names in my mind. Seer, Sleepless, Spectator, Assassin. These are the beverages that I hope for the most from the loot box. I will be satisfied as long as it's one of them. After paying, the vending machine seemed to be stuck. It didn't move for quite a while. I suspect that it's trying to cheat me. Only, is it packaging it on the spot? I complain as I seriously consider making a complaint. At this moment, the vending machine finally showed signs of movement. The loot box is pushed out and falls to the dispenser with a thud. It's time to witness a miracle. I bend down and push open the sliding panel of the dispenser and pull out the loot box that I really can't consider exquisitely packaged. After I quickly open the box, I see a bottle wrapped in coiled snakes. Based on what I saw on the screen, I'm able to recognize which drink it is. As an Assassin's Creed gamer, this is an outcome I've been looking forward to. Assassin, Chapter 1404, in modern day 2. Nice. I can't help but snap my fingers with my free hand. As someone who has never even won a consolation prize, to be able to get a beverage I wanted is simply exciting. Furthermore, the most important thing is that I only spent 5 yuan. Otherwise, I'll definitely hit it trying it 10 times in a row. I need to keep this bottle well. I put away my phone, open the can, and take a mouthful of the beverage. In the next second, my head suddenly turns a little numb. I feel like everything around me has become abnormally blurry, and my entire body becomes light as though I'm about to turn into a feather. In this strange feeling, I vaguely hear muffled ravings that sound like fingernails scratching a blackboard. The taste of a demoness ain't bad. This brings an indescribable pain, and I lose all my ability to think. By the time the torture ends, I can't remember what happened towards the end, but I know that my face must have been very twisted and hideous. Fuck. What the hell is this beverage? I turn angrily to look at the vending machine. At that moment, my head is spinning, and my eyes swell. I have the feeling that I'll collapse at any moment. However, this doesn't stop me from discovering a fact. The vending machine that still existed moments ago has disappeared. Holy shit, I can't take my spinning head and the soreness in my eyes. I quickly remove my glasses and prepare to squeeze my nose bridge. However, just as I take off my glasses, everything returns to normal. My head doesn't spin and my eyes no longer ache. My vision remains clear, clearer than even before my myopia. I scan my surroundings, and every detail is reflected in my eyes. Even a dozen meters away, a mosquito silently suspended on a black stone is vividly clear. I've recovered from my short-sightedness. That bout of fainting was because of the glasses. I glance around once more, and for some reason, I feel that my vision has exceeded that of a normal person's. As I try hard to recall, I gradually come to a realization. I can change part of my body's structure for a short amount of time. I can obtain feather-like lightness. Even if I jump from high above, I won't be hurt. A hawk-like vision that allows me to see through the darkness. I'm good at hiding in the shadows. My steps are nimble and my body is agile. The instantaneous strength I can release is tremendous. I can concentrate all my strength into a single strike. This, as I suspect that the assassin beverage that I had just taken was actually some mental drug that gives me hallucinations. I also feel that something might have really happened due to my recovery from short-sightedness. I put on my glasses again and realize that it does leave me faint. No way, this is real. The vending machine is gone. It was still there a moment ago. Did I have a fortuitous encounter? I cast my gaze out of the lobby and see people carrying umbrellas or have their backpacks raised in the heavy rain, running about in a hurry. Before this, I could only barely see silhouettes in this scene, but now, I can confirm the features of every pedestrian. Of course, the prerequisite is that they aren't wearing face masks. A fortuitous encounter? Don't tell me it's really a fortuitous encounter. I would occasionally fantasize about having a fortuitous encounter, for example, striking lottery worth 10 to 20 million yuan, but I never expected such a day. Moreover, it's the assassin ability that I wanted the most. Even if it's fake, just healing my short-sightedness makes me give this fortuitous encounter full marks. I control my excitement and joy and carefully examine my body. After confirming that there's nothing wrong with it, I close my eyes and mutter to myself, "Thank you, God. Thank you, vending machine. Thank you, loot box. I have to find a place to test the leap of faith. I've recovered from my cold too. I'll think further about it after the rain stops." I look around again, eager to test what it means to have dexterous steps, agility, and explosive power. Of course, as a normal person with regular intelligence, I know that I should avoid others in times like this, lest I expose my fortuitous encounter and create a series of unknown developments. At this moment, due to the heavy rain, the people inside the building either have to work overtime or have already left. Those without umbrellas either have realized the reality of things or haven't left the office. They either return to the office or bravely run to the bus stop. Therefore, other than the 2 security guards who have their backs to me, there's no one else in the lobby. I can give it a try. Yes, there's a dog. Hey, so what if I'm seen by a dog? It doesn't understand anything. Would it be able to tell anyone? I immediately widen my pace and run toward the elevator. I can feel the changes in my body. Using a machine as an analogy, my body used to be a rusted machine that had been soaked in water. Now, it was a new, lubricated machine. A few steps later, I suddenly remember something. Previously, several companies in the building had been a victim of theft. Through the surveillance cameras, the police found the criminal. In other words, there are surveillance cameras in the lobby, and my every move is being monitored. Bear with it, bear with it. I stop my attempts and turn back to look at the spots where there might be cameras. My gaze sweeps across the huge golden retriever at the door. It's still impassively looking at the rain outside. I'll wait till I get home. I let out a slow sigh, hold my glasses, and head for the elevator. I heard from my gossiping colleagues at the company that the theft was done by a young rag and bone man from nearby. In the past, this guy was the son of a rich man. Later on, his family waned, and he could only make a living being a rag and bone man. However, the police never found him. I take the elevator and go back to the 10th floor. My mind is filled with how to be an assassin hiding in the city's shadows. Nothing is true, everything is permitted. I mutter a few slogans and exit the elevator. Glancing around, I see a figure standing by the window at the elevator lobby. He has rare, long silver hair. His features are very distinctive, so I recognize him. He's the vice president of the company next door, whose surname is Wu. Of course, this might only be his Chinese surname, because he's either a foreigner or a mixed blood. It's such a pity that this guy isn't an idol. He's so good looking that even the girls in our company often try to, coincidentally, bump into him. They give him flowers and food. It's like he has everything easy in the game of life. The boss next door really has bad taste. With such an employee, I'd have long changed to running an entertainment company. I don't know what the company next door is busy with every day. Until today, I don't even know what they do. All of them are garrulous, completely unlike Roseanne when she's joking. They're probably doing multi-level marketing, right? I quickly retract my gaze and not greet him. After all, we're not familiar with each other. But just at this moment, I see that guy turn around and walk over. Chapter 1405, in modern day 3. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't be nervous if the vice president from next door came to me. After all, I'm not under his jurisdiction, and I'm not a girl either. My sexual orientation is very normal. No matter how good he looks, it has nothing to do with me. I'm even a little jealous. But now, I've just drunk a bottle of some strange beverage of unknown origins and obtained the abilities of an assassin I've been dreaming of. No matter who comes near me, I can't help but feel uneasy, afraid that others might discover my secret. At this moment, the silver-haired guy stops in front of me and says coldly, "Do you have a lighter?" This isn't an attitude a person should have when asking someone for help. Why are you looking at someone like you're looking at an object? Also, the greatest hobby of youngsters nowadays is to stay up late instead of smoking. Why would I bring a lighter with me? No, I shake my head. At the same time, I sigh inwardly. If the female colleagues in my company find out that the handsome vice president next door smokes, they would definitely have their fantasies crushed. This vice president's appearance and temperament easily makes one believe he's some untainted immortal. It's impossible to associate him with vices like smoking. With this in mind, I can't help but ask casually, "Smoking?" The vice president, who has long silver hair and a beautiful face, raises his right hand, revealing a cigarette between his fingers. "People are under the impression that you don't smoke," I reply with a smile. As a slave of society, it's normal for me not to be afraid of the vice president of the company next door. However, ensuring a cordial relationship is almost definite. After all, one has no idea when they will need to job hop and become their subordinate. Having one more friend means one more outlet. Of course, if this gentleman keeps staying in the company next door, then I won't consider such matters. I don't want to enter a weirdo company that just yells slogans 800 times a day. However, if they're willing to pay me a salary of more than 30,000 yuan a month, I dare say that I'll jump ship today. This is the business world, and the first principle is to not go against money. Anyway, As long as I don't violate the law and do not commit crimes, what's wrong with shouting slogans? If I get paid 100 yuan with every shout, I can shout until I make the company go bankrupt. Hearing my words, the vice president seems to fall silent for a moment before saying, "A friend of mine taught me. When it comes to vices like smoking, who doesn't get introduced to it by friends? Only a small number of parents will lead their children astray." Just as I lampoon inwardly, the vice president next door says in fluent Mandarin, "He's been dead for many years." "I'm sorry," I respond reflexively. After that, I find it strange. Why are you telling me this? This vice president doesn't look too smart. Since we aren't familiar with each other, I exchange a few pleasantries and stop. I'm too lazy to bother. I point to the corridor leading to my workplace. I have matters to tend to. The vice president nods without any change in expression. He turns around and walks back to the window by the elevator lobby, as if he's watching the rainy scene below. I leave the elevator lobby and take a right turn into my workplace and head to the office where my department is located. They're all gone. They took all the umbrellas. I switch on the lights and scan the room. That's right. It hadn't rained when clocking off at regular hours. I left 10 minutes later and happened to be caught in the rain. Seeing that there was no one in the office, my thoughts became active. I originally thought of watching videos in the office, checking out the young ladies dancing indoors and finding inspiration from live eating broadcasts to figure out what to eat for dinner. But now, I'm very restless, and I want to test out the various abilities of an assassin. Among them, the thing that attracts me the most is leap of faith. No, feather drop spell. No, that's not right either. Who knows what it's called? In short, it's the ability to temporarily change my body structure and land on the ground like a light feather. This is undoubtedly the most surreal ability of assassins. Of course, it is also equally important to me that I've had my short-sightedness cured and gained excellent vision. I have to give it a try. I slip my glasses into my pocket and dash to the side window of the big office. It faces a small alley. There's a refuse room that's erected there and no one usually walks past it, let alone when it's heavily raining now. 10 stories, an empty alley. It's the best place to test the leap of faith. I open the window and cast my gaze down. There are no signs of any pedestrians in the heavy rain. The roads are bleak and gloomy. It's dark everywhere. The refuse room looks like a small hand could cover it from the 10th floor. Forget it. It's better to find somewhere lower for the first test. Just as I reveal an embarrassed and polite smile, I hear a voice behind me. "What are you doing?" Startled, I turn quickly. Then, I see my boss. He had walked into the large office with one hand in his pocket at some point in time. He's looking at me. "Mr. Huang, I'm checking to see if the rain has stopped." I quickly think of one reason. My president's surname is Huang, with the first name Dao, a very handsome, fashionable man. At the same time, he's a strange man who became a father at the age of 18. His daughter has already started college this year. He's only 36 years old and is still swimming through the gals. He stays on the periphery amidst the embrace of news anchors and actresses. CEO Huang doesn't seem to have any doubts about my reason. He nods and says, "You didn't bring an umbrella. The more you live, the younger you become." Glancing at the president's hair which had been dyed chestnut, I honestly reply, "Don't have such a habit." CEO Huang lifts his hand and strokes his chin. "I have a few spare umbrellas in my office. Come over and take one." "You prepared so many," I ask in a respectful tone. After all, he's the one paying my salary, and it's quite sizable. CEO Huang smiles and says, "It's from the few ladies from before. As you know, they always like to bring umbrellas with them. You've extended the battlefield of your flings to the office. Didn't you say that the thing you're afraid of the most is letting your daughter know about this? Doesn't your daughter visit your office every week?" I'm first left surprised before nodding. CEO Huang doesn't say anything else as he turns and walks towards the door. The way he's standing and how his body is posed gives me a strange feeling. I believe that if I were to seize this opportunity and unleash my full strength, I'll definitely be able to backstab him. Is this an assassin's instinct? Just as I have this thought, I see CEO Huang stop in his tracks and turn his head back. Did he sense my ill intent? My body stiffens. CEO Huang seems to be deep in thought as he slowly asks, "How's your accent?" "Passable," I mutter carelessly. CEO Huang nods. "Help me pick up a VIP at the airport tomorrow morning. I'll get old eye to send you the details." Okay. I don't dare to say no after agreeing. I ask, "Mr. Huang, The VIP is a foreigner. Yes. CEO Huang gives an affirmative reply. At the mention of this topic, I can't help but ask, Mr. Huang, why are there so many foreigners around us? We even have to come up with a foreign name in the company. CEO Huang leans back slightly and says, what is an international metropolitan city? Chapter 1406. In modern day 4. After borrowing an umbrella from CEO Huang, I decided to immediately leave the company and return to my rented apartment. I plan on testing out my newfound assassin powers in what's considered the safest environment. I live in those old districts that haven't been spruced up. I spend nearly an hour commuting via public transport. The place is filled with old and shabby houses. It's completely different from the high-end buildings found in the new city districts. But living here is more convenient. Besides, the rent is quite cheap. Since I'm clocked off on the dot today, and there wasn't much of a delay during the journey back and forth, it's still not yet 6 o'clock. Even if I settle my dinner near my neighborhood, I'll arrive home before 7 o'clock. It's in line with the habits of a modern person. Therefore, I didn't consider settling my dinner near the office. Instead, I rushed to the bus stop with my umbrella. This umbrella is colorful, and it has rabbit ears on it. It really isn't suitable for a stealthy man like me. I look up and run out the door. One has to bow when under the umbrella after all. By now, the storm has gone on for about 10 minutes, and the ground is beginning to pond. If it were in the past, I would have stepped into a puddle and stained my shoes and pants with dirt and mud. But now, my feet are deft, sharp, accurate, and each step is light. I manage to keep my pants and shoes clean in the rain. As expected of an assassin, I glance at the bus stop that's just a few feet away from me. Just as I'm about to cross the non-motor vehicle lane, I suddenly see a man walk past me without an umbrella or raincoat. His hair is already wet under the heavy rain. His clothes cling to his body as they droop down, water streaming down continuously. His image is so pathetic, yet his posture remains so relaxed. He isn't running at all. All he does is keep his hands in his pockets as he strolls forward. Impressive, due to the rain and the dark sky, I'm unable to discern his face clearly. I only watch him walk past me. Perhaps sensing my gaze, the man suddenly takes out a cigarette from his pocket and puts it in his mouth. He mutters softly, "Wimp." I dig my ear with my empty right hand. Who is he talking about? Forget it, I won't argue with a lunatic. I'm in a good mood today. I ignore the man, step up to the bus stop platform, and wait for my bus to arrive. My luck isn't bad. It takes about a minute before bus 35 arrives. Taking out my travel card, I close the umbrella and rush forward. Hearing the beep, I suddenly feel a little emotional. If only the travel card can be stored on my phone's NFC, it would be more convenient. I only need to bring my phone when I'm out. Door locks, the subway, and public buses can all be resolved through my cell phone. If I switch my door lock to a fingerprint one, I don't even need to bring my keys with me. That's what I call convenience. As I think about it, I find a seat. Perhaps due to the heavy rain and that it's some time after peak hour, there are still quite a few empty seats left on the usually crowded bus. Unfortunately, the prerequisite for switching to a fingerprint lock is for me to have my own house. My fantasy is defeated by cold reality. In this international metropolitan city, with my salary, I don't know when I'll be able to afford a house if I don't get help from my parents. I can't help but wonder how to use the powers of an assassin to make money. Take on assassin missions. No, it's illegal. Although I'm a real, powerful assassin now, I can't beat bullets. Besides, I don't know where to take on such missions either. It's against the law to break into houses and steal. Besides, other people don't have their money dropping from trees, unless I can lock onto a corrupt official. I have agile footwork, nimble limbs, and eagle-like vision. How do I earn money with these? Be a security guard, but how much can a security guard earn every month? Or, try dancing. With this kind of control over the body, my dancing will definitely be very impressive. Then, I can do a live broadcast. However, I'm tone deaf. As I think through the possibilities, I suddenly feel a little depressed. It wasn't easy for a miracle to fall from the sky, yet I can't use it to improve my life or earn lots of money with it. It cured my short-sightedness at the very least. It's a medical miracle that can't be bought even with millions. I exhale slowly and tell myself not to be too greedy. At this moment, I suddenly feel a chill. It's not from the air conditioning, but a coldness that pierced through my skin. I turn my head and look to the side, only to see that there's no one sitting there. My instincts tell me that there's something invisible there. Hiss, a ghost. I can sense ghosts after becoming an assassin. I first widen my eyes and carefully observe. Then, I retract my gaze and pretend not to notice anything. If the ghost realizes that I can see it, I'm doomed. Assassins do not have abilities to deal with ghosts. My body uncontrollably tenses up. I try to act as if nothing had happened, but I'm helpless. The chilly feeling grows stronger, as if it's getting closer and closer to me. I look straight, but a vision appears in my mind. A blurry man with a bluish-black face draws nearer and nearer to me. He leans to my ear and blows his breath on my face to test my reaction. This cold lasts for nearly a minute before it gradually weakens. Before long, the bus stops and the two doors open at the same time. The cold and terrifying aura disappears. The ghost reached its stop. Even ghosts use buses to travel. Amazing. I relax and have a better understanding of the changes in my body. I'm not surprised that there are ghosts because I have become an assassin. Everything is possible. The bus stops along the way and I arrived at Ankang North Road 50 minutes later. My rental apartment is nearby. Since the storm has stopped, I don't use the umbrella. I get off the bus and go straight for the place I had planned on eating while on the bus. Yuzhou Stir Fry. There are many old shops in this old district that serve delicious food at cheap prices. This is one of them. If it weren't for the rain earlier, many tables would be set up outside. Inside the store, I casually glance around. I smile as I walk to a table and sit opposite a young man. He ordered only a bowl of yushang shredded pork and white rice. He's looking at his phone while eating with full focus. Not on a date. I rap the table, startling the guy opposite me. He's my childhood friend, Peng Deng. Recently, he's also been working in this international metropolitan city. As I helped him find a place to live, we ended up living very close to each other. It's all in the same neighborhood. How can I have a date when the weather is so bad? Peng Deng looks up at me. He doesn't put down his phone and asks, "Want to play some ranked matches tonight?" I'm not free. I have no intention of playing games right now. I just want to try the leap of faith. Peng Deng studies me intently for a few seconds. You have a girlfriend? I hope so too. I turn my head to the boss. 1 stir-fried sliced beef, 1 tomato fried egg soup, and a bottle of Coke. When something good befalls one, celebrations are in order. Chapter 1407, in modern day 5. Upon hearing my reply, Peng Deng lowered his head again. As he looks at his phone, he feeds himself and casually asks, "What else is there after work? Don't you work overtime if something's up?" Good question. I lean the umbrella and seriously think of an excuse. Peng Deng is a typical smartphone zombie who doesn't even focus on eating. Most of his attention is on his cell phone, but he's actually a very sharp person. He's good at capturing details and can always easily see through my lies. Of course, most of those lies were a product of not putting enough thought into it. They're more like jokes. I can't tell him that I'm trying to jump off a building, right? After some thought, I rap the table. My boss wants me to pick up a foreign guest at the airport tomorrow. And he'll only give me the details at night. I'll have to make some preparations. I need to practice my accent and contact a driver to confirm the schedule. It's plenty of work. Yeah. Peng Deng takes a bite of rice and the meat shreds before swallowing it. Then, he asks with a smile, "The Casanova boss you mentioned before?" I never said that. I outright deny Peng Deng's claim. When he looked up at me, I smiled. I said he fooled around. You mustn't make mistakes when passing judgment. TCH. Peng Deng replies before looking down at his phone. Before long, the dishes I ordered are served. One is stir-fried sliced beef, and the other is tomato fried egg soup. The oil on the former glistened, and the aroma of celery perfectly fused with the beef's aroma. The meat was very tender, and its juices were salty, but not excessive. The sauce was filled with flavors, and with just one plate of this meat, I could finish it with 3 bowls of rice. The tomato fried egg soup is part of Sichuan cuisine. Lard is used first. After it's heated up, beaten eggs with water and salt are added to the mix until it's completely cooked. This way, the fried eggs would be fluffier, and there will be a certain level of saltiness to it. Following that, water and processed tomatoes are put in, along with a few green vegetables. Finally, the soup will have the obvious fragrance of oil and eggs, mixed with the sweet and sourness of tomatoes. The freshness of the green vegetables make the soup have the delight of a meat soup, but without the cloyed taste at all. Just as I drink a bowl of delicious egg soup, the boss walks over with a bowl of rice and a bottle of cold Coke. Ice cock. I can't help laughing inwardly as I heard his accent. Considering that I have to jump off a building. Later, it wouldn't be good to eat too much. I ultimately only have 2 bowls of rice. Of course, I definitely wouldn't waste the meat and eggs. At this moment, Peng Deng still has a third of his food left. Don't use your phone while eating, don't eat while using your phone. I stand up and give him a heartfelt lecture. At the same time, I boldly pay only for my share. Peng Deng and I aren't hypocritical friends who insist on footing the bill. Furthermore, it's the end of the month. Finances are always a little tight during this time of the month. Fuck, you didn't even give me a bottle of Coke. It only took this long before Peng Deng realized it. I'm done eating. I pick up the umbrella leaning against the table. Extravagant. Peng Deng appraises my choice of buying a bottle of Coke. Something good happened to you? Or are you moonlighting? Before he can ask me, his gaze suddenly stops on the umbrella with the rabbit ears in my hand. Hey, he makes a strange sound. My boss lent it to me. You know that he has many girlfriends. I understand what Peng Deng is thinking. How boring. Peng Deng turns his attention back to his phone again. I enter the old compound of my rented apartment after leaving the shop. The tallest building is only 6 stories, so there aren't any elevators. When I pass the entrance to the first floor, I catch a glimpse of the mailbox through the corner of my eye. Some memories churn, making me walk over involuntarily and open the letterbox that belongs to Unit 602. There's a postcard lying quietly inside. Even without looking, I know that she was the one who had sent it. She was a middle school classmate and high school classmate with me and Peng Deng. She later went overseas for studies and is currently working in this city. Her family background is good, and she often travels. From time to time, she'll send local specialties or postcards to friends in the same city. I hesitate for 2 seconds before picking up the postcard. The back is indeed familiar as graceful handwriting is plastered across it. This is the famous Sedlik ossuary around here. I flip the postcard and take a look. The pillars and walls that are lined with skulls make me feel horrified. Then, I feel that strange sense of holiness. Shaking my head, I put away the postcard and return to Unit 602. This is an old apartment with 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. It has a history of at least 20 years. I live in a guest room, and a young couple lives in the master bedroom. This couple are nice people. Not only do they have a sense of hygiene, but they often cook by themselves and invite me to eat together. The only problem is that they quarrel at least twice a week. It's quite annoying. I plan to move to stay with Peng Deng when the rental contract is over. Of course, the prerequisite is that he hasn't started living with his girlfriend yet. After putting down the umbrella, I go to the window of the guest room. I peek out and look outside, considering whether I should jump. Although the rain has stopped, the sky is already dark and there aren't many pedestrians. 6th floor, forget it, I'll go to the building with the small supermarket. I think it's better to be safe for the first time. It's only 3 stories. This neighborhood is very old, and it has a large population. Hence, there are plenty of stores on the 1st floor. There are hairdressers, eateries, as well as grocery stores and repair shops. One doesn't even need to leave the compound to have access to these amenities. I change into black clothes as a protective color and take my keys and phone. I arrive at a small supermarket after circling the compound for a while. I go up the stairs to the rooftop. Looking at the height, I finally feel confident. When I headed downstairs just now, I tried to jump from one flight of stairs to the other. It greatly improved my confidence in the leap of faith. Waiting until there's no one below me, I take a deep breath, climb over the railing fence, and pose in a ready stance. It's raining and the road is very slippery. How about next time? If I fall and get sent to the hospital, I'll die a societal death if everyone misunderstands this is me attempting suicide. It's only 3 stories. There was nothing wrong with the feeling I had just now. After some random thought, I raise my middle finger at myself and exhale slowly. With a tremble, I leap up and adjust my body. The speed I descend at is slower than normal. The wind turns into a blanket, holding me up in silence. This kind of slowness is only relative. I still quickly land on the ground steadily, without wobbling or splashing up the muddy water on the ground. At that moment, I feel like a sharp feather. What a marvelous feeling. 10 points. I praise myself. This is really too exciting. I'm a true blue assassin who has surpassed all mortals. Heart blazing, I dash back to the building where my rented apartment is. I can't wait to test the leap of faith from the 6th floor. The experience just now tells me that 6 floors isn't a problem. If it's any higher, I'll have to be like Jackie Chan, finding items in the middle, like an air conditioner, to break my fall. jumping down several floors at a time. On the way, I widen my eyes in an attempt to find any acts of sexual misconduct by hooligans, robberies by ruffians, or extortions by baddies. I want to let them have a taste of the power of an assassin, but sigh, the security in the neighborhood is really good. I sigh and head home. At this moment, my phone rings twice. I take it out and discover that it's from my company's old eye. It's the information regarding our VIP. Zarathustra, what a complicated name. I smirk and decide on reading the details after another leap of faith. Sigh, even if I'm an extraordinary assassin, I still have to work on stuff my boss instructs me to do after work, like, as the Japanese put it, a shachiku, a corporate cattle. Otherwise, I won't be able to survive. What can an assassin do? Buy a Spider-Man's mask and do a parkour live stream session. Without being in a rush to enter the bedroom, I once again think about how to make money using my assassin abilities. At this moment, someone knocks on the door. Who is it? I ask loudly. I'm here to check on temporary living permits. Someone outside replies. I don't have it, goodbye, I lampoon as I walk to the door and look outside through the peephole. Two people in police uniforms stand outside the door, with one of them standing in front, blocking the face of the other. He has a receding hairline and his eyes are slightly gray. For some reason, I suddenly quiver and feel inexplicably sad. I open the door. My surname is Deng, and I'm the officer in charge of this compound. The gray-eyed officer introduces himself with a smile. Then, he looks at the information in his hand. Joe Mingrui, am I right? Chapter 1408. In modern day. 6. Yes. For some reason, I'm restrained and a little sad. It's almost indescribable. It's as if someone had punched my nose. My eyes are sore and I'm about to cry. I can understand the restraint. Apart from a few people, most ordinary people would definitely be rather cautious when facing the police. I'm no exception. But why do I have the sudden urge to cry? These emotional changes and fluctuations are beyond my expectations. From what I know, such a situation wouldn't even happen to an extremely sensitive artistic youth. Could this be the side effects of the assassin potion? Is this the price for obtaining superpowers? I blink and control my emotions. Then, I hear Officer Deng say, your temporary living permit. Before he can finish, another officer whispers, Captain, it's called a residence permit now. You've forgotten again. Yes. I forgot. Officer Deng wasn't embarrassed at all. He smiled and said to me, where's your residence permit? I didn't apply for it. I didn't lie, nor do I wish to lie. This won't do. Officer Deng shook his head. Although we won't do anything to you because you don't have a residence permit, this is still rather important. Before you become a permanent resident here, if your child wants to study in a public kindergarten here, a residence permit is required. I don't even have a girlfriend. I smirk forcefully but politely again. Needless to say, I don't have children. Even for you as an individual, a residence permit is very important. As you know, it's very difficult to settle down in our city. Apart from special talents that we let in are people who take different paths, your residence permit, under normal circumstances, needs a few years. Anyway, it's a few years before you're qualified to apply for settlement. This is as important as paying for Social Security. Officer Deng added. This makes me feel the concern of an elder. I don't argue with him and nod. Yes, I'll get it done this week. Officer Deng smiled and said, opposite to your compound is a police station that can help you in the residential application. He then looks at me. By the way, in the past 2 to 3 months, an illegal religion has been illegally proselytizing in the city. They also use the classic multi-level marketing techniques. They use more modern terms like a fully automatic wishing machine to entice ordinary people to walk the path of evil. If you encounter them, make sure to be careful and remember to report it to us. Fully automatic wishing machine. My heart skips a beat at the mention of it. It sounds very similar to a vending machine. However, no one tried to proselytize to me back then. Okay, I don't dare to show any hesitation. I think for a second before answering. Thank you for your cooperation. Officer Deng doesn't say anything else as he smiles and puts away the tiny notebook in his hand. Just as he turns around halfway, he suddenly stops. By the way, I forgot something. For some reason, my eyes blur upon hearing that. It's a joint tenancy, right? Who's living in the other room? Officer Deng asks in a mellow voice. I close my eyes and calm my fluctuating emotions. It's a couple, a lady with the surname Xia, and her overseas boyfriend. I see. Officer Deng nods. Remember to remind them to register their residence. Alright, I watch as Officer Deng turns around. Only then do I see the officer standing behind him. His black hair and green eyes make him look like a celebrity. Green eyes. He's mixed blood, or is he wearing colored contacts? I mumble inwardly. The green-eyed officer looks at me for a few seconds before suddenly smiling. That evil cult's means are more secretive than you can imagine. It's very hard to defend against them. At times, you won't need to pay any price to benefit from them, but believe me, you will definitely suffer immensely in the future. My heart palpitates when I hear this fellow. I recall the assassin potion and the leap of faith I obtained. I got it for 5 yuan. Could it really be that cult? What do they want from me after giving me superpowers? I understand. I'll make a report. I try hard not to show my fear as I reply to the green-eyed police officer. After sending them off, I return to the cramped guest room and sit down on the bed. I face the computer desk as I contemplate over what happened today. It doesn't make much sense. If that vending machine really was created by that cult, there's no need for them to hide. If they give every believer a bottle like the assassin beverage, then they can rule the world. Perhaps there are restrictions. But an organization that can obtain superpowers is definitely not simple. It's not something the likes of ordinary cults can achieve. But what's the point of giving me superpowers? To get a fighter, it's not like I'd go. If they dare to look for me, I'll dare to call the police. Money. I'm just from an ordinary family in a small city. Although my family has a place to stay, in order to provide for my other 2 siblings, my parents haven't managed to save up much money. It wasn't until Benson and I started working that our family situation improved slightly. After some thought, I pick up my phone and tap open WeChat. I find my brother, Benson Joe, who works as a civil servant. B. Did you offend anyone recently? I send a message. B is the nickname I gave Benson. It stems from the B in his name since he's balding. Who can I offend? Very quickly, Benson replies. I'm just a puny civil servant. I work cautiously every day, and I'm not a politician. I don't even serve the public at a window. Who can I offend? Before I can respond, he sends another message. What's wrong? What happened? I encountered something that I suspect to be fraud, but I don't have anything worth being scammed of, I reason. Benson replies one line at a time. No matter how poor a person is, there's still value in scamming them. Who doesn't have any friends or family? If you don't have money, can't you borrow it? Borrow from the people around you or on the internet. Get all kinds of micro loans, and that adds up to a huge sum. Besides, you still have your body. Can't you sell your kidney, cornea, and blood? Besides, there are many female clubs nowadays. Who knows which customer would like your type? WTF, stop scaring me. After sending this text, I quickly add, thankfully I didn't take the hit. I don't want Benson to worry about my drinking of the assassin beverage. I have to be careful. I need to immediately make a report to the police for any abnormalities around me. After chatting for a while, Benson reminds me. Anyway, don't be greedy. Also, Sa will be here before school starts. Remember to pick her up. Got it. I send him a popular emoji. It's a monocle-wearing emoji. After ending the conversation, I lose the urge to continue attempting the leap of faith. I sit by the bed, feeling a little frightened and worried. After a while, I subconsciously pick up my phone and look at WeChat and QQ. Among them, one of the QQ group chats has plenty of messages. It was a group that I built because we play horror and mystery games. It's called the Tarot Club, and it's filled with other netizens. I take a quick scan at it and see someone named the Star send a message. Everyone, be careful, a mysterious cult has appeared. Chapter 1409. In modern day 7. Cult. My attention is immediately drawn to this word. What has a cult got to do with us? A group member named Judgment asks. Mysterious. How mysterious? A group member named Justice asks. All kinds of messages appear in the group. It's rather overwhelming. I originally created this group when I was playing a horror mystery game. I invited friends who were quite good at the game back then, and such games often contain mysticism-related elements. Therefore, after the game gradually lost its popularity, the group turned into a group that leaned towards discussing mysticism. Of course, in any chat group, daily interactions take up the majority of the content, except for sex-related chat groups. Amongst the members, the lady named Justice is most curious about mysticism. From her daily conversations, I can tell that her family background is quite good and she isn't too old. I think she's a student. After the group members are done asking, the star types. That cult likes to attack ordinary people, especially those who like mysticism. They will use all sorts of methods to allow you to obtain powers that exceed the limit of mortals. For example, the later it is at night, the more energetic you are. I already have this superpower. A group member named the Magician replies excitedly. She's also a girl. I remember her mentioning that she has a sizable income from writing novels on a certain green-colored website, and is considered one of the phenomenal writers there. However, from the way she makes all kinds of suggestive comments when she speaks, perhaps the green-colored website I'm aware of isn't the same website she was talking about. Compared to the day, I prefer the night, says a group member named the Moon. What is this fellow trying to say? Is he like a night owl, or is he hinting at something? I scratch my chin, unable to read the thoughts of the Moon. This fellow has always been like this. If you want to say that he has deep knowledge, he will post links regarding exquisite dolls in the group chat from time to time, asking everyone to help him at some price-slashing site. It's obvious that he's some type of shut-in. But to call him naive and immature, he often says profound things. Whether it's Chinese medicine, Western medicine, or even all kinds of relatively unknown medical knowledge, he gives off impressive vibes with his theories and examples, even if I can hardly understand it. Previously, he had diagnosed that one of our group members, the Hermit, had a rare disease. He successfully helped her recovery from an old ailment of hers, making everyone see him in a different light. The star ignores the Moon and replies to the Magician. Then can you only sleep 2 hours a day? I can, but I can only maintain it for a week. I have to catch up on my sleep after that. Furthermore, my body will feel like it's been run over by a car, with tire tracks on my face, the Magician replies. The star continues. Anyway, the cult will first allow you to obtain Superman-like powers. For example, you can remain extremely energetic despite sleeping for 2 hours every day. You can see all kinds of spirits, jump off tall buildings without suffering any damage, and control flames, etc., etc. Isn't this good? Justice immediately replies. The Sun, Judgment, and Magician say. Isn't this good? +1. I think for a moment and used my alternate account, the world. The star sends an emoji. A price is always exacted for what fate bestows. I didn't say that. Lushuan.jpg. The Magician replies immediately. I suspect this is a subconscious reflex of hers. Is there really a power that transcends the mortal world? Justice asks. Clearly, she had imagined that the star was joking. Without waiting for the star to respond, the Moon says. There are too many things in the world that go beyond your imagination. It doesn't mean they don't exist just because you don't see them. The Sun immediately replies. There's some mysticism that's real. Stop fooling kids. A group member, named the Hanged Man, sends an emoji. That's right, that's right. There are still young schooling children. One shouldn't talk about the strange and supernatural to children or make suggestive comments. The Magician echoes in all seriousness. The Sun replies, I'm already in middle school. I'm more than 1.9 meters tall. When everyone sees the claim of being 1.9 meters tall, everyone falls silent. After a while, the star sends an emoji. In short, once one is bewitched by the cult and accepts their gift, they will definitely have to pay a huge price after joining them. I heard that some people went mad and got admitted into a mental hospital. Some of them committed suicide in various ways, dying rather hideously. Others transformed. Before he can finish, he suddenly stops. His profile picture indicates he has gone offline. What transformation? I ask with my alt, the world. My main account is the Fool, a mature man worthy of trust. Therefore, I can't ask questions casually. Could the star be held down by those cultists? The Magician gives a very imaginative idea. Haha, how could there be such a thing? I'm talking about a mysterious cool DFFLF Nate. Judgment is also a girl who always echoes the Magician. After making this joke, the star comes online again and says, fuck, there was a sudden blackout just now. I had no choice but to switch phones. Well, that's all from me. I have to head out. I have matters to tend to. Anyway, there's no such thing as a free lunch, so don't eat it. Don't be bewitched by the cult. Bye. As the star goes offline, I suddenly receive private messages. They come from the Hanged Man and the Hermit. Take note, I think the star might be a member of the cyber police. The star might be a policeman. Be careful what you say in the group chat. It's really possible. To actually know about mysterious cults, I immediately replied to the two group members. It's fine, we're not a cult. It's not like I'm always the one making suggestive comments. Most importantly, when discussing international and domestic situations, I would stop it in time and send a picture that says, improper discussion about the imperial court is a crime that leads to death. Glancing at the group chat again, I quit QQ and once again start thinking about what I should do. After some thought, I'm still out of solutions. It's impossible for me to spit out the assassin beverage, nor can I vomit it out. I can only pretend that I don't know anything and ignore recruitment attempts of any cults. If I meet them, I'll immediately call the police. I force myself to focus on my savings and wallet. At the thought of this, I immediately free myself from my worries and begin to work. This is about being a slave of society. After confirming the flight details, the chauffeur, the hotel arrangements, and the pickup sign, I do a round of oral practice. By the time I'm done with all of that, it's already 10 in the evening. I feel hungry. I guess I'll go down and buy some snacks. I decide not to treat myself shabbily. As soon as I walk out of the guest room, I hear a quarrel from next door. Of course, it's mainly that lady named Sia Tush, who's shouting at her overseas boyfriend. Don't you get tired of that? Just as I'm about to lampoon, I realize that the quarrel is getting softer and softer. According to my experience, something inappropriate for minors will happen next. Although I'm not a minor, I'm single. After some thought, I return to my room, open the window, and jump onto the windowsill before jumping down with great familiarity. In the wind, my body feels light as if all my worries have been blown away. After landing safely, I heave a sigh of relief. I feel like I've completely grasped the power of assassin. The area outside the compound I live in remains lively. Late into the night, there are a few barbecue stalls, some selling fried rice, some selling stir-fried noodles. Some sell street food, like stewed meat, cold vegetables, duck necks, and crayfish. People who pass by will unknowingly sit down or come in front of a stall before sadly putting on a kilogram. Taking into consideration my little tummy, wait, my tummy seems to be missing. That tiny tummy I've worked so hard to get from all my meals is gone. This is a change brought about by assassin. I feel surprised once again. This gives me a lot more options besides the snacks. I can have barbecue food to celebrate. Forget it. I have to restrain myself. If an assassin is 170 centimeters tall, but ends up being 100 kilograms, wouldn't my target end breaking out into a laughing fit when they see me? I slowly exhale and decide to go to the 24-hour convenience store. To the left is a Family Mart. To the right is Lawson. It's very unfriendly for an indecisive consumer like me. I heard that Lawson has launched a few new types of ice cream recently. I recall and turn to the right. Just as I enter Lawson, my eyes light up as I see a gorgeous woman. Chapter 14:10, in modern day 8. As an international metropolitan city, there are definitely countless beauties dressed fashionably out on the streets. Even if I don't pay attention to them, I would often find women that catch my attention. But even so, this person that's inside Lawson is a rare gem. I can't help but steal another look after seeing her. Her brown-dyed hair cascades down like a waterfall, and two crystal-like accessories hang from her earlobes. Her eyes sparkle, looking as clear and beautiful as the eyes of deers in forests. She has plenty of charisma. Out of courtesy and habitual shyness, I tear my eyes away from the girl and walk past her to the area where the fridge is. During this process, I can't help but turn around to take a few more looks, but I suppress my actions to avoid offending her. Which ice cream should I buy? I gaze at the transparent sliding door of the cool box and fall into deep thought. Recently, the more popular ones are fat crabs, iron cauldron stew. Taking into account my successful weight loss and my need to prevent any rebounds, as well as my tight financial situation at the end of the month, I ultimately chose fat crabs. Then, I go to the neighboring room to get a bottle of chilled CR and a packet of cucumber-flavored potato chips. All three combined form my supper for the night. If it was the beginning of the month, I definitely would have bought more. I'll keep them at home and eat them when there's a need. I don't have to go downstairs every time, but there's no need to be so carefree with my expenses now. CEO Huang had once said, "Don't let trivialities take up your most important liquidity." Without any hesitation, I take my snacks and walk to the counter to stand in line to settle the bill. At this moment, I suddenly smell a faint fragrance. In the next second, I turn my head and see the gorgeous beauty walk past 2 rows of shelves. She smiles and says with her eyes shimmering, "Can I add you on WeChat?" Me, I arch my arms a little and express my puzzlement in my speech and pose. I've never had girls ask me for my contact details all my life. That's right. The beauty nods happily and says with a smile, your looks and temperament matches my taste. I want to get to know you. If she were to praise me for being handsome or good-looking, I definitely wouldn't have believed her. However, it's not impossible that my looks and temperament matches her tastes. Maybe she likes my type, right? For a moment, I understand what it means to be overwhelmed and flattered. In the next second, I become more wary. Could it be some multi-level marketing scheme? Or some honey trap? As an aficionado of legal shows, a fan of the legal report of many years, I am instinctively wary of good things falling into my lap. As I hesitate, the eyes of that beautiful woman standing in front of me fogs up. It makes me feel ashamed and guilty. Perhaps it's not some multi-level marketing or honey trap. Even if it is, she's just adding me on WeChat. It won't be a problem if I pay more attention in the future, I think for a moment and hurriedly say, all right. I turn around and place the bottle of CR on the counter before taking out my phone from my pocket. However, when I look at that girl again, she has already disappeared. It's not as if I can't see her. I can still see instances of her back appearing through the cracks of the shelves. What about appreciating my looks and temperament? How did you have a change of heart so quickly? Just as this thought flashes through my mind, I heard a chime. The door of the convenience store opens automatically, and a figure walks in. It's Officer Deng, who had checked on my residence permit in the evening, but he has already changed into casual wear. He walks to the front desk and tugs at the bottom of his black jacket's bottom. He says to the staff, a cup of coffee. As he speaks, Officer Deng turns to look at me. A-, are you footing your bill? Before he can finish, he pinches his forehead. You are Joe Mingrui, Officer Deng. We just met this evening, I reply with a smile. At that moment, from the corner of my eye, I catch the woman leaving the convenience store. She gave up striking up a conversation with me and ran off in a hurry because she saw Officer Deng. Is she really involved in multi-level marketing or pulling a honey trap? Feeling regretful and puzzled, I hand over the items in my hand to the shop assistant and say without minding, give Officer Deng his coffee first. The shop assistant spends some time making the coffee before giving it to Officer Deng. He gives me a friendly smile and heads out with the cup in hand. After taking a few steps, he stops and says with a self-deprecating smile, I forgot to remind you that the cult will use all kinds of means to approach the target. Be careful, cult. Suddenly, I am aware of a possibility. Could that beauty from before be from that cult? She hit on me because I drank the assassin beverage and became their target. This method really makes it impossible to guard against. They actually used a honey trap. I'm alarmed. With Officer Deng about to turn around and leave the convenience store, I rush forward and say to him, just now, a woman wanted to add me on WeChat. Officer Deng doesn't laugh at me. He asks very formally, what does she look like? Very beautiful, more beautiful than many celebrities. I give a simple description and conclude, I don't think I have the charm to make a beauty hit on me. Not bad. Many victims only get deceived because they feel that they are very charming, says Officer Deng with a smile. We will track and investigate this. As for you, you should just try your best. Try not to speak to strangers as depicted in television dramas. Speaking is fine, just don't establish more connections. My heart warms as I nod vigorously. After seeing Officer Deng leave, I return to the counter to settle the bill. I take the snacks and walk to the entrance of my residential compound. Along the way, after passing the barbecue stall, the strong fragrance inundates my nostrils again. It tempts me to sit down and order a pile of food. I sweep a glance, and I see a group of gangsters. They're sitting on simple plastic stools at the barbecue stall, waiting for the food to be cooked. Their hair is dyed in all sorts of colors, and it's obvious that they're punks following the scene subculture. If it were in the past, I definitely would have upped my pace and widened my distance to avoid any unnecessary conflicts. But now, I'm looking forward to them making things difficult for me. I want them to have a good taste of an assassin's prowess. Just then, one of the hoodlums glances at me and stands up abruptly. Holding a stack of paper, he jogs towards me. I'm thrilled and begin to imagine what pose I should put on later. The charred yellow-eyebrow hoodlum quickly comes in front of me and says, Hi there, perhaps you would be interested in dream tutoring classes. Dream tutoring classes? This development is completely different from what I expected. As he speaks, the hoodlum hands a flyer to me. Our dream tutoring classes covers many topics. Even if you're already working, you can learn things from the courses to improve yourselves and even switch careers. I blankly receive the flyer and subconsciously ask, "Are you a tutor?" "Yes, I'm a foreign language teacher." The hoodlum smiles arrogantly. "My surname is Da." Before he can finish his sentence, a few of the hoodlums shout, "Donnie, the food is ready. It's time to dig in." The hoodlum in front of me turns around and flips his middle finger before running back. I shake my head in disappointment and wrap my snacks in the flyer before entering my compound and return to my rented apartment building. As this place is old, there are a few lamps along the stairs that are out. Some of the floors are dark. I have to take out my cell phones to turn on the flashlight function before I can see where I'm placing my feet clearly. The surroundings are very quiet. My phone suddenly flashes a few times, turning extremely dim. At the same time, I feel a cold wind blow past me. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.